The Vicomte de Bragelonne. Introductory note. The Vicomte de Bragelonne, the longest and in many respects the most powerful of the D'Artagnan series, was first presented to the English-speaking public in an unabridged translation, conforming to the author's own arrangement and in readable form, by the present publishers. Owing to its great length it had previously been translated only in an abridged form. Detached portions of it, too, have appeared from time to time. The chapters devoted to Mademoiselle de la Vallière have been published separately under the title of Louise de la Vallière, while what is commonly known as the Iron Mask is a translation of that portion of Bragelonne which relates the attempted substitution of the Bastille prisoner for Louis XIV. The romance, as it was written and as it is here presented in English, offers a marvelously faithful picture of the French court from a period immediately preceding the young king's marriage to his cousin, Maria Theresa, the Infante of Spain, to the downfall of Fouquet. This period was a momentous one for France, embracing as it did the diplomatic triumph of Mazarin in the advantageous Treaty of the Pyrenees, the death of that avaricious and unscrupulous, but eminently able and farseeing, minister and cardinal, the assumption of power by Louis in person, and the rise to high office and influence over the crushed and disgraced Fouquet, of Jean-Baptiste Colbert. These 2 years marked the beginning of the most brilliant epoch of court life in France, as well as of her greatest, if somewhat factitious, glory both at home and abroad. The historical accuracy of the author of Bragelonne, which Miss Pardoe, in her justly popular and entertaining work on Louis XIV, and the historian Michelet as well, have so strongly maintained, is perhaps more striking in this than in any other of his romances. It is not only in the matter of events of greater or less importance that one familiar with the history of the period seems to be reading some contemporary chronicle, but the character sketches of the prominent personages are drawn with such entire fidelity to life that we seem to see the very men and women themselves as they appeared to their contemporaries. Thus it is with the king, whose intense egotism was beginning to develop, being unceasingly fostered by the flattery of those who surrounded him and told him that he was the greatest of men and kings, invincible in arms and unequaled in wisdom, who was rapidly reaching that state of sublime self-sufficiency which led to the famous saying, "L'état, c'est moi." But who was, nevertheless, more bashful and timid and humble at the feet of the gentle and retiring La Vallière than if she had been the greatest queen in Christendom. Of his favorites La Vallière was the only one who loved him for himself alone, and she has come down to us as one of the few French women who have ever been ashamed of being known as a king's mistress. Her life is faithfully sketched in these pages, from her first glimpse of the king at Blois, when she gave her heart to him unasked. When the scheme was formed to use her as a cloak for the king's flirtation with Madame Henriette, there was a rumor connecting her name with that of a certain Vicomte de Bragelonne, who had caused her young heart to utter its first sighs in Blois, but the most malicious gossip spoke of it only as a childish flame, that is to say, utterly without importance. Mademoiselle de Montalais made herself notorious as a go-between in various love affairs, while Mademoiselle de Tonnay-Charente, otherwise Mademoiselle de Rochechouart-Mortemart, clever and beautiful, was destined, as Madame de Montespan, to supplant her modest friend in the affections of their lord and master, and after a career of unexampled brilliance to be herself supplanted by the governess of her legitimated children, the widow Scarron, better known as Madame la Marquise de Maintenon. Un maîtresse tonnant et triomphante. Madame de Sévigné calls Madame de Montespan. The Mortemart family was supposed to be of the greatest antiquity and to have the same origin as the English Mortimers. The esprit de Mortemart, or Mortemart wit, was reputed to be an inalienable characteristic of the race. And what of Madame herself, who played a part at the court of France which was almost exactly duplicated 40 years later by her granddaughter, the Savoy princess, who became Duchess de Bourgogne, and whose untimely death was one of the most severe of the many domestic afflictions which darkened the last years of the old king's life? Let us listen for a moment to Robert Louis Stevenson, writing of the Vicomte de Bragelonne after his 5th or 6th perusal of it. Madame enchants me. I can forgive that royal minx her most serious offences, I can thrill and soften with the king on that memorable occasion when he goes to upbraid and remains to flirt, and when it comes to the Allans, I'm moi donc, it is my heart that melts in the bosom of de Guiche. The mutual passion of de Guiche and Madame lasted all her life, we are told, and yet alas! It was but short-lived, for Madame's days were numbered. She died in 1670, after an illness of but a few hours regretted by everybody except her husband. There is little doubt that she was poisoned through the instrumentality of the Chevalier de Lorraine, and probably with the connivance of Monsieur, whose favorite he was. The Chevalier was a prodigy of vice, and one of the most unsavory characters of the period. The greed and avarice of Mazarin were his most prominent characteristics. They are illustrated by innumerable anecdotes, one of which may perhaps be repeated here. He had been informed that a pamphlet was about to be put on sale, in which he was shamefully libeled. He confiscated it, and of course the market price of it at once increased enormously, whereupon he sold it secretly at an exorbitant figure and allowed it to circulate, pocketing 1,000 pistoles as his share of the transaction. He used to tell of this himself, and laugh heartily over it. His supreme power had endured so long that everybody desired his death, and his contemporaries hardly did justice to the very solid benefits he had procured for France. In drawing the characters of Fouquet and Colbert, Dumas has perhaps, as Mr. Stevenson says, shown an inclination to enlist his readers' sympathies for the former against his own judgment of the equities of the case. Historic justice, says the essayist, should be all upon the side of Colbert, of official honesty and fiscal competence. And Dumas knows it well. 3 times at least he shows his knowledge. Once it is but flashed upon us and received with laughter of Fouquet himself, in the jesting controversy in the gardens of Saint-Mandé. Once it is touched on by Aramis in the forest of Senart. In the end it is set before us clearly in one dignified speech of the triumphant Colbert. But in Fouquet, the master, the lover of good cheer and wit and art, the swift transactor of much business, l'homme de bruit, l'homme de plaisir, l'homme qui n'est parce que les autres sont, Dumas saw something of himself, and drew the figure the more tenderly. It is to me even touching to see how he insists on Fouquet's honor. The grand fête at Vaux was the last straw which made the superintendent's downfall absolutely certain. If his disgrace had not already been determined upon in the king's mind, it would have been at Vaux. As there was but one sun in heaven, there could be but one king in France. It is interesting to read that the execution of the order for Fouquet's arrest was entrusted to one D'Artagnan, captain of musketeers, a man of action, entirely unconnected with all the cabals, and who, during his 33 years' experience in the musketeers, had never known anything outside of his orders. Fouquet lived nearly 20 years in prison, and died in 1680. He has been connected in various with the man in the iron mask, some investigators having maintained that he was identical with the individual, and therefore could not have died in 1680, while others have claimed that the iron mask was imprisoned at the chateau of Pignerol while Fouquet was there. The legend of the unfortunate prisoner has given rise to much investigation and to many conjectures. Voltaire bent his energies to solve the mystery, and in our own day M. Marius Toppin has gone into the subject most exhaustively, but without reaching a satisfactory conclusion as to the identity of the sufferer. The somewhat audacious use made of the legend by Dumas is based upon what was at one time a favorite solution, namely, that the unknown was a brother of Louis XIV, said by some to have been a twin, and by others to have been some years older and of doubtful paternity. It would be an endless task to cite all the portions of these volumes in which historical facts are related with substantial accuracy. In them fact and fiction are so blended that each enhance the charm of the other, the element of authenticity adding zest and interest to the romantic portions, while the element of romance gives life and color to the narration of facts. Our old friends of the earlier tales bear us company nearly to the end, but for the first time, political interests are allowed to interfere with the perfect confidence that has existed between them. Aramis, as general of the Jesuits, is true to the reputation of the order, and hesitates at no dissimulation to gain his ambitious ends. Porthos, still blindly faithful to that one of his friends who claims his allegiance, falls at last a victim to his childlike trust in the scheming prelate. The magnificent outburst of righteous anger which the Comte de la Fère visits upon the king is the last expiring gleam of the spirit of the Athos of the Musketeers. Wrapped up in his love for the heartbroken Bragelonne, he lives only in his life and dies in his death. And D'Artagnan. His praises and his requiem have been most fittingly and lovingly sounded by the same graceful writer who has already been quoted, and in the same essay, entitled Gossip upon a Novel of Dumas. It is in the character of D'Artagnan that we must look for that spirit of morality which is one of the chief merits of the book, makes one of the main joys of its perusal, and sets it high above more popular rovels. Ellipsis. He has mellowed into a man so witty, rough, kind, and upright that he takes the heart by storm. There is nothing of the copybook about his virtues, nothing of the drawing-room in his fine natural civility. He will sail near the wind, he is no district visitor, no Wesley or Robespierre, his conscience is void of all refinement, whether for good or evil, but the whole man rings true like a good sovereign. Ellipsis. Here and throughout, if I am to choose virtues for myself or my friends, let me choose the virtues of D'Artagnan. I do not say that there is no character as well drawn in Shakespeare, I do say there is none that I love so wholly. Ellipsis. No part of the world has ever seemed to me so charming as these pages, and not even my friends are quite so real, perhaps so dear, as D'Artagnan. Dramatis Personae. Period, 1660-1671. Louis XIV, King of France. Maria Theresa, his Queen and Infante of Spain. Anne of Austria, the Queen Mother. Gaston, Duke of Orléans, uncle of the King. Duchess d'Orléans, his wife. Philippe, Duc d'Anjou, brother of the King, afterwards Duc d'Orléans, called Monsieur. Henrietta of England, his wife, afterwards Duchess d'Orléans, called Madame. Cardinal Mazarin. Bernouin, his valet. Brienne, his secretary. M. Le Duc de Beaufort. Prince de Condé. Chevalier de Lorraine, favorite of Philippe d'Orléans. Comte de Saint-Aignan, attending on the king. Mademoiselle Marie de Mancini, niece of Cardinal Mazarin. Maids of honor to Madame Henrietta, Duchess d'Orléans. Mademoiselle Aure de Montalais. Mademoiselle Athénée de Tonnay-Charente, afterwards Madame de Montespan. Mademoiselle Louise de Lavalière. La Molina, Anne of Austria's Spanish nurse. Ladies of the French court. Duchess de Chevreuse. Madame de Motteville. Madame de Navilles. Mademoiselle de Châtillon. Comtesse de Soissons. Louise de Keroualle, afterwards Duchess of Portsmouth. Maréchal Gramont. Comte de Gouche, his son, in love with Madame Henrietta. M. de Manicamp, friend of the Comte de Gouche. M. de Malicorne, in love with Mademoiselle de Montalais. M. d'Artagnan, lieutenant, afterwards captain, of the King's Musketeers. Comte de la Fère Athos. Raoul, Vicomte de Bragelonne, his son. M. d'Herblay, afterwards Bishop of Vannes, General of the Order of Jesuits, and Duc d'Almeda Aramis. Baron du Vallon de Bracieux de Pierrefonds Porthos. Jean Poquelin de Molière, Vicomte de Wardes. M. de Villeroy. M. de Fouquet, Superintendent of Finance. Madame Fouquet, his wife. Messieurs Léon and Letelier, Fouquet's associates in the ministry. Marquise de Bellier, in love with Fouquet. Friends of Fouquet. M. de La Fontaine. M. Gourville. M. Pelisson. M. Conrart. M. Lauret. L'Abbé Fouquet, brother of the superintendent. M. Vanel, a councillor of parliament, afterwards procureur general. Marguerite Vanel, his wife, a rival of La Marquise de la Bellier. M. de Saint-Remy, maître d'hôtel to Gaston of Orléans. Madame de Saint-Remy, his wife. Jean-Baptiste Colbert, intendant of finance, afterwards prime minister. Messieurs d'Umfreville, Destuches, and Forant, in Colbert's service. Messieurs Britoy, Marin, and Hervart, colleagues of Colbert. Messieurs Desmarais, Lyodot, and Vannin, farmers general. Selden, a prisoner at the Bastille. No. 3. Bertaudier, afterwards, the Iron Mask. M. de Saint-Mars, governor of Ile Sainte-Marguerite. A Franciscan friar, general of the Order of Jesuits. Jesuits. Baron von Wasper. Monseigneur Harabia. Mynheer Bonstedt. Signor Marini. Lord Macumner. Grissart, a physician. Louis Constant de Pressigny, captain of the King's frigate Pomona. M. de Gesvers, captain of the King's Guards. M. de Biscarrat, an officer of the King's Guards. M. de Friedrich, an officer of the Swiss Guards. Messieurs Jean Percerin, the King's tailor. M. Valet, the King's physician. Planchet, a confectioner in the Rue des Lombards, former servant of D'Artagnan. Madame Gector, his housekeeper. Daddy Celestin, Planchet's servant. Bazin, servant to M. d'Herblay. Grimaud, and old servant of Athos. Mousqueton, servant of Porthos. Blaisois, servant to Athos. Olivain, servant of Vicomte de Bragelonne. In the service of Fouquet. Jupinet, a printer. Jetard, an architect. Danicamp. Meneville, an adventurer. M. Lebrun, painter. M. Faucheux, a goldsmith. Vitel, Fouquet's steward. Toby, one of Fouquet's servants. Yves, a sailor. Kaiser, a Dutch fisherman. Maître Cropole, of the hostelry of the Medici at Blois. Pitrino, his assistant. Madame Cropole, landlord of the Beau Paon Hotel. Superior of the Carmelite convent at Chaillot. Guénaud, Mazarin's physician. The Theatin father, the cardinal's spiritual director. English. Charles II, King of England. Perry, his servant. General Monk, afterwards Duke of Albemarle. Digby, his aide-de-camp. General Lambert. James, Duke of York, brother of Charles II. George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham. Lord Rochester. Duke of Norfolk. Miss Mary Grafton. Miss Stewart. Host of the Stag's Horn Tavern. The Vicomte de Bragelonne. 10 years later. Party. The Vicomte de Bragelonne. 1. The letter. Towards the middle of the month of May, in the year 1660, at 9 o'clock in the morning, when the sun, already high in the heavens, was fast absorbing the dew from the ramparts of the castle of Blois, a little cavalcade, composed of 3 men and 2 pages, re-entered the city by the bridge, without producing any other effect upon the passengers of the quay beyond a first movement of the hand to the head, as a salute, and a second movement of the tongue to express, in the purest French then spoken in France, "There is Monsieur returning from hunting." And that was all. Whilst, however, the horses were climbing the steep acclivity which leads from the river to the castle, several shop boys approached the last horse, from whose saddlebow a number of birds were suspended by the beak. On seeing this, the inquisitive youths manifested with rustic freedom their contempt for such paltry sport, and, after a dissertation among themselves upon the disadvantages of hawking, they returned to their occupations, one only of the curious party, a stout, stubby, cheerful lad, having demanded how it was that Monsieur, who, from his great revenues, had it in his power to amuse himself so much better, could be satisfied with such mean diversions. "Do you not know," one of the standers-by replied, "that Monsieur's principal amusement is to weary himself?" The light-hearted boy shrugged his shoulders with a gesture which said as clear as day, "In that case I would rather be plain Jack than a prince." And all resumed their labors. In the meanwhile, Monsieur continued his route with an air at once so melancholy and so majestic, that he certainly would have attracted the attention of spectators, if spectators there had been, but the good citizens of Blois could not pardon Monsieur for having chosen their gay city for an abode in which to indulge melancholy at his ease, and as often as they caught a glimpse of the illustrious ennuyé, they stole away gaping, or drew back their heads into the interior of their dwellings, to escape the soporific influence of that long pale face, of those watery eyes, and that languid address, so that the worthy prince was almost certain to find the streets deserted whenever he chanced to pass through them. Now, on the part of the citizens of Blois this was a culpable piece of disrespect, for Monsieur was, after the king, nay, even perhaps, before the king, the greatest noble of the kingdom. In fact, God, who had granted to Louis XIV, then reigning, the honor of being son of Louis XIII, had granted to Monsieur the honor of being son of Henry IV. It was not then, or, at least, it ought not to have been, a trifling source of pride for the city of Blois, that Gaston of Orléans had chosen it as his residence, and held his court in the ancient castle of the States. But it was the destiny of this great prince to excite the attention and admiration of the public in a very modified degree wherever he might be. Monsieur had fallen into this situation by habit. It was not, perhaps, this which gave him that air of listlessness. Monsieur had already been tolerably busy in the course of his life. A man cannot allow the heads of a dozen of his best friends to be cut off without feeling a little excitement, and as, since the accession of Mazarin to power, no heads had been cut off, Monsieur's occupation was gone, and his morale suffered from it. The life of the poor prince was then very dull. After his little morning hawking party on the banks of the Bouvron, or in the woods of Cheverny, Monsieur crossed the Loire, went to breakfast at Chambord, with or without an appetite, and the city of Blois heard no more of its sovereign lord and master till the next hawking day. So much for the ennui extramuros. Of the ennui of the interior we will give the reader an idea if he will with us follow the cavalcade to the majestic porch of the Castle of the States. Monsieur rode a little steady-paced horse, equipped with a large saddle of red Flemish velvet, with stirrups in the shape of buskins. The horse was of a bay color. Monsieur's purpoint of crimson velvet corresponded with the cloak of the same shade and the horse's equipment, and it was only by this red appearance of the whole that the prince could be known from his 2 companions, the one dressed in violet, the other in green. He on the left, in violet, was his equerry, he on the right, in green, was the grand venner. One of the pages carried 2 gerfalcons upon a perch, the other a hunting horn, which he blew with a careless note at 20 paces from the castle. Everyone about this listless prince did what he had to listlessly. At this signal, 8 guards, who were lounging in the sun in the square court, ran to their halberts, and Monsieur made his solemn entry into the castle. When he had disappeared under the shades of the porch, 3 or 4 idlers, who had followed the cavalcade to the castle, after pointing out the suspended birds to each other, dispersed with comments upon what they saw, and, when they were gone, the street, the place, and the court, all remained deserted alike. Monsieur dismounted without speaking a word, went straight to his apartments, where his valet changed his dress, and as Madame had not yet sent orders respecting breakfast, Monsieur stretched himself upon a chaise longue, and was soon as fast asleep as if it had been 11 o'clock at night. The 8 guards, who concluded their service for the day was over, laid themselves down very comfortably in the sun upon some stone benches. The grooms disappeared with their horses into the stables, and, with the exception of a few joyous birds, startling each other with their sharp chirping in the tufted shrubberies, it might have been thought that the whole castle was as soundly asleep as Monsieur was. All at once, in the midst of this delicious silence, there resounded a clear ringing laugh, which caused several of the halberdiers in the enjoyment of their siesta to open at least one eye. This burst of laughter proceeded from a window of the castle, visited at this moment by the sun, that embraced it in one of those large angles which the profiles of the chimneys mark out upon the walls before midday. The little balcony of wrought iron which advanced in front of this window was furnished with a pot of red gillyflowers, another pot of primroses, and an early rose tree, the foliage of which, beautifully green, was variegated with numerous red specks announcing future roses. In the chamber lighted by this window, was a square table, covered with an old large flowered Haarlem tapestry. In the center of this table was a long-necked stone bottle, in which were irises and lilies of the valley. At each end of this table was a young girl. The position of these 2 young people was singular, they might have been taken for 2 boarders escaped from a convent. One of them, with both elbows on the table, and a pen in her hand, was tracing characters upon a sheet of fine Dutch paper. The other, kneeling upon a chair, which allowed her to advance her head and bust over the back of it to the middle of the table, was watching her companion as she wrote, or rather hesitated to write. Thence the 1,000 cries, the 1,000 railleries, the 1,000 laughs, one of which, more brilliant than the rest, had startled the birds in the gardens and disturbed the slumbers of Monsieur's guards. We are taking portraits now, we shall be allowed, therefore, we hope, to sketch the 2 last of this chapter. The one who was leaning in the chair, that is to say, the joyous, laughing one, was a beautiful girl of from 18 to 20, with brown complexion and brown hair, splendid, from eyes which sparkled beneath strongly marked brows, and particularly from her teeth, which seemed to shine like pearls between her red coral lips. Her every movement seemed the accent of a sunny nature, she did not walk, she bounded. The other, she who was writing, looked at her turbulent companion with an eye as limpid, as pure, and as blue as the azure of the day. Her hair, of a shaded fairness, arranged with exquisite taste, fell in silky curls over her lovely mantling cheeks. She passed across the paper a delicate hand, whose thinness announced her extreme youth. At each burst of laughter that proceeded from her friend, she raised, as if annoyed, her white shoulders in a poetical and mild manner, but they were wanting in that richfulness of mold that was likewise to be wished in her arms and hands. Montalais, Montalais, said she at length, in a voice soft and caressing as a melody, you laugh too loud, you laugh like a man. You will not only draw the attention of Messieurs the guards, but you will not hear Madame's bell when Madame rings. This admonition neither made the young girl called Montalais cease to laugh nor gesticulate. She only replied, Louise, you do not speak as you think, my dear, you know that Messieurs the guards, as you call them, have only just commenced their sleep, and that a cannon would not waken them. You know that Madame's bell can be heard at the bridge of Blois, and that consequently I shall hear it when my services are required by Madame. What annoys you, my child, is that I laugh while you are writing, and what you are afraid of is that Madame de Saint Remy, your mother, should come up here, as she does sometimes when we laugh too loud, that she should surprise us, and that she should see that enormous sheet of paper upon which, in a quarter of an hour, you have only traced the words, Monsieur Raoul. Now, you are right, my dear Louise, because after these words, Monsieur Raoul, others may be put so significant and incendiary as to cause Madame Saint Remy to burst out into fire and flames. Hein, is not that true now, say? And Montalais redoubled her laughter and noisy provocations. The fair girl at length became quite angry. She tore the sheet of paper on which, in fact, the words, Monsieur Raoul, were written in good characters, and crushing the paper in her trembling hands, she threw it out of the window. There, said Mademoiselle de Montalais, there is our little lamb, our gentle dove, angry. Don't be afraid, Louise, Madame de Saint Remy will not come, and if she should, you know I have a quick ear. Besides, what can be more permissible than to write to an old friend of 12 years' standing, particularly when the letter begins with the words, Monsieur Raoul? It is all very well, I will not write to him at all, said the young girl. Ah, in good sooth, Montalais is properly punished, cried the jeering brunette, still laughing. Come, let us try another sheet of paper, and finish our dispatch offhand. Good, there is the bell ringing now. By my faith, so much the worse. Madame must wait, or else do without her first maid of honor this morning. A bell, in fact, did ring. It announced that Madame had finished her toilette, and waited for Monsieur to give her his hand, and conduct her from the salon to the refectory. This formality being accomplished with great ceremony, the husband and wife breakfasted, and then separated till the hour of dinner, invariably fixed at 2 o'clock. The sound of this bell caused a door to be opened in the offices on the left hand of the court, from which filed 2 maîtres d'hôtel followed by 8 scullions bearing a kind of handbarrow loaded with dishes under silver covers. One of the maîtres d'hôtel, the first in rank, touched one of the guards, who was snoring on his bench, slightly with his wand. He even carried his kindness so far as to place the halberd which stood against the wall in the hands of the man stupid with sleep, after which the soldier, without explanation, escorted the viande of Monsieur to the refectory, preceded by a page and the 2 maîtres d'hôtel. Wherever the viande passed, the soldiers ported arms. Mademoiselle de Montalais and her companion had watched from their window the details of this ceremony, to which, by the by, they must have been pretty well accustomed. But they did not look so much from curiosity as to be assured they should not be disturbed. So, guards, scullions, maîtres d'hôtel, and pages having passed, they resumed their places at the table, and the sun, which, through the window frame, had for an instant fallen upon those 2 charming countenances, now only shed its light upon the gillyflowers, primroses, and rose tree. Bah, said Mademoiselle de Montalais, taking her place again, Madame will breakfast very well without me. Oh, Montalais, you will be punished, replied the other girl, sitting down quietly in hers. Punished, indeed, that is to say, deprived of a ride. That is just the way in which I wish to be punished. To go out in the grand coach, perched upon a doorstep, to turn to the left, twist round to the right, over roads full of ruts, where we cannot exceed a league in 2 hours, and then to come back straight towards the wing of the castle in which is the window of Marie de Medici, so that Madame never fails to say, could one believe it possible that Marie de Medici should have escaped from that window, 47 feet high? The mother of 2 princes and 3 princesses. If you call that relaxation, Louise, all I ask is to be punished every day, particularly when my punishment is to remain with you and write such interesting letters as we write. Montalais, there are duties to be performed. You talk of them very much at your ease, dear child, you, who are left quite free amidst this tedious court. You are the only person that reaps the advantages of them without incurring the trouble, you, who are really more one of Madame's maids of honor than I am, because Madame makes her affection for your father-in-law glance off upon you, so that you enter this dull house as the birds fly into yonder court, inhaling the air, pecking the flowers, picking up the grain, without having the least service to perform, or the least annoyance to undergo. And you talk to me of duties to be performed. In sooth, my pretty idler, what are your own proper duties, unless to write to the handsome Raoul? And even that you don't do, so that it looks to me as if you likewise were rather negligent of your duties. Louise assumed a serious air, leant her chin upon her hand, and, in a tone full of candid remonstrance, "And do you reproach me with my good fortune?" said she. "Can you have the heart to do it? You have a future, you will belong to the court. The king, if he should marry, will require Monsieur to be near his person. you will see splendid fates, you will see the king, who they say is so handsome, so agreeable. Ay, and still more, I shall see Raoul, who attends upon le Prince, added Montalais maliciously. Poor Raoul, sighed Louise. Now is the time to write to him, my pretty dear. Come, begin again, with that famous, Monsieur Raoul, which figures at the top of the poor torn sheet. She then held the pen toward her, and with a charming smile encouraged her hand, which quickly traced the words she named. What next? Asked the younger of the two girls. Why, now write what you think, Louise, replied Montalais. Are you quite sure I think of anything? You think of somebody, and that amounts to the same thing, or rather even more. Do you think so, Montalais? Louise, your blue eyes are as deep as the sea I saw at Boulogne last year. No, I mistake, the sea is perfidious, your eyes are as deep as the azure yonder, look, over our heads. Well, since you can read so well in my eyes, tell me what I am thinking about, Montalais. In the first place, you don't think, Monsieur Raoul, you think, my dear Raoul. Oh, never blush for such a trifle as that. My dear Raoul, we will say, you implore me to write you at Paris, where you are detained by your attendants on le Prince. As you must be very dull there, to seek for amusement in the remembrance of a provincial. Louise rose up suddenly. No, Montalais, said she, with a smile, I don't think a word of that. Look, this is what I think, and she seized the pen boldly, and traced, with a firm hand, the following words. I should have been very unhappy if your entreaties to obtain a remembrance of me had been less warm. Everything here reminds me of our early days, which so quickly passed away, which so delightfully flew by, that no others will ever replace the charm of them in my heart. Montalais, who watched the flying pen, and read, the wrong way upwards, as fast as her friend wrote, here interrupted by clapping her hands. Capital, cried she, there is frankness, there is heart, there is style. Show these Parisians, my dear, that Blois is the city for fine language. He knows very well that Blois was a paradise to me, replied the girl. That is exactly what you mean to say, and you speak like an angel. I will finish, Montalais, and she continued as follows, you often think of me, you say, Monsieur Raoul, I thank you, but that does not surprise me, when I recollect how often our hearts have beaten close to each other. Oh, said Montalais, beware, my lamb, you are scattering your wool, and there are wolves about. Louise was about to reply, when the gallop of a horse resounded under the porch of the castle. What is that? Said Montalais, approaching the window. A handsome cavalier, by my faith. Oh, Raoul, exclaimed Louise, who had made the same movement as her friend, and, becoming pale as death, sunk back beside her unfinished letter. Now, he is a clever lover, upon my word, cried Montalais, he arrives just at the proper moment. Come in, I implore you, murmured Louise. Bah, he does not know me. Let me see what he has come here for. 2. The messenger. Mademoiselle de Montalais was right, the young cavalier was goodly to look upon. He was a young man of from 24 to 25 years of age, tall and slender, wearing gracefully the picturesque military costume of the period. His large boots contained a foot which Mademoiselle de Montalais might not have disowned if she had been transformed into a man. With one of his delicate but nervous hands he checked his horse in the middle of the court, and with the other raised his hat, whose long plumes shaded his at once serious and ingenuous countenance. The guards, roused by the steps of the horse, awoke, and were on foot in a minute. The young man waited till one of them was close to his saddlebow, then, stooping towards him, in a clear, distinct voice, which was perfectly audible at the window where the two girls were concealed, a message for His Royal Highness, he said. Ah, cried the soldier. Officer, a messenger. But this brave guard knew very well that no officer would appear, seeing that the only one who could have appeared dwelt at the other side of the castle, in an apartment looking into the gardens. So he hastened to add, the officer, Monsieur, is on his rounds, but, in his absence, M. de Saint-Remy, the maître d'hôtel, shall be informed. M. de Saint-Remy, repeated the cavalier, slightly blushing. Do you know him? Why, yes, but request him, if you please, that my visit be announced to His Royal Highness as soon as possible. It appears to be pressing, said the guard, as if speaking to himself, but really in the hope of obtaining an answer. The messenger made an affirmative sign with his head. In that case, said the guard, I will go and seek the maître d'hôtel myself. The young man, in the meantime, dismounted, and whilst the others were making their remarks upon the fine horse the cavalier rode, the soldier returned. Your pardon, young gentleman, but your name, if you please. The Vicomte de Bragelonne, on the part of His Highness le Prince de Condé. The soldier made a profound bow, and, as if the name of the conqueror of Rocroi and Lens had given him wings, he stepped lightly up the steps leading to the antechamber. M. de Bragelonne had not had time to fasten his horse to the iron bars of the perron, when M. de Saint-Remy came running, out of breath, supporting his capacious body with one hand, whilst with the other he cut the air as a fisherman cleaves the waves with his oar. Ah, Monsieur le Vicomte! You at Blois, cried he. Well, that is a wonder. Good day to you, good day, Monsieur Raoul. I offer you 1,000 respects, M. de Saint-Remy. How Madame de Laval, I mean, how delighted Madame de Saint-Remy will be to see you. But come in. His Royal Highness is at breakfast, must he be interrupted? Is the matter serious? Yes, and no, Monsieur de Saint-Remy. A moment's delay, however, would be disagreeable to His Royal Highness. If that is the case, we will force the consigne, Monsieur le Vicomte. Come in. Besides, Monsieur is in an excellent humor today. And then you bring news, do you not? Great news, Monsieur de Saint-Remy. And good, I presume. Excellent. Come quickly then, cried the worthy man, putting his dress to rights as he went along. Raoul followed him, hat in hand, and a little disconcerted at the noise made by his spurs in these immense salons. As soon as he had disappeared in the interior of the palace, the window of the court was repeopled, and an animated whispering betrayed the emotion of the two girls. They soon appeared to have formed a resolution, for one of the two faces disappeared from the window. This was the brunette, the other remained behind the balcony, concealed by the flowers, watching attentively through the branches the perron by which M. de Bragelonne had entered the castle. In the meantime the object of so much laudable curiosity continued his route, following the steps of the maître d'hôtel. The noise of quick steps, an odor of wine and viands, a clinking of crystal and plates, warned them that they were coming to the end of their course. The pages, valets, and officers, assembled in the office which led up to the refectory, welcomed the newcomer with the proverbial politeness of the country. Some of them were acquainted with Raoul, and all knew that he came from Paris. It might be said that his arrival for a moment suspended the service. In fact, a page, who was pouring out wine for His Royal Highness, on hearing the jingling of spurs in the next chamber, turned round like a child, without perceiving that he was continuing to pour out, not into the glass but upon the tablecloth. Madame, who was not so preoccupied as her glorious spouse was, remarked this distraction of the page. Well, exclaimed she. Well, repeated Monsieur, what is going on then? M. de Saint-Remy, who had just introduced his head through the doorway, took advantage of the moment. Why am I to be disturbed? Said Gaston, helping himself to a thick slice of one of the largest salmon that had ever ascended the Loire to be captured between Paimboeuf and Saint-Nazaire. There is a messenger from Paris. Oh, but after Monseigneur has breakfasted will do, there is plenty of time. From Paris, cried the prince, letting his fork fall. A messenger from Paris, do you say? And on whose part does this messenger come? On the part of M. le Prince, said the maître d'hôtel promptly. Everyone knows that the Prince de Condé was so called. A messenger from M. le Prince, said Gaston, with an inquietude that escaped none of the assistants, and consequently redoubled the general curiosity. Monsieur, perhaps, fancied himself brought back again to the happy times when the opening of a door gave him an emotion, in which every letter might contain a state secret, in which every message was connected with a dark and complicated intrigue. Perhaps, likewise, that great name of M. le Prince expanded itself, beneath the roofs of Blois, to the proportions of a phantom. Monsieur pushed away his plate. Shall I tell the envoy to wait? Asked M. de Saint-Remy. A glance from Madame emboldened Gaston, who replied, No, no, let him come in at once, on the contrary. Apropos, who is he? A gentleman of this country, M. le Vicomte de Bragelonne. Ah, very well. Introduce him, Saint-Remy, introduce him. And when he had let fall these words, with his accustomed gravity, Monsieur turned his eyes, in a certain manner, upon the people of his suite, so that all, pages, officers, and equerries, quitted the service, knives and goblets, and made towards the second chamber door a retreat as rapid as it was disorderly. This little army had dispersed in 2 files when Raoul de Bragelonne, preceded by M. de Saint-Remy, entered the refectory. The short interval of solitude which this retreat had left him, permitted Monsieur the time to assume a diplomatic countenance. He did not turn round, but waited till the maître d'hôtel should bring the messenger face to face with him. Raoul stopped even with the lower end of the table, so as to be exactly between Monsieur and Madame. From this place he made a profound bow to Monsieur, and a very humble one to Madame. Then, drawing himself up into military pose, he waited for Monsieur to address him. On his part the prince waited till the doors were hermetically closed. He would not turn round to ascertain the fact, as that would have been derogatory to his dignity, but he listened with all his ears for the noise of the lock, which would promise him at least an appearance of secrecy. The doors being closed, Monsieur raised his eyes towards the Vicomte, and said, "It appears that you come from Paris, Monsieur." "This minute, Monseigneur." "How is the king?" "His Majesty is in perfect health, Monseigneur." "And my sister-in-law?" "Her Majesty the Queen Mother still suffers from the complaint in her chest, but for the last month she has been rather better." "Somebody told me you came on the part of M. le Prince." "They must have been mistaken, surely." "No, Monseigneur, M. le Prince has charged me to convey this letter to your Royal Highness, and I am to wait for an answer to it." Raoul had been a little annoyed by this cold and cautious reception, and his voice insensibly sank to a low key. The prince forgot that he was the cause of this apparent mystery, and his fears returned. He received the letter from the Prince de Condé with a haggard look, unsealed it as he would have unsealed a suspicious packet, and in order to read it so that no one should remark the effects of it upon his countenance, he turned round. Madame followed, with an anxiety almost equal to that of the prince, every maneuver of her august husband. Raoul, impassible, and a little disengaged by the attention of his hosts, looked from his place through the open window at the gardens and the statues which peopled them. "Well," cried Monsieur, all at once, with a cheerful smile, "here is an agreeable surprise, and a charming letter from M. le Prince. Look, Madame." The table was too large to allow the arm of the prince to reach the hand of Madame. Raoul sprang forward to be their intermediary, and did it with so good a grace as to procure a flattering acknowledgment from the princess. "You know the contents of this letter, no doubt," said Gaston to Raoul. "Yes, Monseigneur, M. le Prince at first gave me the message verbally, but upon reflection His Highness took up his pen." "It is beautiful writing," said Madame, "but I cannot read it." "Will you read it to Madame, M. de Bragelonne?" said the Duke. "Yes, read it, if you please, Monsieur." Raoul began to read, Monsieur giving again all his attention. The letter was conceived in these terms. "Monseigneur, the king is about to set out for the frontiers. You are aware the marriage of His Majesty is concluded upon. The king has done me the honor to appoint me his Maréchal des Logis for this journey, and as I knew with what joy His Majesty would pass a day at Blois, I venture to ask your Royal Highness's permission to mark the house you inhabit as our quarters. If, however, the suddenness of this request should create to your Royal Highness any embarrassment, I entreat you to say so by the messenger I send, a gentleman of my suite, M. le Vicomte de Bragelonne. My itinerary will depend on your Royal Highness's determination, and instead of passing through Blois, we shall come through Vendôme or Romorantin. I venture to hope that your Royal Highness will be pleased with my arrangement, it being the expression of my boundless desire to make myself agreeable to you. Nothing can be more gracious toward us," said Madame, who had more than once consulted the looks of her husband during the reading of the letter. "The king here," exclaimed she, in a rather louder tone than would have been necessary to preserve secrecy. "Monsieur," said His Royal Highness in his turn, "you will offer my thanks to M. de Condé, and express to him my gratitude for the honor he has done me." Raoul bowed. "On what day will His Majesty arrive?" continued the prince. "The king, Monseigneur, will in all probability arrive this evening." "But how, then, could he have known my reply if it had been in the negative?" "I was desired, Monseigneur, to return in all haste to Beaugency, to give counter-orders to the courier, who was himself to go back immediately with counter-orders to M. le Prince. His Majesty is at Orléans, then." "Much nearer, Monseigneur, His Majesty must by this time have arrived at Maying." "Does the court accompany him?" "Yes, Monseigneur. Apropos, I forgot to ask you after M. le Cardinal." His Eminence appears to enjoy good health, Monseigneur. His nieces accompany him, no doubt. No, Monseigneur, His Eminence has ordered the Mesdemoiselles de Mancini to set out for Bruges. They will follow the left bank of the Loire, while the court will come by the right. What? Mademoiselle Marie de Mancini quit the court in that manner? Asked Monsieur, his reserve beginning to diminish. Mademoiselle Marie de Mancini in particular, replied Raoul discreetly. A fugitive smile, an imperceptible vestige of his ancient spirit of intrigue, shot across the pale face of the prince. Thanks, M. de Bragelonne, then said Monsieur. You would, perhaps, not be willing to carry M. le Prince the commission with which I would charge you, and that is, that his messenger has been very agreeable to me, but I will tell him so myself. Raoul bowed his thanks to Monsieur for the honor he had done him. Monsieur made a sign to Madame, who struck a bell which was placed at her right hand. M. de Saint-Remy entered, and the room was soon filled with people. Messieurs, said the prince, His Majesty is about to pay me the honor of passing a day at Blois. I depend on the king, my nephew, not having to repent of the favor he does my house. Vive le roi! Cried all the officers of the household with frantic enthusiasm, and M. de Saint-Remy louder than the rest. Gaston hung down his head with evident chagrin. He had all his life been obliged to hear, or rather to undergo, this cry of Vive le roi, which passed over him. For a long time, being unaccustomed to hear it, his ear had had rest, and now a younger, more vivacious, and more brilliant royalty rose up before him, like a new and more painful provocation. Madame perfectly understood the sufferings of that timid, gloomy heart. She rose from the table, Monsieur imitated her mechanically, and all the domestics, with a buzzing like that of several beehives, surrounded Raoul for the purpose of questioning him. Madame saw this movement, and called, M. de Saint-Remy. This is not the time for gossiping, but working, said she, with the tone of an angry housekeeper. M. de Saint-Remy hastened to break the circle formed by the officers round Raoul, so that the latter was able to gain the antechamber. Care will be taken of that gentleman, I hope, added Madame, addressing M. de Saint-Remy. The worthy man immediately hastened after Raoul. Madame desires refreshments to be offered to you, said he, and there is, besides, a lodging for you in the castle. Thanks, M. de Saint-Remy, replied Raoul, but you know how anxious I must be to pay my duty to M. le Comte, my father. That is true, Monsieur Raoul, present him, at the same time, my humble respects, if you please. Raoul thus once more got rid of the old gentleman, and pursued his way. As he was passing under the porch, leading his horse by the bridle, a soft voice called him from the depths of an obscure path. Monsieur Raoul, said the voice. The young man turned round, surprised, and saw a dark-complexioned girl, who, with a finger on her lip, held out her other hand to him. This young lady was an utter stranger. 3. The interview. Raoul made one step towards the girl who thus called him. But my horse, madam, said he. Oh, you are terribly embarrassed. Go yonder way, there is a shed in the outer court, fasten your horse, and return quickly. I obey, madam. Raoul was not 4 minutes in performing what he had been directed to do. He returned to the little door, where, in the gloom, he found his mysterious conductress waiting for him, on the first steps of a winding staircase. Are you brave enough to follow me, Monsieur Knight-errant? Asked the girl, laughing at the momentary hesitation Raoul had manifested. The latter replied by springing up the dark staircase after her. They thus climbed up 3 stories, he behind her, touching with his hands, when he felt for the banister, a silk dress which rubbed against each side of the staircase. At every false step made by Raoul, his conductress cried, "Hush!" and held out to him a soft perfumed hand. One would mount thus to the belfry of the castle without being conscious of fatigue, said Raoul. All of which means, monsieur, that you are very much perplexed, very tired, and very uneasy. But be of good cheer, monsieur, here we are, at our destination. The girl threw open a door, which immediately, without any transition, filled with a flood of light the landing of the staircase, at the top of which Raoul appeared, holding fast by the balustrade. The girl continued to walk on, he followed her, she entered a chamber, he did the same. As soon as he was fairly in the net he heard a loud cry, and, turning round, saw at 2 paces from him, with her hands clasped and her eyes closed, that beautiful fair girl with blue eyes and white shoulders, who, recognizing him, called him Raoul. He saw her, and divined at once so much love and so much joy in the expression of her countenance, that he sank on his knees in the middle of the chamber, murmuring, on his part, the name of Louise. "Ah, Montalais, Montalais," she sighed, "it is very wicked to deceive me so." "Who, I have deceived you." "Yes, you told me you would go down to inquire the news, and you have brought up Monsieur." "Well, I was obliged to do so, how else could he have received the letter you wrote him?" And she pointed with her finger to the letter which was still upon the table. Raoul made a step to take it. Louise, more rapid, although she had sprung forward with a sufficiently remarkable physical hesitation, reached out her hand to stop him. Raoul came in contact with that trembling hand, took it within his own, and carried it so respectfully to his lips, that he might have been said to have deposited a sigh upon it rather than a kiss. In the meantime, Mademoiselle de Montalais had taken the letter, folded it carefully, as women do, in 3 folds, and slipped it into her bosom. "Don't be afraid, Louise," said she, "Monsieur will no more venture to take it hence than the defunct King Louis XIII ventured to take billets from the corsage of Mademoiselle de Hautefort." Raoul blushed at seeing the smile of the 2 girls, and he did not remark that the hand of Louise remained in his. "There," said Montalais, "you have pardoned me, Louise, for having brought Monsieur to you, and you, Monsieur, bear me no malice for having followed me to see Mademoiselle. Now, then, peace being made, let us chat like old friends. Present me, Louise, to M. de Bragelonne." "Monsieur le Vicomte," said Louise, with her quiet grace and ingenuous smile, "I have the honor to present to you Mademoiselle Aure de Montalais, maid of honor to her Royal Highness Madame, and moreover my friend, my excellent friend." Raoul bowed ceremoniously. "And me, Louise," said he, "will you not present me also to Mademoiselle?" "Oh, she knows you, she knows all." This unguarded expression made Montalais laugh and Raoul sigh with happiness, for he interpreted it thus: "She knows all our love." The ceremonies being over, "Monsieur le Vicomte," said Montalais, "take a chair, and tell us quickly the news you bring flying thus." "Mademoiselle, it is no longer a secret, the king, on his way to Poitiers, will stop at Blois, to visit his Royal Highness." "The king here!" exclaimed Montalais, clapping her hands. "What, are we going to see the court? Only think, Louise, the real court from Paris. Oh, good heavens! But when will this happen, Monsieur?" "Perhaps this evening, Mademoiselle, at latest, tomorrow." Montalais lifted her shoulders in a sigh of vexation. "No time to get ready. No time to prepare a single dress. We are as far behind the fashions as the Poles. We shall look like portraits from the time of Henry IV. "Ah, Monsieur, this is sad news you bring us. But, mesdemoiselles, you will be still beautiful." "That's no news." "Yes, we shall always be beautiful, because nature has made us passable, but we shall be ridiculous, because the fashion will have forgotten us." "Alas, ridiculous. I shall be thought ridiculous, I." "And by whom?" said Louise, innocently. "By whom? You are a strange girl, my dear. Is that a question to put to me? I mean everybody, I mean the courtiers, the nobles, I mean the king." "Pardon me, my good friend, but as here everyone is accustomed to see us as we are." "Granted, but that is about to change, and we shall be ridiculous, even for Blois, for close to us will be seen the fashions from Paris, and they will perceive that we are in the fashion of Blois. It is enough to make one despair. Console yourself, mademoiselle. Well, so let it be. After all, so much the worse for those who do not find me to their taste," said Montalais, philosophically. "They would be very difficult to please," replied Raoul, faithful to his regular system of gallantry. "Thank you, Monsieur le Vicomte. We were saying, then, that the king is coming to Blois." "With all the court. Mesdemoiselles de Mancini, will they be with them?" "No, certainly not. But as the king, it is said, cannot do without Mademoiselle Marie." "Mademoiselle, the king must do without her. Le cardinal will have it so. He has exiled his nieces to Bruges. He, the hypocrite." "Hush," said Louise, pressing a finger on her friend's rosy lips. "Bah, nobody can hear me. I say that old Mazarino Mazarini is a hypocrite, who burns impatiently to make his niece Queen of France." "That cannot be, mademoiselle, since le cardinal, on the contrary, had brought about the marriage of His Majesty with the Infanta Maria Theresa." Montalais looked Raoul full in the face, and said, "And do you Parisians believe in these tales?" Well, we are a little more knowing than you, at Blois. Mademoiselle, if the king goes beyond Poitiers and sets out for Spain, if the articles of the marriage contract are agreed upon by Don Luis de Haro and his eminence, you must plainly perceive that it is not child's play. All very fine, but the king is king, I suppose. No doubt, mademoiselle, but the cardinal is the cardinal. The king is not a man, then. And he does not love Marie Mancini. He adores her. Well, he will marry her then. We shall have war with Spain. Mazarin will spend a few of the millions he has put away. Our gentlemen will perform prodigies of valor in their encounters with the proud Castilians, and many of them will return crowned with laurels, to be recrowned by us with myrtles. Now, that is my view of politics. Montalais, you are wild, said Louise, and every exaggeration attracts you as light does a moth. Louise, you are so extremely reasonable, that you will never know how to love. Oh, said Louise, in a tone of tender reproach, don't you see, Montalais? The Queen Mother desires to marry her son to the Infanta, would you wish him to disobey his mother? Is it for a royal heart like his to set such a bad example? When parents forbid love, love must be banished. And Louise sighed. Raoul cast down his eyes, with an expression of constraint. Montalais, on her part, laughed aloud. Well, I have no parents, said she. You were acquainted, without doubt, with the state of health of le Comte de la Fere, said Louise, after breathing that sigh which had revealed so many griefs in its eloquent utterance. No, mademoiselle, replied Raoul, I have not yet paid my respects to my father. I was going to his house when Mademoiselle de Montalais so kindly stopped me. I hope the Comte is well. You have heard nothing to the contrary, have you? No, Raoul, nothing, thank God. Here, for several instants, ensued a silence, during which two spirits, which followed the same idea, communicated perfectly, without even the assistance of a single glance. Oh, heavens! Exclaimed Montalais in a fright, there is somebody coming up. Who can it be? Said Louise, rising in great agitation. Mesdemoiselles, I inconvenience you very much. I have, without doubt, been very indiscreet, stammered Raoul, very ill at ease. It is a heavy step, said Louise. Ah, if it is only Malicorne, added Montalais, do not disturb yourselves. Louise and Raoul looked at each other to inquire who Malicorne could be. There is no occasion to mind him, continued Montalais, he is not jealous. But, mademoiselle, said Raoul. Yes, I understand. Well, he is discreet as I am. Good heavens! Cried Louise, who had applied her ear to the door, which had been left ajar, it is my mother's step. Madame de Saint-Remy, where shall I hide myself? Exclaimed Raoul, catching at the dress of Montalais, who looked quite bewildered. Yes, said she, yes, I know the clicking of those pattens. It is our excellent mother. Le Vicomte, what a pity it is the window looks upon a stone pavement, and that 50 paces below it. Raoul glanced at the balcony in despair. Louise seized his arm and held it tight. Oh, how silly I am, said Montalais, have I not the robe of ceremony closet? It looks as if it were made on purpose. It was quite time to act. Madame de Saint-Remy was coming up at a quicker pace than usual. She gained the landing at the moment when Montalais, as in all scenes of surprises, shut the closet by leaning with her back against the door. Ah, cried Madame de Saint-Remy, you are here, are you, Louise? Yes, madame, replied she, more pale than if she had committed a great crime. Well, pray be seated, madame, said Montalais, offering her a chair, which she placed so that the back was towards the closet. Thank you, mademoiselle, or, thank you. Come, my child, be quick. Where do you wish me to go, madame? Why, home, to be sure, have you not to prepare your toilette? What did you say? Cried Montalais, hastening to affect surprise, so fearful was she that Louise would in some way commit herself. You don't know the news, then, said Madame de Saint-Remy. What news, madame, is it possible for two girls to learn up in this dovecote? What, have you seen nobody? Madame, you talk in enigmas, and you torment us at a slow fire. Cried Montalais, who, terrified at seeing Louise become paler and paler, did not know to what saint to put up her vows. At length she caught an eloquent look of her companion's, one of those looks which would convey intelligence to a brick wall. Louise directed her attention to a hat, Raoul's unlucky hat, which was set out in all its feathery splendor upon the table. Montalais sprang towards it, and, seizing it with her left hand, passed it behind her into the right, concealing it as she was speaking. "Well," said Madame de Saint-Remy, "a courier has arrived, announcing the approach of the king. There, mesdemoiselles, there is something to make you put on your best looks." "Quick, quick," cried Montalais. "Follow Madame your mother, Louise, and leave me to get ready my dress of ceremony." Louise arose, her mother took her by the hand, and led her out onto the landing. "Come along," said she, then adding in a low voice, "When I forbid you to come the apartment of Montalais, why do you do so?" "Madam, she is my friend. Besides, I had but just come." "Did you see nobody concealed while you were there?" "Madam, I saw a man's hat, I tell you, the hat of that fellow, that good-for-nothing." "Madam," repeated Louise, "of that do-nothing Malicorne. A maid of honor to have such company, fie, fie," and their voices were lost in the depths of the narrow staircase. Montalais had not missed a word of this conversation, which echo conveyed to her as if through a tunnel. She shrugged her shoulders on seeing Raoul, who had listened likewise, issue from the closet. "Poor Montalais," said she, "the victim of friendship. Poor Malicorne, the victim of love." She stopped on viewing the tragic-comic face of Raoul, who was vexed at having, in one day, surprised so many secrets. "Oh, mademoiselle," said he, "how can we repay your kindness?" "Oh, we will balance accounts some day," said she. "For the present, begone, M. de Bragelonne, for Madame de Saint-Remy is not over-indulgent, and any indiscretion on her part might bring hither a domiciliary visit, which would be disagreeable to all parties. But Louise, how shall I know? Begone, begone." King Louis XI knew very well what he was about when he invented the post. "Alas," sighed Raoul, "and am I not here, I, who am worth all the posts in the kingdom? Quick, I say, to horse, so that if Madame de Saint-Remy should return for the purpose of preaching me a lesson on morality, she may not find you here." "She would tell my father, would she not?" murmured Raoul. "And you would be scolded. Ah, Vicomte, it is very plain you come from court, you are as timid as the king." "Peste, at Blois we contrive better than that, to do without papa's consent. Ask Malicorne else." And at these words the girl pushed Raoul out of the room by the shoulders. He glided swiftly down to the porch, regained his horse, mounted, and set off as if he had had Monsieur's guards at his heels. 4. Father and son. Raoul followed the well-known road, so dear to his memory, which led from Blois to the residence of the Comte de la Fère. The reader will dispense with a second description of that habitation. He, perhaps, has been with us there before, and knows it. Only, since our last journey thither, the walls had taken on a grayer tint, and the brickwork assumed a more harmonious copper tone, the trees had grown, and many that then only stretched their slender branches along the tops of the hedges, now, bushy, strong, and luxuriant, cast around, beneath boughs swollen with sap, great shadows of blossoms or fruit for the benefit of the traveler. Raoul perceived, from a distance, the two little turrets, the dovecote in the elms, and the flights of pigeons, which wheeled incessantly around that brick cone, seemingly without power to quit it, like the sweet memories which hover round a spirit at peace. As he approached, he heard the noise of the pulleys which grated under the weight of the heavy pails. He also fancied he heard the melancholy moaning of the water which falls back again into the wells, a sad, funereal, solemn sound, which strikes the ear of the child and the poet, both dreamers, which the English call splash, Arabian poets gazgasho, and which we Frenchmen, who would be poets, can only translate by a paraphrase, the noise of water falling into water. It was more than a year since Raoul had been to visit his father. He had passed the whole time in the household of M. le Prince. In fact, after all the commotions of the Fronde, of the early period of which we formerly attempted to give a sketch, Louis de Condé had made a public, solemn, and frank reconciliation with the court. During all the time that the rupture between the king and the prince had lasted, the prince, who had long entertained a great regard for Bragelonne, had in vain offered him advantages of the most dazzling kind for a young man. The Comte de la Fère, still faithful to his principles of loyalty and royalty, one day developed before his son in the vaults of Saint Denis. The Comte de la Fère, in the name of his son, had always declined them. Moreover, instead of following M. de Condé in his rebellion, the Vicomte had followed M. de Turenne, fighting for the king. Then when M. de Turenne, in his turn, had appeared to abandon the royal cause, he had quitted M. de Turenne, as he had quitted M. de Condé. It resulted from this invariable line of conduct, that, as Condé and Turenne had never been conquerors of each other but under the standard of the king, Raoul, however young, had 10 victories inscribed on his list of services, and not one defeat from which his bravery or conscience had to suffer. Raoul, therefore, had, in compliance with the wish of his father, served obstinately and passively the fortunes of Louis XIV, in spite of the tergiversations which were endemic, and, it might be said, inevitable, at that period. M. de Condé, on being restored to favor, had at once availed himself of all the privileges of the amnesty, to ask for many things back again which had been granted to him before, and among others, Raoul. M. de la Fère, with his invariable good sense, had immediately sent him again to the prince. A year, then, had passed away since the separation of the father and son. A few letters had softened, but not removed, the pain of absence. We have seen that Raoul had left at Blois another love in addition to filial love. But let us do him this justice, if it had not been for chance and Mademoiselle de Montalais, 2 great temptations, Raoul, after delivering his message, would have galloped off towards his father's house, turning his head round, perhaps, but without stopping for a single instant, even if Louise had held out her arms to him. So the first part of the journey was given by Raoul to regretting the past which he had been forced to quit so quickly, that is to say, his ladylove, and the other part to the friend he was about to join, so much too slowly for his wishes. Raoul found the garden gate open, and rode straight in, without regarding the long arms, raised in anger, of an old man dressed in a jacket of violet-colored wool, and a large cap of faded velvet. The old man, who was weeding with his hands a bed of dwarf roses and marguerite, was indignant at seeing a horse thus traversing his sanded and nicely raked walks. He even ventured a vigorous humph, which made the cavalier turn round. Then there was a change of scene, for no sooner had he caught sight of Raoul's face, than the old man sprang up and set off in the direction of the house, amidst interrupted growlings, which appeared to be paroxysms of wild delight. When arrived at the stables, Raoul gave his horse to a little lackey, and sprang up the perron with an ardor that would have delighted the heart of his father. He crossed the antechamber, the dining room, and the salon, without meeting anyone. At length, on reaching the door of M. de la Fère's apartment, he rapped impatiently, and entered almost without waiting for the word, "Enter," which was vouchsafed him by a voice at once sweet and serious. The Comte was seated at a table covered with papers and books. He was still the noble, handsome gentleman of former days, but time had given to this nobleness and beauty a more solemn and distinct character. A brow white and void of wrinkles, beneath his long hair, now more white than black, an eye piercing and mild, under the lids of a young man, his mustache, fine but slightly grizzled, waved over lips of a pure and delicate model, as if they had never been curled by mortal passions, a form straight and supple, an irreproachable but thin hand. This was what remained of the illustrious gentleman whom so many illustrious mouths had praised under the name of Athos. He was engaged in correcting the pages of a manuscript book, entirely filled by his own hand. Raoul seized his father by the shoulders, by the neck, as he could, and embraced him so tenderly and so rapidly, that the Comte had neither strength nor time to disengage himself, or to overcome his paternal emotions. "What, you here, Raoul, you? Is it possible?" said he. "Oh, monsieur, what joy to see you once again. But you don't answer me, Vicomte. Have you leave of absence, or has some misfortune happened at Paris?" "Thank God, monsieur," replied Raoul, calming himself by degrees, "nothing has happened but what is fortunate. The king is going to be married, as I had the honor of informing you in my last letter, and, on his way to Spain, he will pass through Blois to pay a visit to monsieur. Yes, monsieur le Comte. So, fearing to find him unprepared, or wishing to be particularly polite to him, Monsieur le Prince sent me forward to have the lodgings ready." "You have seen Monsieur?" asked the Comte, eagerly. "I have had that honor." "At the castle?" "Yes, Monsieur," replied Raoul, casting down his eyes, because, no doubt, he had felt there was something more than curiosity in the Comte's inquiries. "Ah, indeed, Vicomte. Accept my compliments thereupon." Raoul bowed. "But you have seen someone else at Blois?" "Monsieur, I saw Her Royal Highness, Madame." "That's very well, but it is not Madame that I mean." Raoul colored deeply, but made no reply. You do not appear to understand me, Monsieur le Vicomte, persisted M. de la Fère, without accenting his words more strongly, but with a rather severe look. I understand you quite plainly, monsieur, replied Raoul, and if I hesitate a little in my reply, you are well assured I am not seeking for a falsehood. No, you cannot tell a lie, and that makes me so astonished you should be so long in saying yes or no. I cannot answer you without understanding you very well, and if I have understood you, you will take my first words in ill part. You will displeased, no doubt, Monsieur le Comte, because I have seen Mademoiselle de la Vallière, have you not? It was of her you meant to speak, I know very well, monsieur, said Raoul, with inexpressible sweetness. And I asked you if you have seen her. Monsieur, I was ignorant, when I entered the castle, that Mademoiselle de la Vallière was there. It was only on my return, after I had performed my mission, that chance brought us together. I have had the honor of paying my respects to her. But what do you call the chance that led you into the presence of Mademoiselle de la Vallière? Mademoiselle de Montalais, monsieur. And who is Mademoiselle de Montalais? A young lady I did not know before, whom I had never seen. She is maid of honor to Madame. Monsieur le Vicomte, I will push my interrogatory no further, and reproach myself with having carried it so far. I had desired you to avoid Mademoiselle de la Vallière, and not to see her without my permission. Oh, I am quite sure you have told me the truth, and that you took no measures to approach her. Chance has done me this injury, I do not accuse you of it. I will be content, then, with what I formerly said to you concerning this young lady. I do not reproach her with anything, God is my witness. Only it is not my intention or wish that you should frequent her place of residence. I beg you once more, my dear Raoul, to understand that. It was plain the limpid eyes of Raoul were troubled at this speech. Now, my friend, said the Comte, with his soft smile, and in his customary tone, let us talk of other matters. You were returning, perhaps, to your duty. No, monsieur, I have no duty for today, except the pleasure of remaining with you. The prince kindly appointed me no other, which was so much in accord with my wish. Is the king well? Perfectly. And monsieur le prince also? As usual, monsieur. The Comte forgot to inquire after Mazarin, that was an old habit. Well, Raoul, since you are entirely mine, I will give up my whole day to you. Embrace me, again, again. You were at home, Vicomte. Ah, there is our old Grimaud. Come in, Grimaud, Monsieur le Vicomte is desirous of embracing you likewise. The good old man did not require to be twice told, he rushed in with open arms, Raoul meeting him halfway. Now, if you please, we will go into the garden, Raoul. I will show you the new lodging I have had prepared for you during your leave of absence, and whilst examining the last winter's plantations, and 2 saddle horses I have just acquired, you will give me all the news of our friends in Paris. The Comte closed his manuscript, took the young man's arm, and went out into the gardens with him. Grimaud looked at Raoul with a melancholy air as the young man passed out, observing that his head nearly touched the traverse of the doorway. Stroking his white royale, he slowly murmured, how he has grown. 5. In which something will be said of Cropoli and of a great unknown painter. Whilst the Comte de la Fère with Raoul visits the new buildings he has erected, and the new horses he has bought, with the reader's permission we will lead him back to the city of Blois, and make him a witness of the unaccustomed activity which pervades that city. It was in the hotels that the surprise of the news brought by Raoul was most sensibly felt. In fact, the king and the court at Blois, that is to say, 100 horsemen, 10 carriages, 200 horses, as many lackeys as masters, where was this crowd to be housed? Where were to be lodged all the gentry of the neighborhood, who would gather in 2 or 3 hours after the news had enlarged the circle of its report, like the increasing circumferences produced by a stone thrown into a placid lake? Blois, as peaceful in the morning, as we have seen, as the calmest lake in the world, at the announcement of the royal arrival, was suddenly filled with the tumult and buzzing of a swarm of bees. All the servants of the castle, under the inspection of the officers, were sent into the city in quest of provisions, and 10 horsemen were dispatched to the preserves of Chambord to seek for game, to the fisheries of Bouvron for fish, and to the gardens of Cheverny for fruits and flowers. Precious tapestries, and lustres with great gilt chains, were drawn from the cupboards. An army of the poor were engaged in sweeping the courts and washing the stone fronts, whilst their wives went in droves to the meadows beyond the Loire, to gather green boughs and field flowers. The whole city, not to be behind in this luxury of cleanliness, assumed its best toilette with the help of brushes, brooms, and water. The gutters of the upper town, swollen by these continued ablutions, became rivers at the bottom of the city, and the pavement, generally very muddy, it must be allowed, took a clean face, and absolutely shone in the friendly rays of the sun. Next the music was to be provided, drawers were emptied, the shopkeepers did a glorious trade in wax, ribbons, and sword knots, housekeepers laid in stores of bread, meat, and spices. Already numbers of the citizens whose houses were furnished as if for a siege, having nothing more to do, donned their festive clothes, and directed their course towards the city gate, in order to be the first to signal or see the cortege. They knew very well that the king would not arrive before night, perhaps not before the next morning. Yet what is expectation but a kind of folly, and what is that folly but an excess of hope? In the lower city, at scarcely 100 paces from the castle of the States, between the mall and the castle, in a sufficiently handsome street, then called the Rue Vieille, and which must, in fact, have been very old, stood a venerable edifice, with pointed gables, of squat but large dimensions, ornamented with 3 windows looking into the street on the first floor, with 2 in the second, and with a little œil de bœuf in the third. On the sides of this triangle had recently been constructed a parallelogram of considerable size, which encroached upon the street remorselessly, according to the familiar uses of the building of that period. The street was narrowed by a quarter by it, but then the house was enlarged by a half, and was not that a sufficient compensation? Tradition said that this house with the pointed gables was inhabited, in the time of Henry III, by a councillor of state whom Queen Catherine came, some say to visit, and others to strangle. However that may be, the good lady must have stepped with a circumspect foot over the threshold of this building. After the councillor had died, whether by strangulation or naturally is of no consequence, the house had been sold, then abandoned, and lastly isolated from the other houses of the street. Towards the middle of the reign of Louis XIII only, an Italian, named Cropoli, escaped from the kitchens of the Maréchal d'Ancre, came and took possession of this house. There he established a little hostelry, in which was fabricated a macaroni so delicious that people came from miles round to fetch it or eat it. So famous had the house become for it, that when Marie de Medici was a prisoner, as we know, in the castle of Blois, she once sent for some. It was precisely on the day she had escaped by the famous window. The dish of macaroni was left upon the table, only just tasted by the royal mouth. This double favor, of a strangulation and a macaroni, conferred upon the triangular house, gave poor Cropoli a fancy to grace his hostelry with a pompous title. But his quality of an Italian was no recommendation in these times, and his small, well-concealed fortune forbade attracting too much attention. When he found himself about to die, which happened in 1643, just after the death of Louis XIII, he called to him his son, a young cook of great promise, and with tears in his eyes, he recommended him to preserve carefully the secret of the macaroni, to Frenchify his name, and at length, when the political horizon should be cleared from the clouds which obscured it, this was practiced then as in our day, to order of the nearest smith a handsome sign, upon which a famous painter, whom he named, should design 2 queens' portraits, with these words as a legend, to the Medici. The worthy Cropoli, after these recommendations, had only sufficient time to point out to his young successor a chimney, under the slab of which he had hidden 1,000 10-franc pieces, and then expired. Cropoli the younger, like a man of good heart, supported the loss with resignation, and the gain without insolence. He began by accustoming the public to sound the final I of his name so little, that by the aid of general complaisance, he was soon called nothing but M. Cropole, which is quite a French name. He then married, having had in his eye a little French girl, from whose parents he extorted a reasonable dowry by showing them what there was beneath the slab of the chimney. These 2 points accomplished, he went in search of the painter who was to paint the sign, and he was soon found. He was an old Italian, a rival of the Raphaels and the Carracci, but an unfortunate rival. He said he was of the Venetian school, doubtless from his fondness for color. His works, of which he had never sold one, attracted the eye at a distance of 100 paces, but they so formidably displeased the citizens, that he had finished by painting no more. He boasted of having painted a bathroom for Madame la Maréchale d'Ancre, and mourned over this chamber having been burnt at the time of the Maréchal's disaster. Cropoli, in his character of a compatriot, was indulgent towards Pittrino, which was the name of the artist. Perhaps he had seen the famous pictures of the bathroom. Be this as it may, he held in such esteem, we may say in such friendship, the famous Pittrino, that he took him in his own house. Pittrino, grateful, and fed with macaroni, set about propagating the reputation of this national dish, and from the time of its founder, he had rendered, with his indefatigable tongue, signal services to the house of Cropoli. As he grew old he attached himself to the son as he had done to the father, and by degrees became a kind of overlooker of a house in which his remarkable integrity, his acknowledged sobriety, and 1,000 other virtues useless to enumerate, gave him an eternal place by the fireside, with a right of inspection over the domestics. Besides this, it was he who tasted the macaroni, to maintain the pure flavor of the ancient tradition, and it must be allowed that he never permitted a grain of pepper too much, or an atom of parmesan too little. His joy was at its height on that day when called upon to share the secret of Cropoli the Younger, and to paint the famous sign. He was seen at once rummaging with ardor in an old box, in which he found some brushes, a little gnawed by the rats, but still passable, some colors in bladders, almost dried up, some linseed oil in a bottle, and a palette which had formerly belonged to Bronzino, that dieu de la pitter, as the ultramontane artist, in his ever-young enthusiasm, always called him. Pittrino was puffed up with all the joy of a rehabilitation. He did as Raphael had done, he changed his style, and painted, in the fashion of Albani, 2 goddesses rather than 2 queens. These illustrious ladies appeared so lovely on the sign, they presented to the astonished eyes such an assemblage of lilies and roses, the enchanting result of the changes of style in Pittrino, they assumed the poses of sirens so anacreontically, that the principal Achevan, when admitted to view this capital piece in the salle of Cropoli, at once declared that these ladies were too handsome, of too animated a beauty, to figure as a sign in the eyes of passers-by. To Pittrino he added, His Royal Highness Monsieur, who often comes into our city, will not be much pleased to see his illustrious mother so slightly clothed, and he will send you to the oubliettes of the state, for, remember, the heart of that glorious prince is not always tender. You must efface either the 2 sirens or the legend, without which I forbid the exhibition of the sign. I say this for your sake, Master Cropoli, as well for yours, Signor Pittrino. What answer could be made to this? It was necessary to thank the Achevan for his kindness, which Cropoli did. But Pittrino remained downcast and said he felt assured of what was about to happen. The visitor was scarcely gone when Cropoli, crossing his arms, said, Well, master, what is to be done? We must efface the legend, said Pittrino, in a melancholy tone. I have some excellent ivory black, it will be done in a moment, and we will replace the Medici by the nymphs or the sirens, whichever you prefer. No, said Cropoli, the will of my father must be carried out. My father considered. He considered the figures of the most importance, said Pittrino. He thought most of the legend, said Cropoli. The proof of the importance in which he held the figures, said Pittrino, is that he desired they should be likenesses, and they are so. Yes, but if they had not been so, who would have recognized them without the legend? At the present day even, when the memory of the Blaisois begins to be faint with regard to these 2 celebrated persons, who would recognize Catherine and Marie without the words, to the Medici? But the figures, said Pittrino, in despair, for he felt that young Cropoli was right. I should not like to lose the fruit of my labor. And I should not wish you to be thrown into prison, and myself into the oubliettes. Let us efface, Medici, said Pittrino, supplicatingly. No, replied Cropoli, firmly. I have got an idea, a sublime idea, your picture shall appear, and my legend likewise. Does not, Medici, mean doctor, or physician, in Italian? Yes, in the plural. Well, then, you shall order another sign frame of the smith, you shall paint 6 physicians, and write underneath, Ox Medici, which makes a very pretty play upon words. 6 physicians, impossible. And the composition, cried Pittrino. That is your business, but so it shall be, I insist upon it, it must be so, my macaroni is burning. This reasoning was peremptory, Pittrino obeyed. He composed the sign of 6 physicians, with the legend, the Achevan applauded and authorized it. The sign produced an extravagant success in the city, which proves that poetry has always been in the wrong, before citizens, as Pittrino said. Cropole, to make amends to his painter in ordinary, hung up the nymphs of the preceding sign in his bedroom, which made Madame Cropole blush every time she looked at it, when she was undressing at night. This is the way in which the pointed gable house got a sign, and this is how the hostelry of the Medici, making a fortune, was found to be enlarged by a quarter, as we have described. And this is how there was at Blois a hostelry of that name, and had for painter in ordinary Master Pittrino. 6. The unknown. Thus founded and recommended by its sign, the hostelry of Master Cropole held its way steadily on towards a solid prosperity. It was not an immense fortune that Cropole had in perspective, but he might hope to double the 1,000 louis d'or left by his father, to make another 1,000 louis by the sale of his house and stock, and at length to live happily like a retired citizen. Cropole was anxious for gain, and was half crazy with joy at the news of the arrival of Louis XIV. Himself, his wife, Pittrino, and 2 cooks, immediately laid hands upon all the inhabitants of the dovecote, the poultry yard, and the rabbit hutches, so that as many lamentations and cries resounded in the yards of the hostelry of the Medici as were formerly heard in Rama. Cropole had, at the time, but one single traveller in his house. This was a man of scarcely 30 years of age, handsome, tall, austere, or rather melancholy, in all his gestures and looks. He was dressed in black velvet with jet trimmings, a white collar, as plain as that of the severest Puritan, set off the whiteness of his youthful neck, a small dark-colored mustache scarcely covered his curled, disdainful lip. He spoke to people looking them full in the face, without affectation, it is true, but without scruple, so that the brilliancy of his black eyes became so insupportable, that more than one look had sunk beneath his, like the weaker sword in a single combat. At this time, in which men, all created equal by God, were divided, thanks to prejudices, into 2 distinct castes, the gentleman and the commoner, as they are really divided into 2 races, the black and the white, at this time, we say, he whose portrait we have just sketched could not fail of being taken for a gentleman, and of the best class. To ascertain this, there was no necessity to consult anything but his hands, long, slender, and white, of which every muscle, every vein, became apparent through the skin at the least movement, and eloquently spoke of good descent. This gentleman, then, had arrived alone at Cropole's house. He had taken, without hesitation, without reflection even, the principal apartment which the hotelier had pointed out to him with a rapacious aim, very praiseworthy, some will say, very reprehensible will say others, if they admit that Cropole was a physiognomist, and judged people at first sight. This apartment was that which composed the whole front of the ancient triangular house, a large salon, lighted by 2 windows on the first stage, a small chamber by the side of it, and another above it. Now, from the time he had arrived, this gentleman had scarcely touched any repast that had been served up to him in his chamber. He had spoken but 2 words to the host, to warn him that a traveller of the name of Perry would arrive, and to desire that, when he did, he should be shown up to him immediately. He afterwards preserved so profound a silence, that Cropole was almost offended, so much did he prefer people who were good company. This gentleman had risen early the morning of the day on which this history begins, and had placed himself at the window of his salon, seated upon the ledge, and leaning upon the rail of the balcony, gazing sadly but persistently on both sides of the street, watching, no doubt, for the arrival of the traveller he had mentioned to the host. In this way he had seen the little cortege of Monsieur return from hunting, then had again partaken of the profound tranquillity of the street, absorbed in his own expectations. All at once the movement of the crowd going to the meadows, couriers setting out, washers of pavement, purveyors of the royal household, gabbling, scampering shop boys, chariots in motion, hairdressers on the run, and pages toiling along, this tumult and bustle had surprised him, but without losing any of that impassible and supreme majesty which gives to the eagle and the lion that serene and contemptuous glance amidst the hurrahs and shouts of hunters or the curious. Soon the cries of the victims slaughtered in the poultry yard, the hasty steps of Madame Cropole up that little wooden staircase, so narrow and so echoing, the bounding pace of Pittrino, who only that morning was smoking at the door with all the phlegm of a Dutchman, all this communicated something like surprise and agitation to the traveller. As he was rising to make inquiries, the door of his chamber opened. The unknown concluded they were about to introduce the impatiently expected traveler, and made 3 precipitate steps to meet him. But, instead of the person he expected, it was Master Cropole who appeared, and behind him, in the half-dark staircase, the pleasant face of Madame Cropole, rendered trivial by curiosity. She only gave one furtive glance at the handsome gentleman, and disappeared. Cropole advanced, cap in hand, rather bent than bowing. A gesture of the unknown interrogated him, without a word being pronounced. "Monsieur," said Cropole, "I come to ask how, what ought I to say, your lordship, Monsieur le Comte, or Monsieur le Marquis?" "Say Monsieur, and speak quickly," replied the unknown, with that haughty accent which admits of neither discussion nor reply. "I came, then, to inquire how Monsieur had passed the night, and if Monsieur intended to keep this apartment." "Yes, Monsieur, something has happened upon which we could not reckon." "What?" "His Majesty Louis XIV will enter our city today, and will remain here 1 day, perhaps 2. Great astonishment was painted on the countenance of the unknown. "The King of France is coming to Blois. He is on the road, Monsieur." "Then there is the stronger reason for my remaining," said the unknown. "Very well, but will Monsieur keep all the apartments?" "I do not understand you." "Why should I require less today than yesterday?" "Because, Monsieur, your lordship will permit me to say, yesterday I did not think proper, when you chose your lodging, to fix any price that might have made your lordship believe that I prejudged your resources, whilst today—" The unknown colored. The idea at once struck him that he was supposed to be poor, and was being insulted. "Whilst today," replied he, coldly, "you do prejudge. Monsieur, I am a well-meaning man, thank God. And simple hotelier as I am, there is in me the blood of a gentleman. My father was a servant and officer of the late Maréchal d'Ancre. God rest his soul. I do not contest that point with you, I only wish to know, and that quickly, to what your questions tend. You are too reasonable, Monsieur, not to comprehend that our city is small, that the court is about to invade it, that the houses will be overflowing with inhabitants, and that lodgings will consequently obtain considerable prices." Again the unknown colored. "Name your terms," said he. "I name them with scruple, Monsieur, because I seek an honest gain, and that I wish to carry on my business without being uncivil or extravagant in my demands. Now the room you occupy is considerable, and you are alone." "That is my business." "Oh, certainly. I do not mean to turn Monsieur out." The blood rushed to the temples of the unknown. He darted at poor Cropole, the descendant of one of the officers of the Maréchal d'Ancre, a glance that would have crushed him down to beneath that famous chimney slab, if Cropole had not been nailed to the spot by the question of his own proper interests. "Do you desire me to go?" said he. "Explain yourself, but quickly." Monsieur, you do not understand me. It is very critical, I know, that which I am doing. I express myself badly, or perhaps, as Monsieur is a foreigner, which I perceive by his accent." In fact, the unknown spoke with that impetuosity which is the principal character of English accentuation, even among men who speak the French language with the greatest purity. As Monsieur is a foreigner, I say, it is perhaps he who does not catch my exact meaning. I wish for Monsieur to give up 1 or 2 of the apartments he occupies, which would diminish his expenses and ease my conscience. Indeed, it is hard to increase unreasonably the price of the chambers, when one has had the honor to let them at a reasonable price. How much does the hire amount to since yesterday? Monsieur, to 1 louis, with refreshments and the charge for the horse. Very well, and that of today? Ah, there is the difficulty. This is the day of the king's arrival. If the court comes to sleep here, the charge of the day is reckoned. From that it results that 3 chambers, at 2 louis each, make 6 louis. 2 louis, Monsieur, are not much, but 6 louis make a great deal. The unknown, from red, as we have seen him, became very pale. He drew from his pocket, with heroic bravery, a purse embroidered with a coat of arms, which he carefully concealed in the hollow of his hand. This purse was of a thinness, a flabbiness, a hollowness, which did not escape the eye of Cropole. The unknown emptied the purse into his hand. It contained 3 double louis, which amounted to the 6 louis demanded by the host. But it was 7 that Cropole had required. He looked, therefore, at the unknown, as much as to say, and then, "There remains 1 louis, does there not, Master Hotelier?" "Yes, Monsieur, but—" The unknown plunged his hand into the pocket of his haut de chausses, and emptied it. It contained a small pocketbook, a gold key, and some silver. With this change, he made up a louis. "Thank you, monsieur," said Cropole. "It now only remains for me to ask whether monsieur intends to occupy his apartments tomorrow, in which case I will reserve them for him, whereas, if monsieur does not mean to do so, I will promise them to some of the king's people who are coming." "That is but right," said the unknown, after a long silence, "but as I have no more money, as you have seen, and as I yet must retain the apartments, you must either sell this diamond in the city or hold it in pledge." Cropole looked at the diamond so long, that the unknown said, hastily, "I prefer your selling it, monsieur, for it is worth 300 pistoles. A Jew, are there any Jews in Blois, would give you 200 or 150 for it. Take whatever may be offered for it, if it be no more than the price of your lodging. Begone." "Oh, monsieur," replied Cropole, ashamed of the sudden inferiority which the unknown reflected upon him by this noble and disinterested confidence, as well as by the unalterable patience opposed to so many suspicions and evasions. "Oh, monsieur, I hope people are not so dishonest at Blois as you seem to think, and that the diamond, being worth what you say—" The unknown here again darted at Cropole one of his withering glances. "I really do not understand diamonds, monsieur, I assure you," cried he. "But the jewelers do. Ask them," said the unknown. "Now I believe our accounts are settled, are they not, Monsieur Lot?" "Yes, monsieur, and to my profound regret, for I fear I have offended monsieur." "Not at all," replied the unknown, with ineffable majesty, "or have appeared to be extortionate with a noble traveler. Consider, monsieur, the peculiarity of the case. Say no more about it, I desire, and leave me to myself." Cropole bowed profoundly, and left the room with a stupefied air, which announced that he had a good heart, and felt genuine remorse. The unknown himself shut the door after him, and, when left alone, looked mournfully at the bottom of the purse, from which he had taken a small silken bag containing the diamond, his last resource. He dwelt likewise upon the emptiness of his pockets, turned over the papers in his pocketbook, and convinced himself of the state of absolute destitution in which he was about to be plunged. He raised his eyes towards heaven, with a sublime emotion of despairing calmness, brushed off with his hand some drops of sweat which trickled over his noble brow, and then cast down upon the earth a look which just before had been impressed with almost divine majesty. That the storm had passed far from him, perhaps he had prayed in the bottom of his soul. He drew near to the window, resumed his place in the balcony, and remained there, motionless, annihilated, dead, till the moment when, the heavens beginning to darken, the first flambeau traversed the enlivened street, and gave the signal for illumination to all the windows of the city. 7. Paris. Whilst the unknown was viewing these lights with interest, and lending an ear to the various noises, Master Cropole entered his apartment, followed by 2 attendants, who laid the cloth for his meal. The stranger did not pay them the least attention, but Cropole, approaching him respectfully, whispered, "Monsieur, the diamond has been valued." "Ah," said the traveler. "Well, well, monsieur, the jeweler of His Royal Highness gives 280 pistoles for it. Have you them?" "I thought it best to take them, monsieur, nevertheless, I made it a condition of the bargain, that if monsieur wished to keep his diamond, it should be held till monsieur was again in funds." "Oh, no, not at all, I told you to sell it." "Then I have obeyed, or nearly so, since, without having definitely sold it, I have touched the money." "Pay yourself," added the unknown. "I will do so, monsieur, since you so positively require it." A sad smile passed over the lips of the gentleman. "Place the money on that trunk," said he, turning round and pointing to the piece of furniture. Cropole deposited a tolerably large bag as directed, after having taken from it the amount of his reckoning. "Now," said he, "I hope monsieur will not give me the pain of not taking any supper. Dinner has already been refused, this is affronting to the house of Les Medici. Look, monsieur, the supper is on the table, and I venture to say that it is not a bad one." The unknown asked for a glass of wine, broke off a morsel of bread, and did not stir from the window whilst he ate and drank. Shortly after was heard a loud flourish of trumpets, cries arose in the distance, a confused buzzing filled the lower part of the city, and the first distinct sound that struck the ears of the stranger was the tramp of advancing horses. The king, repeated a noisy and eager crowd. "The king," cried Cropole, abandoning his guest and his ideas of delicacy, to satisfy his curiosity. With Cropole were mingled, and jostled, on the staircase, Madame Cropole, Pittrino, and the waiters and scullions. The cortege advanced slowly, lighted by 1,000 flambeaux, in the streets and from the windows. After a company of musketeers, a closely ranked troop of gentlemen, came the litter of Monsieur le Cardinal, drawn like a carriage by 4 black horses. The pages and people of the cardinal marched behind. Next came the carriage of the Queen Mother, with her maids of honor at the doors, her gentlemen on horseback at both sides. The king then appeared, mounted upon a splendid horse of Saxon breed, with a flowing mane. The young prince exhibited, when bowing to some windows from which issued the most animated acclamations, a noble and handsome countenance, illuminated by the flambeau of his pages. By the side of the king, though a little in the rear, the Prince de Condé, M. Dango, and 20 other courtiers, followed by their people and their baggage, closed this veritably triumphant march. The pomp was of a military character. Some of the courtiers, the elder ones, for instance, wore traveling dresses, but all the rest were clothed in warlike panoply. Many wore the gorget and buff coat of the times of Henry IV and Louis XIII. When the king passed before him, the unknown, who had leant forward over the balcony to obtain a better view, and who had concealed his face by leaning on his arm, felt his heart swell and overflow with a bitter jealousy. The noise of the trumpets excited him, the popular acclamations deafened him. For a moment he allowed his reason to be absorbed in this flood of lights, tumult, and brilliant images. "He is a king," murmured he, in an accent of despair. Then, before he had recovered from his somber reverie, all the noise, all the splendor, had passed away. At the angle of the street there remained nothing beneath the stranger but a few hoarse, discordant voices, shouting at intervals, "Vive le Roi!" There remained likewise the 6 candles held by the inhabitants of the hostelry des Medici, that is to say, 2 for Cropole, 2 for Pittrino, and 1 for each scullion. Cropole never ceased repeating, "How good-looking the king is! How strongly he resembles his illustrious father!" "A handsome likeness," said Pittrino. "And what a lofty carriage he has," added Madame Cropole, already in promiscuous commentary with her neighbors of both sexes. Cropole was feeding their gossip with his own personal remarks, without observing that an old man on foot, but leading a small Irish horse by the bridle, was endeavoring to penetrate the crowd of men and women which blocked up the entrance to the Medici. But at that moment the voice of the stranger was heard from the window. "Make way, Monsieur l'Hôtelier, to the entrance of your house." Cropole turned around, and, on seeing the old man, cleared a passage for him. The window was instantly closed. Pittrino pointed out the way to the newly arrived guest, who entered without uttering a word. The stranger waited for him on the landing. He opened his arms to the old man, and led him to a seat. "Oh, no, no, my lord," said he. "Sit down in your presence, never." "Parry," cried the gentleman, "I beg you come from England, you come so far. Ah, it is not for your age to undergo the fatigues my service requires. Rest yourself. I have my reply to give your lordship, in the first place. Parry, I conjure you to tell me nothing, for if your news had been good, you would not have begun in such a manner. You go about, which proves that the news is bad." "My lord," said the old man, "do not hasten to alarm yourself, all is not lost, I hope. You must employ energy, but more particularly resignation." "Parry," said the young man, "I have reached this place through 1,000 snares and after 1,000 difficulties. Can you doubt my energy? I have meditated this journey 10 years, in spite of all counsels and all obstacles. Have you faith in my perseverance? I have this evening sold the last of my father's diamonds, for I had nothing wherewith to pay for my lodgings and my host was about to turn me out." Parry made a gesture of indignation, to which the young man replied by a pressure of the hand and a smile. "I have still 274 pistoles left and I feel myself rich. I do not despair. Parry, have you faith in my resignation?" The old man raised his trembling hands towards heaven. "Let me know," said the stranger, "disguise nothing from me, what has happened. My recital will be short, my lord, but in the name of heaven do not tremble so. It is impatience, Parry. Come, what did the general say to you?" "At first the general would not receive me. He took you for a spy." "Yes, my lord, but I wrote him a letter." "Well, he read it, and received me, my lord." "Did that letter thoroughly explain my position and my views?" "Oh, yes," said Parry, with a sad smile, "it painted your very thoughts faithfully." Well, then, Perry. Then the general sent me back the letter by an aide-de-camp, informing me that if I were found the next day within the circumscription of his command, he would have me arrested. Arrested, murmured the young man. What? Arrest you, my most faithful servant? Yes, my lord. And notwithstanding you had signed the name, Perry. To all my letters, my lord, and the aide-de-camp had known me at St. James's and at Whitehall, too, added the old man with a sigh. The young man leaned forward, thoughtful and sad. Aye, that's what he did before his people, said he, endeavoring to cheat himself with hopes. But, privately, between you and him, what did he do? Answer. Alas, my lord, he sent to me 4 cavaliers, who gave me the horse with which you just now saw me come back. These cavaliers conducted me, in great haste, to the little port of Tenby, threw me, rather than embarked me, into a little fishing boat, about to sail for Brittany, and here I am. Oh, sighed the young man, clasping his neck convulsively with his hand, and with a sob. Perry, is that all, is that all? Yes, my lord, that is all. After this brief reply ensued a long interval of silence, broken only by the convulsive beating of the heel of the young man on the floor. The old man endeavored to change the conversation, it was leading to thoughts much too sinister. My lord, said he, what is the meaning of all the noise which preceded me? What are these people crying, Vive le Roi? For? What king do they mean? And what are all these lights for? Ah, Perry, replied the young man ironically, don't you know that this is the King of France visiting his good city of Blois? All these trumpets are his, all those gilded housings are his, all those gentlemen wear swords that are his. His mother precedes him in a carriage magnificently encrusted with silver and gold. Happy mother! His minister heaps up millions, and conducts him to a rich bride. Then all these people rejoice, they love their king, they hail him with their acclamations, and they cry, Vive le Roi! Vive le Roi! Quote. Well, well, my lord, said Perry, more uneasy at the turn the conversation had taken than at the other. You know, resumed the unknown, that my mother and my sister, whilst all this is going on in honor of the King of France, have neither money nor bread. You know that I myself shall be poor and degraded within a fortnight, when all Europe will become acquainted with what you have told me. Perry, are there not examples in which a man of my condition should himself? My lord, in the name of heaven. You were right, Perry, I am a coward, and if I do nothing for myself, what will God do? No, no, I have 2 arms, Perry, and I have a sword. And he struck his arm violently with his hand, and took down his sword, which hung against the wall. What are you going to do, my lord? What am I going to do, Perry? What everyone in my family does. My mother lives on public charity, my sister begs for my mother, I have, somewhere or other, brothers who equally beg for themselves, and I, the eldest, will go and do as all the rest do, I will go and ask charity. And with these words, which he finished sharply with a nervous and terrible laugh, the young man girded on his sword, took his hat from the trunk, fastened to his shoulder a black cloak, which he had worn all during his journey, and pressing the 2 hands of the old man, who watched his proceedings with a look of anxiety. My good Perry, said he, order a fire, drink, eat, sleep, and be happy, let us both be happy, my faithful friend, my only friend. We are rich as kings. He struck the bag of pistoles with his clenched hand as he spoke, and it fell heavily to the ground. He resumed that dismal laugh that had so alarmed Perry, and whilst the whole household was screaming, singing, and preparing to install the travelers who had been preceded by their lackeys, he glided out by the principal entrance into the street, where the old man, who had gone to the window, lost sight of him in a moment. 8. What His Majesty King Louis XIV was at the age of 22. It has been seen, by the account we have endeavored to give of it, that the entrée of King Louis XIV into the city of Blois had been noisy and brilliant, his young majesty had therefore appeared perfectly satisfied with it. On arriving beneath the porch of the Castle of the States, the king met, surrounded by his guards and gentlemen, with His Royal Highness the Duke, Gaston of Orléans, whose physiognomy, naturally rather majestic, had borrowed on this solemn occasion a fresh luster and a fresh dignity. On her part, Madame, dressed in her robes of ceremony, awaited, in the interior balcony, the entrance of her nephew. All the windows of the old castle, so deserted and dismal on ordinary days, were resplendent with ladies and lights. It was then to the sound of drums, trumpets, and vivats, that the young king crossed the threshold of that castle in which, 72 years before, Henry III had called in the aid of assassination and treachery to keep upon his head and in his house a crown which was already slipping from his brow, to fall into another family. All eyes, after having admired the young king, so handsome and so agreeable, sought for that other king of France, much otherwise king than the former, and so old, so pale, so bent, that people called him the Cardinal Mazarin. Louis was at this time endowed with all the natural gifts which make the perfect gentleman. His eye was brilliant, mild, and of a clear azure blue. But the most skilful physiognomists, those divers into the soul, on fixing their looks upon it, if it had been possible for a subject to sustain the glance of the king, the most skilful physiognomists, we say, would never have been able to fathom the depths of that abyss of mildness. It was with the eyes of the king as with the immense depths of the azure heavens, or with those more terrific, and almost as sublime, which the Mediterranean reveals under the keels of its ships in a clear summer day, a gigantic mirror in which heaven delights to reflect sometimes its stars, sometimes its storms. The king was short of stature, he was scarcely 5 feet 2 inches, but his youth made up for this defect, set off likewise by great nobleness in all his movements, and by considerable address in all bodily exercises. Certes, he was already quite a king, and it was a great thing to be a king in that period of traditional devotedness and respect, but as, up to that time, he had been but seldom and always poorly shown to the people, as they to whom he was shown saw him by the side of his mother, a tall woman, and Monsieur le Cardinal, a man of commanding presence, many found him so little of a king as to say, "Why, the king is not so tall as Monsieur le Cardinal." Whatever may be thought of these physical observations, which were principally made in the capital, the young king was welcomed as a god by the inhabitants of Blois, and almost like a king by his uncle and aunt, Monsieur and Madame, the inhabitants of the castle. It must, however, be allowed, that when he saw, in the hall of reception, chairs of equal height placed for himself, his mother, the cardinal, and his uncle and aunt, a disposition artfully concealed by the semicircular form of the assembly, Louis XIV became red with anger, and looked around him to ascertain by the countenances of those that were present, if this humiliation had been prepared for him. But as he saw nothing upon the impassible visage of the cardinal, nothing on that of his mother, nothing on those of the assembly, he resigned himself, and sat down, taking care to be seated before anybody else. The gentlemen and ladies were presented to their majesties and Monsieur le Cardinal. The king remarked that his mother and he scarcely knew the names of any of the persons who were presented to them, whilst the cardinal, on the contrary, never failed, with an admirable memory and presence of mind, to talk to everyone about his estates, his ancestors, or his children, some of whom he named, which enchanted those worthy country gentlemen, and confirmed them in the idea that he alone is truly king who knows his subjects, from the same reason that the sun has no rival, because the sun alone warms and lightens. The study of the young king, which had begun a long time before, without anybody suspecting it, was continued then, and he looked around him attentively to endeavor to make out something in the physiognomies which had at first appeared the most insignificant and trivial. A collation was served. The king, without daring to call upon the hospitality of his uncle, had waited for it impatiently. This time, therefore, he had all the honors due, if not to his rank, at least to his appetite. As to the cardinal, he contented himself with touching with his withered lips a bouillon, served in a golden cup. The all-powerful minister, who had taken her regency from the queen, and his royalty from the king, had not been able to take a good stomach from nature. Anne of Austria, already suffering from the cancer which 6 or 8 years after caused her death, ate very little more than the cardinal. For Monsieur, already puffed up with the great event which had taken place in his provincial life, he ate nothing whatever. Madame alone, like a true Lorrainer, kept pace with his majesty, so that Louis XIV, who, without this partner, might have eaten nearly alone, was at first much pleased with his aunt, and afterwards with M. de Saint-Remy, her maître d'hôtel, who had really distinguished himself. The collation over, at a sign of approbation from M. de Mazarin, the king arose, and, at the invitation of his aunt, walked about among the ranks of the assembly. The ladies then observed, there are certain things for which women are as good observers at Blois as at Paris. The ladies then observed that Louis XIV had a prompt and bold look, which premised a distinguished appreciator of beauty. The men, on their part, observed that the prince was proud and haughty, that he loved to look down those who fixed their eyes upon him too long or too earnestly, which gave presage of a master. Louis XIV had accomplished about a third of his review when his ears were struck with a word which His Eminence pronounced whilst conversing with Monsieur. This word was the name of a woman. Scarcely had Louis XIV heard this word than he heard, or rather listening to nothing else, and neglecting the arc of the circle which awaited his visit, his object seemed to be to come as quickly as possible to the extremity of the curve. Monsieur, like a good courtier, was inquiring of Monsieur le Cardinal after the health of his nieces. He regretted, he said, not having the pleasure of receiving them at the same time with their uncle. They must certainly have grown in stature, beauty and grace, as they had promised to do the last time Monsieur had seen them. What had first struck the king was a certain constraint in the voices of the two interlocutors. The voice of Monsieur was calm and natural when he spoke thus, while that of M. de Mazarin jumped by a note and a half to reply above the diapason of his usual voice. It might have been said that he wished that voice to strike, at the end of the salon, any ear that was too distant. Monseigneur, replied he, Mesdemoiselles de Mazarin have still to finish their education, they have duties to fulfill and a position to make. An abode in a young and brilliant court would dissipate them a little. Louis, at this last sentence, smiled sadly. The court was young, it was true, but the avarice of the cardinal had taken good care that it should not be brilliant. You have nevertheless no intention, replied Monsieur, to cloister them or make them bourgeoises. Not at all, replied the cardinal, forcing his Italian pronunciation in such a manner that, from soft and velvety as it was, it became sharp and vibrating. Not at all. I have a full and fixed intention to marry them, and that as well as I shall be able. Parties will not be wanting, Monsieur le Cardinal, replied Monsieur, with a bonhomie worthy of one tradesman congratulating another. I hope not, Monseigneur, and with reason, as God has been pleased to give them grace, intelligence, and beauty. During this conversation, Louis XIV, conducted by Madame, accomplished, as we have described, the circle of presentations. Mademoiselle Auricule, said the princess, presenting to His Majesty a fat, fair girl of 22, who at a village fête might have been taken for a peasant in Sunday finery, the daughter of my music mistress. The king smiled. Madame had never been able to extract 4 correct notes from either viol or harpsichord. Mademoiselle Aure de Montalais, continued Madame, a young lady of rank, and my good attendant. This time it was not the king that smiled, it was the young lady presented, because, for the first time in her life, she heard, given to her by Madame, who generally showed no tendency to spoil her, such an honorable qualification. Our old acquaintance Montalais, therefore, made His Majesty a profound courtesy, the more respectful from the necessity she was under of concealing certain contractions of her laughing lips, which the king might not have attributed to their real cause. It was just at this moment that the king caught the word which startled him. And the name of the third? Asked Monsieur. Marie, Monseigneur, replied the cardinal. There was doubtless some magical influence in that word, for, as we have said, the king started in hearing it, and drew Madame towards the middle of the circle, as if he wished to put some confidential question to her, but, in reality, for the sake of getting nearer to the cardinal. Madame, my aunt, said he, laughing, and in a suppressed voice, my geography master did not teach me that Blois was at such an immense distance from Paris. What do you mean, nephew? Asked Madame. Why, because it would appear that it requires several years, as regards fashion, to travel the distance. Look at those young ladies. Well, I know them all. Some of them are pretty. Don't say that too loud, Monsieur my nephew, you will drive them wild. Stop a bit, dear aunt, said the king, smiling, for the second part of my sentence will serve as a corrective to the first. Well, my dear aunt, some of them appear old and others ugly, thanks to their 10-year-old fashions. But, sire, Blois is only 5 days' journey from Paris. Yes, that is it, said the king, 2 years behind for each day. Indeed, do you really think so? Well, that is strange. It never struck me. Now, look, aunt, said Louis XIV, drawing still nearer to Mazarin, under the pretext of gaining a better point of view, look at that simple white dress by the side of those antiquated specimens of finery and those pretentious coiffures. She is probably one of my mother's maids of honor, though I don't know her. Ah, my dear nephew, replied Madame, laughing, permit me to tell you that your divinatory science is at fault for once. The young lady you honor with your praise is not a Parisian, but a Blaisoise. Oh, aunt, replied the king with a look of doubt. Come here, Louise, said Madame. And the fair girl, already known to you under that name, approached them, timid, blushing, and almost bent beneath the royal glance. Mademoiselle Louise Françoise de la Beaume le Blanc, the daughter of the Marquise de la Vallière, said Madame, ceremoniously. The young girl bowed with so much grace, mingled with the profound timidity inspired by the presence of the king, that the latter lost, while looking at her, a few words of the conversation of Monsieur and the Cardinal. Daughter-in-law, continued Madame, of M. de Saint-Remy, my maître d'hôtel, who presided over the confection of that excellent daube truffée which your Majesty seemed so much to appreciate. No grace, no youth, no beauty, could stand out against such a presentation. The king smiled. Whether the words of Madame were a pleasantry, or uttered in all innocency, they proved the pitiless immolation of everything that Louis had found charming or poetic in the young girl. Mademoiselle de la Vallière, for Madame and, by rebound, for the king, was, for a moment, no more than the daughter of a man of a superior talent over Dindas truffes. But princes are thus constituted. The gods, too, were just like this in Olympus. Diana and Venus, no doubt, abused the beautiful Alcmena and poor Io, when they condescended for distraction's sake, to speak, amidst nectar and ambrosia, of mortal beauties, at the table of Jupiter. Fortunately, Louise was so bent in her reverential salute, that she did not catch either Madame's words or the king's smile. In fact, if the poor child, who had so much good taste as alone to have chosen to dress herself in white amidst all her companions, if that dove's heart, so easily accessible to painful emotions, had been touched by the cruel words of Madame, or the egotistical cold smile of the king, it would have annihilated her. And Montalais herself, the girl of ingenious ideas, would not have attempted to recall her to life, for ridicule kills beauty even. But fortunately, as we have said, Louise, whose ears were buzzing, and her eyes veiled by timidity, Louise saw nothing and heard nothing, and the king, who had still his attention directed to the conversation of the cardinal and his uncle, hastened to return to them. He came up just at the moment Mazarin terminated by saying, Marie, as well as her sisters, has just set off for Bruges. I make them follow the opposite bank of the Loire to that along which we have traveled, and if I calculate their progress correctly, according to the orders I have given, they will tomorrow be opposite Blois. These words were pronounced with that tact, that measure, that distinctness of tone, of intention, and reach, which made del Signor Giulio Mazarini the first comedian in the world. It resulted that they went straight to the heart of Louis XIV, and the cardinal, on turning round at the simple noise of the approaching footsteps of His Majesty, saw the immediate effect of them upon the countenance of his pupil, an effect betrayed to the keen eyes of His Eminence by a slight increase of color. But what was the ventilation of such a secret to him whose craft had for 20 years deceived all the diplomatists of Europe? From the moment the young king heard these last words, he appeared as if he had received a poisoned arrow in his heart. He could not remain quiet in a place, but cast around an uncertain, dead, and aimless look over the assembly. He with his eyes interrogated his mother more than 20 times, but she, given up to the pleasure of conversing with her sister-in-law, and likewise constrained by the glance of Mazarin, did not appear to comprehend any of the supplications conveyed by the looks of her son. From this moment, music, lights, flowers, beauties, all became odious and insipid to Louis XIV. After he had 100 times bitten his lips, stretched his legs and his arms like a well-brought-up child, who, without daring to gape, exhausts all the modes of evincing his weariness, after having uselessly again implored his mother and the minister, he turned a despairing look towards the door, that is to say, towards liberty. At this door, in the embrasure of which he was leaning, he saw, standing out strongly, a figure with a brown and lofty countenance, an aquiline nose, a stern but brilliant eye, grey and long hair, a black mustache, the true type of military beauty, whose gorget, more sparkling than a mirror, broke all the reflected lights which concentrated upon it, and sent them back as lightning. This officer wore his grey hat with its long red plumes upon his head, a proof that he was called there by his duty, and not by his pleasure. If he had been brought thither by his pleasure, if he had been a courtier instead of a soldier, as pleasure must always be paid for at the same price, he would have held his hat in his hand. That which proved still better that this officer was upon duty, and was accomplishing a task to which he was accustomed, was, that he watched, with folded arms, remarkable indifference, and supreme apathy, the joys and ennuis of this fête. Above all, he appeared, like a philosopher, and all old soldiers are philosophers, he appeared above all to comprehend the ennuis infinitely better than the joys, but in the one he took his part, knowing very well how to do without the other. Now, he was leaning, as we have said, against the carved doorframe when the melancholy, weary eyes of the king, by chance, met his. It was not the first time, as it appeared, that the eyes of the officer had met those eyes, and he was perfectly acquainted with the expression of them, for, as soon as he had cast his own look upon the countenance of Louis XIV, and had read by it what was passing in his heart, that is to say, all the ennui that oppressed him, all the timid desire to go out which agitated him, he perceived he must render the king a service without his commanding it, almost in spite of himself. Boldly, therefore, as if he had given the word of command to cavalry in battle, on the king's service, cried he, in a clear, sonorous voice. At these words, which produced the effect of a peal of thunder, prevailing over the orchestra, the singing and the buzz of the promenaders, the cardinal and the queen mother looked at each other with surprise. Louis XIV, pale, but resolved, supported as he was by that intuition of his own thought which he had found in the mind of the officer of musketeers, and which he had just manifested by the order given, arose from his chair, and took a step towards the door. "Are you going, my son?" said the queen, whilst Mazarin satisfied himself with interrogating by a look which might have appeared mild if it had not been so piercing. "Yes, madam," replied the king, "I am fatigued, and, besides, wish to write this evening." A smile stole over the lips of the minister, who appeared, by a bend of the head, to give the king permission. Monsieur and Madame hastened to give orders to the officers who presented themselves. The king bowed, crossed the hall, and gained the door, where a hedge of 20 musketeers awaited him. At the extremity of this hedge stood the officer, impassible, with his drawn sword in his hand. The king passed, and all the crowd stood on tiptoe, to have one more look at him. 10 musketeers, opening the crowd of the antechambers and the steps, made way for his majesty. The other 10 surrounded the king and Monsieur, who had insisted upon accompanying his majesty. The domestics walked behind. This little cortege escorted the king to the chamber destined for him. The apartment was the same that had been occupied by Henry III during his sojourn in the States. Monsieur had given his orders. The musketeers, led by their officer, took possession of the little passage by which one wing of the castle communicates with the other. This passage was commenced by a small square antechamber, dark even in the finest days. Monsieur stopped Louis XIV. "You are passing now, sire," said he, "the very spot where the Duc de Guise received the first stab of the poniard." The king was ignorant of all historical matters, he had heard of the fact, but he knew nothing of the localities or the details. "Ah," said he with a shudder. And he stopped. The rest, both behind and before him, stopped likewise. "The duc, sire," continued Gaston, "was nearly where I stand, he was walking in the same direction as your majesty. M. de Loignac was exactly where your lieutenant of musketeers is, M. de Saint-Mélin and his majesty's ordinaries were behind him and around him. It was here that he was struck." The king turned towards his officer, and saw something like a cloud pass over his martial and daring countenance. "Yes, from behind," murmured the lieutenant, with a gesture of supreme disdain. And he endeavored to resume the march, as if ill at ease at being between walls formerly defiled by treachery. But the king, who appeared to wish to be informed, was disposed to give another look at this dismal spot. Gaston perceived his nephew's desire. "Look, sire," said he, taking a flambeau from the hands of M. de Saint-Remy, "this is where he fell. There was a bed there, the curtains of which he tore with catching at them." "Why does the floor seem hollowed out at this spot?" asked Louis. "Because it was here the blood flowed," replied Gaston. "The blood penetrated deeply into the oak, and it was only by cutting it out that they succeeded in making it disappear. And even then," added Gaston, pointing the flambeau to the spot, "even then this red stain resisted all the attempts made to destroy it." Louis XIV raised his head. Perhaps he was thinking of that bloody trace that had once been shown him at the Louvre, and which, as a pendant to that of Blois, had been made there one day by the king his father with the blood of Concini. "Let us go on," said he. The march was resumed promptly, for emotion, no doubt, had given to the voice of the young prince a tone of command which was not customary with him. When he arrived at the apartment destined for the king, which communicated not only with the little passage we have passed through, but further with the great staircase leading to the court. "Will your majesty," said Gaston, "condescend to occupy this apartment, all unworthy as it is to receive you?" "Uncle," replied the young king, "I render you my thanks for your cordial hospitality." Gaston bowed to his nephew, embraced him, and then went out. Of the 20 musketeers who had accompanied the king, 10 reconducted Monsieur to the reception rooms, which were not yet empty, notwithstanding the king had retired. The 10 others were posted by their officer, who himself explored, in 5 minutes, all the localities, with that cold uncertain glance which not even habit gives unless that glance belongs to genius. Then, when all were placed, he chose as his headquarters the antechamber, in which he found a large fauteuil, a lamp, some wine, some water, and some dry bread. He refreshed his lamp, drank half a glass of wine, curled his lip with a smile full of expression, installed himself in his large armchair, and made preparations for sleeping. 9. In which the unknown of the hostelry of Les Medici loses his incognito. This officer, who was sleeping, or preparing to sleep, was, notwithstanding his careless air, charged with a serious responsibility. Lieutenant of the king's musketeers, he commanded all the company which came from Paris, and that company consisted of 120 men, but, with the exception of the 20 of whom we have spoken, the other 100 were engaged in guarding the Queen Mother, and more particularly the Cardinal. Monsignor Giulio Mazarini economized the traveling expenses of his guards, he consequently used the king's, and that largely, since he took 50 of them for himself, a peculiarity which would not have failed to strike anyone unacquainted with the usages of that court. That which would still further have appeared, if not inconvenient, at least extraordinary, to a stranger, was, that the side of the castle destined for Monsieur le Cardinal was brilliant, light and cheerful. The musketeers there mounted guard before every door, and allowed no one to enter, except the couriers, who, even while he was traveling, followed the cardinal for the carrying on of his correspondence. 20 men were on duty with the Queen Mother, 30 rested, in order to relieve their companions the next day. On the king's side, on the contrary, were darkness, silence, and solitude. When once the doors were closed, there was no longer an appearance of royalty. All the servitors had by degrees retired. Monsieur le Prince had sent to know if His Majesty required his attendance, and on the customary "no" of the lieutenant of musketeers, who was habituated to the question and the reply, all appeared to sink into the arms of sleep, as if in the dwelling of a good citizen. And yet it was possible to hear from the side of the house occupied by the young king the music of the banquet, and to see the windows of the great hall richly illuminated. 10 minutes after his installation in his apartment, Louis XIV had been able to learn, by movement much more distinguished than marked his own leaving, the departure of the cardinal, who, in his turn, sought his bedroom, accompanied by a large escort of ladies and gentlemen. Besides, to perceive this movement, he had nothing to do but look out at his window, the shutters of which had not been closed. His Eminence crossed the court, conducted by Monsieur, who himself held a flambeau, then followed the Queen Mother, to whom Madame familiarly gave her arm, and both walked chatting away, like two old friends. Behind these two couples filed nobles, ladies, pages and officers, the flambeau gleamed over the whole court, like the moving reflections of a conflagration. Then the noise of steps and voices became lost in the upper floors of the castle. No one was then thinking of the king, who, leaning on his elbow at his window, had sadly seen pass away all that light, and heard that noise die off. No, not one, if it was not that unknown of the hostelry des Medici, whom we have seen go out, enveloped in his cloak. He had come straight up to the castle, and had, with his melancholy countenance, wandered round and round the palace, from which the people had not yet departed, and finding that no one guarded the great entrance, or the porch, seeing that the soldiers of Monsieur were fraternizing with the royal soldiers, that is to say, swallowing buoyancy at discretion, or rather indiscretion, the unknown penetrated through the crowd, then ascended to the court, and came to the landing of the staircase leading to the cardinal's apartment. What, according to all probability, induced him to direct his steps that way, was the splendor of the flambeau and the busy air of the pages and domestics. But he was stopped short by a presented musket and the cry of the sentinel. Where are you going, my friend? Asked the soldier. I am going to the king's apartment, replied the unknown, haughtily but tranquilly. The soldier called one of His Eminence's officers, who, in the tone in which a youth in office directs a solicitor to a minister, let fall these words, "The other staircase, in front." And the officer, without further notice of the unknown, resumed his interrupted conversation. The stranger, without reply, directed his steps towards the staircase pointed out to him. On this side there was no noise, there were no more flambeaux. Obscurity, through which a sentinel glided like a shadow, silence, which permitted him to hear the sound of his own footsteps, accompanied with the jingling of his spurs upon the stone slabs. This guard was one of the 20 musketeers appointed for attendance upon the king, and who mounted guard with the stiffness and consciousness of a statue. "Who goes there?" said the guard. "A friend," replied the unknown. "What do you want?" "To speak to the king." "Do you, my dear monsieur?" "That's not very likely." "Why not?" "Because the king has gone to bed." "Gone to bed already?" "Yes." "No matter, I must speak to him. And I tell you that is impossible." "And yet." "Go back." "Do you require the word?" "I have no account to render to you." "Stand back." And this time the soldier accompanied his word with a threatening gesture, but the unknown stirred no more than if his feet had taken root. "Monsieur le Mousquetaire," said he, "are you a gentleman?" "I have that honor." "Very well. I also am one, and between gentlemen some consideration ought to be observed." The soldier lowered his arms, overcome by the dignity with which these words were pronounced. "Speak, monsieur," said he, "and if you ask me anything in my power." "Thank you. You have an officer, have you not?" "Our lieutenant." "Yes, monsieur." "Well, I wish to speak to him." "Oh, that's a different thing. Come up, monsieur." The unknown saluted the soldier in a lofty fashion, and ascended the staircase, whilst a cry, "Lieutenant, a visit," transmitted from sentinel to sentinel, preceded the unknown, and disturbed the slumbers of the officer. Dragging on his boot, rubbing his eyes, and hooking his cloak, the lieutenant made 3 steps towards the stranger. "What can I do to serve you, monsieur?" asked he. "You are the officer on duty, lieutenant of the musketeers, are you?" "I have that honor," replied the officer. "Monsieur, I must absolutely speak to the king." The lieutenant looked attentively at the unknown, and in that look, he saw all he wished to see, that is to say, a person of high distinction in an ordinary dress. "I do not suppose you to be mad," replied he, "and yet you seem to me to be in a condition to know, monsieur, that people do not enter a king's apartments in this manner without his consent." "He will consent." "Monsieur, permit me to doubt that. The king has retired this quarter of an hour, he must be now undressing. Besides, the word is given. When he knows who I am, he will recall the word." The officer was more and more surprised, more and more subdued. "If I consent to announce you, may I at least know whom to announce, monsieur?" "You will announce His Majesty Charles II, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland." The officer uttered a cry of astonishment, drew back, and there might be seen upon his pallid countenance one of the most poignant emotions that ever an energetic man endeavored to drive back to his heart. "Oh, yes, sire, in fact," said he, "I ought to have recognized you." "You have seen my portrait, then?" "No, sire. Or else you have seen me formerly at court, before I was driven from France." "No, sire, it is not even that. How then could you have recognized me, if you have never seen my portrait or my person?" "Sire, I saw His Majesty your father at a terrible moment." "The day?" "Yes." A dark cloud passed over the brow of the prince, then, dashing his hand across it, "Do you see any difficulty in announcing me?" said he. "Sire, pardon me," replied the officer, "but I could not imagine a king under so simple an exterior, and yet I had the honor to tell your Majesty just now that I had seen Charles I. But pardon me, monsieur, I will go and inform the king." But returning after going a few steps, "Your Majesty is desirous, without doubt, that this interview should be a secret," said he. "I do not require it, but if it were possible to preserve it." "It is possible, sire, for I can dispense with informing the first gentleman on duty, but, for that, your Majesty must please to consent to give up your sword." "True, true, I had forgotten that no one armed is permitted to enter the chamber of a king of France. Your Majesty will form an exception, if you wish it, but then I shall avoid my responsibility by informing the king's attendant." "Here is my sword, monsieur." Will you now please to announce me to His Majesty? Instantly, sire. And the officer immediately went and knocked at the door of communication, which the valet opened to him. His Majesty the King of England, said the officer. His Majesty the King of England, replied the valet de chambre. At these words a gentleman opened the folding doors of the king's apartment, and Louis XIV was seen, without hat or sword, and his purpoint open, advancing with signs of the greatest surprise. You, my brother, you at Blois, cried Louis XIV, dismissing with a gesture both the gentleman and the valet de chambre, who passed out into the next apartment. Sire, replied Charles II, I was going to Paris, in the hope of seeing your Majesty, when report informed me of your approaching arrival in this city. I therefore prolonged my abode here, having something very particular to communicate to you. Will this closet suit you, my brother? Perfectly well, sire, for I think no one can hear us here. I have dismissed my gentleman and my watcher, they are in the next chamber. There, behind that partition, is a solitary closet, looking into the antechamber, and in that antechamber you found nobody but a solitary officer, did you? No, sire. Well, then, speak, my brother, I listen to you. Sire, I commence, and entreat your Majesty to have pity on the misfortunes of our house. The King of France colored, and drew his chair closer to that of the King of England. Sire, said Charles II, I have no need to ask if your Majesty is acquainted with the details of my deplorable history. Louis XIV blushed, this time more strongly than before, then, stretching forth his hand to that of the King of England, my brother, said he, I am ashamed to say so, but the Cardinal scarcely ever speaks of political affairs before me. Still more, formerly I used to get Laporte, my valet de chambre, to read historical subjects to me, but he put a stop to these readings, and took away Laporte from me. So that I beg my brother Charles to tell me all those matters as to a man who knows nothing. Well, sire, I think that by taking things from the beginning I shall have a better chance of touching the heart of your Majesty. Speak on, my brother, speak on. You know, sire, that being called in 1650 to Edinburgh, during Cromwell's expedition into Ireland, I was crowned at Scone. A year after, wounded in one of the provinces he had usurped, Cromwell returned upon us. To meet him was my object, to leave Scotland was my wish. And yet, interrupted the young king, Scotland is almost your native country, is it not, my brother? Yes, but the Scots were cruel compatriots for me, sire, they had forced me to forsake the religion of my fathers, they had hung Lord Montrose, the most devoted of my servants, because he was not a Covenanter, and as the poor martyr, to whom they had offered a favour when dying, had asked that his body might be cut into as many pieces as there are cities in Scotland, in order that evidence of his fidelity might be met with everywhere, I could not leave one city, or go into another, without passing under some fragments of a body which had acted, fought, and breathed for me. By a bold, almost desperate march, I passed through Cromwell's army, and entered England. The Protector set out in pursuit of this strange flight, which had a crown for its object. If I had been able to reach London before him, without doubt the prize of the race would have been mine, but he overtook me at Worcester. The genius of England was no longer with us, but with him. On the 3rd of September, 1651, sire, the anniversary of the other Battle of Dunbar, so fatal to the Scots, I was conquered. 2,000 men fell around me before I thought of retreating a step. At length I was obliged to fly. From that moment my history became a romance. Pursued with persistent inveteracy, I cut off my hair, I disguised myself as a woodman. One day spent amidst the branches of an oak gave to that tree the name of the Royal Oak, which it bears to this day. My adventures in the county of Stafford, whence I escaped with the daughter of my host on a pillion behind me, still fill the tales of the country firesides, and would furnish matter for ballads. I will some day write all this, sire, for the instruction of my brother kings. I will first tell how, on arriving at the residence of Mr. Norton, I met with a court chaplain, who was looking on at a party playing at skittles, and an old servant who named me, bursting into tears, and who was as near and as certainly killing me by his fidelity as another might have been by treachery. Then I will tell of my terrors, yes, sire, of my terrors, when, at the house of Colonel Wyndham, a farrier who came to shoe our horses declared they had been shod in the north. How strange, murmured Louis XIV. I never heard anything of all that. I was only told of your embarkation at Brighelmstone and your landing in Normandy." "Oh!" exclaimed Charles, "if heaven permits kings to be thus ignorant of the histories of each other, how can they render assistance to their brothers who need it?" "But tell me," continued Louis XIV, "how, after being so roughly received in England, you can still hope for anything from that unhappy country and that rebellious people?" "Oh, sire, since the Battle of Worcester, everything is changed there. Cromwell is dead, after having signed a treaty with France, in which his name is placed above yours. He died on the 3rd of September, 1658, a fresh anniversary of the battles of Dunbar and Worcester. His son has succeeded him. But certain men have a family, sire, and no heir. The inheritance of Oliver was too heavy for Richard. Richard was neither a republican nor a royalist. Richard allowed his guards to eat his dinner, and his generals to govern the republic. Richard abdicated the protectorate on the 22nd of April, 1659, more than a year ago, sire. From that time England is nothing but a tennis court, in which the players throw dice for the crown of my father. The two most eager players are Lambert and Monk. Well, sire, I, in my turn, wish to take part in this game, where the stakes are thrown upon my royal mantle. Sire, it only requires 1,000,000 to corrupt one of these players and make an ally of him, or 200 of your gentlemen to drive them out of my palace at Whitehall, as Christ drove the money changers from the temple. You come, then, replied Louis XIV, to ask me for your assistance, that is to say, not only for that which kings owe to each other, but that which simple Christians owe to each other, your assistance, sire, either in money or men. Your assistance, sire, and within a month, whether I oppose Lambert to Monk, or Monk to Lambert, I shall have reconquered my paternal inheritance, without having cost my country a guinea, or my subjects a drop of blood, for they are now all drunk with revolutions, protectorates, and republics, and ask nothing better than to fall staggering to sleep in the arms of royalty. Your assistance, sire, and I shall owe you more than I owe my father, my poor father, who bought at so dear a rate the ruin of our house. You may judge, sire, whether I am unhappy, whether I am in despair, for I accuse my own father." And the blood mounted to the pale face of Charles II, who remained for an instant with his head between his hands, and as if blinded by that blood which appeared to revolt against the filial blasphemy. The young king was not less affected than his elder brother. He threw himself about in his fauteuil, and could not find a single word of reply. Charles II, to whom 10 years in age gave a superior strength to master his emotions, recovered his speech the first. "Sire," said he, "your reply. I wait for it as a criminal waits for his sentence. Must I die?" "My brother," replied the French prince, "you ask of me for 1,000,000, me, who was never possessed of a quarter of that sum. I possess nothing. I am no more king of France than you are king of England. I am a name, a cipher dressed in fleur-de-lis velvet, that is all. I am upon a visible throne, that is my only advantage over your majesty. I have nothing, I can do nothing." "Can it be so?" exclaimed Charles II. "My brother," said Louis, sinking his voice, "I have undergone miseries with which my poorest gentlemen are unacquainted. If my poor Laporte were here, he would tell you that I have slept in ragged sheets, through the holes of which my legs have passed. He would tell you that afterwards, when I asked for carriages, they brought me conveyances half destroyed by the rats of the coach houses. He would tell you that when I asked for my dinner, the servants went to the cardinal's kitchen to inquire if there were any dinner for the king. And look. Today, this very day even, when I am 22 years of age, today, when I have attained the grade of the majority of kings, today, when I ought to have the key of the treasury, the direction of the policy, the supremacy in peace and war, cast your eyes around me, see how I am left. Look at this abandonment, this disdain, this silence. Whilst yonder, look yonder. View the bustle, the lights, the homage. There you see the real King of France, my brother. In the cardinal's apartments. Yes, in the cardinal's apartments. Then I am condemned, sire." Louis XIV made no reply. "Condemned is the word, for I will never solicit him who left my mother and sister to die with cold and hunger, the daughter and granddaughter of Henry IV, if M. de Retz and the Parliament had not sent them wood and bread. To die," murmured Louis XIV. "Well," continued the King of England, "poor Charles II, grandson of Henry IV, as you are, sire, having neither parliament nor Cardinal de Retz to apply to, will die of hunger, as his mother and sister had nearly done. Louis knitted his brow, and twisted violently the lace of his ruffles. This prostration, this immobility, serving as a mark to an emotion so visible, struck Charles II, and he took the young man's hand. "Thanks," said he, "my brother. You pity me, and that is all I can require of you in your present situation." "Sire," said Louis XIV, with a sudden impulse, and raising his head, "it is 1,000,000 you require, or 200 gentlemen, I think you say." "Sire, 1,000,000 would be quite sufficient." "That is very little. Offered to a single man it is a great deal. Convictions have been purchased at a much lower price, and I should have nothing to do but with venalities. 200 gentlemen. Reflect, that is little more than a single company." "Sire, there is in our family a tradition, and that is, that 4 men, 4 French gentlemen, devoted to my father, were near saving my father, though condemned by a parliament, guarded by an army and surrounded by a nation. Then if I can procure you 1,000,000, or 200 gentlemen, you will be satisfied, and you will consider me your well-affectioned brother. I shall consider you as my savior, and if I recover the throne of my father, England will be, as long as I reign it, a sister to France, as you will have been a brother to me." "Well, my brother," said Louis, rising, "what you hesitate to ask for, I will myself demand. That which I have never done on my own account, I will do on yours. I will go and find the King of France, the other, the rich, the powerful one, I mean. I will myself solicit this 1,000,000, or these 200 gentlemen, and, we will see." "Oh," cried Charles, "you are a noble friend, sire, a heart created by God. You save me, my brother, and if you should ever stand in need of the life you restore me, demand it." "Silence, my brother, silence," said Louis, in a suppressed voice. "Take care that no one hears you. We have not obtained our end yet. To ask money of Mazarin, that is worse than traversing the enchanted forest, each tree of which enclosed a demon. It is more than setting out to conquer a world. But yet, sire, when you ask it—" "I have already told you that I never asked," replied Louis with a haughtiness that made the King of England turn pale. And as the latter, like a wounded man, made a retreating movement, "Pardon me, my brother," replied he. "I have neither a mother nor a sister who are suffering. My throne is hard and naked, but I am firmly seated on my throne. Pardon me that expression, my brother, it was that of an egotist. I will retract it, therefore, by a sacrifice, I will go to Monsieur le Cardinal. Wait for me, if you please, I will return." 10. The Arithmetic of M. de Mazarin. Whilst the king was directing his course rapidly towards the wing of the castle occupied by the cardinal, taking nobody with him but his valet de chambre, the officer of musketeers came out, breathing like a man who has for a long time been forced to hold his breath, from the little cabinet of which we have already spoken, and which the king believed to be quite solitary. This little cabinet had formerly been part of the chamber, from which it was only separated by a thin partition. It resulted that this partition, which was only for the eye, permitted the ear the least indiscreet to hear every word spoken in the chamber. There was no doubt, then, that this lieutenant of musketeers had heard all that passed in His Majesty's apartment. Warned by the last words of the young king, he came out just in time to salute him on his passage, and to follow him with his eyes till he had disappeared in the corridor. Then as soon as he had disappeared, he shook his head after a fashion peculiarly his own, and in a voice which 40 years' absence from Gascony had not deprived of its Gascon accent, "A melancholy service," said he, "and a melancholy master." These words pronounced, the lieutenant resumed his place in his fauteuil, stretched his legs and closed his eyes, like a man who either sleeps or meditates. During this short monologue and the mise en scene that had accompanied it, whilst the king, through the long corridors of the old castle, proceeded to the apartment of M. de Mazarin, a scene of another sort was being enacted in those apartments. Mazarin was in bed, suffering a little from the gout. But as he was a man of order, who utilized even pain, he forced his wakefulness to be the humble servant of his labor. He had consequently ordered Bernouin, his valet de chambre, to bring him a little traveling desk, so that he might write in bed. But the gout is not an adversary that allows itself to be conquered so easily, therefore, at each movement he made, the pain from dull became sharp. "Is Brienne there?" asked he of Bernouin. "No, monseigneur," replied the valet de chambre, "M. de Brienne, with your permission, is gone to bed." But if it is the wish of your eminence, he can speedily be called. No, it is not worthwhile. Let us see, however. Cursed ciphers. And the cardinal began to think, counting on his fingers the while. Oh, ciphers is it? Said Bernouin. Very well. If your eminence attempts calculations, I will promise you a pretty headache tomorrow. And with that please to remember M. Guénaud is not here. You were right, Bernouin. You must take Brienne's place, my friend. Indeed, I ought to have brought M. Colbert with me. That young man goes on very well, Bernouin, very well, a very orderly youth. I do not know, said the valet de chambre, but I don't like the countenance of your young man who goes on so well. Well, Bernouin. We don't stand in need of your advice. Place yourself there, take the pen and write. I am ready, Monseigneur, what am I to write? There, that's the place, after the 2 lines already traced. I am there. Write 760,000 livres. That is written. Upon lions, the cardinal appeared to hesitate. Upon lions, repeated Bernouin. 3,900,000 livres. Well, Monseigneur. Upon Bordeaux, 7 millions. 7, repeated Bernouin. Yes, said the cardinal, pettishly, 7. Then, recollecting himself, you understand, Bernouin, added he, that all this money is to be spent. Monseigneur, whether it be spent or put away is of very little consequence to me, since none of these millions are mine. These millions are the king's, it is the king's money I am reckoning. Well, what were we saying? You always interrupt me. 7 millions upon Bordeaux. Ah, yes, that's right. Upon Madrid 4 millions. I give you to understand plainly to whom this money belongs, Bernouin, seeing that everybody has the stupidity to believe me rich in millions. I repel the silly idea. A minister, besides, has nothing of his own. Come, go on. Rentrées générales, 7 millions, properties, 9 millions. Have you written that, Bernouin? Yes, Monseigneur. Bourse, 600,000 livres, various property, 2 millions. Ah, I forgot, the furniture of the different chateaux. Must I put of the crown? Asked Bernouin. No, it is of no use doing that, that is understood. Have you written that, Bernouin? Yes, Monseigneur. And the ciphers? Stand straight under one another. Cast them up, Bernouin. 39,260,000 livres, Monseigneur. Ah, cried the cardinal, in a tone of vexation, there are not yet 40 millions. Bernouin recommenced the addition. No, Monseigneur, there want 740,000 livres. Mazarin asked for the account, and revised it carefully. Yes, but, said Bernouin, 39,260,000 livres make a good round sum. Ah, Bernouin, I wish the king had it. Your eminence told me that this money was his majesty's. Doubtless, as clear, as transparent as possible. These 39 millions are bespoken, and much more. Bernouin smiled after his own fashion, that is, like a man who believes no more than he is willing to believe, whilst preparing the cardinal's night draught, and putting his pillow to rights. Oh, said Mazarin, when the valet had gone out, not yet 40 millions. I must, however, attain that sum, which I had set down for myself. But who knows whether I shall have time? I sink, I am going, I shall never reach it. And yet, who knows that I may not find 2 or 3 millions in the pockets of my good friends the Spaniards? They discovered Peru, those people did, and, what the devil? They must have something left. As he was speaking thus, entirely occupied with his ciphers, and thinking no more of his gout, repelled by a preoccupation which, with the cardinal, was the most powerful of all preoccupations, Bernouin rushed into the chamber, quite in a fright. Well, asked the cardinal, what is the matter now? The king, Monseigneur, the king. How, the king? Said Mazarin, quickly concealing his paper. The king here, the king at this hour. I thought he was in bed long ago. What is the matter, then? The king could hear these last words, and see the terrified gesture of the cardinal rising up in his bed, for he entered the chamber at that moment. It is nothing, Monsieur le Cardinal, or at least nothing which can alarm you. It is an important communication which I wish to make to your eminence tonight, that is all. Mazarin immediately thought of that marked attention which the king had given to his words concerning Mademoiselle de Mancini, and the communication appeared to him probably to refer to this source. He recovered his serenity then instantly, and assumed his most agreeable air, a change of countenance which inspired the king with the greatest joy, and when Louis was seated. "Sire," said the cardinal, "I ought certainly to listen to your majesty standing, but the violence of my complaint—" "No ceremony between us, my dear Monsieur le Cardinal," said Louis kindly. "I am your pupil, and not the king, you know very well, and this evening in particular, as I come to you as a petitioner, as a solicitor, and one very humble, and desirous to be kindly received, too." Mazarin, seeing the heightened color of the king, was confirmed in his first idea, that is to say, that love thoughts were hidden under all these fine words. This time, political cunning, as keen as it was, made a mistake. This color was not caused by the bashfulness of a juvenile passion, but only by the painful contraction of the royal pride. Like a good uncle, Mazarin felt disposed to facilitate the confidence. "Speak, sire," said he, "and since your majesty is willing for an instant to forget that I am your subject, and call me your master and instructor, I promise your majesty my most devoted and tender consideration." "Thanks, Monsieur le Cardinal," answered the king, "that which I have to ask of your eminence has but little to do with myself." "So much the worse," replied the cardinal, "so much the worse. Sire, I should wish your majesty to ask of me something of importance, even a sacrifice, but whatever it may be that you ask me, I am ready to set your heart at rest by granting it, my dear sire." "Well, this is what brings me here," said the king, with a beating of the heart that had no equal except the beating of the heart of the minister. "I have just received a visit from my brother, the King of England." Mazarin bounded in his bed as if he had been put in relation with a Leyden jar or a voltaic pile, at the same time that a surprise, or rather a manifest disappointment, inflamed his features with such a blaze of anger, that Louis XIV, little diplomatist as he was, saw that the minister had hoped to hear something else. "Charles II," exclaimed Mazarin, with a hoarse voice and a disdainful movement of his lips. "You have received a visit from Charles II. "From King Charles II," replied Louis, according in a marked manner to the grandson of Henry IV the title which Mazarin had forgotten to give him. "Yes, Monsieur le Cardinal, that unhappy prince has touched my heart with the relation of his misfortunes. His distress is great, Monsieur le Cardinal, and it has appeared painful to me, who have seen my own throne disputed, who have been forced in times of commotion to quit my capital, to me, in short, who am acquainted with misfortune, to leave a deposed and fugitive brother without assistance." Said the cardinal, sharply, "why had he not, as you have, a Jules Mazarin by his side? His crown would then have remained intact." "I know all that my house owes to your eminence," replied the king, haughtily, "and you may well believe that I, on my part, shall never forget it. It is precisely because my brother the King of England has not about him the powerful genius who has saved me, it is for that, I say, that I wish to conciliate the aid of that same genius, and beg you to extend your arm over his head, well assured, Monsieur le Cardinal, that your hand, by touching him only, would know how to replace upon his brow the crown which fell at the foot of his father's scaffold." "Sire," replied Mazarin, "I thank you for your good opinion with regard to myself, but we have nothing to do yonder. They are a set of madmen who deny God, and cut off the heads of their kings. They are dangerous, observe, sire, and filthy to the touch after having wallowed in royal blood and covenantal murder. That policy has never suited me, I scorn it and reject it. Therefore you ought to assist in establishing a better." "What is that?" "The restoration of Charles II, for example." "Good heavens!" cried Mazarin, "does the poor prince flatter himself with that chimera?" "Yes, he does," replied the young king, terrified at the difficulties opposed to this project, which he fancied he could perceive in the infallible eye of his minister. "He only asks for 1,000,000 to carry out his purpose." "Is that all? A little million, if you please," said the cardinal, ironically, with an effort to conquer his Italian accent. "A little million, if you please, brother. Bah, a family of mendicants." "Cardinal," said Louis, raising his head, "that family of mendicants is a branch of my family. Are you rich enough to give millions to other people, sire? Have you millions to throw away?" "Oh," replied Louis XIV, with great pain, which he, however, by a strong effort, prevented from appearing on his countenance, "oh. Yes, Monsieur le Cardinal, I am well aware I am poor, and yet the crown of France is worth 1,000,000, and to perform a good action I would pledge my crown if it were necessary." I could find Jews who would be willing to lend me 1,000,000. So, sire, you say you want 1,000,000, said Mazarin. Yes, monsieur, I say so. You were mistaken, greatly mistaken, sire, you want much more than that. Bernouin, you shall see, sire, how much you really want. What, cardinal, said the king, are you going to consult a lackey about my affairs? Bernouin, cried the cardinal again, without appearing to remark the humiliation of the young prince. Come here, Bernouin, and tell me the figures I gave you just now. Cardinal, did you not hear me? Said Louis, turning pale with anger. Do not be angry, sire, I deal openly with the affairs of your majesty. Everyone in France knows that, my books are as open as day. What did I tell you to do just now, Bernouin? Your eminence commanded me to cast up an account. You did it, did you not? Yes, my lord. To verify the amount of which his majesty, at this moment, stands in need. Did I not tell you so? Be frank, my friend. Your eminence said so. Well, what sum did I say I wanted? 45 millions, I think. And what sum could we find, after collecting all our resources? 39,260,000. That is correct, Bernouin, that is all I wanted to know. Leave us now, said the cardinal, fixing his brilliant eye upon the young king, who sat mute with stupefaction. However, stammered the king. What, do you still doubt, sire? Said the cardinal. Well, here is a proof of what I said. And Mazarin drew from under his bolster the paper covered with figures, which he presented to the king, who turned away his eyes, his vexation was so deep. Therefore, as it is 1,000,000 you want, sire, and that 1,000,000 is not set down here, it is 46 millions your majesty stands in need of. Well, I don't think that any Jews in the world would lend such a sum, even upon the crown of France. The king, clenching his hands beneath his ruffles, pushed away his chair. So it must be then, said he, my brother the King of England will die of hunger. Sire, replied Mazarin, in the same tone, remember this proverb, which I give you as the expression of the soundest policy, rejoice at being poor when your neighbor is poor likewise. Louis meditated this for a few moments, with an inquisitive glance directed to the paper, one end of which remained under the bolster. Then, said he, it is impossible to comply with my demand for money, my lord cardinal, is it? Absolutely, sire. Remember, this will secure me a future enemy, if he succeed in recovering his crown without my assistance. If your majesty only fears that, you may be quite at ease, replied Mazarin, eagerly. Very well, I say no more about it, exclaimed Louis XIV. Have I at least convinced you, sire? Placing his hand upon that of the young king. Perfectly. If there be anything else, ask it, sire, I shall most happy to grant it to you, having refused this. Anything else, my lord? Why yes, am I not devoted body and soul to your majesty? Hola! Bernouin, lights and guards for his majesty. His majesty is returning to his own chamber. Not yet, monsieur, since you place your goodwill at my disposal, I will take advantage of it. For yourself, sire? Asked the cardinal, hoping that his niece was at length about to be named. No, monsieur, not for myself, replied Louis, but still for my brother Charles. The brow of Mazarin again became clouded, and he grumbled a few words that the king could not catch. 11. Mazarin's policy. Instead of the hesitation with which he had accosted the cardinal a quarter of an hour before, there might be read in the eyes of the young king that will against which a struggle might be maintained, and which might be crushed by its own impotence, but which, at least, would preserve, like a wound in the depth of the heart, the remembrance of its defeat. This time, my lord cardinal, we have to deal with something more easily found than 1,000,000. Do you think so, sire? Said Mazarin, looking at the king with that penetrating eye which was accustomed to read to the bottom of hearts. Yes, I think so, and when you know the object of my request. And do you think I do not know it, sire? You know what remains for me to say to you. Listen, sire, these are King Charles's own words. Oh, impossible. Listen. And if that miserly, beggarly Italian, said he. My lord cardinal, that is the sense, if not the words. Good heavens. I wish him no ill on that account, one is biased by his passions. He said to you, if that vile Italian refuses the 1,000,000 we ask of him, sire, if we are forced, for want of money, to renounce diplomacy, well, then, we will ask him to grant us 500 gentlemen." Quote. The king started, for the cardinal was only mistaken in the number. "Is not that it, sire?" cried the minister, with a triumphant accent. And then he added some fine words. He said, "I have friends on the other side of the channel, and these friends only want a leader and a banner. When they see me, when they behold the banner of France, they will rally around me, for they will comprehend that I have your support. The colors of the French uniform will be worth as much to me as the million M. de Mazarin refuses us, for he was pretty well assured I should refuse him that million. I shall conquer with these 500 gentlemen, sire, and all the honor will be yours." Now, that is what he said, or to that purpose, was it not? Turning those plain words into brilliant metaphors and pompous images, for they are fine talkers in that family. The father talked even on the scaffold. The perspiration of shame stood on the brow of Louis. He felt that it was inconsistent with his dignity to hear his brother thus insulted, but he did not yet know how to act with him to whom everyone yielded, even his mother. At last he made an effort. "But," said he, "my lord cardinal, it is not 500 men, it is only 200. Well, but you see I guessed what he wanted. I never denied that you had a penetrating eye, and that was why I thought you would not refuse my brother Charles a thing so simple and so easy to grant him as what I ask of you in his name, my lord cardinal, or rather in my own." "Sire," said Mazarin, "I have studied policy 30 years, first, under the auspices of M. le Cardinal Richelieu, and then alone. This policy has not always been over-honest, it must be allowed, but it has never been unskillful. Now that which is proposed to your majesty is dishonest and unskillful at the same time." "Dishonest, monsieur." "Sire, you entered into a treaty with Cromwell." "Yes, and in that very treaty Cromwell signed his name above mine." "Why did you sign yours so low down, sire?" "Cromwell found a good place, and he took it, that was his custom." "I return, then, to M. Cromwell. You have a treaty with him, that is to say, with England, since when you signed that treaty M. Cromwell was England. M. Cromwell is dead. Do you think so, sire?" "No doubt he is, since his son Richard has succeeded him, and has abdicated." "Yes, that is it exactly. Richard inherited after the death of his father, and England at the abdication of Richard. The treaty formed part of the inheritance, whether in the hands of M. Richard or in the hands of England. The treaty is, then, still as good, as valid as ever. Why should you evade it, sire? What has changed? Charles wants today what we were not willing to grant him 10 years ago, but that was foreseen and provided against. You were the ally of England, sire, and not of Charles II. It was doubtless wrong, from a family point of view, to sign a treaty with a man who had cut off the head of the king your father's brother-in-law, and to contract an alliance with a parliament which they call yonder the rump parliament. It was unbecoming, I acknowledge, but it was not unskillful from a political point of view, since, thanks to that treaty, I saved your majesty, then a minor, the trouble and danger of a foreign war, which the Fronde, you remember the Fronde, sire, the young king hung his head, which the Fronde might have fatally complicated. And thus I proved to your majesty that to change our plan now, without warning our allies, would be at once unskillful and dishonest. We should make war with the aggression on our side, we should make it, deserving to have it made against us, and we should have the appearance of fearing it whilst provoking it, for a permission granted to 500 men, to 200 men, to 50 men, to 10 men, is still a permission. One Frenchman, that is the nation, one uniform, that is the army. Suppose, sire, for example, that you should have war with Holland, which, sooner or later, will certainly happen, or with Spain, which will perhaps ensue if your marriage fails. Mazarin stole a furtive glance at the king, and there are 1,000 causes that might yet make your marriage fail. Well, would you approve of England sending to the United Provinces or to Spain a regiment, a company, a squadron even, of English gentlemen? Would you think that they kept within the limits of their treaty of alliance? Louis listened. It seemed so strange to him that Mazarin should invoke good faith, and he the author of so many political tricks called Mazarinids. And yet, said the king, without any manifest authorization, I cannot prevent gentlemen of my states from passing over into England, if such should be their good pleasure. You should compel them to return, sire, or at least protest against their presence as enemies in an allied country. But come, my Lord Cardinal, you who are so profound a genius, try if you cannot find a means to assist this poor king, without compromising ourselves. And that is exactly what I am not willing to do, my dear sire, said Mazarin. If England were to act exactly according to my wishes, she could not act better than she does. If I directed the policy of England from this place, I should not direct it otherwise. Governed as she is governed, England is an eternal nest of contention for all Europe. Holland protects Charles II, let Holland do so, they will quarrel, they will fight. They are the only two maritime powers. Let them destroy each other's navies, we can construct ours with the wrecks of their vessels, when we shall save our money to buy nails. Oh, how paltry and mean is all this that you are telling me, Monsieur le Cardinal. Yes, but nevertheless it is true, sire, you must confess that. Still further. Suppose I admit, for a moment, the possibility of breaking your word, and evading the treaty, such a thing as sometimes happens, but that is when some great interest is to be promoted by it, or when the treaty is found to be too troublesome. Well, you will authorize the engagement asked of you. France, her banner, which is the same thing, will cross the straits and will fight, France will be conquered. Why so? Ma foi, we have a pretty general to fight under, this Charles II. Worcester gave us proofs of that. But he will no longer have to deal with Cromwell, monsieur. But he will have to deal with Monk, who is quite as dangerous. The brave brewer of whom we are speaking, was a visionary. He had moments of exaltation, of inflation during which he ran over like an overfilled cask, and from the chinks there always escaped some drops of his thoughts, and by the sample the whole of his thought was to be made out. Cromwell has thus allowed us more than 10 times to penetrate into his very soul, when one would have conceived that soul to be enveloped in triple brass, as Horace has it. But Monk. Oh, sire, God defend you from ever having anything to transact politically with Monk. It is he who has given me, in 1 year, all the grey hairs I have. Monk is no fanatic, unfortunately he is a politician, he does not overflow, he keeps close together. For 10 years he has had his eyes fixed upon one object, and nobody has yet been able to ascertain what. Every morning, as Louis XI advised, he burns his nightcap. Therefore, on the day when this plan, slowly and solitarily ripened, shall break forth, it will break forth with all the conditions of success which always accompany an unforeseen event. That is Monk, sire, of whom, perhaps, you have never heard, of whom, perhaps, you did not even know the name, before your brother, Charles II, who knows what he is, pronounced it before you. He is a marvel of depth and tenacity, the two only things against which intelligence and ardor are blunted. Sire, I had ardor when I was young, I always was intelligent. I may safely boast of it, because I am reproached with it. I have done very well with these two qualities, since, from the son of a fisherman of Piscina, I have become Prime Minister to the King of France, and in that position your Majesty will perhaps acknowledge I have rendered some service to the throne of your Majesty. Well, sire, if I had met with Monk on my way, instead of Monsieur de Beaufort, Monsieur de Retz, or Monsieur le Prince, well, we should have been ruined. If you engage yourself rashly, sire, you will fall into the talons of this politic soldier. The cask of Monk, sire, is an iron coffer, in the recesses of which he shuts up his thoughts, and no one has the key of it. Therefore, near him, or rather before him, I bow, sire, for I have nothing but a velvet cap. What do you think Monk wishes to do, then? A. Sire, if I knew that, I would not tell you to mistrust him, for I should be stronger than he, but with him, I am afraid to guess, you understand my word, for if I thought I had guessed, I should stop at an idea, and, in spite of myself, should pursue that idea. Since that man has been in power yonder, I am like one of the damned in Dante whose neck Satan has twisted, and who walk forward, looking behind them. I am traveling towards Madrid, but I never lose sight of London. To guess, with that devil of a man, is to deceive oneself, and to deceive oneself is to ruin oneself. God keep me from ever seeking to guess what he aims at. I confine myself to watching what he does, and that is well enough. Now I believe, you observe the meaning of the word I believe. I believe, with respect to Monk, ties one to nothing, I believe that he has a strong inclination to succeed Cromwell. Your Charles II has already caused proposals to be made to him by 10 persons, he has satisfied himself with driving these 10 meddlers from his presence, without saying anything to them but, begone, or I will have you hung. That man is a sepulchre. At this moment Monk is affecting devotion to the Rump Parliament, of this devotion, I am not the dupe. Monk has no wish to be assassinated, an assassination would stop him in the middle of his operations, and his work must be accomplished, so I believe, but do not believe what I believe, sire, for as I say I believe from habit, I believe that Monk is keeping on friendly terms with the Parliament till the day comes for dispersing it. You were asked for swords, but they are to fight against Monk. God preserve you from fighting against Monk, sire, for Monk would beat us, and I should never console myself after being beaten by Monk. I should say to myself, Monk has foreseen that victory 10 years. For God's sake, sire, out of friendship for you, if not out of consideration for himself, let Charles II keep quiet. Your Majesty will give him a little income here, give him one of your chateaux. Yes, yes, wait a while. But I forgot the treaty, that famous treaty of which we were just now speaking. Your Majesty has not even the right to give him a chateau. How is that? Yes, yes, your Majesty is bound not to grant hospitality to King Charles, and to compel him to leave France even. It was on this account we forced him to quit you, and yet here he is again. Sire, I hope you will give your brother to understand that he cannot remain with us, that it is impossible he should be allowed to compromise us, or I myself. Enough, my lord, said Louis XIV, rising. In refusing me 1 million, perhaps you may be right, your millions are your own. In refusing me 200 gentlemen, you are still further in the right, for you are Prime Minister, and you have, in the eyes of France, the responsibility of peace and war. But that you should pretend to prevent me, who am king, from extending my hospitality to the grandson of Henry IV, to my cousin German, to the companion of my childhood, there your power stops, and there begins my will. Sire, said Mazarin, delighted at being let off so cheaply, and who had, besides, only fought so earnestly to arrive at that, sire, I shall always bend before the will of my king. Let my king, then, keep near him, or in one of his chateaux, the King of England, let Mazarin know it, but let not the minister know it. Good night, my lord, said Louis XIV, I go away in despair. But convinced, and that is all I desire, sire, replied Mazarin. The king made no answer, and retired quite pensive, convinced, not of all Mazarin had told him, but of one thing which he took care not to mention to him, and that was, that it was necessary for him to study seriously both his own affairs and those of Europe, for he found them very difficult and very obscure. Louis found the King of England seated in the same place where he had left him. On perceiving him, the English prince arose, but at the first glance he saw discouragement written in dark letters upon his cousin's brow. Then, speaking first, as if to facilitate the painful avowal that Louis had to make to him. Whatever it may be, said he, I shall never forget all the kindness, all the friendship you have exhibited towards me. Alas, replied Louis, in a melancholy tone, only barren goodwill, my brother. Charles II became extremely pale, he passed his cold hand over his brow, and struggled for a few instants against a faintness that made him tremble. I understand, said he at last, no more hope. Louis seized the hand of Charles II. Wait, my brother, said he, precipitate nothing, everything may change, hasty resolutions ruin all causes, at another year of trial, I implore you, to the years you have already undergone. You have, to induce you to act now rather than at another time, neither occasion nor opportunity. Come with me, my brother, I will give you one of my residences, whichever you prefer, to inhabit. I, with you, will keep my eyes upon events, we will prepare. Come, then, my brother, have courage. Charles II withdrew his hand from that of the king, and drawing back, to salute him with more ceremony, with all my heart, thanks. Replied he, Sire, but I have prayed without success to the greatest king on earth, now I will go and ask a miracle of God. And he went out without being willing to hear any more, his head carried loftily, his hand trembling, with a painful contraction of his noble countenance, and that profound gloom which, finding no more hope in the world of men, appeared to go beyond it, and ask it in worlds unknown. The officer of musketeers, on seeing him pass by thus pale, bowed almost to his knees as he saluted him. He then took a flambeau, called 2 musketeers, and descended the deserted staircase with the unfortunate king, holding in his left hand his hat, the plume of which swept the steps. Arrived at the door, the musketeer asked the king which way he was going, that he might direct the musketeers. "Monsieur," replied Charles II, in a subdued voice, "you who have known my father, say, did you ever pray for him? If you have done so, do not forget me in your prayers. Now, I am going alone, and beg of you not to accompany me, or have me accompanied any further." The officer bowed and sent away the musketeers into the interior of the palace. But he himself remained an instant under the porch watching the departing Charles II, till he was lost in the turn of the next street. "To him as to his father formerly," murmured he, "Athos, if he were here, would say with reason, salute fallen majesty." Then, reascending the staircase, "Oh, the vile service that I follow," said he at every step. "Oh, my pitiful master. Life thus carried on is no longer tolerable, and it is at length time that I should do something. No more generosity, no more energy. The master has succeeded, the pupil is starved forever. Mordioux, I will not resist. Come, you men," continued he, entering the antechamber, "why are you all looking at me so? Extinguish these torches and return to your posts. Ah, you were guarding me. Yes, you watch over me, do you not, worthy fellows? Brave fools. I am not the Duc de Guise. Begone. They will not assassinate me in the little passage. Besides," added he, in a low voice, "that would be a resolution, and no resolutions have been formed since Monsieur le Cardinal Richelieu died. Now, with all his faults, that was a man. It is settled, tomorrow I will throw my cassock to the nettles." Then, reflecting, "No," said he, "not yet. I have one great trial to make and I will make it, but that, and I swear it, shall be the last, Mordioux." He had not finished speaking when a voice issued from the king's chamber. "Monsieur le lieutenant," said this voice. "Here I am," replied he. "The king desires to speak to you." "Humph," said the lieutenant, "perhaps of what I was thinking about." And he went into the king's apartment. 12. The king and the lieutenant. As soon as the king saw the officer enter, he dismissed his valet de chambre and his gentleman. "Who is on duty tomorrow, monsieur?" asked he. The lieutenant bowed his head with military politeness, and replied, "I am, sire." "What, still you?" "Always I, sire." "How can that be, monsieur?" "Sire, when traveling, the musketeers supply all the posts of your majesty's household, that is to say, yours, her majesty the queen's, and monsieur le cardinal's, the latter of whom borrows of the king the best part, or rather the numerous part, of the royal guard. But in the interims—" "There are no interims, sire, but for 20 or 30 men who rest out of 120. At the Louvre it is very different, and if I were at the Louvre I should rely upon my brigadier, but, when traveling, sire, no one knows what may happen, and I prefer doing my duty myself." "Then you are on guard every day?" "And every night." "Yes, sire." "Monsieur, I cannot allow that, I will have you rest." "That is very kind, sire, but I will not." "What do you say?" said the king, who did not at first comprehend the full meaning of this reply. "I say, sire, that I will not expose myself to the chance of a fault. If the devil had a trick to play on me, you understand, sire, as he knows the man with whom he has to deal, he would choose the moment when I should not be there. My duty and the peace of my conscience before everything, sire. But such duty will kill you, monsieur. Eh, sire, I have performed it for 30 years, and in all France and Navarre there is not a man in better health than I am. Moreover, I entreat you, sire, not to trouble yourself about me. That would appear very strange to me, seeing that I am not accustomed to it." The king cut short the conversation by a fresh question. "Shall you be here, then, tomorrow morning?" "As at present, yes, sire." The king walked several times up and down his chamber. It was very plain that he burned with a desire to speak, but that he was restrained by some fear or other. The lieutenant, standing motionless, hat in hand, watched him making these evolutions, and, whilst looking at him, grumbled to himself, biting his mustache. "He has not half a crown worth of resolution. Parole d'honneur. I would lay a wager he does not speak at all." The king continued to walk about, casting from time to time a side glance at the lieutenant. "He is the very image of his father," continued the latter, in his secret soliloquy. "He is at once proud, avaricious, and timid. The devil take his master, say I. The king stopped. Lieutenant, said he. I am here, sire. Why did you cry out this evening, down below in the salons, the king's service? His Majesty's musketeers. Quote, because you gave me the order, sire. I, yourself. Indeed, I did not say a word, monsieur. Sire, an order is given by a sign, by a gesture, by a glance, as intelligibly, as freely, and as clearly as by word of mouth. A servant who has nothing but ears is not half a good servant. Your eyes are very penetrating, then, monsieur. How is that, sire? Because they see what is not. My eyes are good, though, sire, although they have served their master long and much, when they have anything to see, they seldom miss the opportunity. Now, this evening, they saw that your Majesty colored with endeavoring to conceal the inclination to yawn, that your Majesty looked with eloquent supplications, first to his Eminence, and then at her Majesty the Queen Mother, and at length to the entrance door, and they so thoroughly remarked all I have said, that they saw your Majesty's lips articulate these words, who will get me out of this? Quote, monsieur. Or something to this effect, sire, my musketeers. I could then no longer hesitate. That look was for me, that order was for me. I cried out instantly, His Majesty's musketeers. And, besides, that was shown to be true, sire, not only by your Majesty's not saying I was wrong, but proving I was right by going out at once. The king turned away to smile, then, after a few seconds, he again fixed his limpid eye upon that countenance, so intelligent, so bold, and so firm, that it might have been said to be the proud and energetic profile of the eagle facing the sun. That is all very well, said he, after a short silence, during which he endeavored, in vain, to make his officer lower his eyes. But seeing the king said no more, the latter pirouetted on his heels, and took 3 steps towards the door, muttering, he will not speak. Mordioux, he will not speak. Thank you, monsieur, said the king at last. Humph, continued the lieutenant, there was only wanting that. Blamed for having been less of a fool than another might have been. And he went to the door, allowing his spurs to jingle in true military style. But when he was on the threshold, feeling the king's desire drew him back, he returned. Has your Majesty told me all? Asked he, in a tone we cannot describe, but which, without appearing to solicit the royal confidence, contained so much persuasive frankness that the king immediately replied. Yes, but draw near, monsieur. Now then, murmured the officer, he is coming to it at last. Listen to me. I shall not lose a word, sire. You will mount on horseback tomorrow, at about 4:30 in the morning, and you will have a horse saddled for me. From your Majesty's stables. No, one of your musketeers' horses. Very well, sire. Is that all? And you will accompany me? Alone. Alone. Shall I come to seek your Majesty, or shall I wait? You will wait for me. Where, sire? At the little park gate. The lieutenant bowed, understanding that the king had told him all he had to say. In fact, the king dismissed him with a gracious wave of the hand. The officer left the chamber of the king, and returned to place himself philosophically in his fauteuil, where, far from sleeping, as might have been expected, considering how late it was, he began to reflect more deeply than he had ever reflected before. The result of these reflections was not so melancholy as the preceding ones had been. Come, he has begun, said he. Love urges him on, and he goes forward, he goes forward. The king is nobody in his own palace, but the man perhaps may prove to be worth something. Well, we shall see tomorrow morning. Oh, oh, cried he, all at once starting up, that is a gigantic idea, Mordioux. And perhaps my fortune depends, at least, upon that idea. After this exclamation, the officer arose and marched, with his hands in the pockets of his juste corps, about the immense antechamber that served him as an apartment. The wax light flamed furiously under the effects of a fresh breeze which stole in through the chinks of the door and the window, and cut the salle diagonally. It threw out a reddish, unequal light, sometimes brilliant, sometimes dull, and the tall shadow of the lieutenant was seen marching on the wall, in profile, like a figure by Callot, with his long sword and feathered hat. Certainly, said he, I am mistaken if Mazarin is not laying a snare for this amorous boy. Mazarin, this evening, gave an address, and made an appointment as complacently as M. Donjo himself could have done. I heard him, and I know the meaning of his words. Tomorrow morning, said he, they will pass opposite the bridge of Blois. Mordioux, that is clear enough, and particularly for a lover. That is the cause of this embarrassment, that is the cause of this hesitation, that is the cause of this order. Monsieur the lieutenant of my musketeers, be on horseback tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the morning. Which is as clear as if he had said, Monsieur the lieutenant of my musketeers, tomorrow, at 4, at the bridge of Blois. Do you understand? Here is a state secret, then, which I, humble as I am, have in my possession, while it is in action. And how do I get it? Because I have good eyes, as His Majesty just now said. They say he loves this little Italian doll furiously. They say he threw himself at his mother's feet, to beg her to allow him to marry her. They say the Queen went so far as to consult the court of Rome, whether such a marriage, contracted against her will, would be valid. Oh, if I were but 25. If I had by my side those I no longer have. If I did not despise the whole world most profoundly, I would embroil Mazarin with the Queen Mother, France with Spain, and I would make a queen after my own fashion. But let that pass. And the lieutenant snapped his fingers in disdain. This miserable Italian, this poor creature, this sordid wretch, who has just refused the King of England 1,000,000, would not perhaps give me 1,000 pistoles for the news I could carry him. Mordioux, I am falling into second childhood, I am becoming stupid indeed. The idea of Mazarin giving anything. Ha, 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 and he laughed in a subdued voice. Well, let us go to sleep, let us go to sleep, and the sooner the better. My mind is wearied with my evening's work, and will see things tomorrow more clearly than today. And upon this recommendation, made to himself, he folded his cloak around him, looking with contempt upon his royal neighbor. 5 minutes after this he was asleep, with his hands clenched and his lips apart, giving escape, not to his secret, but to a sonorous sound, which rose and spread freely beneath the majestic roof of the antechamber. 13. Marie de Mancini. The sun had scarcely shed its first beams on the majestic trees of the park and the lofty turrets of the castle, when the young king, who had been awake more than 2 hours, possessed by the sleeplessness of love, opened his shutters himself, and cast an inquiring look into the courts of the sleeping palace. He saw that it was the hour agreed upon. The great court clock pointed to 4:15. He did not disturb his valet de chambre, who was sleeping soundly at some distance. He dressed himself, and the valet, in a great fright, sprang up, thinking he had been deficient in his duty, but the king sent him back again, commanding him to preserve the most absolute silence. He then descended the little staircase, went out at a lateral door, and perceived at the end of the wall a mounted horseman, holding another horse by the bridle. This horseman could not be recognized in his cloak and slouched hat. As to the horse, saddled like that of a rich citizen, it offered nothing remarkable to the most experienced eye. Louis took the bridle, the officer held the stirrup without dismounting, and asked His Majesty's orders in a low voice. "Follow me," replied the king. The officer put his horse to the trot, behind that of his master, and they descended the hill towards the bridge. When they reached the other side of the Loire, "Monsieur," said the king, "you will please to ride on till you see a carriage coming, then return and inform me. I will wait here. Will your Majesty deign to give me some description of the carriage I am charged to discover? A carriage in which you will see 2 ladies, and probably their attendants likewise." "Sire, I should not wish to make a mistake. Is there no other sign by which I may know this carriage?" "It will bear, in all probability, the arms of Monsieur le Cardinal." "That is sufficient, sire," replied the officer, fully instructed in the object of his search. He put his horse to the trot, and rode sharply on in the direction pointed out by the king. But he had scarcely gone 500 paces when he saw 4 mules, and then a carriage, loom up from behind a little hill. Behind this carriage came another. It required only one glance to assure him that these were the equipages he was in search of. He therefore turned his bridle, and rode back to the king. "Sire," said he, "here are the carriages. The first, as you said, contains 2 ladies with their femmes de chambre, the second contains the footmen, provisions, and necessaries." "That is well," replied the king in an agitated voice. "Please to go and tell those ladies that a cavalier of the court wishes to pay his respects to them alone." The officer set off at a gallop. "Mordioux," said he, as he rode on, "here is a new and honorable employment, I hope. I complained of being nobody. I am the king's confidant, that is enough to make a musketeer burst with pride. He approached the carriage, and delivered his message gallantly and intelligently. There were 2 ladies in the carriage, one of great beauty, although rather thin, the other less favored by nature, but lively, graceful, and uniting in the delicate lines of her brow all the signs of a strong will. Her eyes, animated and piercing, in particular, spoke more eloquently than all the amorous phrases in fashion in those days of gallantry. It was to her D'Artagnan addressed himself, without fear of being mistaken, although the other was, as we have said, the more handsome of the 2. "Madam," said he, "I am the lieutenant of the musketeers, and there is on the road a horseman who awaits you, and is desirous of paying his respects to you." At these words, the effect of which he watched closely, the lady with the black eyes uttered a cry of joy, leant out of the carriage window, and seeing the cavalier approaching, held out her arms, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear sire!" and the tears gushed from her eyes. The coachman stopped his team, the women rose in confusion from the back of the carriage, and the second lady made a slight curtsy, terminated by the most ironical smile that jealousy ever imparted to the lips of woman. "Marie, dear Marie," cried the king, taking the hand of the black-eyed lady in both his. And opening the heavy door himself, he drew her out of the carriage with so much ardor, that she was in his arms before she touched the ground. The lieutenant, posted on the other side of the carriage, saw and heard all without being observed. The king offered his arm to Mademoiselle de Mancini, and made a sign to the coachman and lackeys to proceed. It was nearly 6 o'clock, the road was fresh and pleasant, tall trees with their foliage still enclosed in the golden down of their buds, let the dew of morning filter from their trembling branches, like liquid diamonds, the grass was bursting at the foot of the hedges, the swallows having returned only a few days since, described their graceful curves between the heavens and the water. A breeze, laden with the perfumes of the blossoming woods, sighed along the road, and wrinkled the surface of the waters of the river. All these beauties of the day, all these perfumes of the plants, all these aspirations of the earth towards heaven, intoxicated the 2 lovers, walking side by side, leaning upon each other, eyes fixed upon eyes, hand clasping hand, and who, lingering as by a common desire, did not dare to speak, they had so much to say. The officer saw that the king's horse, in wandering this way and that, annoyed Mademoiselle de Mancini. He took advantage of the pretext of securing the horse to draw near them, and dismounting, walked between the 2 horses he led. He did not lose a single word or gesture of the lovers. It was Mademoiselle de Mancini who at length began. "Ah, my dear sire," said she, "you do not abandon me, then?" "No, Marie," replied the king, "you see I do not. I had so often been told, though, that as soon as we should be separated you would no longer think of me." "Dear Marie, is it then today only that you have discovered we are surrounded by people interested in deceiving us? But then, sire, this journey, this alliance with Spain. They are going to marry you off." Louis hung his head. At the same time the officer could see the eyes of Marie de Mancini shine in the sun with the brilliancy of a dagger starting from its sheath. "And you have done nothing in favor of our love?" asked the girl, after a silence of a moment. "Ah, mademoiselle, how could you believe that? I threw myself at the feet of my mother, I begged her, I implored her, I told her all my hopes of happiness were in you, I even threatened." "Well?" asked Marie, eagerly. "Well, the Queen Mother wrote to the court of Rome, and received as answer, that a marriage between us would have no validity, and would be dissolved by the Holy Father. At length, finding there was no hope for us, I requested to have my marriage with the Infanta at least delayed. And yet that does not prevent your being on the road to meet her. How can I help it? To my prayers, to my supplications, to my tears, I received no answer but reasons of state. Well, 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 what is to be done, mademoiselle, when so many wills are leagued against me?" It was now Marie's turn to hang her head. "Then I must bid you adieu forever," said she. "You know that I am being exiled, you know that I am going to be buried alive, you know still more that they want to marry me off, too." Louis became very pale, and placed his hand upon his heart. "If I had thought that my life only had been at stake, I have been so persecuted that I might have yielded, but I thought yours was concerned, my dear sire, and I stood out for the sake of preserving your happiness." "Oh, yes, my happiness, my treasure," murmured the king, more gallantly than passionately, perhaps. "The cardinal might have yielded," said Marie, "if you had addressed yourself to him, if you had pressed him. For the cardinal to call the King of France his nephew. Do you not perceive, sire? He would have made war even for that honor. The cardinal, assured of governing alone, under the double pretext of having brought up the king and given his niece to him in marriage, the cardinal would have fought all antagonists, overcome all obstacles. Oh, sire, I can answer for that. I am a woman, and I see clearly into everything where love is concerned. These words produced a strange effect upon the king. Instead of heightening his passion, they cooled it. He stopped, and said hastily, "What is to be said, mademoiselle? Everything has failed. Except your will, I trust, my dear sire." "Alas," said the king, coloring, "have I a will?" "Oh," said Mademoiselle de Mancini mournfully, wounded by that expression. "The king has no will but that which policy dictates, but that which reasons of state impose upon him." "Oh, it is because you have no love," cried Marie. "If you loved, sire, you would have a will." On pronouncing these words, Marie raised her eyes to her lover, whom she saw more pale and more cast down than an exile who is about to quit his native land forever. "Accuse me," murmured the king, "but do not say I do not love you." A long silence followed these words, which the young king had pronounced with a perfectly true and profound feeling. "I am unable to think that tomorrow, and after tomorrow, I shall see you no more. I cannot think that I am going to end my sad days at a distance from Paris, that the lips of an old man, of an unknown, should touch that hand which you hold within yours. No, in truth, I cannot think of all that, my dear sire, without having my poor heart burst with despair." And Marie de Mancini did shed floods of tears. On his part, the king, much affected, carried his handkerchief to his mouth, and stifled a sob. "See," said she, "the carriages have stopped, my sister waits for me, the time is come, what you are about to decide upon will be decided for life." "Oh, sire, you were willing, then, that I should lose you. You were willing, then, Louis, that she to whom you have said, 'I love you,' should belong to another than to her king, to her master, to her lover. Oh, courage, Louis, courage. One word, a single word. Say, 'I will.' And all my life is enchained to yours, and all my heart is yours forever." The king made no reply. Marie then looked at him as Dido looked at Aeneas in the Elysian fields, fierce and disdainful. "Farewell, then," said she, "farewell life, love, heaven," and she took a step away. The king detained her, seizing her hand, which he pressed to his lips, and despair prevailing over the resolution he appeared to have inwardly formed, he let fall upon that beautiful hand a burning tear of regret, which made Marie start, so really had that tear burnt her. She saw the humid eyes of the king, his pale brow, his convulsed lips, and cried, with an accent that cannot be described, "Oh, sire, you were a king, you weep, and yet I depart." As his sole reply, the king hid his face in his handkerchief. The officer uttered something so like a roar that it frightened the horses. Mademoiselle de Mancini, quite indignant, quitted the king's arm, hastily entered the carriage, crying to the coachman, go on, and quick." The coachman obeyed, flogged his mules, and the heavy carriage rocked upon its creaking axle, whilst the King of France, alone, cast down, annihilated, did not dare to look either behind or before him. 14. In which the king and the lieutenant each give proofs of memory. When the king, like all the people in the world who were in love, had long and attentively watched disappear in the distance the carriage which bore away his mistress, when he had turned and turned again 100 times to the same side and had at length succeeded in somewhat calming the agitation of his heart and thoughts, he recollected that he was not alone. The officer still held the horse by the bridle, and had not lost all hope of seeing the king recover his resolution. He had still the resource of mounting and riding after the carriage. They would have lost nothing by waiting a little. But the imagination of the lieutenant of the musketeers was too rich and too brilliant, it left far behind it that of the king, who took care not to allow himself to be carried away to such excess. He contented himself with approaching the officer, and in a doleful voice, "Come," said he, "let us be gone, all is ended. To horse." The officer imitated this carriage, this slowness, this sadness, and leisurely mounted his horse. The king pushed on sharply, the lieutenant followed him. At the bridge Louis turned around for the last time. The lieutenant, patient as a god who has eternity behind and before him, still hoped for a return of energy. But it was groundless, nothing appeared. Louis gained the street which led to the castle, and entered as 7 was striking. When the king had returned, and the musketeer, who saw everything, had seen a corner of the tapestry over the cardinal's window lifted up, he breathed a profound sigh, like a man unloosed from the tightest bonds, and said in a low voice, "Now then, my officer, I hope that it is over." The king summoned his gentleman. "Please to understand I shall receive nobody before 2 o'clock, said he. "Sire," replied the gentleman, "there is, however, someone who requests admittance." "Who is that?" "Your lieutenant of musketeers. He who accompanied me." "Yes, sire." "Ah," said the king, "let him come in." The officer entered. The king made a sign, and the gentleman and the valet retired. Louis followed them with his eyes until they had shut the door, and when the tapestries had fallen behind them, "You remind me by your presence, monsieur, of something I had forgotten to recommend to you, that is to say, the most absolute discretion." "Oh, sire, why does your majesty give yourself the trouble of making me such a recommendation? It is plain you do not know me." "Yes, monsieur, that is true. I know that you are discreet, but as I had prescribed nothing." The officer bowed. "Has your majesty nothing else to say to me?" "No, monsieur, you may retire." "Shall I obtain permission not to do so till I have spoken to the king, sire?" "What do you have to say to me?" "Explain yourself, monsieur." "Sire, a thing without importance to you, but which interests me greatly." "Pardon me, then, for speaking of it. Without urgency, without necessity, I never would have done it, and I would have disappeared, mute and insignificant as I always have been." "How? Disappeared? I do not understand you, monsieur." "Sire, in a word," said the officer, "I am come to ask for my discharge from your majesty's service." The king made a movement of surprise, but the officer remained as motionless as a statue. "Your discharge, yours, monsieur. And for how long a time, I pray?" "Why, forever, sire." "What, you are desirous of quitting my service, monsieur?" said Louis, with an expression that revealed something more than surprise. "Sire, I regret to say that I am." "Impossible." "It is so, however, sire. I am getting old, I have worn harness now 35 years, my poor shoulders are tired, I feel that I must give place to the young. I don't belong to this age, I have still one foot in the old one, it results that everything is strange in my eyes, everything astonishes and bewilders me. In short, I have the honor to ask your majesty for my discharge." "Monsieur," said the king, looking at the officer, who wore his uniform with an ease that would have caused envy in a young man, "you are stronger and more vigorous than I am." "Oh," replied the officer, with an air of false modesty, "your majesty says so because I still have a good eye and a tolerably firm foot, because I can still ride a horse, and my mustache is black, but, sire, vanity of vanities all that, illusions all that, appearance, smoke, sire. I have still a youthful air, it is true, but I feel old, and within 6 months I am certain I shall be broken down, gouty, impotent. Therefore, then, sire." "Monsieur," interrupted the king, "remember your words of yesterday. You said to me in this very place where you now are, that you were endowed with the best health of any man in France, that fatigue was unknown to you. That you did not mind spending whole days and nights at your post. Did you tell me that, monsieur, or not? Try and recall, monsieur." The officer sighed. "Sire," said he, "old age is boastful, and it is pardonable for old men to praise themselves when others no longer do it. It is very possible I said that, but the fact is, sire, I am very much fatigued, and request permission to retire." "Monsieur," said the king, advancing towards the officer with a gesture full of majesty, "you are not assigning me the true reason. You wish to quit my service, it may be true, but you disguise from me the motive of your retreat." "Sire, believe that." "I believe what I see, monsieur, I see a vigorous, energetic man, full of presence of mind, the best soldier in France, perhaps, and this personage cannot persuade me the least in the world that he stands in need of rest." "Ah, sire," said the lieutenant, with bitterness, "what praise! Indeed, your majesty confounds me. Energetic, vigorous, brave, intelligent, the best soldier in the army. But, sire, your majesty exaggerates my small portion of merit to such a point, that however good an opinion I may have of myself, I do not recognize myself, in truth I do not. If I were vain enough to believe only half of your majesty's words, I should consider myself a valuable, indispensable man. I should say that a servant possessed of such brilliant qualities was a treasure beyond all price. Now, sire, I have been all my life, I feel bound to say it, except at the present time, appreciated, in my opinion, much below my value. I therefore repeat, your majesty exaggerates. The king knitted his brow, for he saw a bitter raillery beneath the words of the officer. Come, monsieur, said he, let us meet the question frankly. Are you dissatisfied with my service? Say. No evasions, speak boldly, frankly, I command you to do so. The officer, who had been twisting his hat about in his hands, with an embarrassed air, for several minutes, raised his head at these words. Oh, sire, said he, that puts me a little more at my ease. To a question put so frankly, I will reply frankly. To tell the truth is a good thing, as much from the pleasure one feels in relieving one's heart, as on account of the rarity of the fact. I will speak the truth, then, to my king, at the same time imploring him to excuse the frankness of an old soldier. Louis looked at his officer with anxiety which he manifested by the agitation of his gesture. Well, then, speak, said he, for I am impatient to hear the truths you have to tell me. The officer threw his hat upon a table, and his countenance, always so intelligent and martial, assumed, all at once, a strange character of grandeur and solemnity. Sire, said he, I quit the king's service because I am dissatisfied. The valet, in these times, can approach his master as respectfully as I do, can give him an account of his labor, bring back his tools, return the funds that have been entrusted to him, and say, Master, my day's work is done. Pay me, if you please, and let us part. Quote, Monsieur, Monsieur, exclaimed the king, crimson with rage. Ah! Sire, replied the officer, bending his knee for a moment, never was servant more respectful than I am before your majesty, only you commanded me to tell the truth. Now I have begun to tell it, it must come out, even if you command me to hold my tongue. There was so much resolution expressed in the deep-sunk muscles of the officer's countenance, that Louis XIV had no occasion to tell him to continue. He continued, therefore, whilst the king looked at him with a curiosity mingled with admiration. Sire, I have, as I have said, now served the House of France 35 years, few people have worn out so many swords in that service as I have, and the swords I speak of were good swords, too, sire. I was a boy, ignorant of everything except courage, when the king your father guessed that there was a man in me. I was a man, sire, when the Cardinal de Richelieu, who was a judge of manhood, discovered an enemy in me. Sire, the history of that enmity between the ant and the lion may be read from the first to the last line, in the secret archives of your family. If ever you feel an inclination to know it, do so, sire, the history is worth the trouble, it is I who tell you so. You will there read that the lion, fatigued, harassed, out of breath, at length cried for quarter, and the justice must be rendered him to say, that he gave as much as he required. Oh! Those were glorious times, sire, strewed over with battles like one of Tasso's or Ariosto's epics. The wonders of those times, to which the people of ours would refuse belief, were everyday occurrences. For 5 years together, I was a hero every day, at least, so I was told by persons of judgment, and that is a long period for heroism, trust me, sire, a period of 5 years. Nevertheless, I have faith in what these people told me, for they were good judges. They were named M. de Richelieu, M. de Buckingham, M. de Beaufort, M. de Retz, a mighty genius himself in street warfare, in short, the king, Louis XIII, and even the queen, your noble mother, who one day condescended to say, thank you. I don't know what service I had the good fortune to render her. Pardon me, sire, for speaking so boldly, but what I relate to you, as I have already had the honor to tell your majesty, is history. The king bit his lips, and threw himself violently on a chair. I appear importunate to your majesty, said the lieutenant. Sire, that is the fate of truth, she is a stern companion, she bristles all over with steel, she wounds those whom she attacks, and sometimes him who speaks her. No, monsieur, replied the king, I bade you speak, speak then. After the service of the king and the cardinal, came the service of the regency. Sire, I fought pretty well in the Fronde, much less, though, than the first time. The men began to diminish in stature. I have, nevertheless, led your majesty's musketeers on some perilous occasions, which stand upon the orders of the day of the company. Mine was a beautiful luck at that time. I was the favorite of M. de Mazarin. lieutenant here, lieutenant there, lieutenant to the right, lieutenant to the left. There was not a buffet dealt in France, of which your humble servant did not have the dealing, but soon France was not enough. The cardinal sent me to England on Cromwell's account, another gentleman who was not over gentle, I assure you, sire. I had the honor of knowing him, and I was well able to appreciate him. A great deal was promised me on account of that mission. So, as I did much more than I had been bidden to do, I was generously paid, for I was at length appointed captain of the musketeers, that is to say, the most envied position in court, which takes precedence over the marshals of France, and justly, for who says captain of the musketeers says the flower of chivalry and king of the brave. Captain, monsieur, interrupted the king, you make a mistake. Lieutenant, you mean. Not at all, sire, I make no mistake, your majesty may rely upon me in that respect. Monsieur le Cardinal gave me the commission himself. Well. But M. de Mazarin, as you know better than anybody, does not often give, and sometimes takes back what he has given. He took it back again as soon as peace was made and he was no longer in want of me. Certainly I was not worthy to replace M. de Treville, of illustrious memory, but they had promised me, and they had given me, they ought to have stopped there. Is that what dissatisfies you, monsieur? Well, I shall make inquiries. I love justice, and your claim, though made in military fashion, does not displease me. Oh, sire, said the officer, your majesty has ill understood me, I no longer claim anything now. Excess of delicacy, monsieur, but I will keep my eye upon your affairs, and later. Oh, sire, what a word, later. 30 years have I lived upon that promising word, which has been pronounced by so many great personages, and which your mouth has, in its turn, just pronounced. Later, that is how I have received a score of wounds, and how I have reached 54 years of age without ever having had a louis in my purse, and without ever having met with a protector on my way, I who have protected so many people. So I change my formula, sire, and when anyone says to me, later, I reply, now. It is rest that I solicit, sire. That may be easily granted me. That will cost nobody anything. I did not look for this language, monsieur, particularly from a man who has always lived among the great. You forget you are speaking to the king, to a gentleman who is, I suppose, as of good a house as yourself, and when I say later, I mean a certainty. I do not at all doubt it, sire, but this is the end of the terrible truth I had to tell you. If I were to see upon that table a marshal's stick, the sword of constable, the crown of Poland, instead of later, I swear to you, sire, that I should still say now. Oh, excuse me, sire. I am from the country of your grandfather, Henry IV. I do not speak often, but when I do speak, I speak all. The future of my reign has little temptation for you, monsieur, it appears, said Louis, haughtily. Forgetfulness, forgetfulness everywhere. Cried the officer, with a noble air, the master has forgotten the servant, so the servant is reduced to forget his master. I live in unfortunate times, sire. I see youth full of discouragement and fear, I see it timid and despoiled, when it ought to be rich and powerful. I yesterday evening, for example, opened the door to a king of England, whose father, humble as I am, I was near saving, if God had not been against me, God, who inspired his elect. Cromwell. I open, I said, the door, that is to say, the palace of one brother to another brother, and I see, stop, sire, that is a load on my heart. I see the minister of that king drive away the proscribed prince, and humiliate his master by condemning to want another king, his equal. Then I see my prince, who is young, handsome and brave, who has courage in his heart and lightning in his eye, I see him tremble before a priest, who laughs at him behind the curtain of his alcove, where he digests all the gold of France, which he afterwards stuffs into secret coffers. Yes, I understand your looks, sire. I am bold to madness, but what is to be said? I am an old man, and I tell you here, sire, to you, my king, things which I would cram down the throat of anyone who should dare to pronounce them before me. You have commanded me to pour out the bottom of my heart before you, sire, and I cast at the feet of your majesty the pent-up indignation of 30 years, as I would pour out all my blood, if your majesty commanded me to do so. The king, without speaking a word, wiped the drops of cold and abundant perspiration which trickled from his temples. The moment of silence which followed this vehement outbreak represented for him who had spoken, and for him who had listened, ages of suffering. "Monsieur," said the king at length, "you spoke the word forgetfulness. I have heard nothing but that word. I will reply, then, to it alone. Others have perhaps been able to forget, but I have not, and the proof is, that I remember that one day of riot, that one day when the furious people, raging and roaring as the sea, invaded the royal palace, that one day when I feigned sleep in my bed, one man alone, naked sword in hand, concealed behind my curtain, watched over my life, ready to risk his own for me, as he had before risked it 20 times for the lives of my family. Was not the gentleman, whose name I then demanded, called M. d'Artagnan?" "Say, monsieur. Your Majesty has a good memory," replied the officer, coldly. "You see, then," continued the king, "if I have such remembrances of my childhood, what an amount I may gather in the age of reason." "Your Majesty has been richly endowed by God," said the officer, in the same tone. "Come, Monsieur d'Artagnan," continued Louis, with feverish agitation, "ought you not to be patient as I am? Ought you not to do as I do? Come. And what do you do, sire?" "I wait." "Your Majesty may do so, because you are young, but I, sire, have not time to wait. Old age is at my door, and death is behind it, looking into the very depths of my house. Your Majesty is beginning life, its future is full of hope and fortune, but I, sire, I am on the other side of the horizon, and we are so far from each other, that I should never have time to wait till your Majesty came up to me." Louis made another turn in his apartment, still wiping the moisture from his brow, in a manner that would have terrified his physicians, if his physicians had witnessed the state his Majesty was in. "It is very well, monsieur," said Louis XIV, in a sharp voice, "you are desirous of having your discharge, and you shall have it. You offer me your resignation of the rank of lieutenant of the musketeers. I deposit it humbly at your Majesty's feet, sire. That is sufficient. I will order your pension. I shall have 1,000 obligations to your Majesty." "Monsieur," said the king, with a violent effort, "I think you are losing a good master." "And I am sure of it, sire. Shall you ever find such another?" "Oh, sire. I know that your Majesty is alone in the world, therefore will I never again take service with any other king upon earth, and will never again have other master than myself." "You say so." "I swear so, your Majesty." "I shall remember that word, monsieur." D'Artagnan bowed. "And you know I have a good memory," said the king. "Yes, sire, and yet I should desire that that memory should fail your Majesty in this instance, in order that you might forget all the miseries I have been forced to spread before your eyes. Your Majesty is so much above the poor and the mean, that I hope my Majesty, monsieur, will act like the sun, which looks upon all, great and small, rich and poor, giving luster to some, warmth to others, and life to all. Adieu, Monsieur d'Artagnan, adieu, you are free." And the king, with a hoarse sob, which was lost in his throat, passed quickly into the next room. D'Artagnan took up his hat from the table on which he had thrown it, and went out. 15. The proscribed. D'Artagnan had not reached the bottom of the staircase, when the king called his gentleman. "I have a commission to give you, monsieur," said he. "I am at your Majesty's commands." "Wait, then." And the young king began to write the following letter, which cost him more than one sigh, although, at the same time, something like a feeling of triumph glittered in his eyes. "My Lord Cardinal, thanks to your good counsels, and, above all, thanks to your firmness, I have succeeded in overcoming a weakness unworthy of a king. You have too ably arranged my destiny to allow gratitude not to stop me at the moment when I was about to destroy your work. I felt I was wrong to wish to make my life turn from the course you had marked out for it. Certainly it would have been a misfortune to France and my family if a misunderstanding had taken place between me and my minister. This, however, would certainly have happened if I had made your niece my wife. I am perfectly aware of this, and will henceforth oppose nothing to the accomplishment of my destiny. I am prepared, then, to wed the Infanta, Maria Theresa. You may at once open the conference. Your affectionate, Louis." The king, after reperusing the letter, sealed it himself. "This letter for my Lord Cardinal," said he. The gentleman took it. At Mazarin's door he found Bernouin waiting with anxiety. "Well?" asked the minister's valet de chambre. "Monsieur," said the gentleman, "here is a letter for his eminence." "A letter?" Ah, we expected one after the little journey of the morning. Oh, you know, then, that His Majesty. As First Minister, it belongs to the duties of our charge to know everything. And His Majesty prays and implores, I presume. I don't know, but he sighed frequently whilst he was writing. Yes, 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 we understand all that. People sigh sometimes from happiness as well as from grief, monsieur. And yet the king did not look very happy when he returned, monsieur. You did not see clearly. Besides, you only saw His Majesty on his return, for he was only accompanied by the lieutenant of the guards. But I had His Eminence's telescope, I looked through it when he was tired, and I am sure they both wept. Well, was it for happiness they wept? No, but for love, and they vowed to each other 1,000 tendernesses, which the king asks no better to keep. Now this letter is a beginning of the execution. And what does His Eminence think of this love, which is, by the by, no secret to anybody? Bragelonne took the gentleman by the arm, and whilst ascending the staircase, in confidence, said he, in a low voice, His Eminence looks for success in the affair. I know very well we shall have war with Spain, but, bah! War will please the nobles. My Lord Cardinal, besides, can endow his niece royally, nay, more than royally. There will be money, festivities, and fireworks, everybody will be delighted. Well, for my part, replied the gentleman, shaking his head, it appears to me that this letter is very light to contain all that. My friend, replied Bragelonne, I am certain of what I tell you. D'Artagnan related all that passed to me. Aye, and what did he tell you? Let us hear. I accosted him by asking him, on the part of the cardinal, if there were any news, without discovering my designs. Observe, for D'Artagnan is a cunning hand. My dear Monsieur Bragelonne, he replied, the king is madly in love with Mademoiselle de Mancini, that is all I have to tell you. And then I asked him, do you think, to such a degree that it will urge him to act contrary to the designs of His Eminence? Ah! Don't ask me, said he, I think the king capable of anything, he has a will of iron, and what he wills in earnest. If he takes it into his head to marry Mademoiselle de Mancini, he will marry her, depend upon it. And thereupon he left me and went straight to the stables, took a horse, saddled it himself, jumped upon its back, and set off as if the devil were at his heels. So that you believe, then. I believe that Monsieur the Lieutenant of the Guards knew more than he was willing to say. In your opinion, then, D'Artagnan is gone, according to all probability, after the exiles, to carry out all that can facilitate the success of the king's love. Chatting thus, the two confidants arrived at the door of His Eminence's apartment. His Eminence's gout had left him, he was walking about his chamber in a state of great anxiety, listening at doors and looking out of windows. Bragelonne entered, followed by the gentleman, who had orders from the king to place the letter in the hands of the cardinal himself. Mazarin took the letter, but before opening it, he got up a ready smile, a smile of circumstance, able to throw a veil over emotions of whatever sort they might be. So prepared, whatever was the impression received from the letter, no reflection of that impression was allowed to transpire upon his countenance. Well, said he, when he had read and reread the letter, very well, monsieur. Inform the king that I thank him for his obedience to the wishes of the Queen Mother, and that I will do everything for the accomplishment of his will. The gentleman left the room. The door had scarcely closed before the cardinal, who had no mask for Bragelonne, took off that which had so recently covered his face, and with a most dismal expression, Call M. de Brienne, said he. 5 minutes afterward the secretary entered. Monsieur, said Mazarin, I have just rendered a great service to the monarchy, the greatest I have ever rendered it. You will carry this letter, which proves it, to Her Majesty the Queen Mother, and when she shall have returned it to you, you will lodge it in Portfolio B, which is filed with documents and papers relative to my ministry. Brienne went as desired, and, as the letter was unsealed, did not fail to read it on his way. There is likewise no doubt that Bragelonne, who was on good terms with everybody, approached so near to the secretary as to be able to read the letter over his shoulder, so that the news spread with such activity through the castle, that Mazarin might have feared it would reach the ears of the Queen Mother before M. de Brienne could convey Louis XIV's letter to her. A moment after orders were given for departure, and M. de Condé having been to pay his respects to the king on his pretended rising, inscribed the city of Poitiers upon his tablets, as the place of sojourn and rest for their majesties. Thus in a few instants was unraveled an intrigue which had covertly occupied all the diplomacies of Europe. It had nothing, however, very clear as a result, but to make a poor lieutenant of musketeers lose his commission and his fortune. It is true, that in exchange he gained his liberty. We shall soon know how D'Artagnan profited by this. For the moment, if the reader will permit us, we shall return to the hostelry of Les Medici, of which one of the windows opened at the very moment the orders were given for the departure of the king. The window that opened was that of one of the rooms of Charles II. The unfortunate prince had passed the night in bitter reflections, his head resting on his hands, and his elbows on the table, whilst Parry, infirm and old, wearied in body and in mind, had fallen asleep in a corner. A singular fortune was that of this faithful servant, who saw beginning for the second generation the fearful series of misfortunes which had weighed so heavily on the first. When Charles II had well thought over the fresh defeat he had experienced, when he perfectly comprehended the complete isolation into which he had just fallen, on seeing his fresh hope left behind him, he was seized as with a vertigo, and sank back into the large armchair in which he was seated. Then God took pity on the unhappy prince, and sent to console him Sleep, the innocent brother of death. He did not wake till 6:30, that is to say, till the sun shone brightly into his chamber, and Parry, motionless with fear of waking him, was observing with profound grief the eyes of the young man already red with wakefulness, and his cheeks pale with suffering and privations. At length the noise of some heavy carts descending towards the Loire awakened Charles. He arose, looked around him like a man who has forgotten everything, perceived Parry, shook him by the hand, and commanded him to settle the reckoning with Master Croppelet. Master Croppelet, being called upon to settle his account with Parry, acquitted himself, it must be allowed, like an honest man. He only made his customary remark, that the two travelers had eaten nothing, which had the double disadvantage of being humiliating for his kitchen, and of forcing him to ask payment for a repast not consumed, but not the less lost. Parry had nothing to say to the contrary, and paid. "I hope," said the king, "it has not been the same with the horses. I don't see that they have eaten at your expense, and it would be a misfortune for travelers like us, who have a long journey to make, to have our horses fail us." But Croppelet, at this doubt, assumed his majestic air, and replied that the stables of Les Medici were not less hospitable than its refectory. The king mounted his horse, his old servant did the same, and both set out towards Paris, without meeting a single person on their road, in the streets or the faubourgs of the city. For the prince the blow was the more severe, as it was a fresh exile. The unfortunates cling to the smallest hopes, as the happy do to the greatest good, and when they are obliged to quit the place where that hope has soothed their hearts, they experience the mortal regret which the banished man feels when he places his foot upon the vessel which is to bear him into exile. It appears that the heart already wounded so many times suffers from the least scratch. It appears that it considers as a good the momentary absence of evil, which is nothing but the absence of pain, and that God, into the most terrible misfortunes, has thrown hope as the drop of water which the rich bad man in hell entreated of Lazarus. For one instant even the hope of Charles II had been more than a fugitive joy, that was when he found himself so kindly welcomed by his brother king. Then it had taken a form that had become a reality. Then, all at once, the refusal of Mazarin had reduced the fictitious reality to the state of a dream. This promise of Louis XIV, so soon retracted, had been nothing but a mockery like his crown, like his scepter, like his friends, like all that had surrounded his royal childhood, and which had abandoned his proscribed youth. Mockery. Everything was a mockery for Charles II except the cold, black repose promised by death. Such were the ideas of the unfortunate prince while sitting listlessly upon his horse, to which he abandoned the reins. He rode slowly along beneath the warm May sun, in which the somber misanthropy of the exile perceived a last insult to his grief. 16. Remember. A horseman going rapidly along the road leading towards Blois, which he had left nearly half an hour before, passed the two travelers, and, though apparently in haste, raised his hat as he passed them. The king scarcely observed this young man, who was about 25 years of age, and who, turning round several times, made friendly signals to a man standing before the gate of a handsome white and red house, that is to say, built of brick and stone, with a slated roof, situated on the left hand of the road the prince was traveling. This man, old, tall, and thin, with white hair, we speak of the one standing by the gate, This man replied to the farewell signals of the young one by signs of parting as tender as could have been made by a father. The young man disappeared at the first turn of the road, bordered by fine trees, and the old man was preparing to return to the house, when the two travelers, arriving in front of the gate, attracted his attention. The king, as we have said, was riding with his head cast down, his arms inert, leaving his horse to go what pace he liked, whilst Parry, behind him, the better to imbibe the genial influence of the sun, had taken off his hat, and was looking about right and left. His eyes encountered those of the old man leaning against the gate. The latter, as if struck by some strange spectacle, uttered an exclamation, and made one step towards the two travelers. From Parry his eyes immediately turned towards the king, upon whom they rested for an instant. This examination, however rapid, was instantly reflected in a visible manner upon the features of the tall old man. For scarcely had he recognized the younger of the travelers, and we say recognized, for nothing but a perfect recognition could have explained such an act, scarcely, we say, had he recognized the younger of the two travelers, than he clapped his hands together, with respectful surprise, and, raising his hat from his head, bowed so profoundly that it might have been said he was kneeling. This demonstration, however absent, or rather, however absorbed was the king in his reflections, attracted his attention instantly, and checking his horse and turning towards Parry, he exclaimed, "Good God, Parry, who is that man who salutes me in such a marked manner? Can he know me, think you?" Parry, much agitated and very pale, had already turned his horse towards the gate. "Ah, sire," said he, stopping suddenly at 5 or 6 paces distance from the still bending old man. "Sire, I am seized with astonishment, for I think I recognize that brave man. Yes, it must be he. Will your majesty permit me to speak to him?" "Certainly. Can it be you, Monsieur Grimaud?" asked Parry. "Yes, it is I," replied the tall old man, drawing himself up, but without losing his respectful demeanor. "Sire," then said Parry, "I was not deceived. This good man is the servant of the Comte de la Fere, and the Comte de la Fere, if you remember, is the worthy gentleman of whom I have so often spoken to your majesty that the remembrance of him must remain, not only in your mind, but in your heart." "He who assisted my father at his last moments?" asked Charles, evidently affected at the remembrance. "The same, sire." "Alas," said Charles, and then addressing Grimaud, whose penetrating and intelligent eyes seemed to search and divine his thoughts. "My friend," said he, "does your master, Monsieur le Comte de la Fere, live in this neighborhood?" "There," replied Grimaud, pointing with his outstretched arm to the white and red house behind the gate. "And is Monsieur le Comte de la Fere at home at present?" "At the back, under the chestnut trees." "Parry," said the king, "I will not miss this opportunity, so precious for me, to thank the gentleman to whom our house is indebted for such a noble example of devotedness and generosity. Hold my horse, my friend, if you please." And, throwing the bridle to Grimaud, the king entered the abode of Athos, quite alone, as one equal enters the dwelling of another. Charles had been informed by the concise explanation of Grimaud. At the back, under the chestnut trees, he left, therefore, the house on the left, and went straight down the path indicated. The thing was easy. The tops of those noble trees, already covered with leaves and flowers, rose above all the rest. On arriving under the lozenges, by turns luminous and dark, which checkered the ground of this path according as the trees were more or less in leaf, the young prince perceived a gentleman walking with his arms behind him, apparently plunged in a deep meditation. Without doubt he had often had this gentleman described to him, for, without hesitating, Charles II walked straight up to him. At the sound of his footsteps, the Comte de la Fere raised his head, and seeing an unknown man of noble and elegant carriage coming towards him, he raised his hat and waited. At some paces from him, Charles II likewise took off his hat. Then, as if in reply to the Comte's mute interrogation, "Monsieur le Comte," said he, "I come to discharge a debt towards you. I have, for a long time, had the expression of a profound gratitude to bring you. I am Charles II, son of Charles Stuart, who reigned in England, and died on the scaffold." On hearing this illustrious name, Athos felt a kind of shudder creep through his veins, but at the sight of the young prince standing uncovered before him, and stretching out his hand towards him, 2 tears, for an instant, dimmed his brilliant eyes. He bent respectfully, but the prince took him by the hand. See how unfortunate I am, my Lord Count, it is only due to chance that I have met with you. Alas! I ought to have people around me whom I love and honor, whereas I am reduced to preserve their services in my heart, and their names in my memory, so that if your servant had not recognized mine, I should have passed by your door as by that of a stranger. It is but too true, said Athos, replying with his voice to the first part of the king's speech, and with a bow to the second, it is but too true, indeed, that your majesty has seen many evil days. And the worst, alas, replied Charles, are perhaps still to come. Sire, let us hope. Count, continued Charles, shaking his head, I entertained hope till last night, and that of a good Christian, I swear. Athos looked at the king as if to interrogate him. Oh, the history is soon related, said Charles. Proscribed, despoiled, disdained, I resolved, in spite of all my repugnance, to tempt fortune one last time. Is it not written above, that, for our family, all good fortune and all bad fortune shall eternally come from France? You know something of that, monsieur, you, who are one of the Frenchmen whom my unfortunate father found at the foot of his scaffold, on the day of his death, after having found them at his right hand on the day of battle. Sire, said Athos modestly, I was not alone. My companions and I did, under the circumstances, our duty as gentlemen, and that was all. Your Majesty was about to do me the honor to relate. That is true, I had the protection, pardon my hesitation, Count, but, for a Stuart, you, who understand everything, you will comprehend that the word is hard to pronounce. I had, I say, the protection of my cousin the Stadtholder of Holland, but without the intervention, or at least without the authorization of France, the Stadtholder would not take the initiative. I came, then, to ask this authorization of the King of France, who has refused me. The King has refused you, sire. Oh, not he, all justice must be rendered to my younger brother Louis, but Monsieur de Mazarin. Athos bit his lips. You perhaps think I should have expected this refusal, said the king, who had noticed the movement. That was, in truth, my thought, sire, replied Athos, respectfully, I know that Italian of old. Then I determined to come to the test, and know at once the last word of my destiny. I told my brother Louis, that, not to compromise either France or Holland, I would tempt fortune myself in person, as I had already done, with 200 gentlemen, if he would give them to me, and 1,000,000 if he would lend it me. Well, sire. Well, monsieur, I am suffering at this moment something strange, and that is, the satisfaction of despair. There is in certain souls, and I have just discovered that mine is of the number, a real satisfaction in the assurance that all is lost, and the time has come to yield. Oh, I hope, said Athos, that your Majesty is not come to that extremity. To say so, my Lord Count, to endeavor to revive hope in my heart, you must have ill understood what I have just told you. I came to Blois to ask of my brother Louis the alms of 1,000,000, with which I had the hopes of re-establishing my affairs, and my brother Louis has refused me. You see, then, plainly, that all is lost. Will your Majesty permit me to express a contrary opinion? How is that, Count? Do you think my heart of so low an order that I do not know how to face my position? Sire, I have always seen that it was in desperate positions that suddenly the great turns of fortune have taken place. Thank you, Count, it is some comfort to meet with a heart like yours, that is to say, sufficiently trustful in God and in monarchy, never to despair of a royal fortune, however low it may be fallen. Unfortunately, my dear Count, your words are like those remedies they call sovereign, and which, though able to cure curable wounds or diseases, fail against death. Thank you for your perseverance in consoling me, Count, thanks for your devoted remembrance, but I know in what I must trust, nothing will save me now. And see, my friend, I was so convinced, that I was taking the route of exile, with my old Perry, I was returning to devour my poignant griefs in the little hermitage offered me by Holland. There, believe me, Count, all will soon be over, and death will come quickly, it is called so often by this body, eaten up by its soul, and by this soul, which aspires to heaven. Your Majesty has a mother, a sister, and brothers, your Majesty is the head of the family, and ought, therefore, to ask a long life of God, instead of imploring him for a prompt death. Your Majesty is an exile, a fugitive, but you have right on your side, you ought to aspire to combats, dangers, business, and not to rest in heavens. "Count," said Charles II, with a smile of indescribable sadness, "have you ever heard of a king who reconquered his kingdom with one servant the age of Perry, and with 300 crowns which that servant carried in his purse?" "No, sire, but I have heard, and that more than once, that a dethroned king has recovered his kingdom with a firm will, perseverance, some friends, and a million skillfully employed. But you cannot have understood me. The million I asked of my brother Louis was refused me." "Sire," said Athos, "will your majesty grant me a few minutes, and listen attentively to what remains for me to say to you?" Charles II looked earnestly at Athos. "Willingly, monsieur," said he. "Then I will show your majesty the way," resumed the count, directing his steps towards the house. He then conducted the king to his study, and begged him to be seated. "Sire," said he, "your majesty just now told me that, in the present state of England, a million would suffice for the recovery of your kingdom. To attempt it at least, monsieur, and to die as a king if I should not succeed. Well, then, sire, let your majesty, according to the promise you have made me, have the goodness to listen to what I have to say." Charles made an affirmative sign with his head. Athos walked straight up to the door, the bolts of which he drew, after looking to see if anybody was near, and then returned. "Sire," said he, "your majesty has kindly remembered that I lent assistance to the very noble and very unfortunate Charles I, when his executioners conducted him from St. James's to Whitehall. Yes, certainly I do remember it, and always shall remember it. Sire, it is a dismal history to be heard by a son who no doubt has had it related to him many times, and yet I ought to repeat it to your majesty without omitting one detail." "Speak on, monsieur." "When the king your father ascended the scaffold, or rather when he passed from his chamber to the scaffold, on a level with his window, everything was prepared for his escape. The executioner was got out of the way, a hole contrived under the floor of his apartment. I myself was beneath the funeral vault, which I heard all at once creak beneath his feet. Perry has related to me all these terrible details, monsieur." Athos bowed and resumed. "But here is something he had not related to you, sire, for what follows passed between God, your father, and myself, and never has the revelation of it been made even to my dearest friends." "Go a little further off," said the august prisoner to the executioner, "it is but for an instant, and I know that I belong to you, but remember not to strike till I give the signal. I wish to offer up my prayers in freedom." "Pardon me," said Charles II, turning very pale, "but you, Count, who know so many details of this melancholy event, details which, as you said just now, have never been revealed to anyone, do you know the name of that infernal executioner, of that base wretch who concealed his face that he might assassinate a king with impunity?" Athos became slightly pale. "His name," said he, "yes, I know it, but cannot tell it. And what is become of him, for nobody in England knows his destiny. He is dead. But he did not die in his bed, he did not die a calm and peaceful death, he did not die the death of the good. He died a violent death, in a terrible night, rendered so by the passions of man and a tempest from God. His body, pierced by a dagger, sank to the depths of the ocean. God pardon his murderer." "Proceed, then," said Charles II, seeing that the count was unwilling to say more. "The King of England, after having, as I have said, spoken thus to the masked executioner, added, 'Observe, you will not strike till I shall stretch out my arms, saying, remember.'" "I was aware," said Charles, in an agitated voice, that was the last word pronounced by my unfortunate father." "But why and for whom?" "For the French gentleman placed beneath his scaffold." "For you, then, monsieur?" "Yes, sire, and every one of the words which he spoke to me, through the planks of the scaffold covered with a black cloth, still sounds in my ears." The king knelt down on one knee. "Comte de la Fere," said he, "are you there?" "Yes, sire," replied I. Then the king stooped towards the boards. Charles II, also palpitating with interest, burning with grief, stooped towards Athos, to catch, one by one, every word that escaped from him. His head touched that of the Comte. "Then," continued Athos, "the king stooped. 'Comte de la Fere,' said he, 'I could not be saved by you, it was not to be. Now, even though I commit a sacrilege, I must speak to you. Yes, I have spoken to men, yes, I have spoken to God, and I speak to you the last. To sustain a cause which I thought sacred, I have lost the throne of my fathers and the heritage of my children. Charles II concealed his face in his hands, and a bitter tear glided between his white and slender fingers. "I have still 1,000,000 in gold," continued the king. "I buried it in the vaults of the castle of Newcastle, a moment before I left that city." Charles raised his head with an expression of such painful joy that it would have drawn tears from anyone acquainted with his misfortunes. "1,000,000, murmured he. "Oh, Count. You alone know that this money exists. Employ it when you think it can be of the greatest service to my eldest son. And now, Comte de la Fere, bid me adieu." "Adieu, adieu, sire," cried I. Charles arose, and went and leant his burning brow against the window. "It was then," continued Athos, "that the king pronounced the word, 'remember,' addressed to me. You see, sire, that I have remembered." The king could not resist or conceal his emotion. Athos beheld the movement of his shoulders, which undulated convulsively. He heard the sobs which burst from his overcharged breast. He was silent himself, suffocated by the flood of bitter remembrances he had just poured upon that royal head. Charles II, with a violent effort, left the window, devoured his tears, and came and sat by Athos. "Sire," said the latter, "I thought till today that the time had not yet arrived for the employment of that last resource, but, with my eyes fixed upon England, I felt it was approaching. Tomorrow I meant to go and inquire in what part of the world your Majesty was, and then I purposed going to you. You come to me, sire, that is an indication that God is with us." "My lord," said Charles, in a voice choked by emotion, "you are, for me, what an angel sent from heaven would be. You are a preserver sent to me from the tomb of my father himself. But, believe me, for 10 years civil war has passed over my country, striking down men, tearing up soil. It is no more probable that gold should remain in the entrails of the earth, than love in the hearts of my subjects. Sire, the spot in which His Majesty buried the 1,000,000 is well known to me, and no one, I am sure, has been able to discover it. Besides, is the castle of Newcastle quite destroyed? Have they demolished it stone by stone, and uprooted the soil to the last tree? No, it is still standing, but at this moment General Monk occupies it and is encamped there. The only spot from which I could look for succor, where I possess a single resource, you see, is invaded by my enemies. General Monk, sire, cannot have discovered the treasure which I speak of." "Yes, but can I go and deliver myself up to Monk, in order to recover this treasure?" "Ah, Count, you see plainly I must yield to destiny, since it strikes me to the earth every time I rise. What can I do with Parry as my only servant, with Parry, whom Monk has already driven from his presence? No, 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 Count, we must yield to this last blow. But what your Majesty cannot do, and what Parry can no more attempt, do you not believe that I could succeed in accomplishing? You, Count, you would go." "If it please your Majesty," said Athos, bowing to the king, "yes, I will go, sire." "What, you so happy here, Count?" "I am never happy when I have a duty left to accomplish, and it is an imperative duty which the king your father left me to watch over your fortunes, and make a royal use of his money. So, if your Majesty honors me with a sign, I will go with you." "Ah, monsieur," said the king, forgetting all royal etiquette and throwing his arms around the neck of Athos, "you prove to me that there is a God in heaven, and that this God sometimes sends messengers to the unfortunate who groan on the earth." Athos, exceedingly moved by this burst of feeling of the young man, thanked him with profound respect, and approached the window. "Grimaud," cried he, "bring out my horses." "What, now, immediately," said the king. "Ah, monsieur, you are indeed a wonderful man." "Sire," said Athos, "I know nothing more pressing than your Majesty's service. Besides," added he, smiling, "it is a habit contracted long since, in the service of the queen your aunt, and of the king your father. How is it possible for me to lose it at the moment your Majesty's service calls for it?" "What a man," murmured the king. Then, after a moment's reflection, "But no, Count, I cannot expose you to such privations. I have no means of rewarding such services." "Bah," said Athos, laughing. "Your Majesty is joking, have you not 1,000,000? Ah, why am I not possessed of half such a sum? I would already have raised a regiment. But, thank God, I have still a few rolls of gold and some family diamonds left. Your Majesty will, I hope, deign to share with a devoted servant." "With a friend, yes, Count, but on condition that, in his turn, that friend will share with me hereafter." Sire, said Athos, opening a casket, from which he drew both gold and jewels, you see, sire, we are too rich. Fortunately, there are 4 of us, in the event of our meeting with thieves. Joy made the blood rush to the pale cheeks of Charles II, as he saw Athos's 2 horses, led by Grimaud, already booted for the journey, advance towards the porch. Blaisois, this letter for the Vicomte de Bragelonne. For everybody else I am gone to Paris. I confide the house to you, Blaisois. Blaisois bowed, shook hands with Grimaud, and shut the gate. 17. In which Aramis is sought, and only Bazin is found. 2 hours had scarcely elapsed since the departure of the master of the house, who, in Blaisois' sight, had taken the road to Paris, when a horseman, mounted on a good pied horse, stopped before the gate, and with a sonorous "Hola!" called the stable boys, who, with the gardeners, had formed a circle round Blaisois, the historian in ordinary to the household of the chateau. This "Hola," doubtless well known to Master Blaisois, made him turn his head and exclaim, "Monsieur d'Artagnan! Run quickly, you chaps, and open the gate." A swarm of 8 brisk lads flew to the gate, which was opened as if it had been made of feathers, and everyone loaded him with attentions, for they knew the welcome this friend was accustomed to receive from their master, and for such remarks the eye of the valet may always be depended upon. "Ah," said M. d'Artagnan, with an agreeable smile, balancing himself upon his stirrup to jump to the ground, "where is that dear count?" "Ah, how unfortunate you are, monsieur," said Blaisois, "and how unfortunate will Monsieur le Comte, our master, think himself when he hears of your coming. As ill luck will have it, Monsieur le Comte left home 2 hours ago." D'Artagnan did not trouble himself about such trifles. "Very good," said he. "You always speak the best French in the world, you shall give me a lesson in grammar and correct language, whilst I wait the return of your master." "That is impossible, monsieur," said Blaisois, "you would have to wait too long." "Will he not come back today, then?" "No, nor tomorrow, nor the day after tomorrow. Monsieur le Comte has gone on a journey." "A journey," said D'Artagnan, surprised, "that's a fable, Master Blaisois." "Monsieur, it is no more than the truth. Monsieur has done me the honor to give me the house in charge," and he added, with his voice so full of authority and kindness, "that is all one to me, you will say I have gone to Paris." "Well," cried D'Artagnan, "since he has gone towards Paris, that is all I wanted to know. You should have told me so at first, booby. He is then 2 hours in advance." "Yes, monsieur. I shall soon overtake him." "Is he alone?" "No, monsieur." "Who is with him, then?" "A gentleman whom I don't know, an old man, and M. Grimaud. Such a party cannot travel as fast as I can. I will start." "Will monsieur listen to me an instant?" said Blaisois, laying his hand gently on the reins of the horse. "Yes, if you don't favor me with fine speeches, and make haste." "Well, then, monsieur, that word Paris appears to me to be only an excuse." Oh, said D'Artagnan, seriously, an excuse, eh?" "Yes, monsieur, and Monsieur le Comte is not going to Paris, I will swear." "What makes you think so?" "This, M. Grimaud always knows where our master is going, and he had promised me that the first time he went to Paris, he would take a little money for me to my wife." "What, have you a wife, then?" "I had one, she was of this country, but monsieur thought her a noisy scold, and I sent her to Paris. It is sometimes inconvenient, but very agreeable at others." "I understand, but go on. You do not believe the Count gone to Paris?" "No, monsieur, for then M. Grimaud would have broken his word, he would have perjured himself, and that is impossible." "That is impossible," repeated D'Artagnan, quite in a study, because he was quite convinced. "Well, my brave Blaisois, many thanks to you." Blaisois bowed. "Come, you know I am not curious, I have serious business with your master. Could you not, by a little bit of a word, you who speak so well, give me to understand, 1 syllable only, I will guess the rest." "Upon my word, monsieur, I cannot. I am quite ignorant where Monsieur le Comte is gone. As to listening at doors, that is contrary to my nature, and besides, it is forbidden here." "My dear fellow," said D'Artagnan, "this is a very bad beginning for me." "Never mind, you know when Monsieur le Comte will return, at least." "As little, monsieur, as the place of his destination." "Come, Blaisois, come, search. Monsieur doubts my sincerity." "Ah, monsieur, that grieves me much. The devil take his gilded tongue," grumbled D'Artagnan. "A clown with a word would be worth a dozen of him. Adieu. Monsieur, I have the honor to present you my respects." "Castre," said D'Artagnan to himself, "the fellow is unbearable." He gave another look up to the house, turned his horse's head, and set off like a man who has nothing either annoying or embarrassing in his mind. When he was at the end of the wall, and out of sight, "Well, now, I wonder," said he, breathing quickly, "whether Athos was at home. No, all those idlers, standing with their arms crossed, would have been at work if the eye of the master was near. Athos gone on a journey, that is incomprehensible. Bah, it is all devilish mysterious. And then, no, he is not the man I want. I want one of a cunning, patient mind. My business is at Melun, in a certain presbytery I am acquainted with. 45 leagues, 4 days and a half. Well, it is fine weather, and I am free. Never mind the distance." And he put his horse into a trot, directing his course towards Paris. On the 4th day he alighted at Melun, as he had intended. D'Artagnan was never in the habit of asking anyone on the road for any common information. For these sorts of details, unless in very serious circumstances, he confided in his perspicacity, which was so seldom at fault, in his experience of 30 years, and in a great habit of reading the physiognomies of houses as well as those of men. At Melun, D'Artagnan immediately found the presbytery, a charming house, plastered over red brick, with vines climbing along the gutters, and a cross, in carved stone, surmounting the ridge of the roof. From the ground floor of this house came a noise, or rather a confusion of voices, like the chirping of young birds when the brood is just hatched under the down. One of these voices was spelling the alphabet distinctly. A voice thick, yet pleasant, at the same time scolded the talkers and corrected the faults of the reader. D'Artagnan recognized that voice, and as the window of the ground floor was open, he leant down from his horse under the branches and red fibers of the vine and cried, "Bazin, my dear Bazin. Good day to you." A short, fat man, with a flat face, a cranium ornamented with a crown of grey hairs, cut short, in imitation of a tonsure, and covered with an old black velvet cap, arose as soon as he heard D'Artagnan. We ought not to say arose but bounded up. In fact, Bazin bounded up, carrying with him his little low chair, which the children tried to take away, with battles more fierce than those of the Greeks endeavoring to recover the body of Patroclus from the hands of the Trojans. Bazin did more than bound, he let fall both his alphabet and his ferule. "You," said he, "you, Monsieur D'Artagnan." "Yes, myself." "Where is Aramis?" "No, M. le Chevalier d'Herblay." "No, I am still mistaken, Monsieur le Vicaire General." "Ah, monsieur," said Bazin, with dignity, "Monseigneur is at his diocese." "What did you say?" said D'Artagnan. Bazin repeated the sentence. "Ah, but has Aramis a diocese?" "Yes, monsieur." "Why not? Is he a bishop, then?" "Why, where can you come from?" said Bazin, rather irreverently, "that you don't know that?" "My dear Bazin, we pagans, we men of the sword, know very well when a man is made a colonel, or maître de camp, or marshal of France, but if he be made a bishop, archbishop, or pope, devil take me if the news reaches us before the 3/4 of the earth have had the advantage of it." "Hush, hush," said Bazin, opening his eyes, "do not spoil these poor children, in whom I am endeavoring to inculcate such good principles." In fact, the children had surrounded D'Artagnan, whose horse, long sword, spurs, and martial air they very much admired. But above all, they admired his strong voice, so that, when he uttered his oath, the whole school cried out, "The devil take me!" with fearful bursts of laughter, shouts, and bounds, which delighted the musketeer, and bewildered the old pedagogue. "There," said he, "hold your tongues, you brots. You have come, M. D'Artagnan, and all my good principles fly away. With you, as usual, comes disorder. Babel is revived. Ah, good Lord! Ah, the wild little wretches." And the worthy Bazin distributed right and left blows which increased the cries of his scholars by changing the nature of them. "At least," said he, "you will no longer decoy anyone here." "Do you think so?" said D'Artagnan, with a smile which made a shudder creep over the shoulders of Bazin. "He is capable of it," murmured he. "Where is your master's diocese?" "Monseigneur René is Bishop of Vannes." "Who had him nominated?" "Why, Monsieur le Surintendant, our neighbor." "What? Monsieur Fouquet?" To be sure he did. Is Aramis on good terms with him, then? Monseigneur preached every Sunday at the house of Monsieur le Surintendant at Vaux, then they hunted together. Ah. And Monseigneur composed his homilies, no, I mean his sermons, with Monsieur le Surintendant. Bah, he preached in verse, then, this worthy bishop. Monsieur, for the love of heaven, do not jest with sacred things. There, Bazin, there. So, then, Aramis is at Vannes. At Vannes, in Bretagne. You are a deceitful old hunks, Bazin, that is not true. See, monsieur, if you please, the apartments of the presbytery are empty. He is right there, said D'Artagnan, looking attentively at the house, the aspect of which announced solitude. But Monseigneur must have written you an account of his promotion. When did it take place? A month back. Oh, then there is no time lost. Aramis cannot yet have wanted me. But how is it, Bazin, you do not follow your master? Monsieur, I cannot, I have occupations. Your alphabet, and my penitence. What, do you confess, then? Are you a priest? The same as one. I have such a call. But the orders. Oh, said Bazin, without hesitation, now that Monseigneur is a bishop, I shall soon have my orders, or at least my dispensations. And he rubbed his hands. Decidedly, said D'Artagnan to himself, there will be no means of uprooting these people. Get me some supper, Bazin. With pleasure, monsieur. A fowl, a bouillon, and a bottle of wine. This is Saturday night, monsieur, it is a day of abstinence. I have a dispensation, said D'Artagnan. Bazin looked at him suspiciously. Ah, master hypocrite, said the musketeer, for whom do you take me? If you, who are the valet, hope for dispensation to commit a crime, shall not I, the friend of your bishop, have dispensation for eating meat at the call of my stomach? Make yourself agreeable with me, Bazin, or by heavens, I will complain to the king, and you shall never confess. Now you know that the nomination of bishops rests with the king, I have the king, I am the stronger. Bazin smiled hypocritically. Ah, but we have Monsieur le Surintendant, said he. And you laugh at the king, then? Bazin made no reply, his smile was sufficiently eloquent. My supper, said D'Artagnan, it is getting towards 7 o'clock. Bazin turned round and ordered the eldest of the pupils to inform the cook. In the meantime, D'Artagnan surveyed the presbytery. Phew, said he, disdainfully, Monseigneur lodged his grandeur very meanly here. We have the Château de Vaux, said Bazin. Which is perhaps equal to the Louvre, said D'Artagnan, jeeringly. Which is better, replied Bazin, with the greatest coolness imaginable. Ah, said D'Artagnan. He would perhaps have prolonged the discussion, and maintained the superiority of the Louvre, but the lieutenant perceived that his horse remained fastened to the bars of a gate. The devil, said he. Get my horse looked after, your master the bishop has none like him in his stables. Bazin cast a sidelong glance at the horse, and replied, Monsieur le Surintendant gave him 4 from his own stables, and each of the 4 is worth 4 of yours. The blood mounted to the face of D'Artagnan. His hand itched and his eye glanced over the head of Bazin, to select the place upon which he should discharge his anger. But it passed away, reflection came, and D'Artagnan contented himself with saying, the devil, I have done well to quit the service of the king. Tell me, worthy Master Bazin, added he, how many musketeers does Monsieur le Surintendant retain in his service? He could have all there are in the kingdom with his money, replied Bazin, closing his book, and dismissing the boys with some kindly blows of his cane. The devil, repeated D'Artagnan, once more, as if to annoy the pedagogue. But as supper was now announced, he followed the cook, who introduced him into the refectory, where it awaited him. D'Artagnan placed himself at the table, and began a hearty attack upon his fowl. It appears to me, said D'Artagnan, biting with all his might at the tough fowl they had served up to him, and which they had evidently forgotten to fatten, it appears that I have done wrong in not seeking service with that master yonder. A powerful noble this intendant, seemingly. In good truth, we poor fellows know nothing at the court, and the rays of the sun prevent our seeing the large stars, which are also suns, at a little greater distance from our earth, that is all. As D'Artagnan delighted, both from pleasure and system, in making people talk about things which interested him, he fenced in his best style with Master Bazin, but it was pure loss of time, beyond the tiresome and hyperbolical praises of Monsieur le Surintendant of the Finances. Bazin, who, on his side, was on his guard, afforded nothing but platitudes to the curiosity of D'Artagnan, so that our musketeer, in a tolerably bad humor, desired to go to bed as soon as he had supped. D'Artagnan was introduced by Bazin into a mean chamber, in which there was a poor bed, but D'Artagnan was not fastidious in that respect. He had been told that Aramis had taken away the key of his own private apartment, and as he knew Aramis was a very particular man, and had generally many things to conceal in his apartment, he had not been surprised. He, therefore, although it seemed comparatively even harder, attacked the bed as bravely as he had done the fowl, and, as he had as good an inclination to sleep as he had had to eat, he took scarcely longer time to be snoring harmoniously than he had employed in picking the last bones of the bird. Since he was no longer in the service of anyone, D'Artagnan had promised himself to indulge in sleeping as soundly as he had formerly slept lightly, but with whatever good faith D'Artagnan had made himself this promise, and whatever desire he might have to keep it religiously, he was awakened in the middle of the night by a loud noise of carriages and servants on horseback. A sudden illumination flashed over the walls of his chamber. He jumped out of bed and ran to the window in his shirt. "Can the king be coming this way?" he thought, rubbing his eyes. In truth, such a suite can only be attached to royalty. "Vive le monsieur le surintendant!" cried, or rather vociferated, from a window on the ground floor, a voice which he recognized as Bazin's, who at the same time waved a handkerchief with one hand, and held a large candle in the other. D'Artagnan then saw something like a brilliant human form leaning out of the principal carriage, at the same time loud bursts of laughter, caused, no doubt, by the strange figure of Bazin, and issuing from the same carriage, left, as it were, a train of joy upon the passage of the rapid cortege. "I might easily see it was not the king," said D'Artagnan. "People don't laugh so heartily when the king passes." "Hola, Bazin!" cried he to his neighbor, 3/4 of whose body still hung out of the window, to follow the carriage with his eyes as long as he could. "What is all that about?" "It is M. Fouquet," said Bazin, in a patronizing tone. "And all those people, that is the court of M. Fouquet." "Oh, oh," said D'Artagnan, "what would M. de Mazarin say to that if he heard it?" And he returned to his bed, asking himself how Aramis always contrived to be protected by the most powerful personages in the kingdom. "Is it that he has more luck than I, or that I am a greater fool than he? Bah!" That was the concluding word by the aid of which D'Artagnan, having become wise, now terminated every thought and every period of his style. Formerly he said, "Mordioux," which was a prick of the spur, but now he had become older, and he murmured that philosophical "bah," which served as a bridle to all the passions. 18. In which D'Artagnan seeks Porthos, and only finds Mousqueton. When D'Artagnan had perfectly convinced himself that the absence of the Vicar-General d'Herblay was real, and that his friend was not to be found at Melun or in its vicinity, he left Bazin without regret, cast an ill-natured glance at the magnificent Château de Vaux, which was beginning to shine with that splendor which brought on its ruin, and, compressing his lips like a man full of mistrust and suspicion, he put spurs to his pied horse, saying, "Well, well. I have still Pierrefonds left, and there I shall find the best man and the best filled coffer. And that is all I want, for I have an idea of my own." We will spare our readers the prosaic incidents of D'Artagnan's journey, which terminated on the morning of the third day within sight of Pierrefonds. D'Artagnan came by the way of Nanteuil-le-Haudouin and Crépy. At a distance he perceived the castle of Louis of Orléans, which, having become part of the crown domain, was kept by an old concierge. This was one of those marvelous manors of the Middle Ages, with walls 20 feet in thickness and 100 in height. D'Artagnan rode slowly past its walls, measured its towers with his eye and descended into the valley. From afar he looked down upon the Château of Porthos, situated on the shores of a small lake, and contiguous to a magnificent forest. It was the same place we have already had the honor of describing to our readers, we shall therefore satisfy ourselves with naming it. The first thing D'Artagnan perceived after the fine trees, the May sun gilding the sides of the green hills, the long rows of feather-topped trees which stretched out towards Compiègne, was a large rolling box, pushed forward by 2 servants and dragged by 2 others. In this box there was an enormous green and gold thing, which went along the smiling glades of the park, thus dragged and pushed. This thing, at a distance, could not be distinguished, and signified absolutely nothing. Nearer, it was a hogshead muffled in gold-bound green cloth, when close, it was a man, or rather a pusa, the inferior extremity of whom, spreading over the interior of the box, entirely filled it. When still closer, the man was Mousqueton, with grey hair and a face as red as Punchinello's. "Pardieu!" cried D'Artagnan, "why, that's my dear Monsieur Mousqueton." "Ah!" cried the fat man, "ah! What happiness! What joy! There's D'Artagnan." "Stop, you rascals!" These last words were addressed to the lackeys who pushed and dragged him. The box stopped, and the 4 lackeys, with a precision quite military, took off their laced hats and ranged themselves behind it. "Oh, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Mousqueton, "why can I not embrace your knees? But I have become impotent, as you see." "Dame, my dear Mousqueton, it is age." "No, monsieur, it is not age, it is infirmities, troubles." "Troubles? You, Mousqueton," said D'Artagnan, making the tour of the box, "are you out of your mind, my dear friend? Thank God, you are as hearty as a 300-year-old oak." "Ah, but my legs, monsieur, my legs," groaned the faithful servant. "What's the matter with your legs?" "Oh, they will no longer bear me." "Ah, the ungrateful things. And yet you feed them well, Mousqueton, apparently." "Alas, yes. They can reproach me with nothing in that respect," said Mousqueton, with a sigh. "I have always done what I could for my poor body, I am not selfish." And Mousqueton sighed afresh. I wonder whether Mousqueton wants to be a baron, too, as he sighs after that fashion, thought D'Artagnan. "Mon Dieu, monsieur," said Mousqueton, as if rousing himself from a painful reverie, "how happy Monseigneur will be that you have thought of him." "Kind Porthos," cried D'Artagnan, "I am anxious to embrace him." "Oh," said Mousqueton, much affected, "I shall certainly write to him." "What?" cried D'Artagnan, "you will write to him?" "This very day, I shall not delay it an hour." "Is he not here, then?" "No, monsieur." "But is he near at hand? Is he far off?" "Oh, can I tell, monsieur, can I tell?" "Mordioux!" cried the musketeer, stamping with his foot, "I am unfortunate. Porthos is such a stay-at-home. Monsieur, there is not a more sedentary man than Monseigneur, but—" "But what?" "When a friend presses you." "A friend? Doubtless, the worthy M. d'Herblay." "What, has Aramis pressed Porthos?" "This is how the thing happened, Monsieur d'Artagnan. M. d'Herblay wrote to Monseigneur." "Indeed. A letter, monsieur, such a pressing letter that it threw us all into a bustle." "Tell me all about it, my dear friend," said D'Artagnan, "but remove these people a little further off first." Mousqueton shouted, "Fall back, you fellows," with such powerful lungs that the breath, without the words, would have been sufficient to disperse the 4 lackeys. D'Artagnan seated himself on the shaft of the box and opened his ears. "Monsieur," said Mousqueton, "Monseigneur, then, received a letter from M. le Vicaire General d'Herblay, 8 or 9 days ago. It was the day of the rustic pleasures. Yes, it must have been Wednesday." "What do you mean?" said D'Artagnan. "The day of rustic pleasures." "Yes, monsieur, we have so many pleasures to take in this delightful country, that we were encumbered by them, so much so, that we have been forced to regulate the distribution of them. How easily do I recognize Porthos's love of order in that. Now, that idea would never have occurred to me, but then I am not encumbered with pleasures." "We were, though," said Mousqueton. "And how did you regulate the matter, let me know," said D'Artagnan. "It is rather long, monsieur." "Never mind, we have plenty of time, and you speak so well, my dear Mousqueton, that it is really a pleasure to hear you." "It is true," said Mousqueton, with a sigh of satisfaction, which emanated evidently from the justice which had been rendered him, "it is true I have made great progress in the company of Monseigneur. I am waiting for the distribution of the pleasures, Mousqueton, and with impatience. I want to know if I have arrived on a lucky day." "Oh, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Mousqueton in a melancholy tone, "since Monseigneur's departure all the pleasures have gone too." "Well, my dear Mousqueton, refresh your memory. With what day shall I begin?" Pardieu. Begin with Sunday, that is the Lord's day." "Sunday, monsieur?" "Yes. Sunday pleasures are religious. Monseigneur goes to Mass, makes the bread offering, and has discourses and instructions made to him by his almoner in ordinary. That is not very amusing, but we expect a Carmelite from Paris who will do the duty of our almonry, and who, we are assured, speaks very well, which will keep us awake, whereas our present almoner always sends us to sleep. These are Sunday religious pleasures. On Monday, worldly pleasures. Ah, said D'Artagnan, what do you mean by that? Let us have a glimpse at your worldly pleasures. Monsieur, on Monday we go into the world, we pay and receive visits, we play on the lute, we dance, we make verses, and burn a little incense in honor of the ladies. Peste. That is the height of gallantry, said the musketeer, who was obliged to call to his aid all the strength of his facial muscles to suppress an enormous inclination to laugh. Tuesday, learned pleasures. Good, cried D'Artagnan. What are they? Detail them, my dear Mousqueton. Monseigneur has bought a sphere or globe, which I shall show you. It fills all the perimeter of the great tower, except a gallery which he has had built over the sphere. There are little strings and brass wires to which the sun and moon are hooked. It all turns, and that is very beautiful. Monseigneur points out to me the seas and distant countries. We don't intend to visit them, but it is very interesting. Interesting. Yes, that's the word, repeated D'Artagnan. And Wednesday. Rustic pleasures, as I have had the honor to tell you, Monsieur le Chevalier. We look over Monseigneur's sheep and goats, we make the shepherds dance to pipes and reeds, as is written in a book Monseigneur has in his library, which is called Bergerese. The author died about a month ago. Monsieur Racan, perhaps, said D'Artagnan. Yes, that was his name, M. Racan. But that is not all. We angle in the little canal, after which we dine, crowned with flowers. That is Wednesday. Peste, said D'Artagnan, you don't divide your pleasures badly. And Thursday, what can be left for poor Thursday? It is not very unfortunate, monsieur, said Mousqueton, smiling. Thursday, Olympian pleasures. Ah, monsieur, that is superb. We get together all Monseigneur's young vassals, and we make them throw the disc, wrestle, and run races. Monseigneur can't run now, no more can I, but Monseigneur throws the disc as nobody else can throw it. And when he does deal a blow, oh, that proves a misfortune. How so? Yes, monsieur, we were obliged to renounce the cestus. He cracked heads, he broke jaws, beat in ribs. It was charming sport, but nobody was willing to play with him. Then his wrist. Oh, monsieur, firmer than ever. Monseigneur gets a trifle weaker in his legs, he confesses that himself, but his strength has all taken refuge in his arms, so that he can knock down bullocks, as he used to formerly. Monsieur, better than that, he beats in walls. Lately, after having supped with one of our farmers, you know how popular and kind Monseigneur is, after supper, as a joke, he struck the wall a blow. The wall crumbled away beneath his hand, the roof fell in, and 3 men and an old woman were stifled. Good God, Mousqueton. And your master? Oh, Monseigneur, a little skin was rubbed off his head. We bathed the wounds with some water which the monks gave us. But there was nothing the matter with his hand. Nothing. No, nothing, monsieur. Deuce take the Olympic pleasures. They must cost your master too dear, for widows and orphans. They all had pensions, monsieur, 1/10 of Monseigneur's revenue was spent in that way. Then pass on to Friday, said D'Artagnan. Friday, noble and warlike pleasures. We hunt, we fence, we dress falcons and break horses. Then, Saturday is the day for intellectual pleasures, we adorn our minds, we look at Monseigneur's pictures and statues, we write, even, and trace plans, and then we fire Monseigneur's cannon. You draw plans, and fire cannon. Yes, monsieur. Why, my friend, said D'Artagnan, M. du Vallon, in truth, possesses the most subtle and amiable mind that I know. But there is one kind of pleasure you have forgotten, it appears to me. What is that, monsieur? Asked Mousqueton, with anxiety. The material pleasures. Mousqueton colored. What do you mean by that, monsieur? Said he, casting down his eyes. I mean the table, good wine, evenings occupied in passing the bottle. Ah, monsieur, we don't reckon those pleasures, we practice them every day. My brave Mousqueton, resumed D'Artagnan, pardon me, but I was so absorbed in your charming recital that I have forgotten the principal object of our conversation, which was to learn what le Vicaire General d'Herblay could have to write to your master about. That is true, monsieur, said Mousqueton, the pleasures have misled us. Well, monsieur, this is the whole affair. I am all attention, Mousqueton. On Wednesday, the day of the rustic pleasures. Yes, a letter arrived, he received it from my hands. I had recognized the writing. Well, Monseigneur read it and cried out, quick, my horses. My arms. Quote, "Oh, good lord, then it was for some duel," said D'Artagnan. "No, monsieur, there were only these words: 'Dear Porthos, set out, if you would wish to arrive before the equinox. I expect you.'" Quote, "Mordioux," said D'Artagnan, thoughtfully, "that was pressing, apparently." "I think so, therefore," continued Mousqueton, "Monseigneur set out the very same day with his secretary, in order to endeavor to arrive in time." "And did he arrive in time?" "I hope so. Monseigneur, who is hasty, as you know, monsieur, repeated incessantly, 'Ton Dieu.' What can this mean? The equinox. Never mind, a fellow must be well mounted to arrive before I do." Quote, "And you think Porthos will have arrived first, do you?" asked D'Artagnan. "I am sure of it. This equinox, however rich he may be, has certainly no horses so good as Monseigneur's." D'Artagnan repressed his inclination to laugh, because the brevity of Aramis's letter gave rise to reflection. He followed Mousqueton, or rather Mousqueton's chariot, to the castle. He sat down to a sumptuous table, of which they did him the honors as to a king. But he could draw nothing from Mousqueton. The faithful servant seemed to shed tears at will, but that was all. D'Artagnan, after a night passed in an excellent bed, reflected much upon the meaning of Aramis's letter, puzzled himself as to the relation of the equinox with the affairs of Porthos, and being unable to make anything out unless it concerned some amour of the bishop's, for which it was necessary that the days and nights should be equal, D'Artagnan left Pierrefonds as he had left Melun, as he had left the chateau of the Comte de la Fere. It was not, however, without a melancholy, which might in good sooth pass for one of the most dismal of D'Artagnan's moods. His head cast down, his eyes fixed, he suffered his legs to hang on each side of his horse, and said to himself, in that vague sort of reverie which ascends sometimes to the sublimest eloquence: "No more friends, no more future, no more anything. My energies are broken like the bonds of our ancient friendship. Oh, old age is coming, cold and inexorable. It envelopes in its funeral crape all that was brilliant, all that was embalming in my youth. Then it throws that sweet burden on its shoulders and carries it away with the rest into the fathomless gulf of death." A shudder crept through the heart of the Gascon, so brave and so strong against all the misfortunes of life, and during some moments the clouds appeared black to him, the earth slippery and full of pits as that of cemeteries. "Whither am I going?" said he to himself. "What am I going to do? Alone, quite alone, without family, without friends. Bah!" cried he all at once. And he clapped spurs to his horse, who, having found nothing melancholy in the heavy oats of Pierrefonds, profited by this permission to show his gaiety in a gallop which absorbed 2 leagues. "To Paris," said D'Artagnan to himself. And on the morrow he alighted in Paris. He had devoted 10 days to this journey. 19. What D'Artagnan went to Paris for. The lieutenant dismounted before a shop in the Rue des Lombards, at the sign of the Pilon d'Or. A man of good appearance, wearing a white apron, and stroking his grey moustache with a large hand, uttered a cry of joy on perceiving the pied horse. "Monsieur le Chevalier," said he, "ah, is that you?" "Bonjour, Planchet," replied D'Artagnan, stooping to enter the shop. "Quick, somebody," cried Planchet, "to look after Monsieur D'Artagnan's horse, somebody to get ready his room, somebody to prepare his supper." "Thanks, Planchet. Good day, my children," said D'Artagnan to the eager boys. "Allow me to send off this coffee, this treacle, and these raisins," said Planchet. "They are for the storeroom of Monsieur le Surintendant." "Send them off, send them off. That is only the affair of a moment, then we shall sup." "Arrange it that we may sup alone, I want to speak to you." Planchet looked at his old master in a significant manner. "Oh, don't be uneasy, it is nothing unpleasant," said D'Artagnan. "So much the better, so much the better." And Planchet breathed freely again, whilst D'Artagnan seated himself quietly down in the shop, upon a bale of corks, and made a survey of the premises. The shop was well stocked. There was a mingled perfume of ginger, cinnamon, and ground pepper, which made D'Artagnan sneeze. The shop boy, proud of being in company with so renowned a warrior, of a lieutenant of musketeers, who approached the person of the king, began to work with an enthusiasm which was something like delirium, and to serve the customers with a disdainful haste that was noticed by several. Planchet put away his money, and made up his accounts, amidst civilities addressed to his former master. Planchet had with his equals the short speech and haughty familiarity of the rich shopkeeper who serves everybody and waits for nobody. D'Artagnan observed this habit with a pleasure which we shall analyze presently. He saw night come on by degrees, and at length Planchet conducted him to a chamber on the first story, where, amidst bales and chests, a table very nicely set out awaited the two guests. D'Artagnan took advantage of a moment's pause to examine the countenance of Planchet, whom he had not seen for a year. The shrewd Planchet had acquired a slight protuberance in front, but his countenance was not puffed. His keen eye still played with facility in its deep-sunk orbit, and fat, which levels all the characteristic saliences of the human face, had not yet touched either his high cheekbones, the sign of cunning and cupidity, or his pointed chin, the sign of acuteness and perseverance. Planchet reigned with as much majesty in his dining room as in his shop. He set before his master a frugal, but perfectly Parisian repast, roast meat, cooked at the baker's, with vegetables, salad, and a dessert borrowed from the shop itself. D'Artagnan was pleased that the grocer had drawn from behind the fagots a bottle of that Anjou wine which during all his life had been D'Artagnan's favorite wine. "Formerly, monsieur," said Planchet, with a smile full of bonhomie, "it was I who drank your wine, now you do me the honor to drink mine. And, thank God, friend Planchet, I shall drink it for a long time to come, I hope, for at present I am free." "Free? You have a leave of absence, monsieur." "Unlimited. You were leaving the service," said Planchet, stupefied. "Yes, I am resting." "And the king?" cried Planchet, who could not suppose it possible that the king could do without the services of such a man as D'Artagnan. "The king will try his fortune elsewhere. But we have supped well, you are disposed to enjoy yourself, you invite me to confide in you. Open your ears, then." "They are open." And Planchet, with a laugh more frank than cunning, opened a bottle of white wine. "Leave me my reason, at least." "Oh, as to you losing your head, you, monsieur. Now my head is my own, and I mean to take better care of it than ever. In the first place we shall talk business. How fares our money box?" "Wonderfully well, monsieur. The 20,000 livres I had of you are still employed in my trade, in which they bring me 9%. I give you 7, so I gain 2 by you. And you are still satisfied?" "Delighted. Have you brought me any more?" "Better than that. But do you want any?" "Oh, not at all. Everyone is willing to trust me now. I am extending my business." "That was your intention." "I play the banker a little. I buy goods of my needy brethren, I lend money to those who are not ready for their payments. Without usury." "Oh, monsieur, in the course of the last week I have had 2 meetings on the boulevards, on account of the word you have just pronounced." "What?" "You shall see, it concerned a loan. The borrower gives me in pledge some raw sugars, on condition that I should sell if repayment were not made within a fixed period. I lend 1,000 livres. He does not pay me, and I sell the sugars for 1,300 livres. He learns this and claims 100 crowns. Ma foi. I refused, pretending that I could not sell them for more than 900 livres. He accused me of usury. I begged him to repeat that word to me behind the boulevards. He was an old guard, and he came, and I passed your sword through his left thigh." "Tout Dieu, what a pretty sort of banker you make," said D'Artagnan. "For above 13% I fight," replied Planchet, "that is my character." "Take only 12, said D'Artagnan, "and call the rest premium and brokerage." "You were right, monsieur, but to your business." "Ah, Planchet, it is very long and very hard to speak." "Do speak it, nevertheless." D'Artagnan twisted his mustache like a man embarrassed with the confidence he is about to make and mistrustful of his confidant. "Is it an investment?" asked Planchet. "Why, yes. At good profit." "A capital profit, 400%, Planchet." Planchet gave such a blow with his fist upon the table, that the bottles bounded as if they had been frightened. "Good heavens! Is that possible?" "I think it will be more," replied D'Artagnan coolly, "but I like to lay it at the lowest." "The devil," said Planchet, drawing nearer. "Why, monsieur, that is magnificent. Can one put much money in it?" 20,000 livres each, Planchet." "Why, that is all you have, monsieur." "For how long a time?" "For a month. And that will give us 50,000 livres each, profit. It is monstrous. It is worthwhile to fight for such interest as that." "In fact, I believe it will be necessary to fight not a little," said D'Artagnan, with the same tranquillity, "but this time there are 2 of us, Planchet, and I shall take all the blows to myself." "Oh, monsieur, I will not allow that. Planchet, you cannot be concerned in it, you would be obliged to leave your business and your family. The affair is not in Paris, then. No. Abroad. In England. A speculative country, that is true, said Planchet, a country that I know well. What sort of an affair, monsieur, without too much curiosity? Planchet, it is a restoration. Of monuments. Yes, of monuments, we shall restore Whitehall. That is important. And in a month, you think? I shall undertake it. That concerns you, monsieur, and when once you are engaged. Yes, that concerns me. I know what I am about, nevertheless, I will freely consult with you. You do me great honor, but I know very little about architecture. Planchet, you are wrong, you are an excellent architect, quite as good as I am, for the case in question. Thanks, monsieur. But your old friends of the Musketeers. I have been, I confess, tempted to speak of the thing to those gentlemen, but they are all absent from their houses. It is vexatious, for I know none more bold or able. Ah, then it appears there will be an opposition, and the enterprise will be disputed. Oh, yes, Planchet, yes. I burn to know the details, monsieur. Here they are, Planchet, close all the doors tight. Yes, monsieur. And Planchet double-locked them. That is well, now draw near. Planchet obeyed. And open the window, because the noise of the passers-by and the carts will deafen all who might hear us. Planchet opened the window as desired, and the gust of tumult which filled the chamber with cries, wheels, barkings, and steps deafened D'Artagnan himself, as he had wished. He then swallowed a glass of white wine, and began in these terms, Planchet, I have an idea. Ah, monsieur, I recognize you so well in that, replied Planchet, panting with emotion. 20. Of the society which was formed in the Rue des Lombards, at the sign of the Pilon d'Or, to carry out the idea of M. D'Artagnan. After a moment's silence, in which D'Artagnan appeared to be collecting, not one idea but all his ideas, it cannot be, my dear Planchet, said he, that you have not heard of His Majesty Charles I of England. Alas! Yes, monsieur, since you left France in order to assist him, and that, in spite of that assistance, he fell, and was near dragging you down in his fall. Exactly so, I see you have a good memory, Planchet. Peste! The astonishing thing would be, if I could have lost that memory, however bad it might have been. When one has heard Grimaud, who, you know, is not given to talking, relate how the head of King Charles fell, how you sailed the half of a night in a scuttled vessel, and saw floating on the water that good M. Mordaunt with a certain gold-hafted dagger buried in his breast, one is not very likely to forget such things. And yet there are people who forget them, Planchet. Yes, such as have not seen them, or have not heard Grimaud relate them. Well, it is all the better that you recollect all that. I shall only have to remind you of one thing, and that is that Charles I had a son. Without contradicting you, monsieur, he had two, said Planchet, for I saw the second one in Paris, M. le Duc of York, one day, as he was going to the Palais Royal, and I was told that he was not the eldest son of Charles I. As to the eldest, I have the honor of knowing him by name, but not personally. That is exactly the point, Planchet, we must come to. It is to this eldest son, formerly called the Prince of Wales, and who is now styled Charles II, King of England. A king without a kingdom, monsieur, replied Planchet, sententiously. Yes, Planchet, and you may add an unfortunate prince, more unfortunate than the poorest man of the people lost in the worst quarter of Paris. Planchet made a gesture full of that sort of compassion which we grant to strangers with whom we think we can never possibly find ourselves in contact. Besides, he did not see in this politico-sentimental operation any sign of the commercial idea of M. D'Artagnan, and it was in this idea that D'Artagnan, who was, from habit, pretty well acquainted with men and things, had principally interested Planchet. I am come to our business. This young Prince of Wales, a king without a kingdom, as you have so well said, Planchet, has interested me. I, D'Artagnan, have seen him begging assistance of Mazarin, who is a miser, and the aid of Louis, who is a child, and it appeared to me, who am acquainted with such things, that in the intelligent eye of the fallen king, in the nobility of his whole person, a nobility apparent above all his miseries, I could discern the stuff of a man and the heart of a king. Planchet tacitly approved of all this, but it did not at all, in his eyes at least, throw any light upon D'Artagnan's idea. The latter continued, This, then, is the reasoning which I made with myself. Listen attentively, Planchet, for we are coming to the conclusion. I am listening. Kings are not so thickly sown upon the earth, that people can find them whenever they want them. Now, this king without a kingdom is, in my opinion, a grain of seed which will blossom in some season or other, provided a skillful, discreet, and vigorous hand sow it duly and truly, selecting soil, sky, and time. Planchet still approved by a nod of his head, which showed that he did not perfectly comprehend all that was said. Poor little seed of a king, said I to myself, and really I was affected, Planchet, which leads me to think I am entering upon a foolish business. And that is why I wished to consult you, my friend. Planchet colored with pleasure and pride. Poor little seed of a king. I will pick you up and cast you into good ground. Quote, Good God, said Planchet, looking earnestly at his old master, as if in doubt as to the state of his reason. Well, what is it? Said D'Artagnan, who hurts you? Me, nothing, monsieur. You said, good God. Did I? I am sure you did. Can you already understand? I confess, M. D'Artagnan, that I am afraid. To understand. Yes. To understand that I wish to replace upon his throne this King Charles II, who has no throne. Is that it? Planchet made a prodigious bound in his chair. Ah, said he, in evident terror, that is what you call a restoration. Yes, Planchet, is it not the proper term for it? Oh, no doubt, no doubt. But have you reflected seriously? Upon what? Upon what is going on yonder. Where? In England. And what is that? Let us see, Planchet. In the first place, monsieur, I ask your pardon for meddling in these things, which have nothing to do with my trade, but since it is an affair that you propose to me, for you are proposing an affair, are you not? A superb one, Planchet. But as it is business you propose to me, I have the right to discuss it. Discuss it, Planchet, out of discussion is born light. Well, then, since I have monsieur's permission, I will tell him that there is yonder, in the first place, the Parliament. Well, next. And then the army. Good. Do you see anything else? Why, then the nation. Is that all? The nation which consented to the overthrow and death of the late king, the father of this one, and which will not be willing to belie its acts. Said D'Artagnan, you argue like a cheese. The nation is tired of these gentlemen who give themselves such barbarous names, and who sing songs to it. Chanting for chanting, my dear Planchet, I have remarked that nations prefer singing a merry chant to the plain chant. Remember the Fronde, what did they sing in those times? Well, those were good times. Not too good, not too good. I was near being hung in those times. Well, but you were not. No. And you laid the foundations of your fortune in the midst of all those songs. That is true. Then you have nothing to say against them. Well, I return, then, to the army and Parliament. I say that I borrow 20,000 livres of M. Planchet, and that I put 20,000 livres of my own to it, and with these 40,000 livres I raise an army. Planchet clasped his hands, he saw that D'Artagnan was in earnest, and, in good truth, he believed his master had lost his senses. An army, ah, monsieur, said he, with his most agreeable smile, for fear of irritating the madman, and rendering him furious, an army, how many? Of 40 men, said D'Artagnan. 40 against 40,000, that is not enough. I know very well that you, M. D'Artagnan, alone, are equal to 1,000 men, but where are we to find 39 men equal to you? Or, if we could find them, who would furnish you with money to pay them? Not bad, Planchet. Ah, the devil, you play the courtier. No, monsieur, I speak what I think, and that is exactly why I say that, in the first pitched battle you fight with your 40 men, I am very much afraid. Therefore I shall fight no pitched battles, my dear Planchet, said the Gascon, laughing. We have very fine examples in antiquity of skillful retreats and marches, which consisted in avoiding the enemy instead of attacking them. You should know that, Planchet, you who commanded the Parisians the day on which they ought to have fought against the musketeers, and who so well calculated marches and countermarches, that you never left the Palais Royal. Planchet could not help laughing. It is plain, replied he, that if your 40 men conceal themselves, and are not unskillful, they may hope not to be beaten, but you propose obtaining some result, do you not? No doubt. This, then, in my opinion, is the plan to be proceeded upon in order quickly to replace His Majesty Charles II on his throne. Good, said Planchet, increasing his attention, let us see your plan. But in the first place it seems to me we are forgetting something. What is that? We have set aside the nation, which prefers singing merry songs to psalms, and the army, which we will not fight, but the parliament remains, and that seldom sings. Nor does it fight. How is it, Planchet, that an intelligent man like yourself should take any heed of a set of brawlers who call themselves rumps and barebones? The parliament does not trouble me at all, Planchet. As soon as it ceases to trouble you, monsieur, let us pass on. Yes, and arrive at the result. You remember Cromwell, Planchet. I have heard a great deal of talk about him. He was a rough soldier. And a terrible eater, moreover. What do you mean by that? Why, at one gulp he swallowed all England. Well, Planchet, the evening before the day on which he swallowed England, if anyone had swallowed Cromwell. Oh, monsieur, it is one of the axioms of mathematics that the container must be greater than the contained. Very well. That is our affair, Planchet. But Cromwell is dead, and his container is now the tomb. My dear Planchet, I see with pleasure that you have not only become a mathematician, but a philosopher. Monsieur, in my grocery business I use much printed paper, and that instructs me. Bravo. You know then, in that case, for you have not learned mathematics and philosophy without a little history, that after this Cromwell so great, there came one who was very little. Yes, he was named Richard, and he has done as you have, D'Artagnan, he has tendered his resignation. Very well said, very well. After the great man who is dead, after the little one who tendered his resignation, there came a third. This one is named Monk, he is an able general, considering he has never fought a battle, he is a skillful diplomatist, considering that he never speaks in public, and that having to say, good day, to a man, he meditates 12 hours, and ends by saying, good night, which makes people exclaim, miracle. Seeing that it falls out correctly. That is rather strong, said Planchet, but I know another political man who resembles him very much. Mazarin you mean, himself. You were right, Planchet, only Mazarin does not aspire to the throne of France, and that changes everything. Do you see? Well, this Monk, who has England ready roasted in his plate, and who is already opening his mouth to swallow it, this Monk, who says to the people of Charles II, and to Charles II himself, Nessio vos. I don't understand English, said Planchet. Yes, but I understand it, said D'Artagnan. Nessio vos means, I do not know you. This Monk, the most important man in England, when he shall have swallowed it. Well, asked Planchet. Well, my friend, I shall go over yonder, and with my 40 men I shall carry him off, pack him up, and bring him into France, where two modes of proceeding present themselves to my dazzled eyes. Oh, and to mine too, cried Planchet, transported with enthusiasm. We will put him in a cage and show him for money. Well, Planchet, that is a third plan, of which I had not thought. Do you think it a good one? Yes, certainly, but I think mine better. Let us see yours, then. In the first place, I shall set a ransom on him. Of how much? Peste, a fellow like that must be well worth 100,000 crowns. Yes, yes. You see, then, in the first place, a ransom of 100,000 crowns. Or else, what is much better, I deliver him up to King Charles, who, having no longer either a general or an army to fear, nor a diplomatist to trick him, will restore himself, and when once restored, will pay down to me the 100,000 crowns in question. That is the idea I have formed. What do you say to it, Planchet? Magnificent, monsieur, cried Planchet, trembling with emotion. How did you conceive that idea? It came to me one morning on the banks of the Loire, whilst our beloved king, Louis XIV, was pretending to weep upon the hand of Mademoiselle de Mancini. Monsieur, I declare the idea is sublime. But, is there a but? Permit me. But this is a little like the skin of that fine bear, you know, that they were about to sell, but which it was necessary to take from the back of the living bear. Now, to take Monk, there will be a bit of a scuffle, I should think. No doubt, but as I shall raise an army to. Yes, I understand, parbleu, a coup de main. Yes, then, monsieur, you will triumph, for no one equals you in such sorts of encounters. I certainly am lucky in them, said D'Artagnan, with a proud simplicity. You know that if for this affair I had my dear Athos, my brave Porthos, and my cunning Aramis, the business would be settled, but they are all lost, as it appears, and nobody knows where to find them. I will do it, then, alone. Now, do you find the business good, and the investment advantageous? Too much so, too much so. How can that be? Because fine things never reach the expected point. This is infallible, Planchet, and the proof is that I undertake it. It will be for you a tolerably pretty gain, and for me a very interesting stroke. It will be said, such was the old age of M. d'Artagnan, and I shall hold a place in tales and even in history itself, Planchet. I am greedy of honor. Monsieur, cried Planchet, when I think that it is here, in my home, in the midst of my sugar, my prunes, and my cinnamon, that this gigantic project is ripened, my shop seems a palace to me. Beware, beware, Planchet. If the least report of this escapes, there is the Bastille for both of us. Beware, my friend, for this is a plot we are hatching. Monk is the ally of M. Mazarin, beware. Monsieur, when a man has had the honor to belong to you, he knows nothing of fear, and when he has had the advantage of being bound up in interests with you, he holds his tongue. Very well, that is more your affair than mine, seeing that in a week I shall be in England. Depart, monsieur, depart, the sooner the better. Is the money, then, ready? It will be tomorrow you shall receive it from my own hands. Will you have gold or silver? Gold, that is most convenient. But how are we going to arrange this? Let us see. Oh, good Lord, in the simplest way possible. You shall give me a receipt, that is all. No, no, said D'Artagnan, warmly, we must preserve order in all things. That is likewise my opinion, but with you, M. d'Artagnan. And if I should die yonder, if I should be killed by a musket ball, if I should burst from drinking beer. Monsieur, I beg you to believe that in that case I should be so much afflicted at your death, that I should not think about the money. Thank you, Planchet, but no matter. We shall, like two lawyers' clerks, draw up together an agreement, a sort of act, which may be called a deed of company. Willingly, monsieur. I know it is difficult to draw such a thing up, but we can try. Let us try, then. And Planchet went in search of pens, ink, and paper. D'Artagnan took the pen and wrote, between Monsieur d'Artagnan, ex-lieutenant of the King's Musketeers, at present residing in the Rue Tiquetonne, Hôtel de la Chevrette, and the Sieur Planchet, grocer, residing in the Rue des Lombards, at the sign of the Pilon d'Or, it has been agreed as follows, a company, with a capital of 40,000 livres, and formed for the purpose of carrying out an idea conceived by M. d'Artagnan, and the said Planchet approving of it in all points, will place 20,000 livres in the hands of M. d'Artagnan. He will require neither repayment nor interest before the return of M. d'Artagnan from a journey he is about to take into England. On his part, M. d'Artagnan undertakes it to find 20,000 livres, which he will join to the 20,000 already laid down by the Sieur Planchet. He will employ the said sum of 40,000 livres according to his judgment in an undertaking which is described below. On the day when M. d'Artagnan shall have re-established, by whatever means, His Majesty King Charles II upon the throne of England, he will pay into the hands of M. Planchet the sum of 150,000 livres, said Planchet, innocently, perceiving that D'Artagnan hesitated. Oh, the devil, no. Said D'Artagnan, the division cannot be made by half, that would not be just. And yet, monsieur, we each lay down half, objected Planchet, timidly. Yes, but listen to this clause, my dear Planchet, and if you do not find it equitable in every respect when it is written, well, we can scratch it out again. Nevertheless, as M. d'Artagnan brings to the association, besides his capital of 20,000 livres, his time, his idea, his industry, and his skin, things which he appreciates strongly, particularly the last, M. d'Artagnan will keep, of the 300,000 livres, 200,000 livres for himself, which will make his share 2/3. Very well, said Planchet. Is it just? Asked D'Artagnan. Perfectly just, monsieur. And you will be contented with 100,000 livres. Peste. I think so. 100,000 for 20,000. And in a month, understand. How, in a month? Yes, I only ask 1 month. Monsieur, said Planchet, generously, I give you 6 weeks. Thank you, replied the musketeer, politely, after which the two partners reperused their deed. That is perfect, monsieur, said Planchet, and the late M. Coquenard, the first husband of Madame la Baronne du Vallon, could not have done it better. Do you find it so? Let us sign it then. And both affixed their signatures. In this fashion, said D'Artagnan, I shall be under obligations to no one. But I shall be under obligations to you, said Planchet. No, for whatever store I set by it, Planchet, I may lose my skin yonder, and you will lose all. Apropos, peste, that makes me think of the principal and indispensable clause. I shall write it. In case of M. D'Artagnan dying in this enterprise, liquidation will be considered made, and the Sieur Planchet will give quittance from that moment to the shade of Messieurs D'Artagnan for the 20,000 livres paid by him into the hands of the said company. Quote. This last clause made Planchet knit his brows a little, but when he saw the brilliant eye, the muscular hand, the supple and strong back of his associate, he regained his courage, and, without regret, he at once added another stroke to his signature. D'Artagnan did the same. Thus was drawn the first known company contract. Perhaps such things have been abused a little since, both in form and principle. Now, said Planchet, pouring out the last glass of Anjou wine for D'Artagnan, now go to sleep, my dear master. No, replied D'Artagnan, for the most difficult part now remains to be done, and I will think over that difficult part. Bah! Said Planchet, I have such great confidence in you, M. D'Artagnan, that I would not give my 100,000 livres for 90,000 livres down. And devil take me if I don't think you are right. Upon which D'Artagnan took a candle and went up to his bedroom. 21. In which D'Artagnan prepares to travel for the house of Planchet and company. D'Artagnan reflected to such good purpose during the night that his plan was settled by morning. This is it, said he, sitting up in bed, supporting his elbow on his knee, and his chin in his hand, this is it. I shall seek out 40 steady, firm men, recruited among people a little compromised, but having habits of discipline. I shall promise them 500 livres for a month if they return, nothing if they do not return, or half for their kindred. As to food and lodging, that concerns the English, who have cattle in their pastures, bacon in their bacon racks, fowls in their poultry yards, and corn in their barns. I will present myself to General Monk with my little body of troops. He will receive me. I shall win his confidence, and take advantage of it, as soon as possible. But without going further, D'Artagnan shook his head and interrupted himself. No, said he, I should not dare to relate this to Athos, the way is therefore not honorable. I must use violence, continued he, very certainly I must, but without compromising my loyalty. With 40 men I will traverse the country as a partisan. But if I fall in with, not 40,000 English, as Planchet said, but purely and simply with 400, I shall be beaten. Supposing that among my 40 warriors there should be found at least 10 stupid ones, 10 who will allow themselves to be killed one after the other, from mere folly. No, it is, in fact, impossible to find 40 men to be depended upon, they do not exist. I must learn how to be contented with 30. With 10 men less I should have the right of avoiding any armed encounter, on account of the small number of my people, and if the encounter should take place, my chance is better with 30 men than 40. Besides, I should save 5,000 francs, that is to say, the eighth of my capital, that is worth the trial. This being so, I should have 30 men. I shall divide them into 3 bands, we will spread ourselves about over the country, with an injunction to reunite at a given moment. In this fashion, 10 by 10, we should excite no suspicion, we should pass unperceived. Yes, 30, that is a magic number. There are 3 tens, 3, that divine number. And then, truly, a company of 30 men, when all together, will look rather imposing. Ah, stupid wretch that I am, continued D'Artagnan, I want 30 horses. That is ruinous. Where the devil was my head when I forgot the horses? We cannot, however, think of striking such a blow without horses. Well, so be it, that sacrifice must be made, we can get the horses in the country, they are not bad, besides. But I forgot, peste. 3 bands, that necessitates 3 leaders, there is the difficulty. Of the 3 commanders I have already one, that is myself, yes, but the 2 others will of themselves cost almost as much money as all the rest of the troop. No, positively I must have but 1 lieutenant. In that case, then, I should reduce my troop to 20 men. I know very well that 20 men is but very little, but since with 30 I was determined not to seek to come to blows, I should do so more carefully still with 20. 20, that is a round number, that, besides, reduces the number of the horses by 10, which is a consideration, and then, with a good lieutenant, mordio. What things patience and calculation are! Was I not going to embark with 40 men, and I have now reduced them to 20 for an equal success. 10,000 livres saved at one stroke, and more safety, that is well. Now, then, let us see, we have nothing to do but to find this lieutenant, let him be found, then, and after, that is not so easy, he must be brave and good, a second myself. Yes, but a lieutenant must have my secret, and as that secret is worth 1,000,000, and I shall only pay my man 1,000 livres, 1,500 at the most, my man will sell the secret to Monk. Mordio, no lieutenant. Besides, this man, were he as mute as a disciple of Pythagoras, this man would be sure to have in the troop some favorite soldier, whom he would make his sergeant. The sergeant would penetrate the secret of the lieutenant, in case the latter should be honest and unwilling to sell it. Then the sergeant, less honest and less ambitious, will give up the whole for 50,000 livres. Come, that is impossible. The lieutenant is impossible. But then I must have no fractions, I cannot divide my troop in two, and act upon 2 points, at once, without another self, who, but what is the use of acting upon 2 points, as we have only one man to take? What can be the use of weakening a corps by placing the right here and the left there? A single corps, mordio. A single one, and that commanded by D'Artagnan. Very well. But 20 men marching in one band are suspected by everybody, 20 horsemen must not be seen marching together, or a company will be detached against them and the password will be required, the which company, upon seeing them embarrassed to give it, would shoot D'Artagnan and his men like so many rabbits. I reduce myself then to 10 men, in this fashion I shall act simply and with unity, I shall be forced to be prudent, which is half the success in an affair of the kind I am undertaking, a greater number might, perhaps, have drawn me into some folly. 10 horses are not many, either, to buy or take. A capital idea, what tranquility it infuses into my mind. No more suspicions, no passwords, no more dangers. 10 men, they are valets or clerks. 10 men, leading 10 horses laden with merchandise of whatever kind, are tolerated, well received everywhere. 10 men travel on account of the house of Planchet and Company, of France, nothing can be said against that. These 10 men, clothed like manufacturers, have a good cutlass or a good musket at their saddlebow, and a good pistol in the holster. They never allow themselves to be uneasy, because they have no evil designs. They are, perhaps, in truth, a little disposed to be smugglers, but what harm is in that? Smuggling is not, like polygamy, a hanging offense. The worst that can happen to us is the confiscation of our merchandise. Our merchandise confiscated, a fine affair that. Come, it is a superb plan. 10 men only, 10 men, whom I will engage for my service, 10 men who shall be as resolute as 40 who would cost me 4 times as much, and to whom, for greater security, I will never open my mouth as to my designs, and to whom I shall only say, my friends, there is a blow to be struck. Things being after this fashion, Satan will be very malicious if he plays me one of his tricks. 15,000 livres saved, that's superb, out of 20. Thus fortified by his laborious calculations, D'Artagnan stopped at this plan, and determined to change nothing in it. He had already on a list furnished by his inexhaustible memory, 10 men illustrious amongst the seekers of adventure, ill-treated by fortune, and not on good terms with justice. Upon this D'Artagnan rose, and instantly set off on the search, telling Planchet not to expect him to breakfast, and perhaps not to dinner. A day and a half spent in rummaging amongst certain dens of Paris sufficed for his recruiting, and, without allowing his adventurers to communicate with each other, he had picked up and got together, in less than 30 hours, a charming collection of ill-looking faces, speaking a French less pure than the English they were about to attempt. These men were, for the most part, guards, whose merit D'Artagnan had had an opportunity of appreciating in various encounters, whom drunkenness, unlucky sword thrusts, unexpected winnings at play, or the economical reforms of Mazarin, had forced to seek shade and solitude, those two great consolers of irritated and chafing spirits. They bore upon their countenances and in their vestments the traces of the heartaches they had undergone. Some had their visages scarred, all had their clothes in rags. D'Artagnan comforted the most needy of these brotherly miseries by a prudent distribution of the crowns of the company. Then, having taken care that these crowns should be employed in the physical improvement of the troop, he appointed a trysting place in the north of France, between Bourges and Saint-Omer. 6 days were allowed as the utmost term, and D'Artagnan was sufficiently acquainted with the goodwill, the good humor, and the relative probity of these illustrious recruits, to be certain that not one of them would fail in his appointment. These orders given, this rendezvous fixed, he went to bid farewell to Planchet, who asked news of his army. D'Artagnan did not think it proper to inform him of the reduction he had made in his personnel. He feared that the confidence of his associate would be abated by such an avowal. Planchet was delighted to learn that the army was levied, and that Planchet found himself a kind of half-king, who from his throne counter kept in pay a body of troops destined to make war against perfidious Albion, that enemy of all true French hearts. Planchet paid down, in double louis, 20,000 livres to D'Artagnan, on the part of himself Planchet, and 20,000 livres, still in double louis, in account with D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan placed each of the 20,000 francs in a bag, and weighing a bag in each hand, "This money is very embarrassing, my dear Planchet," said he. "Do you know this weighs 30 pounds? Bah, your horse will carry that like a feather." D'Artagnan shook his head. "Don't tell me such things, Planchet. A horse overloaded with 30 pounds, in addition to the rider and his portmanteau, cannot cross a river so easily, cannot leap over a wall or ditch so lightly, and the horse failing, the horseman fails. It is true that you, Planchet, who have served in the infantry, may not be aware of all that." "Then what is to be done, monsieur?" said Planchet, greatly embarrassed. "Listen to me," said D'Artagnan. "I will pay my army on its return home. Keep my half of 20,000 livres, which you can use during that time." "And my half," said Planchet. "I shall take that with me." "Your confidence does me honor," said Planchet, "but supposing you should not return?" "That is possible, though not very probable." "Then, Planchet, in case I should not return, give me a pen, I will make my will." D'Artagnan took a pen and some paper, and wrote upon a plain sheet, "I, D'Artagnan, possess 20,000 livres, laid up cent by cent during 30 years that I have been in the service of His Majesty the King of France. I leave 5,000 to Athos, 5,000 to Porthos, and 5,000 to Aramis, that they may give the said sums in my name and their own to my young friend Raoul, Vicomte de Bragelonne. I give the remaining 5,000 to Planchet, that he may distribute the 15,000 with less regret among my friends. With which purpose I sign these presents. D'Artagnan." Planchet appeared very curious to know what D'Artagnan had written. "Here," said the musketeer, "read it." On reading the last lines the tears came into Planchet's eyes. "You think, then, that I would not have given the money without that? Then I will have none of your 5,000 francs." D'Artagnan smiled. Accept it, Planchet, and in that way you will only lose 15,000 francs instead of 20,000, and you will not be tempted to disregard the signature of your master and friend, by losing nothing at all." How well that dear Monsieur D'Artagnan knew the hearts of men and grocers. They who have pronounced Don Quixote mad because he rode out to the conquest of an empire with nobody but Sancho his squire, and they who have pronounced Sancho mad because he accompanied his master in his attempt to conquer the said empire, they certainly will have no hesitation in extending the same judgment to D'Artagnan and Planchet. And yet the first passed for one of the most subtle spirits among the astute spirits of the court of France. As to the second, he had acquired by good right the reputation of having one of the longest heads among the grocers of the Rue des Lombards, consequently of Paris, and consequently of France. Now, to consider these two men from the point of view from which you would consider other men, and the means by the aid of which they contemplated to restore a monarch to his throne, compared with other means, the shallowest brains of the country where brains are most shallow must have revolted against the presumptuous madness of the lieutenant and the stupidity of his associate. Fortunately, D'Artagnan was not a man to listen to the idle talk of those around him, or to the comments that were made on himself. He had adopted the motto, "Act well, and let people talk." Planchet, on his part had adopted this, "Act and say nothing." It resulted from this, that, according to the custom of all superior geniuses, these two men flattered themselves, intra pectus, with being in the right against all who found fault with them. As a beginning, D'Artagnan set out in the finest of possible weather, without a cloud in the heavens, without a cloud on his mind, joyous and strong, calm and decided, great in his resolution, and consequently carrying with him a tenfold dose of that potent fluid which the shocks of mind cause to spring from the nerves, and which procure for the human machine a force and an influence of which future ages will render, according to all probability, a more arithmetical account than we can possibly do at present. He was again, as in times past, on that same road of adventures which had led him to Boulogne, and which he was now traveling for the fourth time. It appeared to him that he could almost recognize the trace of his own steps upon the road, and that of his fist upon the doors of the hostelries. His memory, always active and present, brought back that youth which neither 30 years later his great heart nor his wrist of steel would have belied. What a rich nature was that of this man! He had all the passions, all the defects, all the weaknesses, and the spirit of contradiction familiar to his understanding changed all these imperfections into corresponding qualities. D'Artagnan, thanks to his ever-active imagination, was afraid of a shadow, and ashamed of being afraid. He marched straight up to that shadow, and then became extravagant in his bravery if the danger proved to be real. Thus everything in him was emotion, and therefore enjoyment. He loved the society of others, but never became tired of his own, and more than once, if he could have been heard when he was alone, he might have been seen laughing at the jokes he related to himself, or the tricks his imagination created just 5 minutes before ennui might have been looked for. D'Artagnan was not perhaps so gay this time as he would have been with the prospect of finding some good friends at Calais, instead of joining the 10 scamps there. Melancholy, however, did not visit him more than once a day, and it was about 5 visits that he received from that sombre deity before he got sight of the sea at Boulogne, and then these visits were indeed but short. But when once D'Artagnan found himself near the field of action, all other feelings but that of confidence disappeared never to return. From Boulogne he followed the coast to Calais. Calais was the place of general rendezvous, and at Calais he had named to each of his recruits the hostelry of Le Grand Monarque, where living was not extravagant, where sailors messed, and where men of the sword, with sheath of leather, be it understood, found lodging, table, food, and all the comforts of life, for 30 sous per diem. D'Artagnan proposed to himself to take them by surprise in flagranti delicto of wandering life, and to judge by the first appearance if he could count on them as trusty companions. He arrived at Calais at 4:30 in the afternoon. 22. D'Artagnan travels for the house of Planchet and Company. The hostelry of Le Grand Monarque was situated in a little street parallel to the port without looking out upon the port itself. Some lanes cut, as steps cut the 2 parallels of the latter, the 2 great straight lines of the port and the street. By these lanes passengers came suddenly from the port into the street, or from the street onto the port. D'Artagnan, arrived at the port, took one of these lanes, and came out in front of the hostelry of Le Grand Monarque. The moment was well chosen and might remind D'Artagnan of his start in life at the hostelry of the Franc Meunier at Maying. Some sailors who had been playing at dice had started a quarrel, and were threatening each other furiously. The host, hostess, and 2 lads were watching with anxiety the circle of these angry gamblers, from the midst of which war seemed ready to break forth, bristling with knives and hatchets. The play, nevertheless, was continued. A stone bench was occupied by 2 men, who appeared thence to watch the door. 4 tables, placed at the back of the common chamber, were occupied by 8 other individuals. Neither the men at the door, nor those at the tables took any part in the play or the quarrel. D'Artagnan recognized his 10 men in these cold, indifferent spectators. The quarrel went on increasing. Every passion has, like the sea, its tide which ascends and descends. Reaching the climax of passion, one sailor overturned the table and the money which was upon it. The table fell, and the money rolled about. In an instant all belonging to the hostelry threw themselves upon the stakes, and many a piece of silver was picked up by people who stole away whilst the sailors were scuffling with each other. The 2 men on the bench and the 8 at the tables, although they seemed perfect strangers to each other, these 10 men alone, we say, appeared to have agreed to remain impassible amidst the cries of fury and the chinking of money. 2 only contented themselves with pushing with their feet combatants who came under their table. 2 others, rather than take part in this disturbance, buried their hands in their pockets, and another 2 jumped upon the table they occupied, as people do to avoid being submerged by overflowing water. Come, come, said D'Artagnan to himself, not having lost one of the details we have related, this is a very fair gathering, circumspect, calm, accustomed to disturbance, acquainted with blows. Peste! I have been lucky. All at once his attention was called to a particular part of the room. The 2 men who had pushed the strugglers with their feet, were assailed with abuse by the sailors, who had become reconciled. One of them, half drunk with passion, and quite drunk with beer, came, in a menacing manner, to demand of the shorter of these 2 sages by what right he had touched with his foot creatures of the good God, who were not dogs. And whilst putting this question, in order to make it more direct, he applied his great fist to the nose of D'Artagnan's recruit. This man became pale, without its being to be discerned whether his pallor arose from anger or fear, seeing which, the sailor concluded it was from fear, and raised his fist with the manifest intention of letting it fall upon the head of the stranger. But though the threatened man did not appear to move, he dealt the sailor such a severe blow in the stomach that he sent him rolling and howling to the other side of the room. At the same instant, rallied by the esprit de corps, all the comrades of the conquered man fell upon the conqueror. The latter, with the same coolness of which he had given proof, without committing the imprudence of touching his weapons, took up a beer pot with a pewter lid, and knocked down 2 or 3 of his assailants. Then, as he was about to yield to numbers, the 7 other silent men at the tables, who had not yet stirred, perceived that their cause was at stake, and came to the rescue. At the same time, the 2 indifferent spectators at the door turned round with frowning bows, indicating their evident intention of taking the enemy in the rear, if the enemy did not cease their aggressions. The host, his helpers, and 2 watchmen who were passing, and who from the curiosity had penetrated too far into the room, were mixed up in the tumult and showered with blows. The Parisians hit like cyclops, with an ensemble and a tactic delightful to behold. At length, obliged to beat a retreat before superior numbers, they formed an entrenchment behind the large table, which they raised by main force, whilst the 2 others, arming themselves each with a trestle, and using it like a great sledgehammer, knocked down at a blow 8 sailors upon whose heads they had brought their monstrous catapult in play. The floor was already strewn with wounded, and the room filled with cries and dust, when D'Artagnan, satisfied with the test, advanced, sword in hand, and striking with the pommel every head that came in his way, he uttered a vigorous hola, which put an instantaneous end to the conflict. A great back flood directly took place from the center to the sides of the room, so that D'Artagnan found himself isolated and dominator. "What is this all about?" then demanded he of the assembly, with the majestic tone of Neptune pronouncing the quas ego. At the very instant, at the first sound of his voice, to carry on the Virgilian metaphor, D'Artagnan's recruits, recognizing each his sovereign lord, discontinued their plank fighting and trestle blows. On their side, the sailors, seeing that long naked sword, that martial air, and the agile arm which came to the rescue of their enemies, in the person of a man who seemed accustomed to command, the sailors picked up their wounded and their pitchers. The Parisians wiped their brows, and viewed their leader with respect. D'Artagnan was loaded with thanks by the host of Le Grand Monarque. He received them like a man who knows that nothing is being offered that does not belong to him, and then said he would go and walk upon the port till supper was ready. Immediately each of the recruits, who understood the summons, took his hat, brushed the dust off his clothes, and followed D'Artagnan. But D'Artagnan, whilst walking and observing, took care not to stop. He directed his course towards the downs, and the 10 men, surprised at finding themselves going in the track of each other, uneasy at seeing on their right, on their left, and behind them, companions upon whom they had not reckoned, followed him, casting furtive glances at each other. It was not till he had arrived at the hollow part of the deepest down that D'Artagnan, smiling to see them outdone, turned towards them, making a friendly sign with his hand. Come, come, gentlemen, said he, let us not devour each other. You were made to live together, to understand each other in all respects, and not to devour one another." Instantly all hesitation ceased, the men breathed as if they had been taken out of a coffin, and examined each other complacently. After this examination they turned their eyes towards their leader, who had long been acquainted with the art of speaking to men of that class, and who improvised the following little speech, pronounced with an energy truly Gascon. Gentlemen, you all know who I am. I have engaged you from knowing you to be brave, and willing to associate you with me in a glorious enterprise. Imagine that in laboring for me you labor for the king. I only warn you that if you allow anything of this supposition to appear, I shall be forced to crack your skulls immediately, in the manner most convenient to me. You are not ignorant, gentlemen, that state secrets are like a mortal poison. As long as that poison is in its box and the box is closed, it is not injurious; out of the box, it kills. Now draw near, and you shall know as much of this secret as I am able to tell you. All drew close to him with an expression of curiosity. Approach, continued D'Artagnan, and let not the bird which passes over our heads, the rabbit which sports on the downs, the fish which bounds from the waters, hear us. Our business is to learn and to report to Monsieur le Surintendant of the Finances to what extent English smuggling is injurious to the French merchants. I shall enter every place, and see everything. We are poor Picard fishermen, thrown upon the coast by a storm. It is certain that we must sell fish, neither more nor less, like true fishermen. Only people might guess who we are, and might molest us. It is therefore necessary that we should be in a condition to defend ourselves. And this is why I have selected men of spirit and courage. We shall lead a steady life, and not incur much danger, seeing that we have behind us a powerful protector, thanks to whom no embarrassment is possible. One thing alone puzzles me, but I hope that after a short explanation, you will relieve me from that difficulty. The thing which puzzles me is taking with me a crew of stupid fishermen, which crew will annoy me immensely, whilst if, by chance, there were among you any who have seen the sea. Oh, don't let that trouble you, said one of the recruits. I was a prisoner among the pirates of Tunis 3 years, and can maneuver a boat like an admiral. See, said D'Artagnan, what an admirable thing chance is. D'Artagnan pronounced these words with an indefinable tone of feigned bonhomie, for he knew very well that the victim of the pirates was an old corsair, and had engaged him in consequence of that knowledge. But D'Artagnan never said more than there was need to say, in order to leave people in doubt. He paid himself with the explanation, and welcomed the effect, without appearing to be preoccupied with the cause. And I, said a second, I, by chance, had an uncle who directed the works of the port of La Rochelle. When quite a child, I played about the boats, and I know how to handle an oar or a sail as well as the best ponente sailor. The latter did not lie much more than the first, for he had rowed on board His Majesty's galleys 6 years, at Chotat. 2 others were more frank. They confessed honestly that they had served on board a vessel as soldiers on punishment, and did not blush for it. D'Artagnan found himself, then, the leader of 10 men of war and 4 sailors, having at once a land army and a sea force, which would have carried the pride of Planchet to its height, if Planchet had known the details. Nothing was now left but arranging the general orders, and D'Artagnan gave them with precision. He enjoined his men to be ready to set out for the Hague, some following the coast which leads to Breskens, others the road to Antwerp. The rendezvous was given, by calculating each day's march, a fortnight from that time, upon the chief place at the Hague. D'Artagnan recommended his men to go in couples, as they liked best, from sympathy. He himself selected from among those with the least disreputable look, 2 guards whom he had formerly known, and whose only faults were being drunkards and gamblers. These men had not entirely lost all ideas of civilization, and under proper garments their hearts would beat again. D'Artagnan, not to create any jealousy with the others, made the rest go forward. He kept his 2 selected ones, clothed them from his own wardrobe, and set out with them. It was to these 2, whom he seemed to honor with an absolute confidence, that D'Artagnan imparted a false secret, destined to secure the success of the expedition. He confessed to them that the object was not to learn to what extent French merchants were injured by English smuggling, but to learn how far French smuggling could annoy English trade. These men appeared convinced; they were effectively so. D'Artagnan was quite sure that at the first debauch, when thoroughly drunk, one of the 2 would divulge the secret to the whole band. His game appeared infallible. A fortnight after all we have said had taken place at Calais, the whole troop assembled at the Hague. Then D'Artagnan perceived that all his men, with remarkable intelligence, had already travestied themselves into sailors, more or less ill-treated by the sea. D'Artagnan left them to sleep in a den in Newkirk Street, whilst he lodged comfortably upon the Grand Canal. He learned that the King of England had come back to his old ally, William II of Nassau, Stadtholder of Holland. He learned also that the refusal of Louis XIV had a little cooled the protection afforded him up to that time, and in consequence he had gone to reside in a little village house at Scheveningen, situated in the Downs, on the seashore, about a league from The Hague. There, it was said, the unfortunate banished king consoled himself in his exile, by looking, with the melancholy peculiar to the princes of his race, at that immense North Sea, which separated him from his England, as it had formerly separated Mary Stuart from France. There, behind the trees of the beautiful wood of Scheveningen, on the fine sand upon which grows the golden broom of the down, Charles II vegetated as it did, more unfortunate, for he had life and thought, and he hoped and despaired by turns. D'Artagnan went once as far as Scheveningen, in order to be certain that all was true that was said of the king. He beheld Charles II, pensive and alone, coming out of a little door opening into the wood, and walking on the beach in the setting sun, without even attracting the attention of the fishermen, who, on their return in the evening, drew, like the ancient mariners of the archipelago, their barks up upon the sand of the shore. D'Artagnan recognized the king. He saw him fix his melancholy look upon the immense extent of the waters, and absorb upon his pale countenance the red rays of the sun already cut by the black line of the horizon. Then Charles returned to his isolated abode, always alone, slow and sad, amusing himself with making the friable and moving sand creak beneath his feet. That very evening D'Artagnan hired for 1,000 livres a fishing boat worth 4,000. He paid 1,000 livres down, and deposited the 3,000 with a burgomaster, after which he brought on board, without their being seen, the 6 men who formed his land army, and with the rising tide, at 3 o'clock in the morning, he got into the open sea, maneuvering ostensibly with the 4 others, and depending upon the science of his galley slave as upon that of the first pilot of the port. 23. In which the author, very unwillingly, is forced to write a little history. While kings and men were thus occupied with England, which governed itself quite alone, and which, it must be said in its praise, had never been so badly governed, a man upon whom God had fixed his eye, and placed his finger, a man predestined to write his name in brilliant letters upon the page of history, was pursuing in the face of the world a work full of mystery and audacity. He went on, and no one knew whither he meant to go, although not only England, but France, and Europe, watched him marching with a firm step and head held high. All that was known of this man we are about to tell. Monk had just declared himself in favor of the liberty of the Rump Parliament, a parliament which General Lambert, imitating Cromwell, whose lieutenant he had been, had just blocked up so closely, in order to bring it to his will, that no member, during all the blockade, was able to go out, and only one, Peter Wentworth, had been able to get in. Lambert and Monk, everything was summed up in these 2 men, the first representing military despotism, the second pure republicanism. These men were the 2 sole political representatives of that revolution in which Charles I had first lost his crown, and afterwards his head. As regarded Lambert, he did not dissemble his views. He sought to establish a military government, and to be himself the head of that government. Monk, a rigid republican, some said, wished to maintain the Rump Parliament, that visible though degenerated representative of the Republic. Monk, artful and ambitious, said others, wished simply to make of this Parliament, which he affected to protect, a solid step by which to mount the throne which Cromwell had left empty, but upon which he had never dared to take his seat. Thus Lambert by persecuting the Parliament, and Monk by declaring for it, had mutually proclaimed themselves enemies of each other. Monk and Lambert, therefore, had at first thought of creating an army each for himself, Monk in Scotland, where were the Presbyterians and the Royalists, that is to say, the malcontents, Lambert in London, where was found, as is always the case, the strongest opposition to the existing power which it had beneath its eyes. Monk had pacified Scotland, he had there formed for himself an army, and found an asylum. The one watched the other. Monk knew that the day was not yet come, the day marked by the Lord for a great change. His sword, therefore, appeared glued to the sheath. Inexpugnable in his wild and mountainous Scotland, an absolute general, king of an army of 11,000 old soldiers, whom he had more than once led on to victory, as well informed, nay, even better, of the affairs of London, than Lambert, who held garrison in the city. Such was the position of Monk, when, at 100 leagues from London, he declared himself for the Parliament. Lambert, on the contrary, as we have said, lived in the capital. That was the center of all his operations, and he there collected all around him all his friends, and all the people of the lower class, eternally inclined to cherish the enemies of constituted power. It was then in London that Lambert learned the support that, from the frontiers of Scotland, Monk lent to the Parliament. He judged there was no time to be lost, and that the Tweed was not so far distant from the Thames that an army could not march from one river to the other, particularly when it was well commanded. He knew, besides, that as fast as the soldiers of Monk penetrated into England, they would form on their route that ball of snow, the emblem of the globe of fortune, which is for the ambitious nothing but a step growing unceasingly higher to conduct him to his object. He got together, therefore, his army, formidable at the same time for its composition and its numbers, and hastened to meet Monk, who, on his part, like a prudent navigator sailing amidst rocks, advanced by very short marches, listening to the reports and scenting the air which came from London. The two armies came in sight of each other near Newcastle. Lambert, arriving first, encamped in the city itself. Monk, always circumspect, stopped where he was, and placed his general quarters at Coldstream, on the Tweed. The sight of Lambert spread joy through Monk's army, whilst, on the contrary, the sight of Monk threw disorder into Lambert's army. It might have been thought that these intrepid warriors, who had made such a noise in the streets of London, had set out with the hopes of meeting no one, and that now seeing that they had met an army, and that army hoisted before them not only a standard, but still further, a cause and a principle, it might have been believed, we say, that these intrepid warriors had begun to reflect that they were less good republicans than the soldiers of Monk, since the latter supported the Parliament, whilst Lambert supported nothing, not even himself. As to Monk, if he had had to reflect, or if he did reflect, it must have been after a sad fashion, for history relates, and that modest dame, it is well known, never lies. History relates, that the day of his arrival at Coldstream search was made in vain throughout the place for a single sheep. If Monk had commanded an English army, that was enough to have brought about a general desertion. But it is not with the Scots as it is with the English, to whom that fluid flesh which is called blood is a paramount necessity. The Scots, a poor and sober race, live upon a little barley crushed between two stones, diluted with the water of the fountain, and cooked upon another stone, heated. The Scots, their distribution of barley being made, cared very little whether there was or was not any meat in Coldstream. Monk, little accustomed to barley cakes, was hungry, and his staff, at least as hungry as himself, looked with anxiety right and left, to know what was being prepared for supper. Monk ordered search to be made. His scouts had on arriving in the place found it deserted and the cupboards empty. Upon butchers and bakers it was of no use depending in Coldstream. The smallest morsel of bread, then, could not be found for the general's table. As accounts succeeded each other, all equally unsatisfactory, Monk, seeing terror and discouragement upon every face, declared that he was not hungry. Besides, they should eat on the morrow, since Lambert was there probably with the intention of giving battle, and consequently would give up his provisions, if he were forced from Newcastle, or forever to relieve Monk's soldiers from hunger if he conquered. This consolation was only efficacious upon a very small number, but of what importance was it to Monk? For Monk was very absolute, under the appearance of the most perfect mildness. Everyone, therefore, was obliged to be satisfied, or at least to appear so. Monk, quite as hungry as his people, but affecting perfect indifference for the absent mutton, cut a fragment of tobacco, half an inch long, from the carrot of a sergeant who formed part of his suite, and began to masticate the said fragment, assuring his lieutenant that hunger was a chimera, and that, besides, people were never hungry when they had anything to chew. This joke satisfied some of those who had resisted Monk's first deduction drawn from the neighborhood of Lambert's army. The number of the dissentients diminished greatly, the guard took their posts, the patrols began, and the general continued his frugal repast beneath his open tent. Between his camp and that of the enemy stood an old abbey, of which, at the present day, there only remain some ruins, but which then was in existence, and was called Newcastle Abbey. It was built upon a vast site, independent at once of the plain and of the river, because it was almost a marsh fed by springs and kept up by rains. Nevertheless, in the midst of these pools of water, covered with long grass, rushes, and reeds, were seen solid spots of ground, formerly used as the kitchen garden, the park, the pleasure gardens, and other dependencies of the abbey, looking like one of those great sea spiders, whose body is round, whilst the claws go diverging round from this circumference. The kitchen garden, one of the longest claws of the abbey, extended to Monk's camp. Unfortunately it was, as we have said, early in June, and the kitchen garden, being abandoned, offered no resources. Monk had ordered this spot to be guarded, as most subject to surprises. The fires of the enemy's general were plainly to be perceived on the other side of the abbey. But between these fires and the abbey extended the Tweed, unfolding its luminous scales beneath the thick shade of tall green oaks. Monk was perfectly well acquainted with this position, Newcastle and its environs having already more than once been his headquarters. He knew that by this day his enemy might without doubt throw a few scouts into these ruins and promote a skirmish, but that by night he would take care to abstain from such a risk. He felt himself, therefore, in security. Thus his soldiers saw him, after what he boastingly called his supper, that is to say, after the exercise of mastication reported by us at the commencement of this chapter, like Napoleon on the eve of Austerlitz, seated asleep in his rush chair, half beneath the light of his lamp, half beneath the reflection of the moon, commencing its ascent in the heavens, which denoted that it was nearly 9:30 in the evening. All at once Monk was roused from his half-sleep, fictitious perhaps, by a troop of soldiers, who came with joyous cries, and kicked the poles of his tent with a humming noise as if on purpose to wake him. There was no need of so much noise. The general opened his eyes quickly. "Well, my children, what is going on now?" asked the general. "General," replied several voices at once, "General, you shall have some supper." "I have had my supper, gentlemen," replied he quietly, and was comfortably digesting it, as you see. "But come in, and tell me what brings you hither." "Good news, General." "Bah! Has Lambert sent us word that he will fight tomorrow?" "No, but we have just captured a fishing boat conveying fish to Newcastle." "And you have done very wrong, my friends. These gentlemen from London are delicate, must have their first course, you will put them sadly out of humor this evening, and tomorrow they will be pitiless. It would really be in good taste to send back to Lambert both his fish and his fishermen, unless," and the general reflected an instant. "Tell me," continued he, "what are these fishermen, if you please?" "Some Picard seamen who were fishing on the coasts of France or Holland, and who have been thrown upon ours by a gale of wind." "Do any among them speak our language?" The leader spoke some few words of English. The mistrust of the general was awakened in proportion as fresh information reached him. "That is well," said he. "I wish to see these men, bring them to me." An officer immediately went to fetch them. "How many are there of them?" continued Monk, "and what is their vessel?" "There are 10 or 12 of them, General, and they were aboard of a kind of chasse maree, as it is called, Dutch-built, apparently." "And you say they were carrying fish to Lambert's camp?" "Yes, General, and they seem to have had good luck in their fishing." "Humph! We shall see that," said Monk. At this moment the officer returned, bringing the leader of the fishermen with him. He was a man from 50 to 55 years old, but good-looking for his age. He was of middle height, and wore a just core of coarse wool, a cap pulled down over his eyes, a cutlass hung from his belt, and he walked with the hesitation peculiar to sailors, who, never knowing, thanks to the movement of the vessel, whether their foot will be placed upon the plank or upon nothing, give to every one of their steps a fall as firm as if they were driving a pile. Monk, with an acute and penetrating look, examined the fisherman for some time, while the latter smiled, with that smile, half cunning, half silly, peculiar to French peasants. "Do you speak English?" asked Monk, in excellent French. "Ah, but badly, my lord," replied the fisherman. This reply was made much more with the lively and sharp accentuation of the people beyond the Loire, than with the slightly drawling accent of the countries of the west and north of France. "But you do speak it?" persisted Monk, in order to examine his accent once more. "We men of the sea," replied the fisherman, "speak a little of all languages." "Then you are a sea fisherman?" "I am at present, my lord, a fisherman, and a famous fisherman, too. I have taken a barbel that weighs at least 30 pounds, and more than 50 mullets. I have also some little whitings that will fry beautifully." "You appear to me to have fished more frequently in the Gulf of Gascony than in the Channel," said Monk, smiling. "Well, I am from the south, but does that prevent me from being a good fisherman, my lord?" "Oh, not at all. I shall buy your fish. And now speak frankly, for whom did you destine them?" My lord, I will conceal nothing from you. I was going to Newcastle, following the coast, when a party of horsemen who were passing along in an opposite direction made a sign to my bark to turn back to your honor's camp, under penalty of a discharge of musketry. As I was not armed for fighting, added the fisherman, smiling, I was forced to submit. And why did you go to Lambert's camp in preference to mine? My lord, I will be frank, will your lordship permit me? Yes, and even if need be shall command you to be so. Well, my lord, I was going to Lambert's camp because those gentlemen from the city pay well, whilst your Scotchmen, Puritans, Presbyterians, Covenanters, or whatever you choose to call them, eat but little and pay for nothing. Monk shrugged his shoulders, without, however, being able to refrain from smiling at the same time. How is it that, being from the south, you come to fish on our coasts? Because I have been fool enough to marry in Picardy. Yes, but even Picardy is not England. My lord, man shoves his boat into the sea, but God and the wind do the rest, and drive the boat where they please. You had, then, no intention of landing on our coasts? Never. And what route were you steering? We were returning from Ostend, where some mackerel had already been seen, when a sharp wind from the south drove us from our course. Then, seeing that it was useless to struggle against it, we let it drive us. It then became necessary, not to lose our fish, which were good, to go and sell them at the nearest English port, and that was Newcastle. We were told the opportunity was good, as there was an increase of population in the camp, an increase of population in the city, both, we were told, were full of gentlemen, very rich and very hungry. So we steered our course towards Newcastle. And your companions, where are they? Oh, my companions have remained on board, they are sailors without the least instruction. Whilst you, said Monk. Who, I? Said the patron, laughing, I have sailed about with my father, and I know what is called a sou, a crown, a pistole, a louis, and a double louis, in all the languages of Europe. My crew, therefore, listen to me as they would to an oracle, and obey me as if I were an admiral. Then it was you who preferred Lambert as the best customer. Yes, certainly. And, to be frank, my lord, was I wrong? You will see that by and by. At all events, my lord, if there is a fault, the fault is mine, and my comrades should not be dealt hardly with on that account. This is decidedly an intelligent, sharp fellow, thought Monk. Then, after a few minutes' silence employed in scrutinizing the fisherman, you come from Ostend, did you not say? Asked the general. Yes, my lord, in a straight line. You have then heard of the affairs of the day, for I have no doubt that both in France and Holland they excite interest. What is he doing who calls himself King of England? Oh, my lord, cried the fisherman, with loud and expansive frankness, that is a lucky question, and you could not put it to anybody better than to me, for in truth I can make you a famous reply. Imagine, my lord, that when putting into Ostend to sell the few mackerel we had caught, I saw the ex-king walking on the downs waiting for his horses which were to take him to the Hague. He is a rather tall, pale man, with black hair, and somewhat hard-featured. He looks ill, and I don't think the air of Holland agrees with him. Monk followed with the greatest attention the rapid, heightened, and diffuse conversation of the fisherman, in a language which was not his own, but which, as we have said, he spoke with great facility. The fisherman, on his part, employed sometimes a French word, sometimes an English word, and sometimes a word which appeared not to belong to any language, but was, in truth, pure Gascon. Fortunately his eyes spoke for him, and that so eloquently, that it was possible to lose a word from his mouth, but not a single intention from his eyes. The general appeared more and more satisfied with his examination. You must have heard that this ex-king, as you call him, was going to the Hague for some purpose. Oh, yes, said the fisherman, I heard that. And what was his purpose? Always the same, said the fisherman. Must he not always entertain the fixed idea of returning to England? That is true, said Monk, pensively. Without reckoning, added the fisherman, that the stadtholder, you know, my lord, William II. Well, he will assist him with all his power. Ah, did you hear that said? No, but I think so. You were quite a politician, apparently, said Monk. Why, we sailors, my lord, who are accustomed to study the water and the air, that is to say, the two most changeable things in the world, are seldom deceived as to the rest. Now, then, said Monk, changing the conversation, I am told you are going to provision us. I shall do my best, my lord. How much do you ask for your fish in the first place? Not such a fool as to name a price, my lord. Why not? Because my fish is yours. By what right? By that of the strongest. But my intention is to pay you for it. That is very generous of you, my lord. And the worth of it? My lord, I fix no price. What do you ask, then? I only ask to be permitted to go away. Where? To General Lambert's camp. I, cried the fisherman, what should I go to Newcastle for, now I have no longer any fish? At all events, listen to me. I do, my lord. I shall give you some advice. How, my lord? Pay me and give me good advice likewise. You overwhelm me, my lord. Monk looked more earnestly than ever at the fisherman, about whom he still appeared to entertain some suspicion. Yes, I shall pay you, and give you a piece of advice, for the two things are connected. If you return, then, to General Lambert. The fisherman made a movement of his head and shoulders, which signified, if he persists in it, I won't contradict him. Do not cross the marsh, continued Monk. You will have money in your pocket, and there are in the marsh some Scottish ambuscaders I have placed there. Those people are very intractable, they understand but very little of the language which you speak, although it appears to me to be composed of 3 languages. They might take from you what I have given you, and, on your return to your country, you would not fail to say that General Monk has 2 hands, the one Scottish, and the other English, and that he takes back with the Scottish hand what he has given with the English hand. Oh, General, I shall go where you like, be sure of that, said the fisherman, with a fear too expressive not to be exaggerated. I only wish to remain here, if you will allow me to remain. I readily believe you, said Monk, with an imperceptible smile, but I cannot, nevertheless, keep you in my tent. I have no such wish, my lord, and desire only that your lordship should point out where you will have me posted. Do not trouble yourself about us, with us a night soon passes away. You shall be conducted to your bark. As your lordship pleases. Only, if your lordship would allow me to be taken back by a carpenter, I should be extremely grateful. Why so? Because the gentlemen of your army, in dragging my boat up the river with a cable pulled by their horses, have battered it a little upon the rocks of the shore, so that I have at least 2 feet of water in my hold, my lord. The greater reason why you should watch your boat, I think. My lord, I am quite at your orders, said the fisherman. I shall empty my baskets where you wish, then you will pay me, if you please to do so, and you will send me away, if it appears right to you. You see I am very easily managed and pleased, my lord. Come, come, you are a very good sort of fellow, said Monk, whose scrutinizing glance had not been able to find a single shade in the clear eye of the fisherman. Holloa, Digby, an aide-de-camp appeared. You will conduct this good fellow and his companions to the little tents of the canteens, in front of the marshes, so that they will be near their bark, and yet will not sleep on board tonight. What is the matter, Spithead? Spithead was the sergeant from whom Monk had borrowed a piece of tobacco for his supper. Spithead, having entered the general's tent without being sent for, had drawn this question from Monk. My lord, said he, a French gentleman has just presented himself at the outposts and wishes to speak to your honor. All this was said, be it understood, in English, but, notwithstanding, it produced a slight emotion in the fisherman, which Monk, occupied with his sergeant, did not remark. Who is the gentleman? Asked Monk. My lord, replied Spithead, he told it me, but those devils of French names are so difficult to pronounce for a Scottish throat, that I could not retain it. I believe, however, from what the guards say, that it is the same gentleman who presented himself yesterday at the halt, and whom your honor would not receive. That is true, I was holding a council of officers. Will your honor give any orders respecting this gentleman? Yes, let him be brought here. Must we take any precautions? Such as what? Blinding his eyes, for instance. To what purpose? He can only see what I desire should be seen, that is to say, that I have around me 11,000 brave men, who ask no better than to have their throats cut in honor of the Parliament of Scotland and England. And this man, my lord, said Spithead, pointing to the fisherman, who, during this conversation, had remained standing and motionless, like a man who sees but does not understand. Ah, that is true, said Monk. Then turning towards the fisherman, "I shall see you again, my brave fellow," said he. "I have selected a lodging for you. Digby, take him to it. Fear nothing, your money shall be sent to you presently." "Thank you, my lord," said the fisherman, and after having bowed, he left the tent, accompanied by Digby. Before he had gone 100 paces he found his companions, who were whispering with a volubility which did not appear exempt from uneasiness, but he made them a sign which seemed to reassure them. "Hola, you fellows," said the patron, "come this way. His lordship, General Monk, has the generosity to pay us for our fish, and the goodness to give us hospitality for tonight." The fishermen gathered round their leader, and, conducted by Digby, the little troop proceeded towards the canteens, the post, as may be remembered, which had been assigned them. As they went along in the dark, the fishermen passed close to the guards who were conducting the French gentleman to General Monk. This gentleman was on horseback and enveloped in a large cloak, which prevented the patron from seeing him, however great his curiosity might be. As to the gentleman, ignorant that he was elbowing compatriots, he did not pay any attention to the little troop. The aide-de-camp settled his guests in a tolerably comfortable tent, from which was dislodged an Irish canteen woman, who went, with her 6 children, to sleep where she could. A large fire was burning in front of this tent, and threw its purple light over the grassy pools of the marsh, rippled by a fresh breeze. The arrangements made, the aide-de-camp wished the fishermen good night, calling to their notice that they might see from the door of the tent the masts of their bark, which was tossing gently on the Tweed, a proof that it had not yet sunk. The sight of this appeared to delight the leader of the fishermen infinitely. 24. The treasure. The French gentleman whom Spithead had announced to Monk, and who, closely wrapped in his cloak, had passed by the fisherman who left the general's tent 5 minutes before he entered it, the French gentleman went through the various posts without even casting his eyes around him, for fear of appearing indiscreet. As the order had been given, he was conducted to the tent of the general. The gentleman was left alone in the sort of antechamber in front of the principal body of the tent, where he awaited Monk, who only delayed till he had heard the report of his people, and observed through the opening of the canvas the countenance of the person who solicited an audience. Without doubt, the report of those who had accompanied the French gentleman established the discretion with which he had behaved, for the first impression the stranger received of the welcome made him by the general was more favorable than he could have expected at such a moment, and on the part of so suspicious a man. Nevertheless, according to his custom, when Monk found himself in the presence of a stranger, he fixed upon him his penetrating eyes, which scrutiny, the stranger, on his part, sustained without embarrassment or notice. At the end of a few seconds, the general made a gesture with his hand and head in sign of attention. "My lord," said the gentleman, in excellent English, "I have requested an interview with your honor, for an affair of importance." "Monsieur," replied Monk, in French, "you speak our language well for a son of the continent. I ask your pardon, for doubtless the question is indiscreet, do you speak French with the same purity?" "There is nothing surprising, my lord, in my speaking English tolerably. I resided for some time in England in my youth, and since then I have made 2 voyages to this country." These words were spoken in French, and with a purity of accent that bespoke not only a Frenchman, but a Frenchman from the vicinity of Tours. "And what part of England have you resided in, monsieur?" "In my youth, London, my lord. Then, about 1635, I made a pleasure trip to Scotland, and lastly, in 1648, I lived for some time at Newcastle, particularly in the convent, the gardens of which are now occupied by your army. Excuse me, monsieur, but you must comprehend that these questions are necessary on my part, do you not? It would astonish me, my lord, if they were not asked. Now, then, monsieur, what can I do to serve you? What do you wish?" "This, my lord, but, in the first place, are we alone?" "Perfectly so, monsieur, except, of course, the post which guards us." So saying, Monk pulled open the canvas with his hand, and pointed to the soldier placed at 10 paces from the tent, and who, at the first call, could have rendered assistance in a second. "In that case, my lord," said the gentleman, in as calm a tone as if he had been for a length of time in habits of intimacy with his interlocutor, "I have made up my mind to address myself to you, because I believe you to be an honest man. Indeed, the communication I am about to make to you will prove to you the esteem in which I hold you." Monk, astonished at this language, which established between him and the French gentleman equality at least, raised his piercing eye to the stranger's face, and with a sensible irony conveyed by the inflection of his voice alone, for not a muscle of his face moved, "I thank you, monsieur," said he, "but, in the first place, to whom have I the honor of speaking?" "I sent you my name by your sergeant, my lord." "Excuse him, monsieur, he is a Scotsman, he could not retain it." "I am called the Comte de la Fere, monsieur," said Athos, bowing. "The Comte de la Fere," said Monk, endeavoring to recollect the name. "Pardon me, monsieur, but this appears to be the first time I have ever heard that name. Do you fill any post at the court of France?" "None, I am a simple gentleman." "What dignity?" "King Charles I made me a Knight of the Garter, and Queen Anne of Austria has given me the Cordon of the Holy Ghost. These are my only dignities." "The Garter, the Holy Ghost. Are you a knight of those two orders, monsieur?" "Yes." "And on what occasions have such favors been bestowed upon you?" "For services rendered to their majesties." Monk looked with astonishment at this man, who appeared to him so simple and so great at the same time. Then, as if he had renounced endeavoring to penetrate this mystery of a simplicity and grandeur upon which the stranger did not seem disposed to give him any other information than that which he had already received, "Did you present yourself yesterday at our advanced posts?" "And was sent back?" "Yes, my lord. Many officers, monsieur, would permit no one to enter their camp, particularly on the eve of a probable battle. But I differ from my colleagues, and like to leave nothing behind me. Every advice is good to me, all danger is sent to me by God, and I weigh it in my hand with the energy He has given me. So, yesterday, you were only sent back on account of the council I was holding. Today I am at liberty, speak." "My lord, you have done much better in receiving me, for what I have to say has nothing to do with the battle you are about to fight with General Lambert, or with your camp, and the proof is, that I turned away my head that I might not see your men, and closed my eyes that I might not count your tents. No, I came to speak to you, my lord, on my own account." "Speak then, monsieur," said Monk. "Just now," continued Athos, "I had the honor of telling your lordship that for a long time I lived in Newcastle. It was in the time of Charles I, and when the king was given up to Cromwell by the Scots." "I know," said Monk, coldly. "I had at that time a large sum in gold, and on the eve of the battle, from a presentiment perhaps of the turn which things would take on the morrow, I concealed it in the principal vault of the convent of Newcastle, in the tower whose summit you now see silvered by the moonbeams. My treasure has then remained interred there, and I have come to entreat your honor to permit me to withdraw it before, perhaps, the battle turning that way, a mine or some other war engine has destroyed the building and scattered my gold, or rendered it so apparent that the soldiers will take possession of it." Monk was well acquainted with mankind. He saw in the physiognomy of this gentleman all the energy, all the reason, all the circumspection possible. He could therefore only attribute to a magnanimous confidence the revelation the Frenchman had made him, and he showed himself profoundly touched by it. "Monsieur," said he, "you have augured well of me. But is the sum worth the trouble to which you expose yourself? Do you even believe that it can be in the same place where you left it?" "It is there, monsieur, I do not doubt." "That is a reply to one question, but to the other. I asked you if the sum was so large as to warrant your exposing yourself thus." "It is really large, yes, my lord, for it is 1,000,000 I enclosed in 2 barrels. "1,000,000, cried Monk, at whom this time, in turn, Athos looked earnestly and long. Monk perceived this, and his mistrust returned. "Here is a man," said he to himself, "who is laying a snare for me." "So you wish to withdraw this money, monsieur," replied he, "as I understand." "If you please, my lord. Today. This very evening, and that on account of the circumstances I have named." "But, monsieur," objected Monk, "General Lambert is as near the abbey where you have to act as I am." "Why, then, have you not addressed yourself to him?" "Because, my lord, when one acts in important matters, it is best to consult one's instinct before everything." "Well, General Lambert does not inspire with me so much confidence as you do." "Be it so, monsieur. I shall assist you in recovering your money, if, however, it can still be there, for that is far from likely. Since 1648 12 years have rolled away, and many events have taken place." Monk dwelt upon this point to see if the French gentleman would seize the evasions that were open to him, but Athos did not hesitate. I assure you, my lord, he said firmly, that my conviction is, that the 2 barrels have neither changed place nor master. This reply had removed one suspicion from the mind of Monk, but it had suggested another. Without doubt this Frenchman was some emissary sent to entice into error the protector of the Parliament. The gold was nothing but a lure, and by the help of this lure they thought to excite the cupidity of the general. This gold might not exist. It was Monk's business, then, to seize the Frenchman in the act of falsehood and trick, and to draw from the false step itself in which his enemies wished to entrap him, a triumph for his renown. When Monk was determined how to act, "Monsieur," said he to Athos, "without doubt you will do me the honor to share my supper this evening." "Yes, my lord," replied Athos, bowing, "for you do me an honor of which I feel myself worthy, by the inclination which drew me towards you. It is so much the more gracious on your part to accept my invitation with such frankness, as my cooks are but few and inexperienced, and my providers have returned this evening empty-handed, so that if it had not been for a fisherman of your nation who strayed into our camp, General Monk would have gone to bed without his supper today. I have, then, some fresh fish to offer you, as the vendor assures me. My lord, it is principally for the sake of having the honor to pass another hour with you." After this exchange of civilities, during which Monk had lost nothing of his circumspection, the supper, or what was to serve for one, had been laid upon a deal table. Monk invited the Comte de la Fere to be seated at this table, and took his place opposite to him. A single dish of boiled fish, set before the 2 illustrious guests, was more tempting to hungry stomachs than to delicate palates. Whilst supping, that is, while eating the fish, washed down with bad ale, Monk got Athos to relate to him the last events of the Fronde, the reconciliation of M. de Condé with the king, and the probable marriage of the Infanta of Spain, but he avoided, as Athos himself avoided it, all allusion to the political interests which united, or rather which disunited at this time, England, France and Holland. Monk, in this conversation, convinced himself of one thing, which he must have remarked after the first words exchanged, that was, that he had to deal with a man of high distinction. He could not be an assassin, and it was repugnant to Monk to believe him to be a spy, but there was sufficient finesse and at the same time firmness in Athos to lead Monk to fancy he was a conspirator. When they had quitted the table, "You still believe in your treasure, then, monsieur?" asked Monk. "Yes, my lord. Quite seriously." "Seriously. And you think you can find the place again where it was buried?" "At the first inspection." "Well, monsieur, from curiosity I shall accompany you. And it is so much the more necessary that I should accompany you, that you would find great difficulties in passing through the camp without me or one of my lieutenants. General, I would not suffer you to inconvenience yourself if I did not, in fact, stand in need of your company, but as I recognize that this company is not only honorable, but necessary, I accept it." "Do you desire we should take any people with us?" asked Monk. "General, I believe that would be useless, if you yourself do not see the necessity for it. 2 men and a horse will suffice to transport the 2 casks on board the felucca which brought me hither. But it will be necessary to pick, dig, and remove the earth, and split stones. You don't intend doing this work yourself, monsieur, do you?" "General, there is no picking or digging required. The treasure is buried in the sepulchral vault of the convent, under a stone in which is fixed a large iron ring, and under which there are 4 steps leading down. The 2 casks are there, placed end to end, covered with a coat of plaster in the form of a bier. There is, besides, an inscription, which will enable me to recognize the stone, and as I am not willing, in an affair of delicacy and confidence, to keep the secret from your honor, here is the inscription: Hic jacet venerabilis Petrus Gulielmus Scott, canon honorab. Conventus Novi Castelli. Obiite quarta et decima feb an. Dom. MCCVIII. Requiescat in pace. Quote. Monk did not lose a single word. He was astonished either at the marvelous duplicity of this man and the superior style in which he played his part, or at the good loyal faith with which he presented his request, in a situation in which concerning 1,000,000 of money, risked against the blow from a dagger, amidst an army that would have looked upon the theft as a restitution. "Very well," said he, "I shall accompany you, and the adventure appears to me so wonderful, that I shall carry the torch myself." And saying these words, he girded on a short sword, placed a pistol in his belt, disclosing in this movement, which opened his doublet a little, the fine rings of a coat of mail, destined to protect him from the first dagger thrust of an assassin. After which he took a Scottish dirk in his left hand, and then turning to Athos, "Are you ready, monsieur?" said he. "I am." Athos, as if in opposition to what Monk had done, unfastened his poniard, which he placed upon the table, unhooked his sword belt, which he laid close to his poniard, and, without affectation, opening his doublet as if to look for his handkerchief, showed beneath his fine cambric shirt his naked breast, without weapons either offensive or defensive. "This is truly a singular man," said Monk. "He is without any arms, he has an ambuscade placed somewhere yonder." "General," said he, as if he had divined Monk's thought, "you wish we should be alone, that is very right, but a great captain ought never to expose himself with temerity. It is night, the passage of the marsh may present dangers, be accompanied." "You were right," replied he, calling Digby. The aide-de-camp appeared. 50 men with swords and muskets," said he, looking at Athos. "That is too few if there is danger, too many if there is not." "I will go alone," said Monk, "I want nobody." "Come, monsieur." 25. The marsh. Athos and Monk passed over, in going from the camp towards the Tweed, that part of the ground which Digby had traversed with the fishermen coming from the Tweed to the camp. The aspect of this place, the aspect of the changes man had wrought in it, was of a nature to produce a great effect upon a lively and delicate imagination like that of Athos. Athos looked at nothing but these desolate spots, Monk looked at nothing but Athos, who, with his eyes sometimes directed towards heaven, and sometimes towards the earth, sought, thought, and sighed. Digby, whom the last orders of the general, and particularly the accent with which he had given them, had at first a little excited, Digby followed the pair at about 20 paces, but the general having turned round as if astonished to find his orders had not been obeyed, the aide-de-camp perceived his indiscretion, and returned to his tent. He supposed that the general wished to make, incognito, one of those reviews of vigilance which every experienced captain never fails to make on the eve of a decisive engagement. He explained to himself the presence of Athos in this case as an inferior explains all that is mysterious on the part of his leader. Athos might be, and, indeed, in the eyes of Digby, must be, a spy, whose information was to enlighten the general. At the end of a walk of about 10 minutes among the tents and posts, which were closer together near the headquarters, Monk entered upon a little causeway which diverged into 3 branches. That on the left led to the river, that in the middle to Newcastle Abbey on the marsh, that on the right crossed the first lines of Monk's camp, that is to say, the lines nearest to Lambert's army. Beyond the river was an advanced post, belonging to Monk's army, which watched the enemy. It was composed of 150 Scots. They had swum across the Tweed, and, in case of attack, were to recross it in the same manner, giving the alarm, but as there was no post at that spot, and as Lambert's soldiers were not so prompt at taking to the water as Monk's were, the latter appeared not to have as much uneasiness on that side. On this side of the river, at about 500 paces from the old abbey, the fishermen had taken up their abode amidst a crowd of small tents raised by soldiers of the neighboring clans, who had with them their wives and children. All this confusion, seen by the moon's light, presented a striking coup d'œil. The half-shadow enlarged every detail, and the light, that flatterer which only attaches itself to the polished side of things, courted upon each rusty musket the point still left intact, and upon every rag of canvas the whitest and least sullied part. Monk arrived then with Athos, crossing this spot, illumined with a double light, the silver splendor of the moon, and the red blaze of the fires at the meeting of the 3 causeways. There he stopped, and addressing his companion, "Monsieur," said he, "do you know your road?" "General, if I am not mistaken, the middle causeway leads straight to the abbey." "That is right, but we shall want lights to guide us in the vaults." Monk turned round. "Ah, I thought Digby was following us," said he. "So much the better, he will procure us what we want." "Yes, General, there is a man yonder who has been walking behind us for some time." "Digby," cried Monk. "Digby, come here, if you please." But instead of obeying, the shadow made a motion of surprise, and, retreating instead of advancing, it bent down and disappeared along the jetty on the left, directing its course towards the lodging of the fishermen. "It appears not to be Digby," said Monk. Both had followed the shadow which had vanished. But it was not so rare a thing for a man to be wandering about at 11 o'clock at night, in a camp in which are reposing 10 or 11,000 men, as to give Monk and Athos any alarm at his disappearance. As it is so, said Monk, and we must have a light, a lantern, a torch, or something by which we may see where to see our feet, let us seek this light. General, the first soldier we meet will light us. No, said Monk, in order to discover if there were not any connivance between the Comte de la Fere and the fishermen. No, I should prefer one of these French sailors who came this evening to sell me their fish. They leave tomorrow, and the secret will be better kept by them, whereas, if a report should be spread in the Scottish army, that treasures are to be found in the Abbey of Newcastle, my Highlanders will believe there is 1,000,000 concealed beneath every slab, and they will not leave stone upon stone in the building. Do as you think best, General, replied Athos, in a natural tone of voice, making evident that soldier or fisherman was the same to him, and that he had no preference. Monk approached the causeway behind which had disappeared the person he had taken for Digby, and met a patrol who, making the tour of the tents, was going towards headquarters. He was stopped with his companion, gave the password, and went on. A soldier, roused by the noise, unrolled his plaid, and looked up to see what was going forward. Ask him, said Monk to Athos, where the fishermen are. If I were to speak to him, he would know me. Athos went up to the soldier, who pointed out the tent to him. Immediately Monk and Athos turned towards it. It appeared to the general that at the moment they came up, a shadow like that they had already seen, glided into this tent, but on drawing nearer he perceived he must have been mistaken, for all of them were asleep pêle-mêle, and nothing was seen but arms and legs joined, crossed, and mixed. Athos, fearing lest he should be suspected of connivance with some of his compatriots, remained outside the tent. Hola, said Monk, in French, wake up here. 2 or 3 of the sleepers got up. I want a man to light me, continued Monk. Your honor may depend on us, said a voice which made Athos start. Where do you wish us to go? You shall see. A light. Come, quickly. Yes, your honor. Does it please your honor that I should accompany you? You or another, it is of very little consequence, provided I have a light. It is strange, thought Athos, what a singular voice that man has. Some fire, you fellows, cried the fisherman, come, make haste. Then addressing his companion nearest to him in a low voice, get ready a light, Meneville, said he, and hold yourself ready for anything. One of the fishermen struck light from a stone, set fire to some tinder, and by the aid of a match lit a lantern. The light immediately spread all over the tent. Are you ready, monsieur? Said Monk to Athos, who had turned away, not to expose his face to the light. Yes, general, replied he. Ah, the French gentleman, said the leader of the fishermen to himself. Peste, I have a great mind to charge you with the commission, Meneville, he may know me. Light, light. This dialogue was pronounced at the back of the tent, and in so low a voice that Monk could not hear a syllable of it. He was, besides, talking with Athos. Meneville got himself ready in the meantime, or rather received the orders of his leader. Well, said Monk. I am ready, general, said the fisherman. Monk, Athos, and the fisherman left the tent. It is impossible, thought Athos. What dream could put that into my head? Go forward, follow the middle causeway, and stretch out your legs, said Monk to the fisherman. They were not 20 paces on their way when the same shadow that had appeared to enter the tent came out of it again, crawled along as far as the piles, and, protected by that sort of parapet placed along the causeway, carefully observed the march of the general. All 3 disappeared in the night haze. They were walking towards Newcastle, the white stones of which appeared to them like sepulchres. After standing for a few seconds under the porch, they penetrated into the interior. The door had been broken open by hatchets. A post of 4 men slept in safety in a corner, so certain were they that the attack would not take place on that side. Will not these men be in your way? Said Monk to Athos. On the contrary, monsieur, they will assist in rolling out the barrels, if your honor will permit them. You were right. The post, though fast asleep, roused up at the first steps of the 3 visitors amongst the briars and grass that invaded the porch. Monk gave the password, and penetrated into the interior of the convent, preceded by the light. He walked last, watching the least movement of Athos, his naked dirk in his sleeve, and ready to plunge it into the back of the gentleman at the first suspicious gesture he should see him make. But Athos, with a firm and sure step, crossed the chambers and courts. Not a door, not a window was left in this building. The doors had been burnt, some on the spot, and the charcoal of them was still jagged with the action of the fire, which had gone out of itself, powerless, no doubt, to get to the heart of those massive joints of oak fastened together with iron nails. As to the windows, all the panes having been broken, night birds, alarmed by the torch, flew away through their holes. At the same time, gigantic bats began to trace their vast, silent circles around the intruders, whilst the light of the torch made their shadows tremble on the high stone walls. Monk concluded that there could be no man in the convent, since wild beasts and birds were there still, and fled away at his approach. After having passed the rubbish, and torn away more than one branch of ivy that had made itself a guardian of the solitude, Athos arrived at the vault situated beneath the great hall, but the entrance of which was from the chapel. There he stopped. "Here we are, General," said he. "This, then, is the slab." "Yes." "Aye, and here is the ring, but the ring is sealed into the stone." "We must have a lever." "That's a very easy thing to find." Whilst looking around them, Athos and Monk perceived a little ash of about 3 inches in diameter, which had shot up in an angle of the wall, reaching a window, concealed by its branches. "Have you a knife?" said Monk to the fisherman. "Yes, monsieur." "Cut down this tree, then." The fisherman obeyed, but not without notching his cutlass. When the ash was cut and fashioned into the shape of a lever, the 3 men penetrated into the vault. "Stop where you are," said Monk to the fisherman. "We are going to dig up some powder, your light may be dangerous." The man drew back in a sort of terror, and faithfully kept to the post assigned him, whilst Monk and Athos turned behind a column at the foot of which, penetrating through a crack, was a moonbeam, reflected exactly on the stone which the Comte de la Fere had come so far in search. "This is it," said Athos, pointing out to the general the Latin inscription. "Yes," said Monk. Then, as if still willing to leave the Frenchman one means of evasion, "Do you not observe that this vault has already been broken into," continued he, "and that several statues have already been knocked down? My lord, you have, without doubt, heard that the religious respect of your Scots loves to confide to the statues of the dead the valuable objects they have possessed during their lives. Therefore, the soldiers had reason to think that under the pedestals of the statues which ornament most of these tombs, a treasure was hidden. They have consequently broken down pedestal and statue, but the tomb of the venerable canon, with which we have to do, is not distinguished by any monument. It is simple, therefore it has been protected by the superstitious fear which your Puritans have always had of sacrilege. Not a morsel of the masonry of this tomb has been chipped off." "That is true," said Monk. Athos seized the lever. "Shall I help you?" said Monk. "Thank you, my lord, but I am not willing that your honor should lend your hand to a work of which, perhaps, you would not take the responsibility if you knew the probable consequences of it." Monk raised his head. "What do you mean by that, monsieur?" "I mean, but that man." "Stop," said Monk, "I perceive what you are afraid of. I shall make a trial." Monk turned towards the fisherman, the whole of whose profile was thrown upon the wall. "Come here, friend," said he in English, and in a tone of command. The fisherman did not stir. "That is well," continued he does not know English. "Speak to me, then, in English, if you please, monsieur." "My lord," replied Athos, "I have frequently seen men in certain circumstances have sufficient command over themselves not to reply to a question put to them in a language they understood. The fisherman is perhaps more learned than we believe him to be. Send him away, my lord, I beg you." "Decidedly," said Monk, "he wishes to have me alone in this vault." "Never mind, we shall go through with it, one man is as good as another man, and we are alone." "My friend," said Monk to the fisherman, "go back up the stairs we have just descended, and watch that nobody comes to disturb us." The fisherman made a sign of obedience. "Leave your torch," said Monk, "it would betray your presence, and might procure you a musket ball." The fisherman appeared to appreciate the counsel, he laid down the light, and disappeared under the vault of the stairs. Monk took up the torch, and brought it to the foot of the column. Ah, said he, "money, then, is concealed under this tomb." "Yes, my lord, and in 5 minutes you will no longer doubt it." At the same time Athos struck a violent blow upon the plaster, which split, presenting a chink for the point of the lever. Athos introduced the bar into this crack, and soon large pieces of plaster yielded, rising up like rounded slabs. Then the Comte de la Fere seized the stones and threw them away with a force that hands so delicate as his might not have been supposed capable of having. "My lord," said Athos, "this is plainly the masonry of which I told your honor." "Yes, but I do not yet see the casks," said Monk. "If I had a dagger," said Athos, looking round him, "you should soon see them, monsieur." "Unfortunately, I left mine in your tent." "I would willingly offer you mine," said Monk, "but the blade is too thin for such work." Athos appeared to look around him for a thing of some kind that might serve as a substitute for the weapon he desired. Monk did not lose one of the movements of his hands, or one of the expressions of his eyes. "Why do you not ask the fisherman for his cutlass?" said Monk. "He has a cutlass." "Ah, that is true," said Athos, "for he cut the tree down with it." And he advanced towards the stairs. "Friend," said he to the fisherman, "throw me down your cutlass, if you please, I want it." The noise of the falling weapon sounded on the steps. "Take it," said Monk, "it is a solid instrument, as I have seen, and a strong hand might make good use of it." Athos appeared only to give to the words of Monk the natural and simple sense under which they were to be heard and understood. Nor did he remark, or at least appear to remark, that when he returned with the weapon, Monk drew back, placing his left hand on the stock of his pistol, in the right he already held his dirk. He went to work then, turning his back to Monk, placing his life in his hands, without possible defense. He then struck, during several seconds, so skillfully and sharply upon the intermediary plaster, that it separated into two parts, and Monk was able to discern two barrels placed end to end, and which their weight maintained motionless in their chalky envelope. "My lord," said Athos, "you see that my presentiments have not been disappointed." "Yes, monsieur," said Monk, "and I have good reason to believe you are satisfied, are you not?" "Doubtless I am. The loss of this money would have been inexpressibly great to me, but I was certain that God, who protects the good cause, would not have permitted this gold, which should procure its triumph, to be diverted to baser purposes." "You are, upon my honor, as mysterious in your words as in your actions, monsieur," said Monk. "Just now as I did not perfectly understand you when you said that you were not willing to throw upon me the responsibility of the work we were accomplishing. I had reason to say so, my lord. And now you speak to me of the good cause. What do you mean by the words, the good cause? We are defending at this moment, in England, 5 or 6 causes, which does not prevent everyone from considering his own not only as the good cause, but as the best. What is yours, monsieur? Speak boldly, that we may see if, upon this point, to which you appear to attach a great importance, we are of the same opinion." Athos fixed upon Monk one of those penetrating looks which seemed to convey to him to whom they are directed a challenge to conceal a single one of his thoughts. Then, taking off his hat, he began in a solemn voice, while his interlocutor, with one hand upon his visage, allowed that long and nervous hand to compress his mustache and beard, while his vague and melancholy eye wandered about the recesses of the vaults. 26. Heart and mind. "My lord," said the Comte de la Fere, "you are a noble Englishman, you are a loyal man, you are speaking to a noble Frenchman, to a man of heart. The gold contained in these 2 casks before us, I have told you is mine. I was wrong, it is the first lie I have pronounced in my life, a temporary lie, it is true. This gold is the property of King Charles II, exiled from his country, driven from his palaces, the orphan at once of his father and his throne, and deprived of everything, even of the melancholy happiness of kissing on his knees the stone upon which the hands of his murderers have written that simple epitaph which will eternally cry out for vengeance upon them, 'Here lies Charles I.' Quote. Monk grew slightly pale, and an imperceptible shudder crept over his skin and raised his grey mustache. "I," continued Athos, "I, Comte de la Fere, the last, only faithful friend the poor abandoned prince has left, I have offered him to come hither to find the man upon whom now depends the fate of royalty and of England, and I have come, and placed myself under the eye of this man, and have placed myself naked and unarmed in his hands, saying, 'My lord, here are the last resources of a prince whom God made your master, whom his birth made your king, upon you, and you alone, depend his life and future. Will you employ this money in consoling England for the evils it must have suffered from anarchy? That is to say, will you aid, and if not aid, will you allow King Charles II to act? You are master, you are king, all-powerful master and king, for chance sometimes defeats the work of time and God. I am here alone with you, my lord. If divided success alarms you, if my complicity annoys you, you are armed, my lord, and here is a grave ready dug. If, on the contrary, the enthusiasm of your cause carries you away, if you are what you appear to be, if your hand in what it undertakes obeys your mind, and your mind your heart, here are the means of ruining forever the cause of your enemy, Charles Stuart. Kill, then, the man you have before you, for that man will never return to him who has sent him without bearing with him the deposit which Charles I, his father, confided to him, and keep the gold which may assist in carrying on the civil war. Alas, my lord, it is the fate of this unfortunate prince. He must either corrupt or kill, for everything resists him, everything repulses him, everything is hostile to him, and yet he is marked with divine seal, and he must, not to belie his blood, reascend the throne, or die upon the sacred soil of his country. My lord, you have heard me. To any other but the illustrious man who listens to me, I would have said, my lord, you are poor, my lord, the king offers you this million as an earnest of an immense bargain, take it, and serve Charles II as I served Charles I, and I feel assured that God, who listens to us, who sees us, who alone reads in your heart, shut up from all human eyes, I am assured God will give you a happy eternal life after death. But to General Monk, to the illustrious man of whose standard I believe I have taken measure, I say, my lord, there is for you in the history of peoples and kings a brilliant place, an immortal, imperishable glory, if alone, without any other interest but the good of your country and the interests of justice, you become the supporter of your king. Many others have been conquerors and glorious usurpers. You, my lord, you will be content with being the most virtuous, the most honest, and the most incorruptible of men. You will have held a crown in your hand, and instead of placing it upon your own brow, you will have deposited it upon the head of him for whom it was made. Oh, my lord, act thus, and you will leave to posterity the most enviable of names, in which no human creature can rival you. Quote. Athos stopped. During the whole time that the noble gentleman was speaking, Monk had not given one sign of either approbation or disapprobation. Scarcely even, during this vehement appeal, had his eyes been animated with that fire which bespeaks intelligence. The Comte de la Fere looked at him sorrowfully, and on seeing that melancholy countenance, felt discouragement penetrate to his very heart. At length Monk appeared to recover, and broke the silence. Monsieur, said he, in a mild, calm tone, in reply to you, I will make use of your own words. To any other but yourself I would reply by expulsion, imprisonment, or still worse, for, in fact, you tempt me and you force me at the same time. But you are one of those men, monsieur, to whom it is impossible to refuse the attention and respect they merit. You are a brave gentleman, monsieur, I say so, and I am a judge. You just now spoke of a deposit which the late king transmitted through you to his son. Are you, then, one of those Frenchmen who, as I have heard, endeavored to carry off Charles I from Whitehall? Yes, my lord, it was I who was beneath the scaffold during the execution. I, who had not been able to redeem it, received upon my brow the blood of the martyred king. I received, at the same time, the last word of Charles I. It was to me he said, remember. And in saying, remember, he alluded to the money at your feet, my lord. I have heard much of you, monsieur, said Monk, but I am happy to have, in the first place, appreciated you by my own observations and not by my remembrances. I will give you, then, explanations that I have given to no other, and you will appreciate what a distinction I make between you and the persons who have hitherto been sent to me. Athos bowed and prepared to absorb greedily the words which fell, one by one, from the mouth of Monk, those words rare and precious as the dew in the desert. You spoke to me, said Monk, of Charles II, but pray, monsieur, of what consequence to me is that phantom of a king? I have grown old in a war and in a policy which are nowadays so closely linked together, that every man of the sword must fight in virtue of his rights or his ambition with a personal interest, and not blindly behind an officer, as in ordinary wars. For myself, I perhaps desire nothing, but I fear much. In the war of today rests the liberty of England, and, perhaps, that of every Englishman. How can you expect that I, free in the position I have made for myself, should go willingly and hold out my hands to the shackles of a stranger? That is all Charles is to me. He has fought battles here which he has lost, he is therefore a bad captain, he has succeeded in no negotiation, he is therefore a bad diplomatist, he has paraded his wants and his miseries in all the courts of Europe, he has therefore a weak and pusillanimous heart. Nothing noble, nothing great, nothing strong has hitherto emanated from that genius which aspires to govern one of the greatest kingdoms of the earth. I know this Charles, then, under none but bad aspects, and you would wish me, a man of good sense, to go and make myself gratuitously the slave of a creature who is inferior to me in military capacity, in politics, and in dignity. No, monsieur. When some great and noble action shall have taught me to value Charles, I shall perhaps recognize his rights to a throne from which we cast the father because he wanted the virtues which his son has hitherto lacked. But, in fact of rights, I only recognize my own. The revolution made me a general, my sword will make me protector, if I wish it. Let Charles show himself, let him present himself, let him enter the competition open to genius, and, above all, let him remember that he is of a race from whom more will be expected than from any other. Therefore, monsieur, say no more about him. I neither refuse nor accept, I reserve myself, I wait. Athos knew Monk to be too well informed of all concerning Charles to venture to urge the discussion further, it was neither the time nor the place. My lord, then said he, I have nothing to do but thank you. And why, monsieur? Because you have formed a correct opinion of me, or because I have acted according to your judgment? Is that, in truth, worthy of thanks? This gold which you are about to carry to Charles will serve me as a test for him, by seeing the use he will make of it. I shall have an opinion which now I have not. And yet does not your honor fear to compromise yourself by allowing such a sum to be carried away for the service of your enemy? My enemy, say you? Monsieur, I have no enemies. I am in the service of the Parliament, which orders me to fight General Lambert and Charles Stuart, its enemies, and not mine. I fight them. If the Parliament, on the contrary, ordered me to unfurl my standards on the port of London, and to assemble my soldiers on the banks to receive Charles II, you would obey, cried Athos, joyfully. Pardon me, said Monk, smiling, I was going on, I, a grey-headed man, in truth, how could I forget myself? Was going to speak like a foolish young man. Then you would not obey, said Athos. I do not say that either, monsieur. The welfare of my country before everything. God, who has given me the power, has, no doubt, willed that I should have that power for the good of all, and he has given me, at the same time, discernment. If the Parliament were to order such a thing, I should reflect. The brow of Athos became clouded. Then I may positively say that your honor is not inclined to favor King Charles II. You continue to question me, Monsieur le Comte, allow me to do so in turn, if you please. Do, monsieur, and may God inspire you with the idea of replying to me as frankly as I shall reply to you. When you shall have taken this money back to your prince, what advice will you give him? Athos fixed upon Monk a proud and resolute look. My lord, said he, with this million, which others would perhaps employ in negotiating, I would advise the king to raise 2 regiments, to enter Scotland, which you have just pacified, to give to the people the franchises which the Revolution promised them, and in which it has not, in all cases, kept its word. I should advise him to command in person this little army, which would, believe me, increase, and to die, standard in hand, and sword in sheath, saying, Englishmen, I am the 3rd king of my race you have killed, beware of the justice of God. Monk hung down his head, and mused for an instant. If he succeeded, said he, which is very improbable, but not impossible, for everything is possible in this world, what would you advise him to do? To think that by the will of God he lost his crown, but by the goodwill of men he recovered it. An ironical smile passed over the lips of Monk. Unfortunately, monsieur, said he, kings do not know how to follow good advice. Ah, my lord, Charles II is not a king, replied Athos, smiling in his turn, but with a very different expression from Monk. Let us terminate this, Monsieur le Comte, that is your desire, is it not? Athos bowed. I shall give orders to have these 2 casks transported whither you please. Where are you lodging, monsieur? In a little hamlet at the mouth of the river, your honor. Oh, I know the hamlet, it consists of 5 or 6 houses, does it not? Exactly. Well, I inhabit the first, 2 net makers occupy it with me, it is their bark which brought me ashore. But your own vessel, monsieur? My vessel is at anchor, a quarter of a mile at sea, and waits for me. You do not think, however, of setting out immediately. My lord, I shall try once more to convince your honor. You will not succeed, replied Monk, but it is of consequence that you should depart from Newcastle without leaving of your passage the least suspicion that might prove injurious to me or you. Tomorrow my officers think Lambert will attack me. I, on the contrary, am convinced he will not stir. It is in my opinion impossible. Lambert leads an army devoid of homogeneous principles, and there is no possible army with such elements. I have taught my soldiers to consider my authority subordinate to another, therefore, after me, round me, and beneath me, they still look for something. It would result that if I were dead, whatever might happen, my army would not be demoralized all at once. It results, that if I choose to absent myself, for instance, as it does please me to do sometimes, there would not be in the camp the shadow of uneasiness or disorder. I am the magnet, the sympathetic and natural strength of the English. All those scattered irons that will be sent against me I shall attract to myself. Lambert, at this moment, commands 18,000 deserters, but I have never mentioned that to my officers, you may easily suppose. Nothing is more useful to an army than the expectation of a coming battle. Everybody is awake, everybody is on guard. I tell you this that you may live in perfect security. Do not be in a hurry, then, to cross the seas. Within a week there will be something fresh, either a battle or an accommodation. Then, as you have judged me to be an honorable man, and confided your secret to me, I have to thank you for this confidence, and I shall come and pay you a visit or send for you. Do not go before I send word. I repeat the request. I promise you, General, cried Athos, with a joy so great, that in spite of all his circumspection, he could not prevent its sparkling in his eyes. Monk surprised this flash, and immediately extinguished it by one of those silent smiles which always caused his interlocutors to know they had made no inroad on his mind. Then, my lord, it is a week that you desire me to wait. A week? Yes, monsieur. And during those days what shall I do? If there should be a battle, keep at a distance from it, I beseech you. I know the French delight in such amusements. You might take a fancy to see how we fight, and you might receive some chance shot. Our Scotsmen are very bad marksmen, and I do not wish that a worthy gentleman like you should return to France wounded. Nor should I like to be obliged, myself, to send to your prince his million left here by you, for then it would be said, and with some reason, that I paid the pretender to enable him to make war against the Parliament. Go, then, monsieur, and let it be done as has been agreed upon. Ah, my lord, said Athos, what joy it would give me to be the first that penetrated to the noble heart which beats beneath that cloak. You think, then, that I have secrets, said Monk, without changing the half-cheerful expression of his countenance. Why, monsieur, what secret can you expect to find in the hollow head of a soldier? But it is getting late, and our torch is almost out. Let us call our man. Hola, cried Monk in French, approaching the stairs. Hola. Fisherman. The fisherman, benumbed by the cold night air, replied in a hoarse voice, asking what they wanted of him. Go to the post, said Monk, and order a sergeant, in the name of General Monk, to come here immediately. This was a commission easily performed, for the sergeant, uneasy at the general's being in that desolate abbey, had drawn nearer by degrees and was not much further off than the fisherman. The general's order was therefore heard by him, and he hastened to obey it. Get a horse and 2 men, said Monk. A horse and 2 men, repeated the sergeant. Yes, replied Monk. Have you got any means of getting a horse with a pack-saddle or 2 panniers? No doubt, at 100 paces off, in the Scottish camp. Very well. What shall I do with the horse, General? Look here. The sergeant descended the 3 steps which separated him from Monk, and came into the vault. You see, said Monk, that gentleman yonder. Yes, General. And you see these 2 casks? Perfectly. They are 2 casks, one containing powder, and the other balls. I wish these casks to be transported to the little hamlet at the mouth of the river, and which I intend to occupy tomorrow with 200 muskets. You understand that the commission is a secret one, for it is a movement that may decide the fate of the battle. Oh, General, murmured the sergeant. Mind, then. Let these casks be fastened on to the horse, and let them be escorted by 2 men and you to the residence of this gentleman, who is my friend. But take care that nobody knows it. I would go by the marsh if I knew the road, said the sergeant. "I know one myself," said Athos. "It is not wide, but it is solid, having been made upon piles, and with care we shall get over safely enough. Do everything this gentleman shall order you to do." "Oh, the casks are heavy," said the sergeant, trying to lift one. "They weigh 400 pounds each, if they contain what they ought to contain, do they not, monsieur?" "Thereabouts," said Athos. The sergeant went in search of the two men and the horse. Monk, left alone with Athos, affected to speak to him on nothing but indifferent subjects while examining the vault in a cursory manner. Then, hearing the horse's steps, "I leave you with your men, monsieur," said he, and returned to the camp. "You are perfectly safe. I shall see you again, then, my lord?" asked Athos. "That is agreed upon, monsieur, and with much pleasure." Monk held out his hand to Athos. "Ah, my lord, if you would," murmured Athos. "Hush, monsieur, it is agreed that we shall speak no more of that." And bowing to Athos, he went up the stairs, meeting about halfway his men, who were coming down. He had not gone 20 paces, when a faint but prolonged whistle was heard at a distance. Monk listened, but seeing nothing and hearing nothing, he continued his route. Then he remembered the fisherman, and looked about for him, but the fisherman had disappeared. If he had, however, looked with more attention, he might have seen that man, bent double, gliding like a serpent along the stones and losing himself in the mist that floated over the surface of the marsh. He might equally have seen, had he attempted to pierce that mist, a spectacle that might have attracted his attention, and that was the rigging of the vessel, which had changed place, and was now nearer the shore. But Monk saw nothing, and thinking he had nothing to fear, he entered the deserted causeway which led to his camp. It was then that the disappearance of the fisherman appeared strange, and that a real suspicion began to take possession of his mind. He had just placed at the orders of Athos the only post that could protect him. He had a mile of causeway to traverse before he could regain his camp. The fog increased with such intensity that he could scarcely distinguish objects at 10 paces distance. Monk then thought he heard the sound of an oar over the marsh on the right. "Who goes there?" said he. But nobody answered. Then he cocked his pistol, took his sword in his hand, and quickened his pace, without, however, being willing to call anybody. Such a summons, for which there was no absolute necessity, appeared unworthy of him. 27. The next day. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. The first rays of day lightened the pools of the marsh, in which the sun was reflected like a red ball, when Athos, awakening and opening the window of his bedchamber, which looked out upon the banks of the river, perceived, at 15 paces distance from him, the sergeant and the men who had accompanied him the evening before, and who, after having deposited the casks at his house, had returned to the camp by the causeway on the right. Why had these men come back after having returned to the camp? That was the question which first presented itself to Athos. The sergeant, with his head raised, appeared to be watching the moment when the gentleman should appear to address him. Athos, surprised to see these men, whom he had seen depart the night before, could not refrain from expressing his astonishment to them. "There is nothing surprising in that, monsieur," said the sergeant, "for yesterday the general commanded me to watch over your safety, and I thought it right to obey that order." "Is the general at the camp?" asked Athos. "No doubt he is, monsieur, as when he left you he was going back." "Well, wait for me a moment. I am going thither to render an account of the fidelity with which you fulfilled your duty, and to get my sword, which I left upon the table in the tent." "This happens very well," said the sergeant, "for we were about to request you to do so." Athos fancied he could detect an air of equivocal bonhomie upon the countenance of the sergeant, but the adventure of the vault might have excited the curiosity of the man, and it was not surprising that he allowed some of the feelings which agitated his mind to appear in his face. Athos closed the doors carefully, confiding the keys to Grimaud, who had chosen his domicile beneath the shed itself, which led to the cellar where the casks had been deposited. The sergeant escorted the Comte de la Fere to the camp. There a fresh guard awaited him, and relieved the 4 men who had conducted Athos. This fresh guard was commanded by the aide-de-camp Digby, who, on their way, fixed upon Athos looks so little encouraging, that the Frenchman asked himself whence arose, with regard to him, this vigilance and this severity, when the evening before he had been left perfectly free. He nevertheless continued his way to the headquarters, keeping to himself the observations which men and things forced him to make. He found in the general's tent, to which he had been introduced the evening before, 3 superior officers. These were Monk's lieutenant and 2 colonels. Athos perceived his sword. It was still on the table where he left it. Neither of the officers had seen Athos, consequently neither of them knew him. Monk's lieutenant asked, at the appearance of Athos, if that were the same gentleman with whom the general had left the tent. "Yes, your honor," said the sergeant, "it is the same." "But," said Athos, haughtily, "I do not deny it, I think, and now, gentlemen, in turn, permit me to ask you to what purpose these questions are asked, and particularly some explanations upon the tone in which you ask them." "Monsieur," said the lieutenant, "if we address these questions to you, it is because we have a right to do so, and if we make them in a particular tone, it is because that tone, believe me, agrees with the circumstances." "Gentlemen," said Athos, "you do not know who I am, but I must tell you that I acknowledge no one here but General Monk as my equal. Where is he? Let me be conducted to him, and if he has any questions to put to me, I will answer him and to his satisfaction, I hope. I repeat, gentlemen, where is the general?" Good God! You know better than we do where he is," said the lieutenant. Yes, you." "Monsieur," said Athos, "I do not understand you. You will understand me, and, in the first place, do not speak so loudly." Athos smiled disdainfully. "We don't ask you to smile," said one of the colonels warmly, "we require you to answer. And I, gentlemen, declare to you that I will not reply until I am in the presence of the general." "But," replied the same colonel who had already spoken, "you know very well that is impossible." "This is the second time I have received this strange reply to the wish I express," said Athos. "Is the general absent?" This question was made with such apparent good faith, and the gentleman wore an air of such natural surprise, that the 3 officers exchanged a meaning look. The lieutenant, by a tacit convention with the other 2, was spokesman. "Monsieur, the general left you last night on the borders of the monastery." "Yes, monsieur." "And you went?" "It is not for me to answer you, but for those who have accompanied me." "They were your soldiers, ask them." "But if we please to question you?" "Then it will please me to reply, monsieur, that I do not recognize anyone here, that I know no one here but the general, and that it is to him alone I will reply." "So be it, monsieur, but as we are the masters, we constitute ourselves a council of war, and when you are before judges you must reply." The countenance of Athos expressed nothing but astonishment and disdain, instead of the terror the officers expected to read in it at this threat. "Scottish or English judges upon me, a subject of the King of France, upon me, placed under the safeguard of British honor." "You are mad, gentlemen," said Athos, shrugging his shoulders. The officers looked at each other. "Then, monsieur," said one of them, "do you pretend not to know where the general is?" "To that, monsieur, I have already replied." "Yes, but you have already replied an incredible thing." "It is true, nevertheless, gentlemen. Men of my rank are not generally liars. I am a gentleman, I have told you, and when I have at my side the sword which, by an excess of delicacy, I left last night upon the table whereon it still lies, believe me, no man says that to me which I am unwilling to hear. I am at this moment disarmed. If you pretend to be my judges, try me; if you are but my executioners, kill me." "But, monsieur," asked the lieutenant, in a more courteous voice, struck with the lofty coolness of Athos. "Sir, I came to speak confidentially with your general about affairs of importance. It was not an ordinary welcome that he gave me. The accounts your soldiers can give you may convince you of that. If, then, the general received me in that manner, he knew my titles to his esteem. Now, you do not suspect, I should think, that I should reveal my secrets to you, and still less his. But these casks, what do they contain? Have you not put that question to your soldiers? What was their reply? That they contained powder and ball. From whom had they that information? They must have told you that. From the general, but we are not dupes. Beware, gentlemen, it is not to me you are now giving the lie, it is to your leader." The officers again looked at each other. Athos continued, "Before your soldiers the general told me to wait a week, and at the expiration of that week he would give me the answer he had to make me. Have I fled away? No, I wait." "He told you to wait a week?" cried the lieutenant. "He told me that so clearly, sir, that I have a sloop at the mouth of the river, which I could with ease have joined yesterday, and embarked. Now, if I have remained, it was only in compliance with the desire of your general. his honor having requested me not to depart without a last audience, which he fixed at a week hence. I repeat to you, then, I am waiting." The lieutenant turned towards the other officers, and said, in a low voice, "If this gentleman speaks truth, there may still be some hope. The general may be carrying out some negotiations so secret, that he thought it imprudent to inform even us. Then the time limited for his absence would be a week." Then, turning towards Athos, "Monsieur," said he, "your declaration is of the most serious importance. Are you willing to repeat it under the seal of an oath?" "Sir," replied Athos, "I have always lived in a world where my simple word was regarded as the most sacred of oaths. This time, however, monsieur, the circumstance is more grave than any you may have been placed in. The safety of the whole army is at stake. Reflect, the general has disappeared, and our search for him has been in vain. Is this disappearance natural? Has a crime been committed? Are we not bound to carry our investigations to extremity? Have we any right to wait with patience? At this moment, everything, monsieur, depends upon the words you are about to pronounce." Thus questioned, "Gentlemen, I no longer hesitate," said Athos. "Yes, I came hither to converse confidentially with General Monk, and ask him for an answer regarding certain interests. Yes, the general being, doubtless, unable to pronounce before the expected battle, begged me to remain a week in the house I inhabit, promising me that in a week I should see him again. Yes, all this is true, and I swear it by God who is the absolute master of my life and yours." Athos pronounced these words with so much grandeur and solemnity, that the three officers were almost convinced. Nevertheless, one of the colonels made a last attempt. "Monsieur," said he, "although we may now be persuaded of the truth of what you say, there is yet a strange mystery in all this. The general is too prudent a man to have thus abandoned his army on the eve of a battle without having at least given notice of it to one of us. As for myself, I cannot believe but some strange event has been the cause of this disappearance. Yesterday some foreign fishermen came to sell their fish here. They were lodged yonder among the Scots, that is to say, on the road the general took with this gentleman, to go to the abbey, and to return from it. It was one of these fishermen that accompanied the general with a light. And this morning, bark and fishermen have all disappeared, carried away by the night's tide. For my part," said the lieutenant, "I see nothing in that is not quite natural, for these people were not prisoners." "No, but I repeat it was one of them who lighted the general and this gentleman to the abbey, and Digby assures us that the general had strong suspicions concerning those people. Now, who can say whether these people were not connected with this gentleman, and that, the blow being struck, the gentleman, who is evidently brave, did not remain to reassure us by his presence, and to prevent our researches being made in a right direction." This speech made an impression upon the other two officers. "Sir," said Athos, "permit me to tell you, that your reasoning, though specious in appearance, nevertheless wants consistency, as regards me. I have remained, you say, to divert suspicion. Well, on the contrary, suspicions arise in me as well as in you, and I say, it is impossible, gentlemen, that the general, on the eve of a battle, should leave his army without saying anything to at least one of his officers. Yes, there is some strange event connected with this. Instead of being idle and waiting, you must display all the activity and all the vigilance possible. I am your prisoner, gentlemen, upon parole or otherwise. My honor is concerned in ascertaining what has become of General Monk, and to such a point, that if you were to say to me, 'Depart,' I should reply, 'No, I will remain.' And if you were to ask my opinion, I should add, 'Yes, the general is the victim of some conspiracy, for, if he had intended to leave the camp he would have told me so. Seek, then, search the land, search the sea, the general has not gone of his own goodwill.'" The lieutenant made a sign to the two other officers. "No, monsieur," said he, "no, in your turn you go too far. The general has nothing to suffer from these events, and, no doubt, has directed them. What Monk is now doing he has often done before. We are wrong in alarming ourselves. His absence will, doubtless, be of short duration, therefore, let us beware, lest by a pusillanimity which the general would consider a crime, of making his absence public, and by that means demoralize the army. The general gives a striking proof of his confidence in us, let us show ourselves worthy of it. Gentlemen, let the most profound silence cover all this with an impenetrable veil. We will detain this gentleman, not from mistrust of him with regard to the crime, but to assure more effectively the secret of the general's absence by keeping among ourselves, therefore, until fresh orders, the gentleman will remain at headquarters." "Gentlemen," said Athos, "you forget that last night the general confided to me a deposit over which I am bound to watch. Give me whatever guard you like, chain me if you like, but leave me the house I inhabit for my prison. The general, on his return, would reproach you, I swear on the honor of a gentleman, for having displeased him in this." "So be it, monsieur," said the lieutenant, "return to your abode." Then they placed over Athos a guard of 50 men, who surrounded his house, without losing sight of him for a minute. The secret remained secure, but hours, days passed away without the general's returning, or without anything being heard of him. 28. Smuggling. 2 days after the events we have just related, and while General Monk was expected every minute in the camp to which he did not return, a little Dutch felucca, manned by 11 men, cast anchor upon the coast of Scheveningen, nearly within cannon shot of the port. It was night, the darkness was great, the tide rose in the darkness, it was a capital time to land passengers and merchandise. The road of Scheveningen forms a vast crescent, it is not very deep and not very safe, therefore, nothing is seen stationed there but large Flemish hoys, are some of those Dutch barks which fishermen draw up on the sand on rollers, as the ancients did, according to Virgil. When the tide is rising, and advancing on land, it is not prudent to bring the vessels too close in shore, for, if the wind is fresh, the prows are buried in the sand, and the sand of that coast is spongy, it receives easily but does not yield so well. It was on this account, no doubt, that a boat was detached from the bark, as soon as the latter had cast anchor, and came with 8 sailors, amidst whom was to be seen an object of an oblong form, a sort of large pannier or bale. The shore was deserted, the few fishermen inhabiting the down were gone to bed. The only sentinel that guarded the coast, a coast very badly guarded, seeing that a landing from large ships was impossible without having been able to follow the example of the fishermen, who were gone to bed, imitated them so far, that he slept at the back of his watch-box as soundly as they slept in their beds. The only noise to be heard, then, was the whistling of the night breeze among the bushes and the brambles of the downs. But the people who were approaching were doubtless mistrustful people, for this real silence and apparent solitude did not satisfy them. Their boat, therefore, scarcely as visible as a dark speck upon the ocean, glided along noiselessly, avoiding the use of their oars for fear of being heard, and gained the nearest land. Scarcely had it touched the ground when a single man jumped out of the boat, after having given a brief order, in a manner which denoted the habit of commanding. In consequence of this order, several muskets immediately glittered in the feeble light reflected from that mirror of the heavens, the sea, and the oblong bale of which we spoke, containing no doubt some contraband object, was transported to land, with infinite precautions. Immediately after that, the man who had landed first, set off at a rapid pace diagonally towards the village of Scheveningen, directing his course to the nearest point of the wood. When there, he sought for that house already described as the temporary residence, and a very humble residence, of him who was styled by courtesy King of England. All were asleep there, as everywhere else, only a large dog, of the race of those which the fishermen of Scheveningen harnessed to little carts to carry fish to the Hague, began to bark formidably as soon as the stranger's steps were audible beneath the windows. But the watchfulness, instead of alarming the newly landed man, appeared, on the contrary, to give him great joy, for his voice might perhaps have proved insufficient to rouse the people of the house, whilst, with an auxiliary of that sort, his voice became almost useless. The stranger waited, then, till these reiterated and sonorous barkings should, according to all probability, have produced their effect, and then he ventured a summons. On hearing his voice, the dog began to roar with such violence that another voice was soon heard from the interior, quieting the dog. With that the dog was quieted. "What do you want?" asked that voice, at the same time weak, broken, and civil. "I want His Majesty King Charles II, King of England," said the stranger. "What do you want with him?" "I want to speak with him." "Who are you?" "Ah, Mordio, you ask too much, I don't like talking through doors. Only tell me your name." "I don't like to declare my name in the open air, either, besides, you may be sure I shall not eat your dog, and I hope to God he will be as reserved with respect to me." "You bring news, perhaps, monsieur, do you not?" replied the voice, patient and querulous as that of an old man. "I will answer for it, I bring you news you little expect." Open the door, then, if you please, hein. Monsieur, persisted the old man, do you believe, upon your soul and conscience, that your news is worth waking the king? For God's sake, my dear monsieur, draw your bolts, you will not be sorry, I swear, for the trouble it will give you. I am worth my weight in gold, parole d'honneur. Monsieur, I cannot open the door till you have told me your name. Must I, then? It is by the order of my master, monsieur. Well, my name is, but, I warn you, my name will tell you absolutely nothing. Never mind, tell it, notwithstanding. Well, I am the Chevalier d'Artagnan. The voice uttered an exclamation. Oh, good heavens, said a voice on the other side of the door. Monsieur d'Artagnan. What happiness! I could not help thinking I knew that voice. Humph, said d'Artagnan. My voice is known here. That's flattering. Oh, yes, we know it, said the old man, drawing the bolts, and here is the proof. And at these words he let in d'Artagnan, who, by the light of the lantern he carried in his hand, recognized his obstinate interlocutor. Ah, mordio, cried he, why, it is Perry. I ought to have known that. Perry, yes, my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, it is I. What joy to see you once again. You were right there, what joy, said d'Artagnan, pressing the old man's hand. There, now you'll go and inform the king, will you not? But the king is asleep, my dear monsieur. Mordio, then wake him. He won't scold you for having disturbed him, I will promise you. You come on the part of the count, do you not? The Comte de la Fere. From Athos. Ma foi. No, I come on my own part. Come, Perry, quick. The king, I want the king. Perry did not think it his duty to resist any longer. He knew d'Artagnan of old, he knew that, although a Gascon, his words never promised more than they could stand to. He crossed a court and a little garden, appeased the dog, that seemed most anxious to taste of the musketeer's flesh, and went to knock at the window of a chamber forming the ground floor of a little pavilion. Immediately a little dog inhabiting that chamber replied to the great dog inhabiting the court. Poor king, said d'Artagnan to himself, these are his bodyguards. It is true he is not the worse guarded on that account. What is wanted with me? Asked the king, from the back of the chamber. Sire, it is le Chevalier d'Artagnan, who brings you some news. A noise was immediately heard in the chamber, a door was opened, and a flood of light inundated the corridor and the garden. The king was working by the light of a lamp. Papers were lying about upon his desk, and he had commenced the first copy of a letter which showed, by the numerous erasures, the trouble he had had in writing it. Come in, Monsieur le Chevalier, said he, turning around. Then perceiving the fisherman, what do you mean, Perry? Where is le Chevalier d'Artagnan? Asked Charles. He is before you, sire, said d'Artagnan. What, in that costume? Yes, look at me, sire, do you not remember having seen me at Blois, in the antechamber of King Louis XIV? Yes, monsieur, and I remember I was much pleased with you. D'Artagnan bowed. It was my duty to behave as I did, the moment I knew that I had the honor of being near your majesty. You bring me news, do you say? Yes, sire. From the King of France. Ma foi. No, sire, replied d'Artagnan. Your majesty must have seen yonder that the King of France is only occupied with his own majesty. Charles raised his eyes towards heaven. No, sire, no, continued d'Artagnan. I bring news entirely composed of personal facts. Nevertheless, I hope that your majesty will listen to the facts and news with some favor. Speak, monsieur. If I am not mistaken, sire, your majesty spoke a great deal at Blois, of the embarrassed state in which the affairs of England are. Charles colored. Monsieur, said he, it was to the King of France I related. Oh, your majesty is mistaken, said the musketeer, coolly, I know how to speak to kings in misfortune. It is only when they are in misfortune that they speak to me, once fortunate, they look upon me no more. I have, then, for your majesty, not only the greatest respect, but, still more, the most absolute devotion, and that, believe me, with me, sire, means something. Now, hearing your majesty complain of fate, I found that you were noble and generous, and bore misfortune well. In truth, said Charles, much astonished, I do not know which I ought to prefer, your freedoms or your respects. You will choose presently, sire, said d'Artagnan. Then your Majesty complained to your brother, Louis XIV, of the difficulty you experienced in returning to England and regaining your throne for want of men and money. Charles allowed a movement of impatience to escape him. And the principal object your Majesty found in your way, continued D'Artagnan, was a certain general commanding the armies of the Parliament, and who was playing yonder the part of another Cromwell. Did not your Majesty say so? Yes, but I repeat to you, Monsieur, those words were for the king's ears alone. And you will see, sire, that it is very fortunate that they fell into those of his lieutenant of musketeers. That man so troublesome to your Majesty was one General Monk, I believe. Did I not hear his name correctly, sire? Yes, Monsieur, but once more, to what purpose are all these questions? Oh, I know very well, sire, that etiquette will not allow kings to be questioned. I hope, however, presently you will pardon my want of etiquette. Your Majesty added that, notwithstanding, if you could see him, confer with him, and meet him face to face, you would triumph, either by force or persuasion, over that obstacle, the only serious one, the only insurmountable one, the only real one you met with on your road. All that is true, Monsieur. My destiny, my future, my obscurity, or my glory depend upon that man, but what do you draw from that? One thing alone, that if this General Monk is troublesome to the point your Majesty describes, it would be expedient to get rid of him or make an ally of him. Monsieur, a king who has neither army nor money, as you have heard my conversation with my brother Louis, has no means of acting against a man like Monk. Yes, sire, that was your opinion, I know very well, but, fortunately for you, it was not mine. What do you mean by that? That, without an army and without a million, I have done, I, myself, what your Majesty thought could alone be done with an army and a million. How? What do you say? What have you done? What have I done? Well, sire, I went yonder to take this man who is so troublesome to your Majesty. In England. Exactly, sire. You went to take Monk in England. Should I by chance have done wrong, sire? In truth, you are mad, Monsieur. Not the least in the world, sire. You have taken Monk. Yes, sire. Where? In the midst of his camp. The king trembled with impatience. And having taken him on the causeway of Newcastle, I bring him to your Majesty, said D'Artagnan, simply. You bring him to me, cried the king, almost indignant at what he considered a mystification. Yes, sire, replied D'Artagnan, in the same tone, I bring him to you. He is down below yonder, in a large chest pierced with holes, so as to allow him to breathe. Good God! Oh, don't be uneasy, sire, we have taken the greatest possible care of him. He comes in good state, and in perfect condition. Would your Majesty please to see him, to talk with him, or to have him thrown into the sea? Oh, heavens! Repeated Charles, oh, heavens! Do you speak the truth, Monsieur? Are you not insulting me with some unworthy joke? You have accomplished this unheard of act of audacity and genius, impossible. Will your Majesty permit me to open the window? Said D'Artagnan, opening it. The king had not time to reply yes or no. D'Artagnan gave a shrill and prolonged whistle, which he repeated 3 times through the silence of the night. There, said he will be brought to your Majesty. 29. In which D'Artagnan begins to fear he has placed his money and that of Planchet in the sinking fund. The king could not overcome his surprise, and looked sometimes at the smiling face of the musketeer, and sometimes at the dark window which opened into the night. But before he had fixed his ideas, 8 of D'Artagnan's men, for 2 had remained to take care of the bark, brought to the house, where Perry received him, that object of an oblong form, which, for the moment, enclosed the destinies of England. Before he left Calais, D'Artagnan had made in that city a sort of coffin, large and deep enough for a man to turn in it at his ease. The bottom and sides, properly upholstered, formed a bed sufficiently soft to prevent the rolling of the ship turning this kind of cage into a rat trap. The little grating, of which D'Artagnan had spoken to the king, like the visor of the helmet, was placed opposite to the man's face. It was so constructed that, at the least cry, a sudden pressure would stifle that cry, and, if necessary, him who had uttered that cry. D'Artagnan was so well acquainted with his crew and his prisoner, that during the whole voyage he had been in dread of 2 things, either that the general would prefer death to this sort of imprisonment, and would smother himself by endeavoring to speak, or that his guards would allow themselves to be tempted by the offers of the prisoner, and put him, D'Artagnan, into the box instead of Monk. D'Artagnan, therefore, had passed the 2 days and the 2 nights of the voyage close to the coffin, alone with the general, offering him wine and food, which the latter had refused, and constantly endeavoring to reassure him upon the destiny which awaited him at the end of this singular captivity. 2 pistols on the table and his naked sword made D'Artagnan easy with regard to indiscretions from without. When once at Scheveningen he had felt completely reassured. His men greatly dreaded any conflict with the lords of the soil. He had, besides, interested in his cause him who had morally served him as lieutenant, and whom we have seen reply to the name of Meneville. The latter, not being a vulgar spirit, had more to risk than the others because he had more conscience. He believed in a future in the service of D'Artagnan, and consequently would have allowed himself to be cut to pieces, rather than violate the order given by his leader. Thus it was that, once landed, it was to him that D'Artagnan had confided the care of the chest and the general's breathing. It was he, too, he had ordered to have the chest brought by the 7 men as soon as he should hear the triple whistle. We have seen that the lieutenant obeyed. The coffer once in the house, D'Artagnan dismissed his men with a gracious smile, saying, "Messieurs, you have rendered a great service to King Charles II, who in less than 6 weeks will be King of England. Your gratification will then be doubled. Return to the boat and wait for me." Upon which they departed with such shouts of joy as terrified even the dog himself. D'Artagnan had caused the coffer to be brought as far as the king's antechamber. He then, with great care, closed the door of this antechamber, after which he opened the coffer, and said to the general, "General, I have 1,000 excuses to make to you. My manner of acting has not been worthy of such a man as you, I know very well, but I wished you to take me for the captain of a bark. And then England is a very inconvenient country for transports. I hope, therefore, you will take all that into consideration. But now, General, you are at liberty to get up and walk." This said, he cut the bonds which fastened the arms and hands of the general. The latter got up, and then sat down with the countenance of a man who expects death. D'Artagnan opened the door of Charles's study, and said, "Sire, here is your enemy, M. Monk. I promised myself to perform this service for your majesty. It is done, now order as you please. M. Monk," added he, turning towards the prisoner, "you are in the presence of His Majesty Charles II, Sovereign Lord of Great Britain." Monk raised towards the prince his coldly stoical look, and replied, "I know no king of Great Britain, I recognize even here no one worthy of bearing the name of gentleman, for it is in the name of King Charles II that an emissary, whom I took for an honest man, came and laid an infamous snare for me. I have fallen into that snare, so much the worse for me. Now, you the tempter," said he to the king, "you the executor," said he to D'Artagnan, "remember what I am about to say to you. You have my body, you may kill it, and I advise you to do so, for you shall never have my mind or my will. And now, ask me not a single word, as from this moment I will not open my mouth even to cry out. I have said." And he pronounced these words with the savage, invincible resolution of the most mortified Puritan. D'Artagnan looked at his prisoner like a man who knows the value of every word, and who fixes that value according to the accent with which it has been pronounced. "The fact is," said he, in a whisper to the king, "the general is an obstinate man, he would not take a mouthful of bread, nor swallow a drop of wine, during the 2 days of our voyage. But as from this moment it is your majesty who must decide his fate, I wash my hands of him." Monk, erect, pale, and resigned, waited with his eyes fixed and his arms folded. D'Artagnan turned towards him. "You will please to understand perfectly," said he, "that your speech, otherwise very fine, does not suit anybody, not even yourself. His Majesty wished to speak to you, you refused an interview. Why, now that you are face to face, that you are here by a force independent of your will, why do you confine yourself to the rigors which I consider useless and absurd? Speak. What the devil? Speak, if only to say, no." Monk did not unclose his lips, Monk did not turn his eyes, Monk stroked his mustache with a thoughtful air, which announced that matters were going on badly. During all this time Charles II had fallen into a profound reverie. For the first time he found himself face to face with Monk, with the man he had so much desired to see, and, with that peculiar glance which God has given to eagles and kings, he had fathomed the abyss of his heart. He beheld Monk, then, resolved positively to die rather than speak, which was not to be wondered at in so considerable a man, the wound in whose mind must at the moment have been cruel. Charles II formed, on the instant, one of those resolutions upon which an ordinary man risks his life, a general his fortune, and a king his kingdom. "Monsieur," said he to Monk, "you are perfectly right upon certain points. I do not, therefore, ask you to answer me, but to listen to me." There was a moment's silence, during which the king looked at Monk, who remained impassible. "You have made me just now a painful reproach, monsieur," continued the king. "You said that one of my emissaries had been to Newcastle to lay a snare for you, and that, parenthetically, cannot be understood by M. d'Artagnan here, and to whom, before everything, I owe sincere thanks for his generous, his heroic devotion." D'Artagnan bowed with respect. Monk took no notice. "For M. d'Artagnan, and observe, M. Monk, I do not say this to excuse myself, for M. d'Artagnan," continued the king, "went to England of his free will, without interest, without orders, without hope, like a true gentleman as he is, to render a service to an unfortunate king, and to add to the illustrious actions of an existence, already so well filled, one glorious deed more." D'Artagnan colored a little, and coughed to keep his countenance. Monk did not stir. "You do not believe what I tell you, M. Monk," continued the king. "I can understand that, such proofs of devotion are so rare, that their reality may well be put in doubt." "Monsieur would do wrong not to believe you, sire," cried D'Artagnan, "for that which your majesty has said is the exact truth, and the truth so exact that it seems, in going to fetch the general, I have done something which sets everything wrong. In truth, if it be so, I am in despair." "Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the king, pressing the hand of the musketeer, "you have obliged me as much as if you had promoted the success of my cause, for you have revealed to me an unknown friend, to whom I shall ever be grateful, and whom I shall always love." And the king pressed his hand cordially. "And," continued he, bowing to Monk, "an enemy whom I shall henceforth esteem at his proper value." The eyes of the Puritan flashed, but only once, and his countenance, for an instant, illuminated by that flash, resumed its sombre impassibility. "Then, Monsieur d'Artagnan," continued Charles, "this is what was about to happen. M. le Comte de la Fère, who you know, I believe, has set out for Newcastle." "What, Athos!" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "Yes, that was his nom de guerre, I believe." The Comte de la Fère had then set out for Newcastle, and was going, perhaps, to bring the general to hold a conference with me or with those of my party, when you violently, as it appears, interfered with the negotiation. "Mordioux," replied D'Artagnan, "he entered the camp the very evening in which I succeeded in getting into it with my fishermen." An almost imperceptible frown on the brow of Monk told D'Artagnan that he had surmised rightly. "Yes, yes," muttered he, "I thought I knew his person, I even fancied I knew his voice. Unlucky wretch that I am. Oh, sire, pardon me. I thought I had so successfully steered my bark." "There is nothing ill in it, sir," said the king, "except that the general accuses me of having laid a snare for him, which is not the case. No, general, those are not the arms which I contemplated employing with you, as you will soon see. In the meanwhile, when I give you my word upon the honor of a gentleman, believe me, sir, believe me. Now, Monsieur d'Artagnan, a word with you, if you please." "I listen on my knees, sire." "You are truly at my service, are you not? Your Majesty has seen that I am, too much so. That is well, from a man like you one word suffices. In addition to that word you bring actions. General, have the goodness to follow me. Come with us, M. d'Artagnan." D'Artagnan, considerably surprised, prepared to obey. Charles II went out, Monk followed him, D'Artagnan followed Monk. Charles took the path by which D'Artagnan had come to his abode. The fresh sea breezes soon caressed the faces of the three nocturnal travelers, and, at 50 paces from the little gate which Charles opened, they found themselves upon the down in the face of the ocean, which, having ceased to rise, reposed upon the shore like a wearied monster. Charles II walked pensively along, his head hanging down and his hand beneath his cloak. Monk followed him, with crossed arms and an uneasy look. D'Artagnan came last, with his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Where is the boat in which you came, gentlemen?" said Charles to the musketeer. "Yonder, sire, I have 7 men and an officer waiting me in that little bark which is lighted by a fire." Yes, I see, the boat is drawn upon the sand, but you certainly did not come from Newcastle in that frail bark. No, sire, I freighted a felucca, at my own expense, which is at anchor within cannon shot of the Downs. It was in that felucca we made the voyage. Sir, said the king to Monk, you are free. However firm his will, Monk could not suppress an exclamation. The king added an affirmative motion of his head, and continued, we shall waken a fisherman of the village, who will put his boat to sea immediately, and will take you back to any place you may command him. D'Artagnan here will escort your honor. I place D'Artagnan under the safeguard of your loyalty, Monk. Monk allowed a murmur of surprise to escape him, and D'Artagnan a profound sigh. The king, without appearing to notice either, knocked against the deal trellis which enclosed the cabin of the principal fisherman inhabiting the Down. Hey, Kaiser, cried he, awake. Who calls me? Asked the fisherman. I, Charles the King. Ah, my lord, cried Kaiser, rising ready dressed from the sail in which he slept, as people sleep in a hammock. What can I do to serve you? Captain Kaiser, said Charles, you must set sail immediately. Here is a traveler who wishes to freight your bark, and will pay you well, serve him well. And the king drew back a few steps to allow Monk to speak to the fisherman. I wish to cross over into England, said Monk, who spoke Dutch enough to make himself understood. This minute, said the patron, this very minute, if you wish it. But will that be long? Said Monk. Not half an hour, your honor. My eldest son is at this moment preparing the boat, as we were going out fishing at 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, is all arranged? Asked the king, drawing near. All but the price, said the fisherman, yes, sire. That is my affair, said Charles, the gentleman is my friend. Monk started and looked at Charles on hearing this word. Very well, my lord, replied Kaiser. And at that moment they heard Kaiser's son, signaling from the shore with the blast of a bull's horn. Now, gentlemen, said the king, depart. Sire, said D'Artagnan, will it please your majesty to grant me a few minutes? I have engaged men, and I am going without them, I must give them notice. Whistle to them, said Charles, smiling. D'Artagnan, accordingly, whistled, whilst the patron Kaiser replied to his son, and 4 men, led by Meneville, attended the first summons. Here is some money in account, said D'Artagnan, putting into their hands a purse containing 2,500 livres in gold. Go and wait for me at Calais, you know where. And D'Artagnan heaved a profound sigh, as he let the purse fall into the hands of Meneville. What, are you leaving us? Cried the men. For a short time, said D'Artagnan, or for a long time, who knows? But with 2,500 livres, and the 2,500 you have already received, you are paid according to our agreement. We are quits, then, my friend. But the boat? Do not trouble yourself about that. Our things are on board the felucca. Go and seek them, and then set off immediately. Yes, captain. D'Artagnan returned to Monk, saying, Monsieur, I await your orders, for I understand we are to go together, unless my company be disagreeable to you. On the contrary, Monsieur, said Monk. Come, gentlemen, on board, cried Kaiser's son. Charles bowed to the general with grace and dignity, saying, you will pardon me this unfortunate accident, and the violence to which you have been subjected, when you are convinced that I was not the cause of them. Monk bowed profoundly without replying. On his side, Charles affected not to say a word to D'Artagnan in private, but aloud, once more, thanks, Monsieur le Chevalier, said he, thanks for your services. They will be repaid you by the Lord God, who, I hope, reserves trials and troubles for me alone. Monk followed Kaiser and his son embarked with them. D'Artagnan came after, muttering to himself, poor Planchet. Poor Planchet. I am very much afraid we have made a bad speculation. 30. The shares of Planchet and Company rise again to par. During the passage, Monk only spoke to D'Artagnan in cases of urgent necessity. Thus, when the Frenchman hesitated to come and take his meals, poor meals, composed of salt fish, biscuit, and Holland's gin, Monk called him, saying, to table, monsieur, to table. This was all. D'Artagnan, from being himself on all great occasions extremely concise, did not draw from the general's conciseness a favorable augury of the result of his mission. Now, as D'Artagnan had plenty of time for reflection, he battered his brains during this time in endeavoring to find out how Athos had seen King Charles, how he had conspired his departure with him, and lastly, how he had entered Monk's camp, and the poor lieutenant of musketeers plucked a hair from his mustache every time that he reflected that the horseman who accompanied Monk on the night of the famous abduction must have been Athos. At length, after a passage of 2 nights and 2 days, the patron Kaiser touched at the point where Monk, who had given all the orders during the voyage, had commanded they should land. It was exactly at the mouth of the little river, near where Athos had chosen his abode. Daylight was waning, a splendid sun, like a red steel buckler, was plunging the lower extremity of its disk beneath the blue line of the sea. The felucca was making fair way up the river, tolerably wide in that part, but Monk, in his impatience, desired to be landed, and Kaiser's boat set him and D'Artagnan upon the muddy bank, amidst the reeds. D'Artagnan, resigned to obedience, followed Monk exactly as a chained bear follows his master, but the position humiliated him not a little, and he grumbled to himself that the service of kings was a bitter one, and that the best of them was good for nothing. Monk walked with long and hasty strides. It might be thought that he did not yet feel certain of having reached English land. They had already begun to perceive distinctly a few of the cottages of the sailors and fishermen spread over the little quay of this humble port, when, all at once, D'Artagnan cried out, "God pardon me, there is a house on fire." Monk raised his eyes, and perceived there was, in fact, a house which the flames were beginning to devour. It had begun at a little shed belonging to the house, the roof of which had caught. The fresh evening breeze agitated the fire. The 2 travelers quickened their steps, hearing loud cries, and seeing, as they drew nearer, soldiers with their glittering arms pointed towards the house on fire. It was doubtless this menacing occupation which had made them neglect to signal the felucca. Monk stopped short for an instant, and, for the first time, formulated his thoughts into words. But, said he, perhaps they are not my soldiers but Lambert's. These words contained at once a sorrow, and apprehension, and a reproach perfectly intelligible to D'Artagnan. In fact, during the general's absence, Lambert might have given battle, conquered, and dispersed the Parliament's army, and taken with his own the place of Monk's army, deprived of its strongest support. At this doubt, which passed from the mind of Monk to his own, D'Artagnan reasoned in this manner: one of 2 things is going to happen, either Monk has spoken correctly, and there are no longer any but Lambertists in the country, that is to say, enemies, who would receive me wonderfully well, since it is to me they owe their victory, or nothing is changed, and Monk, transported with joy at finding his camp still in the same place, will not prove too severe in his settlement with me. Whilst thinking thus, the 2 travelers advanced, and began to mingle with a little knot of sailors, who looked on with sorrow at the burning house, but did not dare to say anything on account of the threats of the soldiers. Monk addressed one of these sailors. "What is going on here?" asked he. "Sir," replied the man, not recognizing Monk as an officer, under the thick cloak which enveloped him, "that house was inhabited by a foreign gentleman, and this foreigner became suspected by the soldiers. They wanted to get into his house under pretense of taking him to the camp, but he, without being frightened by their number, threatened death to the first who should cross the threshold of his door, and as there was one who did venture, the Frenchman stretched him on the earth with a pistol shot." "Ah, he is a Frenchman, is he?" said D'Artagnan, rubbing his hands. "Good. How good?" replied the fisherman. "No, I don't mean that." "What then?" My tongue slipped. "What then, sir? Why, the other men became as enraged as so many lions. They fired more than 100 shots at the house, but the Frenchman was sheltered by the wall, and every time they tried to enter by the door they met with a shot from his lackey, whose aim is deadly, d'ye. Every time they threatened the window, they met with a pistol shot from the master. Look and count, there are 7 men down." "Ah, my brave countrymen," cried D'Artagnan, wait a little, wait a little. I will be with you, and we will settle with this rabble." "One instant, sir," said Monk. "Wait. Long. No, only the time to ask a question." Then, turning towards the sailor, "My friend," asked he, with an emotion which, in spite of all his self-command, he could not conceal, "whose soldiers are these, pray tell me?" "Whose should they be but that madman, Monk's?" "There has been no battle, then?" "A battle, ah, yes. For what purpose? Lambert's army is melting away like snow in April. All come to Monk, officers and soldiers. In a week Lambert won't have 50 men left. The fisherman was interrupted by a fresh discharge directed against the house, and by another pistol shot which replied to the discharge and struck down the most daring of the aggressors. The rage of soldiers was at its height. The fire still continued to increase, and a crest of flame and smoke whirled and spread over the roof of the house. D'Artagnan could no longer contain himself. "Mordioux," said he to Monk, glancing at him sideways, "you are a general, and allow your men to burn houses and assassinate people, while you look on and warm your hands at the blaze of the conflagration. Mordioux, you are not a man." "Patience, sir, patience," said Monk, smiling. "Patience. Yes, until that brave gentleman is roasted, is that what you mean?" And D'Artagnan rushed forward. "Remain where you are, sir," said Monk, in a tone of command. And he advanced towards the house, just as an officer had approached it, saying to the besieged, "The house is burning, you will be roasted within an hour. There is still time, come, tell us what you know of General Monk, and we will spare your life. Reply, or by St. Patrick." The besieged made no answer, he was no doubt reloading his pistol. "A reinforcement is expected," continued the officer, "in a quarter of an hour there will be 100 men around your house." "I reply to you," said the Frenchman. "Let your men be sent away, I will come out freely and repair to the camp alone, or else I will be killed here." "Mille tonnerres," shouted D'Artagnan, "why, that's the voice of Athos. Ah, canailles!" And the sword of D'Artagnan flashed from its sheath. Monk stopped him and advanced himself, exclaiming, in a sonorous voice, "Hola! What is going on here? Digby, whence this fire? Why these cries?" "The general," cried Digby, letting the point of his sword fall. "The general," repeated the soldiers. "Well, what is there so astonishing in that?" said Monk, in a calm tone. Then, silence being re-established, "Now," said he, "who lit this fire?" The soldiers hung their heads. "What? Do I ask a question, and nobody answers me?" said Monk. "What? Do I find a fault, and nobody repairs it? The fire is still burning, I believe." Immediately the 20 men rushed forward, seizing pails, buckets, jars, barrels, and extinguishing the fire with as much ardor as they had, an instant before, employed in promoting it. But already, and before all the rest, D'Artagnan had applied a ladder to the house, crying, "Athos! It is I, D'Artagnan. Do not kill me, my dearest friend." And in a moment the Count was clasped in his arms. In the meantime, Grimaud, preserving his calmness, dismantled the fortification of the ground floor, and after having opened the door, stood, with his arms folded, quietly on the sill. Only, on hearing the voice of D'Artagnan, he uttered an exclamation of surprise. The fire being extinguished, the soldiers presented themselves, Digby at their head. "General," said he, "excuse us, what we have done was for love of your honor, whom we thought lost." "You were mad, gentlemen. Lost? Is a man like me to be lost? Am I not permitted to be absent, according to my pleasure, without giving formal notice? Do you, by chance, take me for a citizen from the city? Is a gentleman, my friend, my guest, to be besieged, entrapped, and threatened with death, because he is suspected? What signifies the word, suspected? Curse me if I don't have every one of you shot like dogs, that the brave gentleman has left alive." "General," said Digby, piteously, "there were 28 of us, and see, there are 8 on the ground." "I authorize le Comte de la Fere to send the 20 to join the 8, said Monk, stretching out his hand to Athos. "Let them return to camp. Mr. Digby, you will consider yourself under arrest for a month. General, that is to teach you, sir, not to act, another time, without orders." "I had those of the lieutenant, General." "The lieutenant had no such orders to give you, and he shall be placed under arrest, instead of you, if he has really commanded you to burn this gentleman." "He did not command that, General, he commanded us to bring him to the camp, but the Count was not willing to follow us." "I was not willing that they should enter and plunder my house," said Athos to Monk, with a significant look. "And you were quite right. To the camp, I say." The soldiers departed with dejected looks. "Now we are alone," said Monk to Athos, "have the goodness to tell me, Monsieur, why you persisted in remaining here, whilst you had your felucca." "I waited for you, General," said Athos. "Had not your honor appointed to meet me in a week?" An eloquent look from D'Artagnan made it clear to Monk that these 2 men, so brave and so loyal, had not acted in concert for his abduction. He knew already it could not be so. "Monsieur," said he to D'Artagnan, "you were perfectly right. Have the kindness to allow me a moment's conversation with le Comte de la Fère." D'Artagnan took advantage of this to go and ask Grimaud how he was. Monk requested Athos to conduct him to the chamber he lived in. This chamber was still full of smoke and rubbish. More than 50 balls had passed through the windows and mutilated the walls. They found a table, inkstand, and materials for writing. Monk took up a pen, wrote a single line, signed it, folded the paper, sealed the letter with the seal of his ring, and handed over the missive to Athos, saying, "Monsieur, carry, if you please, this letter to King Charles II, and set out immediately if nothing detains you here any longer." "And the casks," said Athos. "The fishermen who brought me hither will assist you in transporting them on board. Depart, if possible, within an hour." "Yes, General," said Athos. "Monsieur d'Artagnan," cried Monk, from the window. D'Artagnan ran up precipitately. "Embrace your friend and bid him adieu, sir, he is returning to Holland." "To Holland," cried D'Artagnan, "and I." "You are at liberty to follow him, monsieur, but I request you to remain," said Monk. "Will you refuse me?" "Oh, no, General, I am at your orders." D'Artagnan embraced Athos, and only had time to bid him adieu. Monk watched them both. Then he took upon himself the preparations for the departure, the transportation of the casks on board, and the embarking of Athos. Then, taking D'Artagnan by the arm, who was quite amazed and agitated, he led him towards Newcastle. Whilst going along, the general leaning on his arm, D'Artagnan could not help murmuring to himself, "Come, come, it seems to me that the shares of the firm of Planchet and Company are rising." 31. Monk reveals himself. D'Artagnan, although he flattered himself with better success, had, nevertheless, not too well comprehended his situation. It was a strange and grave subject for him to reflect upon, this voyage of Athos into England, this league of the king with Athos, and that extraordinary combination of his design with that of the Comte de la Fère. The best way was to let things follow their own train. An imprudence had been committed, and, whilst having succeeded, as he had promised, D'Artagnan found that he had gained no advantage by his success. Since everything was lost, he could risk no more. D'Artagnan followed Monk through his camp. The return of the general had produced a marvelous effect, for his people had thought him lost. But Monk, with his austere look and icy demeanor, appeared to ask of his eager lieutenants and delighted soldiers the cause of all this joy. Therefore, to the lieutenants who had come to meet him, and who expressed the uneasiness with which they had learnt his departure. "Why is all this?" said he. "Am I obliged to give you an account of myself?" "But your honor, the sheep may well tremble without the shepherd." "Tremble," replied Monk, in his calm and powerful voice. "Ah, monsieur, what a word! Curse me, if my sheep have not both teeth and claws, I renounce being their shepherd." "Ah, you tremble, gentlemen, do you?" "Yes, General, for you." "Oh, pray meddle with your own concerns. If I have not the wit God gave to Oliver Cromwell, I have that which he has sent to me. I am satisfied with it, however little it may be." The officer made no reply, and Monk, having imposed silence on his people, all remained persuaded that he had accomplished some important work or made some important trial. This was forming a very poor conception of his patience and scrupulous genius. Monk, if he had the good faith of the Puritans, his allies, must have returned fervent thanks to the patron saint who had taken him from the box of D'Artagnan. Whilst these things were going on, our musketeer could not help constantly repeating, "God grant that Monk may not have as much pride as I have, for I declare that if anyone had put me into a coffer with that grating over my mouth, and carried me packed up, like a calf, across the seas, I should cherish such a memory of my piteous looks in that coffer, and such an ugly animosity against him who had enclosed me in it, I should dread so greatly to see a sarcastic smile blooming upon the face of the malicious wretch, or in his attitude any grotesque imitation of my position in the box, that, mordio, I should plunge a good dagger into his throat in compensation for the grating, and would nail him down in a veritable bier, in remembrance of the false coffin in which I had been left and to grow mouldy for 2 days." And D'Artagnan spoke honestly when he spoke thus, for the skin of our Gascon was a very thin one. Monk, fortunately, entertained other ideas. He never opened his mouth to his timid conqueror concerning the past, but he admitted him very near to his person in his labors, took him with him to several reconnoiterings, in such a way as to obtain that which he evidently warmly desired, a rehabilitation in the mind of D'Artagnan. The latter conducted himself like a past master in the art of flattery. He admired all Monk's tactics, and the ordering of his camp. He joked very pleasantly upon the circumvallations of Lambert's camp, who had, he said, very uselessly given himself the trouble to enclose a camp for 20,000 men, whilst an acre of ground would have been quite sufficient for the corporal and 50 guards who would perhaps remain faithful to him. Monk, immediately after his arrival, had accepted the proposition made by Lambert the evening before, for an interview, and which Monk's lieutenants had refused under the pretext that the general was indisposed. This interview was neither long nor interesting. Lambert demanded a profession of faith from his rival. The latter declared he had no other opinion than that of the majority. Lambert asked if it would not be more expedient to terminate the quarrel by an alliance than by a battle. Monk hereupon demanded a week for consideration. Now, Lambert could not refuse this, and Lambert, nevertheless, had come saying that he should devour Monk's army. Therefore, at the end of the interview, which Lambert's party watched with impatience, nothing was decided, neither treaty nor battle. The rebel army, as D'Artagnan had foreseen, began to prefer the good cause to the bad one, and the Parliament, rumpish as it was, to the pompous nothings of Lambert's designs. They remembered, likewise, the good feasts of London, the profusion of ale and sherry with which the citizens of London paid their friends the soldiers. They looked with terror at the black war bread, at the troubled waters of the Tweed, too salt for the glass, not enough so for the pot, and they said to themselves, are not the roast meats kept warm for Monk in London? From that time nothing was heard of but desertion in Lambert's army. The soldiers allowed themselves to be drawn away by the force of principles, which are, like discipline, the obligatory tie in everybody constituted for any purpose. Monk defended the Parliament, Lambert attacked it. Monk had no more inclination to support Parliament than Lambert, but he had it inscribed on his standards, so that all those of the contrary party were reduced to write upon theirs, rebellion, which sounded ill to Puritan ears. They flocked, then, from Lambert to Monk, as sinners flock from Baal to God. Monk made his calculations. At 1,000 desertions a day Lambert had men enough to last 20 days, but there is in sinking things such a growth of weight and swiftness, which combine with each other, that 100 left the first day, 500 the second, 1,000 the third. Monk thought he had obtained his rate. But from 1,000 the deserters increased to 2,000, then to 4,000, and, a week after, Lambert, perceiving that he had no longer the possibility of accepting battle, if it were offered to him, took the wise resolution of decamping during the night, returning to London, and being beforehand with Monk in constructing a power with the wreck of the military party. But Monk, free and without uneasiness, marched towards London as a conqueror, augmenting his army with all the floating parties on the way. He encamped at Barnet, that is to say, within 4 leagues of the capital, cherished by the Parliament, which thought it beheld in him a protector, and awaited by the people, who were anxious to see him reveal himself, that they might judge him. D'Artagnan himself had not been able to fathom his tactics. He observed, he admired. Monk could not enter London with a settled determination without bringing about civil war. He temporized for a short time. Suddenly, when least expected, Monk drove the military party out of London, and installed himself in the city amidst the citizens, by order of the Parliament. Then, at the moment when the citizens were crying out against Monk, at the moment when the soldiers themselves were accusing their leader, Monk, finding himself certain of a majority, declared to the Rump Parliament that it must abdicate, be dissolved, and yield its place to a government which would not be a joke. Monk pronounced this declaration, supported by 50,000 swords, to which, that same evening, were united, with shouts of delirious joy, the 5,000 inhabitants of the good city of London. At length, at the moment when the people, after their triumphs and festive repasts in the open streets, were looking about for a master, it was affirmed that a vessel had left The Hague, bearing King Charles II and his fortunes. "Gentlemen," said Monk to his officers, "I am going to meet the legitimate king. He who loves me will follow me." A burst of acclamations welcomed these words, which D'Artagnan did not hear without the greatest delight. "Mordioux," said he to Monk, "that is bold, monsieur. You will accompany me, will you not?" said Monk. "Pardieu, General. But tell me, I beg, what you wrote by Athos, that is to say, the Comte de la Fere, you know, the day of our arrival." "I have no secrets from you now," replied Monk. "I wrote these words, Sire, I expect your Majesty in 6 weeks at Dover." "Ah," said D'Artagnan, "I no longer say it is bold, I say it is well played, it is a fine stroke." "You are something of a judge in such matters," replied Monk. And this was the only time the general had ever made an allusion to his voyage to Holland. 32. Athos and D'Artagnan meet once more at the hostelry of the Corne du Cerf. The King of England made his entrée into Dover with great pomp, as he afterwards did in London. He had sent for his brothers, he had brought over his mother and sister. England had been for so long a time given up to herself, that is to say, to tyranny, mediocrity and nonsense, that this return of Charles II, whom the English only knew as the son of the man whose head they had cut off, was a festival for 3 kingdoms. Consequently, all the good wishes, all the acclamations which accompanied his return, struck the young king so forcibly that he stooped and whispered in the ear of James of York, his younger brother, "In truth, James, it seems to have been our own fault that we were so long absent from a country where we are so much beloved." The pageant was magnificent. Beautiful weather favored the solemnity. Charles had regained all his youth, all his good humor, he appeared to be transfigured, hearts seemed to smile on him like the sun. Amongst this noisy crowd of courtiers and worshippers, who did not appear to remember they had conducted to the scaffold at Whitehall the father of the new king, a man, in the garb of a lieutenant of musketeers, looked, with a smile upon his thin, intellectual lips, sometimes at the people vociferating their blessings, and sometimes at the prince, who pretended emotion, and who bowed most particularly to the women, whose bouquets fell beneath his horse's feet. "What a fine trade is that of king," said this man, so completely absorbed in contemplation that he stopped in the middle of the road, leaving the cortege to file past. "Now, there is, in good truth, a prince all bespangled over with gold and diamonds, enameled with flowers like a spring meadow. He is about to plunge his empty hands into the immense coffer in which his now faithful, but so lately unfaithful, subjects have amassed 1 or 2 cartloads of ingots of gold. They cast bouquets enough upon him to smother him, and yet, if he had presented himself to them 2 months ago, they would have sent as many bullets and balls at him as they now throw flowers. Decidedly it is worth something to be born in a certain sphere, with due respect to the lowly, who pretend that it is of very little advantage to them to be born lowly." The cortege continued to file on, and, with the king, the acclamations began to die away in the direction of the palace, which, however, did not prevent our officer from being pushed about. "Mordioux," continued the reasoner, "these people tread upon my toes and look upon me as of very little consequence, or rather of none at all, seeing that they are Englishmen and I am a Frenchman. If all these people were asked, 'Who is M. d'Artagnan?' they would reply, 'Nessio vos.' But let anyone say to them, 'There is the king going by, there is M. Monk going by,' they would run away, shouting, 'Vive le roi! Vive M. Monk!' till their lungs were exhausted. And yet," continued he, surveying, with that look sometimes so keen and sometimes so proud, the diminishing crowd, "and yet, reflect a little, my good people, on what your king has done, on what M. Monk has done, and then think what has been done by this poor unknown, who is called M. d'Artagnan. It is true you do not know him, since he is here unknown, and that prevents your thinking about the matter. But, bah, what matters it? All that does not prevent Charles II from being a great king, although he has been exiled 12 years, or M. Monk from being a great captain, although he did make a voyage to Holland in a box. Well, then, since it is admitted that one is a great king and the other a great captain, hurrah for King Charles II. Hurrah for General Monk!" And his voice mingled with the voices of the hundreds of spectators, over which it sounded for a moment. Then, the better to play the devoted man, he took off his hat and waved it in the air. Someone seized his arm in the very height of his expansive loyalism. In 1660 that was so termed which we now call royalism. "Athos," cried D'Artagnan, "you hear?" And the 2 friends seized each other's hands. "You hear, and being here," continued the musketeer, "you are not in the midst of all these courtiers, my dear Comte. What? You, the hero of the fête, you are not prancing on the left hand of the king, as M. Monk is prancing on the right. In truth, I cannot comprehend your character, nor that of the prince who owes you so much. Always scornful, my dear D'Artagnan, said Athos. Will you never correct yourself of that vile habit? But you do not form part of the pageant. I do not, because I was not willing to do so. And why were you not willing? Because I am neither envoy nor ambassador, nor representative of the King of France, and it does not become me to exhibit myself thus near the person of another king than the one God has given me for a master. Mordioux, you came very near to the person of the king, his father. That was another thing, my friend, he was about to die. And yet that which you did for him. I did it because it was my duty to do it. But you know I hate all ostentation. Let King Charles II, then, who no longer stands in need of me, leave me to my rest, and in the shadow, that is all I claim of him. D'Artagnan sighed. What is the matter with you? Said Athos. One would say that this happy return of the king to London saddens you, my friend, you who have done at least as much for his majesty as I have. Have I not, replied D'Artagnan, with his Gascon laugh, have I not done much for his majesty, without anyone suspecting it? Yes, yes, but the king is well aware of it, my friend, cried Athos. He is aware of it, said the musketeer bitterly, by my faith. I did not suspect so, and I was even a moment ago trying to forget it myself. But he, my friend, will not forget it, I will answer for him. You tell me that to console me a little, Athos. For what? Mordioux, for all the expense I incurred. I have ruined myself, my friend, ruined myself for the restoration of this young prince who has just passed, cantering on his Isabel-colored horse. The king does not know you have ruined yourself, my friend, but he knows he owes you much. And say, Athos, does that advance me in any respect? For to do you justice, you have labored nobly. But I who in appearance marred your combinations, it was I who really made them succeed. Follow my calculations closely, you might not have, by persuasions or mildness, convinced General Monk, whilst I so roughly treated this dear general, that I furnished your prince with an opportunity of showing himself generous. This generosity was inspired in him by the fact of my fortunate mistake, and Charles is paid by the restoration which Monk has brought about. All that, my dear friend, is strikingly true, replied Athos. Well, strikingly true as it may be, it is not less true, my friend, that I shall return, greatly beloved by M. Monk, who calls me dear captain all day long, although I am neither dear to him nor a captain, and much appreciated by the king, who has already forgotten my name. It is not less true, I say, that I shall return to my beautiful country, cursed by the soldiers I had raised with the hopes of large pay, cursed by the brave Planchet, of who I have borrowed a part of his fortune. How is that? What the devil had Planchet to do in all this? Ah, yes, my friend, but this king, so spruce, so smiling, so adored, M. Monk fancies he has recalled him, you fancy you have supported him, I fancy I have brought him back, the people fancy they have reconquered him, he himself fancies he has negotiated his restoration, and yet nothing of all this is true, for Charles II, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland, has been replaced upon the throne by a French grocer, who lives in the Rue des Lombards and is named Planchet. And such is grandeur. Vanity, says the scripture, vanity, all is vanity. Athos could not help laughing at this whimsical outbreak of his friend. My dear D'Artagnan, said he, pressing his hand affectionately, should you not exercise a little more philosophy? Is it not some further satisfaction to you to have saved my life as you did by arriving so fortunately with Monk, when those damned parliamentarians wanted to burn me alive? Well, but you, in some degree, deserved a little burning, my friend. How so? What, for having saved King Charles's million? What million? Ah, that is true. You never knew that, my friend, but you must not be angry, for it was my secret. That word, remember, which the king pronounced upon the scaffold. And which means, Souviens toi. Exactly. That was signified. Remember there is a million buried in the vaults of Newcastle Abbey, and that million belongs to my son. Ah, very well, I understand. But what I understand likewise, and what is very frightful, is, that every time His Majesty Charles II will think of me, he will say to himself, there is the man who came very near to making me lose my crown. Fortunately I was generous, great, full of presence of mind. That will be said by the young gentleman in a shabby black doublet, who came to the chateau of Blois, hat in hand, to ask me if I would give him access to the King of France. D'Artagnan, said Athos, laying his hand on the shoulder of the musketeer, you are unjust. I have a right to be so. No, for you are ignorant of the future. D'Artagnan looked his friend full in the face, and began to laugh. In truth, my dear Athos, said he, you have some sayings so superb, that they only belong to you and le Cardinal Mazarin. Athos frowned slightly. I beg your pardon, continued D'Artagnan, laughing, I beg your pardon if I have offended you. The future. Mean. What pretty words are words that promise, and how well they fill the mouth in default of other things. Mordioux. After having met with so many who promised, when shall I find one who will give? But, let that pass. Continued D'Artagnan. What are you doing here, my dear Athos? Are you the king's treasurer? How? Why the king's treasurer? Well, since the king possess 1,000,000, he must want a treasurer. The king of France, although he is not worth a sou, has still a superintendent of finance, M. Fouquet. It is true, that, in exchange, M. Fouquet, they say, has a good number of millions of his own. Oh, our million was spent long ago, said Athos, laughing in his turn. I understand, it was frittered away in satin, precious stones, velvet, and feathers of all sorts and colors. All these princes and princesses stood in great need of tailors and dressmakers. Athos, do you remember what we fellows spent in equipping ourselves for the campaign of La Rochelle, and to make our appearance on horseback? 2 or 3,000 livres, by my faith. But a king's robe is the more ample, it would require 1,000,000 to purchase the stuff. At least, Athos, if you are not treasurer, you are on good footing at court. By the faith of a gentleman, I know nothing about it, said Athos, simply. What, you know nothing about it? No, I have not seen the king since we left Dover. Then he has forgotten you, too. Mordioux, that is shameful. His Majesty has had so much business to transact. Oh! Cried D'Artagnan, with one of those intelligent grimaces which he alone knew how to make, that is enough to make me recover my love for Monseigneur Giulio Mazarini. What, Athos? The king has not seen you since then. No. And you are not furious. Why should I be? Do you imagine, my dear D'Artagnan, that it was on the king's account I acted as I have done? I did not know the young man. I defended the father, who represented a principle, sacred in my eyes, and I allowed myself to be drawn towards the son from sympathy for this same principle. Besides, he was a worthy knight, a noble creature, that father, do you remember him? Yes, that is true, he was a brave, an excellent man, who led a sad life, but made a fine end. Well, my dear D'Artagnan, understand this, to that king, to that man of heart, to that friend of my thoughts, if I durst venture to say so, I swore at the last hour to preserve faithfully the secret of a deposit which was to be transmitted to his son, to assist him in his hour of need. This young man came to me, he described his destitution, he was ignorant that he was anything to me save a living memory of his father. I have accomplished towards Charles II what I promised Charles I, that is all. Of what consequence is it to me, then, whether he be grateful or not? It is to myself I have rendered a service, by relieving myself of this responsibility, and not to him. Well, I have always said, replied D'Artagnan, with a sigh, that disinterestedness was the finest thing in the world. Well, and you, my friend, resumed Athos, are you not in the same situation as myself? If I have properly understood your words, you allowed yourself to be affected by the misfortunes of this young man, that, on your part, was much greater than it was upon mine, for I had a duty to fulfill, whilst you were under no obligation to the son of the martyr. You had not, on your part, to pay him the price of that precious drop of blood which he let fall upon my brow, through the floor of the scaffold. That which made you act was heart alone, the noble and good heart which you possess beneath your apparent skepticism and sarcastic irony. You have engaged the fortune of a servitor, and your own, I suspect, my benevolent miser. And your sacrifice is not acknowledged. Of what consequence is it? You wish to repay Planchet his money. I can comprehend that, my friend, for it is not becoming in a gentleman to borrow from his inferior, without returning to him principal and interest. Well, I will sell Lafire if necessary, and if not, some little farm. You shall pay Planchet, and there will be enough, believe me, of corn left in my granaries for us two and Raoul. In this way, my friend, you will be under obligations to nobody but yourself, and, if I know you well, it will not be a small satisfaction to your mind to be able to say, I have made a king. Am I right, Athos? Athos, murmured D'Artagnan, thoughtfully, I have told you more than once that the day on which you will preach I shall attend the sermon, the day on which you will tell me there is a hell, mordio. I shall be afraid of the gridiron and the pitchforks. You are better than I, or rather, better than anybody, and I only acknowledge the possession of one quality, and that is, of not being jealous. Except that defect, damn, as the English say, if I have not all the rest. I know no one equal to D'Artagnan, replied Athos, but here we are, having quietly reached the house I inhabit. Will you come in, my friend? Why this is the tavern of the Corne du Cerf, I think, said D'Artagnan. I confess I chose it on purpose. I like old acquaintances, I like to sit down on that place, whereon I sank, overcome by fatigue, overwhelmed by despair, when you returned on the 31st of January. After having discovered the abode of the masked executioner. Yes, that was a terrible day. Come in, then, said Athos, interrupting him. They entered the large apartment, formerly the common one. The tavern, in general, and this room in particular, had undergone great changes. The ancient host of the Musketeers, having become tolerably rich for an innkeeper, had closed his shop, and make of this room of which we were speaking, a storeroom for colonial provisions. As for the rest of the house, he let it ready furnished to strangers. It was with unspeakable emotion D'Artagnan recognized all the furniture of the chamber of the first story, the wainscoting, the tapestries, and even that geographical chart which Porthos had so fondly studied in his moments of leisure. It is 11 years ago, cried D'Artagnan. Mordio, it appears to me a century. And to me but a day, said Athos. Imagine the joy I experience, my friend, in seeing you there, in pressing your hand, in casting from me sword and dagger, and tasting without mistrust this glass of sherry. And, oh, what still further joy it would be, if our two friends were there, at the two corners of the table, and Raoul, my beloved Raoul, on the threshold, looking at us with his large eyes, at once so brilliant and so soft. Yes, yes, said D'Artagnan, much affected, that is true. I approve particularly of the first part of your thought. It is very pleasant to smile there where we have so legitimately shuddered in thinking that from one moment to another Mordaunt might appear upon the landing. At this moment the door opened, and D'Artagnan, brave as he was, could not restrain a slight movement of fright. Athos understood him, and, smiling, "It is our host," said he, bringing me a letter. "Yes, my lord," said the good man, "here is a letter for your honor." "Thank you," said Athos, taking the letter without looking at it. "Tell me, my dear host, if you do not remember this gentleman." The old man raised his head, and looked attentively at D'Artagnan. "No," said he. "It is," said Athos, "one of those friends of whom I have spoken to you, and who lodged here with me 11 years ago." "Oh, but," said the old man, "so many strangers have lodged here." "But we lodged here on the 30th of January, 1649, added Athos, believing he should stimulate the lazy memory of the host by this remark. "That is very possible," replied he, smiling, "but it is so long ago." And he bowed, and went out. "Thank you," said D'Artagnan, "perform exploits, accomplish revolutions, endeavor to engrave your name in stone or bronze with strong swords. There is something more rebellious, more hard, more forgetful than iron, bronze, or stone, and that is, the brain of a lodging-house keeper who has grown rich in the trade. He does not know me. Well, I should have known him, though." Athos, smiling at his friend's philosophy, unsealed his letter. "Ah," said he, "a letter from Paris." Oh, said D'Artagnan, "read it, my friend, read it. No doubt it contains news." Athos shook his head, and read. "Monsieur le Comte, the king has experienced much regret at not seeing you today beside him, at his entrance. His Majesty commands me to say so, and to recall him to your memory. His Majesty will expect you this evening, at the Palace of St. James, between 9 and 10 o'clock. I am, respectfully, Monsieur le Comte, your honor's very humble and very obedient servant. Paris." "You see, my dear D'Artagnan," said Athos, "we must not despair of the hearts of kings." "Not despair. You were right to say so, replied D'Artagnan. Oh, my dear, very dear friend, resumed Athos, whom the almost imperceptible bitterness of D'Artagnan had not escaped. Pardon me, can I have unintentionally wounded my best comrade? You were mad, Athos, and to prove it, I shall conduct you to the palace, to the very gate. I mean, the walk will do me good. You shall go in with me, my friend, I will speak to his majesty. No, no, replied D'Artagnan, with true pride, free from all mixture. If there is anything worse than begging yourself, it is making others beg for you. Come, let us go, my friend, the walk will be charming. On the way I shall show you the house of M. Monk, who has detained me with him. A beautiful house, by my faith. Being a general in England is better than being a marechal in France, please to know. Athos allowed himself to be led along, quite saddened by D'Artagnan's forced attempts at gaiety. The whole city was in a state of joy. The two friends were jostled at every moment by enthusiasts who required them, in their intoxication, to cry out, "Long live good King Charles!" D'Artagnan replied by a grunt, and Athos by a smile. They arrived thus in front of Monk's house, before which, as we have said, they had to pass on their way to St. James's. Athos and D'Artagnan said but little on the road, for the simple reason that they would have had so many things to talk about if they had spoken. Athos thought that by speaking he should evince satisfaction, and that might wound D'Artagnan. The latter feared that in speaking he should allow some little bitterness to steal into his words which would render his company unpleasant to his friend. It was a singular emulation of silence between contentment and ill humor. D'Artagnan gave way first to that itching at the tip of his tongue which he so habitually experienced. Do you remember, Athos, said he, the passage of the Memoirs de d'Aubigny, in which that devoted servant, a Gascon like myself, poor as myself, and, I was going to add, brave as myself, relates instances of the meanness of Henry IV. My father always told me, I remember, that d'Aubigny was a liar. But, nevertheless, examine how all the princes, the issue of the great Henry, keep up the character of the race. Nonsense, said Athos, the kings of France misers. You were mad, my friend. Oh, you were so perfect yourself, you never agree to the faults of others. But, in reality, Henry IV was covetous, Louis XIII, his son, was so likewise. We know something of that, don't we? Gaston carried this vice to exaggeration, and has made himself, in this respect, hated by all who surround him. Henriette, poor woman, might well be avaricious, she who did not eat every day, and could not warm herself every winter, and that is an example she has given to her son Charles II, grandson of the great Henry IV, who is as covetous as his mother and his grandfather. See if I have well traced the genealogy of the misers. D'Artagnan, my friend, cried Athos, you are very rude towards that eagle race called the Bourbons. And I have forgotten the best instance of all, the other grandson of the Béarnais, Louis XIV, my ex-master. Well, I hope he is miserly enough, he who would not lend $1 million to his brother Charles. Good. I see you are beginning to be angry. Here we are, by good luck, close to my house, or rather that of my friend, M. Monk. My dear D'Artagnan, you do not make me angry, you make me sad. It is cruel, in fact, to see a man of your deserts out of the position his services ought to have acquired. It appears to me, my dear friend, that your name is as radiant as the greatest names in war and diplomacy. Tell me if the Luns, the Bolligards, and the Bassompierres have merited, as we have, fortunes and honors. You were right, my friend, 100 times right. D'Artagnan sighed, and preceded his friend under the porch of the mansion Monk inhabited, at the extremity of the city. Permit me, said he, to leave my purse at home, for if in the crowd those clever pickpockets of London, who were much boasted of, even in Paris, were to steal from me the remainder of my poor crowns, I should not be able to return to France. Now, content I left France, and wild with joy I should return to it, seeing that all my prejudices of former days against England have returned, accompanied by many others. Athos made no reply. So, then, my dear friend, 1 second, and I will follow you, said D'Artagnan. I know you are in a hurry to go yonder to receive your reward, but, believe me, I am not less eager to partake of your joy, although from a distance. Wait for me. And D'Artagnan was already passing through the vestibule, when a man, half servant, half soldier, who filled in Monk's establishment the double function of porter and guard, stopped our musketeer, saying to him in English, "I beg your pardon, my Lord d'Artagnan." "Well," replied the latter, "what is it? Is the general going to dismiss me? I only needed to be expelled by him." These words, spoken in French, made no impression upon the person to whom they were addressed, and who himself only spoke an English mixed with the rudest Scots. But Athos was grieved at them, for he began to think D'Artagnan was not wrong. The Englishman showed D'Artagnan a letter, from the general, said he. "Aye, that's it, my dismissal," replied the Gascon. "Must I read it, Athos?" "You must be deceived," said Athos, "or I know no more honest people in the world but you and myself." D'Artagnan shrugged his shoulders and unsealed the letter, while the impassible Englishman held for him a large lantern, by the light of which he was enabled to read it. "Well, what is the matter?" said Athos, seeing the countenance of the reader change. "Read it yourself," said the musketeer. Athos took the paper and read. "Monsieur d'Artagnan, the king regrets very much you did not come to St. Paul's with his cortege. He missed you, as I also have missed you, my dear captain. There is but one means of repairing all this. His Majesty expects me at 9 o'clock at the Palace of St. James's. Will you be there at the same time with me? His gracious Majesty appoints that hour for an audience he grants you." This letter was from Monk. 33. The audience. "Well," cried Athos with a mild look of reproach, when D'Artagnan had read the letter addressed to him by Monk. "Well," said D'Artagnan, read with pleasure, and a little with shame, at having so hastily accused the king and Monk. "This is a politeness, which leads to nothing, it is true, but yet it is a politeness." "I had great difficulty in believing the young prince ungrateful," said Athos. "The fact is, that his present is still too near his past," replied D'Artagnan. "After all, everything to the present moment proved me right. I acknowledge it, my dear friend, I acknowledge it. Ah, there is your cheerful look returned. You cannot think how delighted I am. Thus you see," said D'Artagnan, "Charles II receives M. Monk at 9 o'clock, he will receive me at 10, it is a grand audience, of the sort which at the Louvre are called, distributions of court holy water. Come, let us go and place ourselves under the spout, my dear friend. Come along." Athos replied nothing, and both directed their steps, at a quick pace, towards the Palace of St. James's, which the crowd still surrounded, to catch, through the windows, the shadows of the courtiers and the reflection of the royal person. 8 o'clock was striking when the two friends took their places in the gallery filled with courtiers and politicians. Everyone looked at these simply dressed men in foreign costumes, at these two noble heads so full of character and meaning. On their side, Athos and D'Artagnan, having with 2 glances taken the measure of the whole assembly, resumed their chat. A great noise was suddenly heard at the extremity of the gallery. It was General Monk, who entered, followed by more than 20 officers, all eager for a smile, as only the evening before he was master of all England, and a glorious tomorrow was looked to, for the restorer of the Stuart family. "Gentlemen," said Monk, turning round, "henceforward I beg you to remember that I am no longer anything. Lately I commanded the principal army of the Republic, now that army is the king's, into whose hands I am about to surrender, at his command, my power of yesterday." Great surprise was painted on all the countenances, and the circle of adulators and suppliants which surrounded Monk an instant before, was enlarged by degrees, and ended by being lost in the large undulations of the crowd. Monk was going into the antechamber as others did. D'Artagnan could not help remarking this to the Comte de la Fère, who frowned on beholding it. Suddenly the door of the royal apartment opened, and the young king appeared, preceded by 2 officers of his household. "Good evening, gentlemen," said he. "Is General Monk here?" "I am here, sire," replied the old general. Charles stepped hastily towards him, and seized his hand with the warmest demonstration of friendship. "General," said the king, aloud, "I have just signed your patent. You are Duke of Albemarle, and my intention is that no one shall equal you in power and fortune in this kingdom, where, the noble Montrose excepted, no one has equaled you in loyalty, courage, and talent. Gentlemen, the Duke is commander of our armies of land and sea, pay him your respects, if you please, in that character." Whilst everyone was pressing round the general, who received all this homage without losing his impassibility for an instant, D'Artagnan said to Athos, when one thinks that this duchy, this commander of the land and sea forces, all these grandeurs, in a word, have been shut up in a box 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. My friend, replied Athos, much more imposing grandeurs are confined in boxes still smaller, and remain there forever. All at once Monk perceived the two gentlemen, who held themselves aside until the crowd had diminished. He made himself a passage towards them, so that he surprised them in the midst of their philosophical reflections. "Were you speaking of me?" said he, with a smile. "My lord," replied Athos, "we were speaking likewise of God." Monk reflected for a moment, and then replied gaily, "Gentlemen, let us speak a little of the king likewise, if you please, for you have, I believe, an audience of his majesty." "At 9 o'clock, said Athos. "At 10 o'clock, said D'Artagnan. "Let us go into this closet at once," replied Monk, making a sign to his two companions to precede him, but to that neither would consent. The king, during this discussion so characteristic of the French, had returned to the center of the gallery. "Oh, my Frenchmen," said he, in that tone of careless gaiety which, in spite of so much grief and so many crosses, he had never lost. "My Frenchmen, my consolation." Athos and D'Artagnan bowed. "Duke, conduct these gentlemen into my study." "I am at your service, messieurs," added he in French. And he promptly expedited his court, to return to his Frenchmen, as he called them. "Monsieur d'Artagnan," said he, as he entered his closet, "I am glad to see you again." "Sire, my joy is at its height, at having the honor to salute your majesty in your own palace of St. James's. Monsieur, you have been willing to render me a great service, and I owe you my gratitude for it. If I did not fear to intrude upon the rights of our command general, I would offer you some post worthy of you near our person." "Sire," replied D'Artagnan, "I have quitted the service of the King of France, making a promise to my prince not to serve any other king." "Humph," said Charles, "I am sorry to hear that. I should like to do much for you, I like you very much." "Sire, but, let us see," said Charles with a smile, "if we cannot make you break your word." "Duke, assist me. If you were offered, that is to say, if I offered you the chief command of my musketeers." D'Artagnan bowed lower than before. "I should have the regret to refuse what your gracious majesty would offer me," said he. "A gentleman has but his word, and that word, as I have had the honor to tell your majesty, is engaged to the King of France." "We shall say no more about it, then," said the king, turning towards Athos, and leaving D'Artagnan plunged in the deepest pangs of disappointment. "Ah, I said so," muttered the musketeer. "Words, words. Court holy water. Kings have always a marvelous talent for offering us that which they know we will not accept, and in appearing generous without risk. So be it, triple fool that I was to have hoped for a moment." During this time, Charles took the hand of Athos. "Comte," said he, "you have been to me a second father, the services you have rendered to me are above all price. I have, nevertheless, thought of a recompense. You were created by my father a Knight of the Garter, that is an order which all the kings of Europe cannot bear, by the Queen Regent, Knight of the Holy Ghost, which is an order not less illustrious. I joined to it that of the Golden Fleece sent me by the King of France, to whom the King of Spain, his father-in-law, gave two on the occasion of his marriage, but in return, I have a service to ask of you." "Sire," said Athos, with confusion, "the Golden Fleece for me. When the King of France is the only person in my country who enjoys that distinction. I wish you to be in your country and all others the equal of all those whom sovereigns have honored with their favor," said Charles, drawing the chain from his neck, "and I am sure, Count, my father smiles on me from his grave." "It is unaccountably strange," said D'Artagnan to himself, whilst his friend, on his knees, received the eminent order which the king conferred on him. "It is almost incredible that I have always seen showers of prosperity fall upon all who surrounded me, and that not a drop ever reached me. If I were a jealous man, it would be enough to make one tear one's hair, parole d'honneur." Athos rose from his knees, and Charles embraced him tenderly. "General," said he to Monk, then stopping, with a smile, "pardon me, Duke, I mean. No wonder if I make a mistake, the word Duke is too short for me, I always seek some title to lengthen it. I should wish to see you so near my throne, that I might say to you, as to Louis XIV, my brother. Oh, I have it, and you will almost be my brother, for I make you Viceroy of Ireland and Scotland, my dear Duke. So, after that fashion, henceforward I shall not make a mistake." The duke seized the hand of the king, but without enthusiasm, without joy, as he did everything. His heart, however, had been moved by this last favor. Charles, by skillfully husbanding his generosity, had given the duke time to wish, although he might not have wished for so much as was given him. Mordioux, grumbled D'Artagnan, there is the shower beginning again. Oh, it is enough to turn one's brain. And he turned away with an air so sorrowful and so comically piteous, that the king, who caught it, could not restrain a smile. Monk was preparing to leave the room, to take leave of Charles. "What, my trusty and well-beloved," said the king to the duke, "are you going?" "With your majesty's permission, for in truth I am weary. The emotions of the day have worn me out, I stand in need of rest." "But," said the king, "you are not going without D'Artagnan, I hope." "Why not, sire?" said the old warrior. "Well, you know very well why," said the king. Monk looked at Charles with astonishment. "Oh, it may be possible, but if you forget, you, D'Artagnan, do not." Astonishment was painted on the face of the musketeer. "Well, then, duke," said the king, "do you not lodge with D'Artagnan?" "I had the honor of offering D'Artagnan a lodging, yes, sire." "That idea is your own, and yours solely." "Mine and mine only, yes, sire." "Well, but it could not be otherwise, the prisoner always lodges with his conqueror." Monk colored in his turn. "Ah, that is true," said he, "I am D'Artagnan's prisoner." "Without doubt, duke, since you are not yet ransomed, but have no care of that, it was I who took you out of D'Artagnan's hands, and it is I who will pay your ransom." The eyes of D'Artagnan regained their gaiety and their brilliancy. The Gascon began to understand. Charles advanced towards him. "The general," said he, "is not rich, and cannot pay you what he is worth. I am richer, certainly, but now that he is a duke, and if not a king, almost a king, he is worth a sum I could not perhaps pay. Come, D'Artagnan, be moderate with me, how much do I owe you?" D'Artagnan, delighted at the turn things were taking, but not for a moment losing his self-possession, replied, "Sire, your majesty has no occasion to be alarmed. When I had the good fortune to take his grace, Monk was only a general, it is therefore only a general's ransom that is due to me. But if the general will have the kindness to deliver me his sword, I shall consider myself paid, for there is nothing in the world but the general's sword which is worth as much as himself." "Odds fish, as my father said," cried Charles. "That is a gallant proposal, and a gallant man, is he not, duke?" "Upon my honor, yes, sire," and he drew his sword. "Monsieur," said he to D'Artagnan, "here is what you demand. Many have handled a better blade, but however modest mine may be, I have never surrendered it to anyone." D'Artagnan received with pride the sword which had just made a king. "Oh, oh!" cried Charles II, "what a sword that has restored me to my throne, to go out of the kingdom, and not, one day, to figure among the crown jewels. No, on my soul. That shall not be. Captain D'Artagnan, I will give you 200,000 livres for your sword. If that is too little, say so." "It is too little, sire," replied D'Artagnan, with inimitable seriousness. "In the first place, I do not at all wish to sell it, but your majesty desires me to do so, and that is an order. I obey, then, but the respect I owe to the illustrious warrior who hears me, commands me to estimate a third more the reward of my victory. I ask then 300,000 livres for the sword, or I shall give it to your majesty for nothing." And taking it by the point he presented it to the king. Charles broke into hilarious laughter. A gallant man, and a merry companion. Odds fish, is he not, duke? Is he not, count? He pleases me. I like him. Here, Chevalier D'Artagnan, take this. And going to the table, he took a pen and wrote an order upon his treasurer for 300,000 livres. D'Artagnan took it, and turning gravely towards Monk, "I have still asked too little, I know," said he, "but believe me, your grace, I would rather have died than allow myself to be governed by avarice." The king began to laugh again, like the happiest cockney of his kingdom. "You will come and see me again before you go, Chevalier," said he. "I shall want to lay in a stock of gaiety now my Frenchmen are leaving me." "Ah, sire, it will not be with the gaiety as with the duke's sword, I will give it to your majesty gratis," replied D'Artagnan, whose feet scarcely seemed to touch the ground. And you, Comte, added Charles, turning towards Athos, come again. Also, I have an important message to confide to you. Your hand, Duke. Monk pressed the hand of the king. Adieu, gentlemen, said Charles, holding out each of his hands to the two Frenchmen, who carried them to their lips. Well, said Athos, when they were out of the palace, are you satisfied? Hush, said D'Artagnan, wild with joy, I have not yet returned from the treasurer's, a shudder may fall upon my head. 34. Of the embarrassment of riches. D'Artagnan lost no time, and as soon as the thing was suitable and opportune, he paid a visit to the Lord Treasurer of His Majesty. He had then the satisfaction to exchange a piece of paper, covered with very ugly writing, for a prodigious number of crowns, recently stamped with the effigies of His very gracious Majesty Charles II. D'Artagnan easily controlled himself, and yet, on this occasion, he could not help evincing a joy which the reader will perhaps comprehend, if he deigns to have some indulgence for a man who, since his birth, had never seen so many pieces and rolls of pieces juxtaplaced in an order truly agreeable to the eye. The treasurer placed all the rolls in bags, and closed each bag with a stamp sealed with the arms of England, a favor which treasurers do not grant to everybody. Then, impassible, and just as polite as he ought to be towards a man honored with the friendship of the king, he said to D'Artagnan, "Take away your money, sir. Your money." These words made 1,000 chords vibrate in the heart of D'Artagnan, which he had never felt before. He had the bags packed in a small cart, and returned home meditating deeply. A man who possesses 300,000 livres can no longer expect to wear a smooth brow. A wrinkle for every 100,000 livres is not too much. D'Artagnan shut himself up, ate no dinner, closed his door to everybody, and, with a lighted lamp, and a loaded pistol on the table, he watched all night, ruminating upon the means of preventing these lovely crowns, which from the coffers of the king had passed into his coffers, from passing from his coffers into the pockets of any thief whatever. The best means discovered by the Gascon was to enclose his treasure, for the present, under locks so solid that no wrist could break them, and so complicated that no master key could open them. D'Artagnan remembered that the English are masters in mechanics and conservative industry, and he determined to go in the morning in search of a mechanic who would sell him a strong box. He did not go far. Master Will Jobson, dwelling in Piccadilly, listened to his propositions, comprehended his wishes, and promised to make him a safety lock that should relieve him from all future fear. "I will give you," said he, "a piece of mechanism entirely new. At the first serious attempt upon your lock, an invisible plate will open of itself and vomit forth a pretty copper bullet the weight of a mark, which will knock down the intruder, and not with a loud report. What do you think of it?" "I think it very ingenious," cried D'Artagnan, "the little copper bullet pleases me mightily. So now, Sir Mechanic, the terms." "A fortnight for the execution, and 1,500 livres payable on delivery," replied the artisan. D'Artagnan's brow darkened. A fortnight was delay enough to allow the thieves of London time to remove all occasion for the strong box. As to the 1,500 livres, that would be paying too dear for what a little vigilance would procure him for nothing. "I will think of it," said he, "thank you, sir." And he returned home at full speed. Nobody had yet touched his treasure. That same day Athos paid a visit to his friend and found him so thoughtful that he could not help expressing his surprise. "How is this?" said he. "You are rich and not gay, you, who were so anxious for wealth." "My friend, the pleasures to which we are not accustomed depress us more than the griefs with which we are familiar. Give me your opinion, if you please. I can ask you, who have always had money, when we have money, what do we do with it?" "That depends. What have you done with yours, seeing that it has not made you a miser or a prodigal? For avarice dries up the heart, and prodigality drowns it, is that not so?" Fabricius could not have spoken more justly. "But in truth, my money has never been a burden to me." "How so? Do you place it out at interest?" "No, you know I have a tolerably handsome house, and that house composes the better part of my property." "I know it does. So that you can be as rich as I am, and, indeed, more rich, whenever you like, by the same means." "But your rents, do you lay them by?" "No. What do you think of a chest concealed in a wall?" "I never made use of such a thing." "Then you must have some confidant, some safe man of business who pays you interest at a fair rate." "Not at all." "Good heavens! What do you do with it, then?" I spend all I have, and I only have what I spend, my dear D'Artagnan. Ah, that may be. But you are something of a prince, 15 or 16,000 livres melt away between your fingers, and then you have expenses and appearances. Well, I don't see why you should be less of a noble than I am, my friend. Your money would be quite sufficient. 300,000 livres. 2/3 too much. I beg your pardon, did you not tell me? I thought I heard you say, I fancied you had a partner. Ah, Mordioux, that's true, cried D'Artagnan, coloring. There is Planchet. I had forgotten Planchet, upon my life. Well, there are my 300,000 livres broken into. That's a pity. It was a round sum, and sounded well. That is true, Athos, I am no longer rich. What a memory you have. Tolerably good, yes, thank God. The worthy Planchet, grumbled D'Artagnan, his was not a bad dream. What a speculation. Peste. Well, what is said. How much are you to give him? Oh, said D'Artagnan, he is not a bad fellow, I shall arrange matters with him. I have had a great deal of trouble, you see, and expenses, all that must be taken into account. My dear friend, I can depend on you, and have no fear for the worthy Planchet, his interests are better in your hands than in his own. But now that you have nothing more to do here, we shall depart, if you please. You can go and thank His Majesty, ask if he has any commands, and in 6 days we may be able to get sight of the towers of Notre Dame. My friend, I am most anxious to be off, and will go at once and pay my respects to the king. I, said Athos, am going to call upon some friends in the city, and shall then be at your service. Will you lend me Grimaud? With all my heart. What do you want to do with him? Something very simple, and which will not fatigue him. I shall only beg him to take charge of my pistols, which lie there on the table near that coffer. Very well, replied Athos, imperturbably. And he will not stir, will he? Not more than the pistols themselves. Then I shall go and take leave of His Majesty. Au revoir. D'Artagnan arrived at St. James's, where Charles II, who was busy writing, kept him in the antechamber a full hour. Whilst walking about in the gallery, from the door to the window, from the window to the door, he thought he saw a cloak like Athos's cross the vestibule, but at the moment he was going to ascertain if it were he, the usher summoned him to His Majesty's presence. Charles II rubbed his hands while receiving the thanks of our friend. Chevalier, said he, you are wrong to express gratitude to me. I have not paid you a quarter of the value of the history of the box into which you put the brave general, the excellent Duke of Albemarle, I mean. And the king laughed heartily. D'Artagnan did not think it proper to interrupt His Majesty, and he bowed with much modesty. Apropos, continued Charles, do you think my dear monk has really pardoned you? Pardoned me? Yes, I hope so, sire. But it was a cruel trick. Odds fish, to pack up the first personage of the English Revolution like a herring. In your place I would not trust him, Chevalier. But, sire. Yes, I know very well Monk calls you his friend, but he has too penetrating an eye not to have a memory, and too lofty a brow not to be very proud, you know, grande supercilium. I shall certainly learn Latin, said D'Artagnan to himself. But stop, cried the merry monarch, I must manage your reconciliation, I know how to set about it, so. D'Artagnan bit his moustache. Will your Majesty permit me to tell you the truth? Speak, Chevalier, speak. Well, sire, you alarm me greatly. If your Majesty undertakes the affair, as you seem inclined to do, I am a lost man, the Duke will have me assassinated. The king burst into a fresh roar of laughter, which changed D'Artagnan's alarm into downright terror. Sire, I beg you to allow me to settle this matter myself, and if your Majesty has no further need of my services. No, Chevalier. What, do you want to leave us? Replied Charles, with a hilarity that grew more and more alarming. If your Majesty has no more commands for me. Charles became more serious. One single thing. See my sister, the Lady Henrietta. Do you know her? No, sire, but, an old soldier like me is not an agreeable spectacle for a young and gay princess. Ah, but my sister must know you, she must in case of need have you to depend upon. Sire, everyone that is dear to your Majesty will be sacred to me. Very well. Parry. Come here, Parry. The side door opened and Parry entered, his face beaming with pleasure as soon as he saw D'Artagnan. What is Rochester doing? Said the king. He is on the canal with the ladies, replied Parry. And Buckingham. He is there also. That is well. You will conduct the Chevalier to Villiers, that is the Duke of Buckingham, Chevalier, and beg the Duke to introduce M. d'Artagnan to the Princess Henrietta. Parry bowed and smiled to D'Artagnan. Chevalier, continued the king, this is your parting audience, you can afterwards set out as soon as you please. Sire, I thank you. But be sure you make your peace with Monk. Oh, sire, you know there is one of my vessels at your disposal. Sire, you overpower me, I cannot think of putting your Majesty's officers to inconvenience on my account. The king slapped D'Artagnan upon the shoulder. Nobody will be inconvenienced on your account, Chevalier, but for that of an ambassador I am about sending to France, and to whom you will willingly serve as a companion, I fancy, for you know him. D'Artagnan appeared astonished. He is a certain Comte de la Fere, whom you call Athos, added the king, terminating the conversation, as he had begun it, by a joyous burst of laughter. Adieu, Chevalier, adieu. Love me as I love you. And thereupon, making a sign to Parry to ask if there were anyone waiting for him in the adjoining closet, the king disappeared into that closet, leaving the Chevalier perfectly astonished by this singular audience. The old man took his arm in a friendly way, and led him towards the garden. 35. On the canal. Upon the green waters of the canal bordered with marble, upon which time had already scattered black spots and tufts of mossy grass, there glided majestically a long flat bark adorned with the arms of England, surmounted by a dais, and carpeted with long damask stuffs, which trailed their fringes in the water. 8 rowers, leaning lazily to their oars, made it move upon the canal with the graceful slowness of the swans, which, disturbed in their ancient possessions by the approach of the bark, looked from a distance at this splendid and noisy pageant. We say noisy, for the bark contained 4 guitar and lute players, 2 singers, and several courtiers, all sparkling with gold and precious stones, and showing their white teeth in emulation of each other, to please the Lady Henrietta Stuart, granddaughter of Henry IV, daughter of Charles I, and sister of Charles II, who occupied the seat of honor under the dais of the bark. We know this young princess, we have seen her at the Louvre with her mother, wanting wood, wanting bread, and fed by the coadjutor in the Parliament. She had, therefore, like her brothers, passed through an uneasy youth, then, all at once, she had just awakened from a long and horrible dream, seated on the steps of a throne, surrounded by courtiers and flatterers. Like Mary Stuart on leaving prison, she aspired not only to life and liberty, but to power and wealth. The Lady Henrietta, in growing, had attained remarkable beauty, which the recent restoration had rendered celebrated. Misfortune had taken from her the luster of pride, but prosperity had restored it to her. She was resplendent, then, in her joy and her happiness, like those hothouse flowers which, forgotten during a frosty autumn night, have hung their heads, but which on the morrow, warmed once more by the atmosphere in which they were born, rise again with greater splendor than ever. Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, son of him who played so conspicuous a part in the early chapters of this history, Villiers of Buckingham, a handsome cavalier, melancholy with women, a jester with men, and Wilmot, Lord Rochester, a jester with both sexes, were standing at this moment before the Lady Henrietta, disputing the privilege of making her smile. As to that young and beautiful princess, reclining upon a cushion of velvet bordered with gold, her hands hanging listlessly so as to dip in the water, she listened carelessly to the musicians without hearing them, and heard the 2 courtiers without appearing to listen to them. This Lady Henrietta, this charming creature, this woman who joined the graces of France to the beauties of England, not having yet loved, was cruel in her coquetry. The smile, then, that innocent favor of young girls, did not even lighten her countenance, and if, at times, she did raise her eyes, it was to fasten them upon one or other of the cavaliers with such a fixity, that their gallantry, bold as it generally was, took the alarm, and became timid. In the meanwhile the boat continued its course, the musicians made a great noise, and the courtiers began, like them, to be out of breath. Besides, the excursion became doubtless monotonous to the princess, for all at once, shaking her head with an air of impatience, "Come gentlemen, enough of this, let us land." "Ah, madam," said Buckingham, "we are very unfortunate. We have not succeeded in making the excursion agreeable to your royal highness." "My mother expects me," replied the princess, "and I must frankly admit, gentlemen, I am bored." And whilst uttering this cruel word, Henrietta endeavoured to console by a look each of the two young men, who appeared terrified at such frankness. The look produced its effect, the two faces brightened, but immediately, as if the royal coquette thought she had done too much for simple mortals, she made a movement, turned her back on both her adorers, and appeared plunged in a reverie in which it was evident they had no part. Buckingham bit his lips with anger, for he was truly in love with the Lady Henrietta, and, in that case, took everything in a serious light. Rochester bit his lips likewise, but his wit always dominated over his heart. It was purely and simply to repress a malicious smile. The princess was then allowing the eyes she turned from the young nobles to wander over the green and flowery turf of the park, when she perceived Parry and D'Artagnan at a distance. "Who is coming yonder?" said she. The two young men turned round with the rapidity of lightning. "Parry," replied Buckingham, "nobody but Parry." "I beg your pardon," said Rochester, "but I think he has a companion." "Yes," said the princess, at first with languor, but then, "what mean those words, nobody but Parry, say, my lord?" "Because, madam," replied Buckingham, piqued, "because the faithful Parry, the wandering Parry, the eternal Parry, is not, I believe, of much consequence." "You were mistaken, Duke. Parry, the wandering Parry, as you call him, has always wandered in the service of my family, and the sight of that old man always gives me satisfaction." The Lady Henrietta followed the usual progress of pretty women, particularly coquettish women. She passed from caprice to contradiction. The gallant had undergone the caprice, the courtier must bend beneath the contradictory humor. Buckingham bowed, but made no reply. "It is true, madam," said Rochester, bowing in his turn, "that Parry is the model of servants, but, madam, he is no longer young, and we laugh only when we see cheerful objects. Is an old man a gay object?" "Enough, my lord," said the princess, coolly, "the subject of conversation is unpleasant to me." Then, as if speaking to herself, "It is really unaccountable," said she, "how little regard my brother's friends have for his servants." "Ah, madam," cried Buckingham, "your royal highness pierces my heart with a dagger forged by your own hands. What is the meaning of that speech, which is turned so like a French madrigal, Duke? I do not understand it." "It means, madam, that you yourself, so good, so charming, so sensible, you have laughed sometimes, smiled, I should say, at the idle prattle of that good Parry, for whom your royal highness today entertains such a marvelous susceptibility." "Well, my lord, if I have forgotten myself so far," said Henrietta, "you do wrong to remind me of it." And she made a sign of impatience. "The good Parry wants to speak to me, I believe. Please order them to row to the shore, my Lord Rochester." Rochester hastened to repeat the princess's command, and a moment later the boat touched the bank. "Let us land, gentlemen," said Henrietta, taking the arm which Rochester offered her, although Buckingham was nearer to her, and had presented his. Then Rochester, with an ill-dissembled pride, which pierced the heart of the unhappy Buckingham through and through, led the princess across the little bridge which the rowers had cast from the royal boat to the shore. "Which way will your highness go?" asked Rochester. "You see, my lord, towards that good Parry, who is wandering, as my lord of Buckingham says, and seeking me with eyes weakened by the tears he has shed over our misfortunes." "Good heavens," said Rochester, "how sad your royal highness is today. In truth we seem ridiculous fools to you, madam." "Speak for yourself, my lord," interrupted Buckingham with vexation. "For my part, I displease her royal highness to such a degree, that I appear absolutely nothing to her." Neither Rochester nor the princess made any reply. Henrietta only urged her companion more quickly on. Buckingham remained behind, and took advantage of this isolation to give himself up to his anger. He bit his handkerchief so furiously that it was soon in shreds. "Parry, my good Parry," said the princess, with her gentle voice, "come hither. I see you are seeking me, and I am waiting for you." "Ah, madam," said Rochester, coming charitably to the help of his companion, who had remained, as we have said, behind, "if Parry cannot see your royal highness, the man who follows him is a sufficient guide, even for a blind man, for he has eyes of flame. That man is a double-lamped lantern." "Lighting a very handsome martial countenance," said the princess, determined to be as ill-natured as possible. Rochester bowed. "One of those vigorous soldiers' heads seen nowhere but in France," added the princess, with the perseverance of a woman sure of impunity. Rochester and Buckingham looked at each other, as much as to say, "What can be the matter with her?" "See, my Lord of Buckingham, what Parry wants," said Henrietta. "Go." The young man, who considered this order as a favor, resumed his courage, and hastened to meet Parry, who, followed by D'Artagnan, advanced slowly on account of his age. D'Artagnan walked slowly but nobly, as D'Artagnan, doubled by the third of a million, ought to walk, that is to say, without conceit or swagger, but without timidity. When Buckingham, very eager to comply with the desire of the princess, who had seated herself on a marble bench, as if fatigued with the few steps she had gone, when Buckingham, we say, was at a distance of only a few paces from Parry, the latter recognized him. "Ah, my lord," cried he, quite out of breath, "will your grace obey the king?" "In what, Mr. Parry?" said the young man, with a kind of coolness tempered by a desire to make himself agreeable to the princess. "Well, his majesty begs your grace to present this gentleman to her royal highness the Princess Henrietta." "In the first place, what is the gentleman's name?" said the duke, haughtily. D'Artagnan, as we know, was easily affronted, and the Duke of Buckingham's tone displeased him. He surveyed the courtier from head to foot, and two flashes beamed from beneath his bent brows. "But, after a struggle, Monsieur le Chevalier d'Artagnan, my lord," replied he, quietly. "Pardon me, sir, that teaches me your name, but nothing more." "You mean—" "I mean I do not know you." "I am more fortunate than you, sir," replied D'Artagnan, "for I have had the honor of knowing your family, and particularly my Lord Duke of Buckingham, your illustrious father." "My father," said Buckingham. "Well, I think I now remember. Monsieur le Chevalier d'Artagnan, do you say?" D'Artagnan bowed. "In person," said he. "Pardon me, but are you one of those Frenchmen who had secret relations with my father?" "Exactly, my Lord Duke, I am one of those Frenchmen." "Then, sir, permit me to say that it was strange my father never heard of you during his lifetime." "No, monsieur, but he heard of me at the moment of his death. It was I who sent to him, through the hands of the valet de chambre of Anne of Austria, notice of the dangers which threatened him. Unfortunately, it came too late." "Never mind, monsieur," said Buckingham. "I understand now, that, having had the intention of rendering a service to the father, you have come to claim the protection of the son." "In the first place, my lord," replied D'Artagnan, phlegmatically, "I claim the protection of no man. His Majesty, Charles II, to whom I have had the honor of rendering some services, I may tell you, my lord, my life has been passed in such occupations. King Charles II, then, who wishes to honor me with some kindness, desires me to be presented to Her Royal Highness the Princess Henrietta, his sister, to whom I shall, perhaps, have the good fortune to be of service hereafter. Now, the king knew that you at this moment were with Her Royal Highness, and sent me to you. There is no other mystery, I ask absolutely nothing of you, and if you will not present me to Her Royal Highness, I shall be compelled to do without you, and present myself." "At least, sir," said Buckingham, determined to have the last word, "you will not refuse me an explanation provoked by yourself." "I never refuse, my lord," said D'Artagnan. "As you have had relations with my father, you must be acquainted with some private details." "These relations are already far removed from us, my lord, for you were not then born, and for some unfortunate diamond studs, which I received from his hands and carried back to France, it is really not worthwhile awakening so many remembrances." "Ah, sir," said Buckingham, warmly, going up to D'Artagnan, and holding out his hand to him, "it is you, then, you whom my father sought everywhere and who had a right to expect so much from us." "To expect, my lord, in truth, that is my forte, all my life I have expected." At this moment, the princess, who was tired of not seeing the stranger approach her, arose and came towards them. "At least, sir," said Buckingham, "you shall not wait for the presentation you claim of me." Then turning towards the princess and bowing, "Madam," said the young man, "the king your brother desires me to have the honor of presenting to your royal highness, Monsieur le Chevalier d'Artagnan. In order that your royal highness may have, in case of need, a firm support and a sure friend," added Parry. D'Artagnan bowed. "You have still something to say, Parry," replied Henrietta, smiling upon D'Artagnan, while addressing the old servant. "Yes, madam, the king desires you to preserve religiously in your memory the name and merit of M. d'Artagnan, to whom his majesty owes, he says, the recovery of his kingdom." Buckingham, the princess, and Rochester looked at each other. That, said D'Artagnan, is another little secret, of which, in all probability, I shall not boast to his Majesty's son, as I have done to you with respect to the diamond studs. Madam, said Buckingham, Monsieur has just, for the second time, recalled to my memory an event which excites my curiosity to such a degree, that I shall venture to ask your permission to take him to one side for a moment, to converse in private. Do, my lord, said the princess, but restore to the sister, as quickly as possible, this friend so devoted to the brother. And she took the arm of Rochester, whilst Buckingham took that of D'Artagnan. Oh! Tell me, chevalier, said Buckingham, all that affair of the diamonds, which nobody knows in England, not even the son of him who was the hero of it. My lord, one person alone had a right to relate all that affair, as you call it, and that was your father. He thought it proper to be silent. I must beg you to allow me to be so likewise. And D'Artagnan bowed like a man upon whom it was evident no entreaties could prevail. Since it is so, sir, said Buckingham, pardon my indiscretion, I beg you, and if, at any time, I should go into France, and he turned round to take a last look at the princess, who took but little notice of him, totally occupied as she was, or appeared to be, with Rochester. Buckingham sighed. Well, said D'Artagnan, I was saying that if, any day, I were to go to France. You will go, my lord, said D'Artagnan, I shall answer for that. And how so? Oh, I have strange powers of prediction. If I do predict anything I am seldom mistaken. If, then, you do come to France. Well, then, monsieur, you, of whom kings ask that valuable friendship which restores crowns to them, I will venture to beg of you a little of that great interest you took in my father. My lord, replied D'Artagnan, believe me, I shall deem myself highly honored if, in France, you remember having seen me here. And now permit. Then, turning towards the princess, Madam, said he, your Royal Highness is a daughter of France, and in that quality I hope to see you again in Paris. One of my happy days will be on that on which your Royal Highness shall give me any command whatever, thus proving to me that you have not forgotten the recommendations of your august brother. And he bowed respectfully to the young princess, who gave him her hand to kiss with a right royal grace. Ah! Madam, said Buckingham, in a subdued voice, what can a man do to obtain a similar favor from your Royal Highness? Dame, my lord, replied Henrietta, ask Monsieur D'Artagnan, he will tell you.